In the Hidden Leaf Village, the Chunin exams were imminent, and everything unfolded just as in the original narrative, with shinobi from various villages gathering, eager and brimming with anticipation. Amidst an undercurrent of tension at this moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who were preparing to participate in the Chunin exams, convened at a tavern for a meal. Do not inquire why Naruto and his companions found themselves at a tavern. It was, after all, an establishment that served both food and beverages. The tavern's proprietor, Nie Yun, was a time traveler. Once the owner of a tavern on Blue Star and a distinguished chef, he was passionate about the culinary arts. Additionally, he was a devoted fan of Naruto. One fateful day, after a night of indulgence, he awoke to discover that he had been transported to the world of Naruto. Finding himself as a villager in the Hidden Leaf Village, not only had he rejuvenated a decade, returning to a youthful appearance of approximately 16, but he had also awakened a sign-in system. By completing daily sign-ins, he could earn various rewards, including money, chakra, ninjutsu, weapons, and even rare bloodline limits. Some sign-in conditions were relatively simple, such as completing 100 push-ups before signing in, while others were quite absurd or even whimsical. Fortunately, failing to meet these conditions did not incur significant penalties. Thus, Nie Yun settled in the Hidden Leaf, reopening his tavern, embracing life while fulfilling his sign-in tasks. 3 years of sign-ins had granted him near Kage-level strength, roughly equivalent to 2 current-day Kakashis. Host: Nie Yun's strength, near Kage-level chakra amount, 20,000 S fire release, a earth release, a lightning release, a wind release, a water release, a bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku others, concealment technique weapons, dragon bone blade, universe wine gourd. The time had arrived for the Chunin exams. Brother Nie Yun, I'm starving. Bring out the dishes quickly, exclaimed Naruto, his exuberance evident as he seemed quite familiar with the tavern's owner. Shut up, you fool, Naruto. Brother Nie Yun's cooking is exquisite. It deserves to be savored slowly. Don't disturb him. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura interjected, playfully chastising Naruto. Sasuke remained silent, responding with a stoic demeanor. Sakura, I can already smell the delicious aromas. Brother Nie Yun must be almost done, Naruto asserted, stubbornly clutching his head. Indeed, after a short while, a handsome and striking young man emerged, carrying 4 steaming bowls of clay pot rice. This individual was none other than Nie Yun. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Brother Nie Yun, the trio chorused. Naruto dove into his meal with enthusiasm, while even the aloof Sasuke displayed a hint of eagerness. After all, Nie Yun's culinary skills were unparalleled, rooted in the rich culinary heritage of Hwagwa that eclipsed any food in the Naruto universe. Nie Yun's tavern had long since supplanted Ichiraku ramen in their hearts. Nie Yun felt no guilt in overshadowing the business of the late Tsutsuki Ichiraku. After all, it was a matter of skill. Are you all preparing to participate in this year's Chunin exams? Nie Yun inquired, feigning ignorance. Of course, my goal is to become Hokage. Becoming a Chunin is a prerequisite, Naruto declared. Yes, Brother Nie Yun, we are participating this year, even though we graduated only 6 months ago, Sakura added. Sasuke concurred. Nie Yun smiled softly, tempted to inform Naruto and Sasuke that they would never achieve the rank of Chunin, but ultimately refrained. He intended to say more, yet a sudden alert from the system interrupted him, prompting him to state, I wish you all the best in your exam. I must return to the kitchen now. Enjoy your meal, and just leave the money on the table. With that, he departed gracefully, leaving Sakura momentarily stunned. Brother Nie Yun is so cool and gentle. If only Sasuke could be as warm-hearted, she mused. Upon entering the kitchen, Nie Yun examined the system notifications. It was now noon, time for today's sign-in. Ding! Sign-in available today. Condition: locate Orochimaru, who is lurking in the Hidden Leaf, and invite him for a meal before signing in. Refreshes tomorrow at noon. Sign-in reward: Orochimaru gift box. Upon opening, rewards related to Orochimaru will be obtained. After reviewing the sign-in task, Nie Yun felt a wave of exasperation. The system's sense of humor was rather twisted. Though he had a fondness for Orochimaru as a character in Naruto, primarily due to his belief in science, it was unlikely that Orochimaru would casually accept an invitation for a meal, especially given his intentions to invade the Hidden Leaf. What was the purpose of such an invitation? To win Orochimaru's favor through his cooking. Despite the absurdity, the rewards offered were undeniably tempting in Orochimaru gift box. As a renowned scientist in the shinobi world and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was a treasure trove of knowledge and abilities. Whether it be his ninjutsu, summoning techniques, or scientific endeavors, anything associated with him was invaluable. Thus, Nie Yun resolved to give it a try, eager to encounter one of the legendary Sannin. Meanwhile, in the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, strolled thoughtfully, reminiscing about his past days in the village. Hidden Leaf, I have returned, but I come to destroy you, he pondered silently, intending to prove himself by obliterating the village while acquiring the coveted Sharingan. As he contemplated his plan, he was unexpectedly tapped on the shoulder. Instinctively alert, he turned to face the intruder, ready to act defensively. Had it not been for the fact that he was in the Hidden Leaf Village, he would have already extracted the person's heart. The newcomer was a young boy, his face alight with excitement. Grass Ninja, it's truly you three. Orochimaru responded with a yes. How wonderful. I never expected to meet you in the Hidden Leaf again after 3 years. You saved me back then, and I didn't have the chance to ask your names before you left. This time, I must treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Orochimaru was momentarily bewildered. The 3 grass ninjas he was impersonating had long been eliminated and buried. Had he encountered someone familiar with them? Could he be so unfortunate? Watching Orochimaru's confusion, Nie Yun nearly burst into laughter, suppressing his mirth as he continued to enthusiastically usher the trio toward his tavern. Orochimaru, reluctant to go but unable to act against Nie Yun, was compelled to follow, with his 2 subordinates trailing behind. Chapter 2. Deceiving Orochimaru, rewarding divine skills. Come, my 3 esteemed grass ninjas, this feast is but a token of my gratitude, along with this fine bottle of wine. Within the quaint tavern, Nie Yun warmly entertained the 3 guests as if they were indeed his lifesavers. At this moment, Orochimaru had calmed down, for he could discern no flaw in Nie Yun's demeanor and felt no fluctuation in his chakra. Since they remained undetected, it would be prudent to play along, adding an extra layer of concealment while lurking within Konoha. It is merely a trifling matter. No need for concern, Orochimaru rasped, striving to immerse himself in his role. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled the unfamiliar dishes before him. Instantly, a delightful aroma enveloped his palate, evoking a hint of humanity within the increasingly serpentine Orochimaru. Delicious. Indeed, Nie Yun internally commended his own acting and culinary skills, attributing much of his success to the reward received from a year prior, a technique to perfectly mask chakra fluctuations. Not even Orochimaru, nor the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could detect his chakra if he chose to remain passive. It was indeed a divine skill. Only through special ocular techniques such as Byakugan or Sharingan could one perceive him as a ninja. Thus, Nie Yun felt emboldened. Are you 3 grass ninjas here to participate in the Nin exams? Nie Yun casually inquired while pouring wine, feigning nonchalance. Indeed, came the response. Nie Yun feigned contemplation. He was prepared to weave his web of deception. Merely treating Orochimaru to a meal seemed rather dull. If he was to indulge in mischief, he would do so wholeheartedly. True to form, Orochimaru keenly sensed Nie Yun's hesitation, igniting his curiosity, his serpent-like eyes gleaming with intrigue. What is it? There is something I am uncertain whether to disclose, Nie Yun whispered nervously. I overheard a drunken patron mention that the upcoming Nin exams in Konoha may not be as straightforward as they appear. Is that so? Orochimaru queried, his vigilance peaked. It seems to be a trap set for some significant figure, but I know not the specifics. Just be cautious and do not let yourselves be ensnared, Nie Yun stated, smoothly excusing himself to fetch another dish, leaving behind a perplexed Orochimaru. Orochimaru's initial reaction was skepticism. After all, he had cultivated a network of informants in Konoha for years, and his subordinate Kabuto had not reported any such intelligence. Yet, Nie Yun seemed to have no reason to deceive him. Could it be that Kabuto's rank was too low to access such information? The more he pondered, the less secure Orochimaru felt, increasingly convinced that Konoha might have laid a trap for him. Only he and the Suna Ninja village knew of his plans to assault Konoha, and there was no possible leak from his side. It was likely that Suna's intelligence had faltered. Naturally suspicious, Orochimaru found himself further swayed by Nie Yun's words. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Nie Yun laughed heartily, oblivious to the impact of his words. Deceiving Orochimaru was indeed exhilarating. Now he prepared to present the final dish. A steamed grass ninja. This is the last dish, named stir-fried green snake with white snake. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of murderous intent radiating from him. Nie Yun, feigning ignorance, continued. It's merely bean sprouts stir-fried with garlic chives, a playful name. I beg your pardon. Orochimaru's display of hostility was not due to the dish itself, but rather a sense of foreboding it instilled within him. It was a warning that this endeavor might not go as smoothly as anticipated. Were Nie Yun aware of Orochimaru's inner turmoil, he would surely find it amusing that the staunch believer in science was now swayed by superstition. Ding. Condition to treat Orochimaru fulfilled. Congratulations, host, for completing today's sign-in. Reward, a gift box from Orochimaru. As the system notification chimed, a golden treasure chest appeared before Nie Yun, adorned with intricate carvings of Orochimaru, exuding an air of mystery. Though he yearned to open the box immediately, he refrained, fearing he might inadvertently reveal his ruse while Orochimaru was still present. Thus, they engaged in a lackluster conversation, both distracted and evasive, until Orochimaru, filled with questions, hastily departed. You may seek me out in Konoha anytime during your stay. I shall treat you to a meal, Nie Yun said with a subtle smile, and upon turning away, he shed his guise, regaining his aloof and elegant demeanor. Orochimaru would undoubtedly seek out Kabuto for the latest intelligence. Nie Yun paid little heed to these developments. Even if Orochimaru discovered he had been deceived, he would not dare act against Nie Yun in Konoha. Furthermore, should conflict arise, Nie Yun felt assured in his abilities. Now, to open the treasure chest. Open the treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ninjutsu, enhanced Edo Tensei. Upon hearing the name of the reward, Nie Yun was taken aback. The infamous Edo Tensei, a notorious skill in the world of Naruto, had fallen into his hands, and it was the enhanced version at that. Enhanced Edo Tensei. This technique, fortified by the system, requires neither sacrifices nor target cells for casting. Instead, it randomly selects 5 deceased ninja of at least Kage-level strength, from whom the host may choose one to resurrect, retaining their peak abilities from life. Each resurrection lasts for 24 hours, and they will remain entirely loyal to the host. Marvelous, indeed, Nie Yun exclaimed in delight. The enhanced version eliminated the inconveniences typically associated with Edo Tensei. No longer would he need to exhume graves or seek living sacrifices. The quality of the sacrifice would not diminish the resurrection. While the system's version involved randomness, it still permitted a degree of choice. And the selection would always consist of formidable individuals, undoubtedly a significant boon. Eagerly anticipating his first summon, Nie Yun glanced at the descending sun and tidied the establishment before venturing to a secluded valley outside Konoha. Edo Tensei, who would be the first he would summon? Chapter 3, Cultivating the Corpse Bone Technique. The Nin exam commences this secluded place, where he often practiced his ninjutsu. Was ideal for experimenting with the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. After all, this jutsu was classified as a forbidden art in Konoha, and being discovered could lead to considerable trouble. Nie Yun skillfully completed the hand seals and called out, impure world reincarnation. He felt nearly 1/5 of his chakra rapidly drain away. Suddenly, 5 distinct ninja figures and their introductions appeared before him. Please select one of the 5 candidates for impure world reincarnation. The first candidate, Hanzo of the Salamander, Kage-level. Goodness, Nie Yun exclaimed. Is the first one truly this formidable? Hanzo, the powerful ninja who granted the titles to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, belonged to the elite ranks among Kage-level warriors. The second candidate, Tobirama Senju, the White Fang of Konoha, Kage-level. This one is also impressive, he mused, the father of Kakashi Hitaki, a distinguished figure among Kage-level ninjas. Unfortunately, he fell victim to the rumors of his own people. However, summoning him in Konoha could easily stir up trouble. The third candidate, Kagaya clan's 8th patriarch, Kagaya Shinsui, Kage-level. Nie Yun shook his head, indicating he was unfamiliar with this figure, likely an ancestor from the Warring States period of the Kagaya clan. The fourth candidate, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu Hozuki, quasi-Kage-level. Rubbish. Next, he dismissed. The fifth candidate, Mido Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, Kage-level. With her presence, how far could Hashirama Senju be? Nie Yun clearly hoped to summon the 2 legendary figures of the ninja world, Hashirama and Madara, as even a conversation with them would be fascinating. After much contemplation, Nie Yun ultimately chose to summon Kagaya Shinsui, the ancestor of Kimimaro. He sought to learn from the application of the corpse bone technique, as it was one of his most formidable offensive capabilities, and enhancing it would be beneficial. Moreover, Evolving the corpse bone technique to its highest realm could potentially lead to the creation of the Shikatsu Myaku, holding immense potential. System, I wish to summon Kage Shinsui. Ding. Summoning Kage Shinsui for the host. As the system's voice echoed, a coffin abruptly emerged from the earth. The lid eerily opened on its own, revealing a tall ninja stepping forth. Who dares disturb my slumber? Though the impure reincarnated individual could never escape Nie Yun's control, he possessed his own consciousness and memories, allowing him to unleash his full strength. Tell me, what are the methods of evolving the corpse bone technique? Nie Yun cut to the chase, uninterested in pleasantries. Viewing Kage Shinsui merely as a tool, Kage Shinsui had no recourse against Nie Yun's command and divulged all the information regarding the corpse bone technique. Indeed, it had the potential for upward evolution, though the precise methods had been lost over time. However, combining the knowledge Shinsui provided, Nie Yun surmised that a fusion with the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines was likely necessary. After all, the entire narrative of Hokage centered around this theme, with Hashirama's DNA and Sharingan being readily transplantable. Having concluded his inquiries, Nie Yun added, "Let us engage in combat." He sought to refine and strengthen himself through practical experience, as the past 3 years had mainly consisted of signing in for rewards with little real combat. Youth, while I do not know what means you employ to control me, once the battle begins, everything may change, Kage Shinsui ominously warned. Nie Yun replied with a smile, though my strength may not match yours. How can one survive in this ninja world if they do not dare to challenge even the powerful beings they control? As he spoke, a bone blade materialized in his hand, the divine artifact known as the Dragon Bone Blade, which provided him the confidence to challenge Kage-level foes. The Dragon Bone Blade harmonized perfectly with the corpse bone technique, transforming from its original length of over a meter to a 2-meter-long great sword, a result of Nie Yun's integration of his own bones with the Dragon Bone Blade. Simultaneously, the Dragon Bone Blade enhanced the sharpness and hardness of the bones within the corpse bone technique. In theory, as long as Nie Yun had enough bones, he could even forge a great sword measuring 40 meters. The seasoned Kage Shinsui keenly noticed the mutual evolution between the Dragon Bone Blade and the corpse bone technique, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. Young one, allow me to show you the true power of the corpse bone technique. With that, he manifested a colossal bone creature, charging fiercely at Nie Yun. Nie Yun met the charge with his own blade, and moments later, the two clashed. Kage Shinsui's immense strength sent Nie Yun reeling, yet the bone blade in his hands began to crack under the pressure. Weakening, are we? Then taste this, lightning bone. Nie Yun, unfazed, watched as his bone blade became enveloped in a layer of lightning. Impressive indeed. You have managed to manipulate the corpse bone technique to this extent, Kage Shinsui remarked. Now serious. Half an hour later, Nie Yun returned to his tavern. His previous outfit lay in tatters, for while the corpse bone technique had its advantages, it was devastatingly hard on clothing. He bore numerous scars from his battle with Kage Shinsui, which concluded with Nie Yun exhausting his chakra. After all, his opponent was an impure entity, with an astonishingly rapid chakra recovery rate. Had it not been for such a trait, Nie Yun's flashy attacks would have been sufficient to secure a stalemate. Nonetheless, Nie Yun reaped significant benefits from the encounter, gaining greater mastery over the corpse bone technique. He resolved to continue these practical training sessions, though he vowed that his next opponent would have to be even stronger. In a dark corner of Konoha, Kabuto stood respectfully before Orochimaru. Kabuto, do you have any intelligence on that tavern owner, Nie Yun? Lord Orochimaru, he is not a ninja, so my investigation was limited. All I know is that he arrived in Konoha 3 years ago. I give you 3 days. I want his complete dossier. May I ask, Lord, does he possess any particular significance? You need not concern yourself with that. Dismissed, Orochimaru coldly commanded. After departing from Nie Yun's presence, Orochimaru gradually realized that he seemed to be unwittingly guided by this individual. At that moment, Nie Yun remained blissfully unaware, continuing his tranquil existence, with daily sign-ins that were utterly mundane. It was not until a few days later that the highly anticipated Nin exam officially commenced. Chapter 4. Am I here to gather mushrooms? Do you believe it? Ding. Today's sign-in has commenced. Condition: prepare a delectable picnic for Naruto in the Forest of Death. Reward: advanced wind release treasure box. Nie Yun stood up and stretched lazily, feeling invigorated as his tasks commenced. He preferred this engaging form of cooking within the narrative over mere culinary endeavors at the tavern, especially since there were rewards to be claimed, which undoubtedly lifted his spirits. Moreover, sign-in rewards tied to the storyline were exceptionally generous, as if the system encouraged him to immerse himself in the unfolding plot. Considering the timing, Naruto and his team should have completed the first exam and gathered outside the Forest of Death, ready for the second. However, it wouldn't be easy to share a meal with Naruto, as Orochimaru had already set his sights on Sasuke within the team. As soon as the second exam commenced, he would come to test and plant a strawberry in Sasuke. The thought of it was rather delightful. Thus, preparations were necessary to surprise the snake uncle later. Somewhere in the Forest of Death, the second exam was on the verge of beginning. Nie Yun had already crossed the railing and entered the Forest of Death. Impure World Reincarnation. He wondered which strong adversaries would be fortunate enough to battle Orochimaru this time. Indeed, Nie Yun did not intend to engage directly. Rather, he would let the summoned powerful beings confront Orochimaru while he enjoyed the spectacle from the sidelines. Upon seeing the chosen candidates for the Impure World Reincarnation, he was momentarily taken aback. Ah, an old acquaintance. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths once more. He decided it would be you. Orochimaru would surely be startled upon seeing you. The second part of the Chunin exam was a 5-day survival challenge in the Forest of Death. Each ninja team possessed either a heaven or earth scroll, and only by gathering a complete set of scrolls and making their way to the high tower at the center of the Forest of Death could they pass. Protecting oneself, defeating enemies, and seizing scrolls were all tests of a ninja's comprehensive abilities. Naruto's team, comprised of newly minted ninjas with less than half a year of experience, was severely lacking in this regard and was immediately targeted by a team of rain ninjas. While relieving himself, Naruto was captured, and a rain ninja disguised as him returned to Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at the phone Naruto and promptly knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Sakura gasped in shock. Naruto isn't left-handed. Your ninja tool pouch has given you away. Tell me where the real Naruto is. Sasuke demanded fiercely. Nie Yun observed the entire scene from a distance, captivated by the unfolding narrative. He wondered what it would feel like to participate directly in the story. For the past 3 years, he had viewed the world and its affairs from a bystander's perspective, anxious about altering the familiar storyline. Initially, he believed he would remain a mere passerby, yet as the tale of Naruto unfolded, familiar scenes resurfaced in a new light, revealing his inability to remain uninvolved. It was impossible to avoid interaction with characters he once loved or loathed. Even without the system's nudging, he was destined to be a part of Naruto's narrative. Therefore, he resolved to boldly engage, hoping for delightful surprises along the way. After much contemplation, Nie Yun finally made up his mind to traverse the Naruto world. No longer as a mere observer, he leapt down from the branch and gradually approached Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, you fool! How could you let yourself be caught so easily? If it weren't for Sasuke, our scroll would have been snatched away. Sakura incessantly reprimanded Naruto. Upon hearing Sakura praise Sasuke, Naruto, feeling a tinge of jealousy, stubbornly retorted. Sasuke just got lucky. I could have done the same. If the scroll was taken, I would just retrieve it. You're infuriating. Sakura began. But then she noticed Sasuke had halted. The scent of food is wafting in from upwind. Someone is ahead. Sasuke unconsciously twitched his nose. The aroma was undeniably enticing. Naruto, catching a whiff of the scent, inhaled deeply. Yes, it smells delicious. I've sensed this aroma in Konoha before. We should be cautious, Sakura advised worriedly. Agreed. Let us sneak a peek, Sasuke responded. The trio cautiously made their way toward the source of the tantalizing aroma. Parting the bushes, they discovered a familiar figure seated by the riverbank, grilling river fish, surrounded by an array of mouth-watering dishes. Upon witnessing this scene, Naruto impulsively dashed forth from his hiding spot. Sakura and Sasuke barely had time to restrain him. Nie Yun, what are you doing here? What scrumptious food have you prepared? It smells amazing, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke and Sakura, helpless, revealed themselves as well. Nie Yun turned around, feigning surprise. What are you all doing here? Aren't you participating in the Chunin exam? As Naruto moved closer, he was pulled back by Sasuke. Be wary, there might be a trick, Sasuke warned. However, Naruto countered. How could Nie Yun be a fake? No one could replicate such delicious food. Sasuke was at a loss for words. Naruto's reasoning was unassailable. The group gathered around the campfire. Nie Yun remarked, so your Chunin exam is being held here. While Naruto eagerly devoured the grilled fish, Sakura inquired, Nie Yun, how did you end up here? I came to gather mushrooms. Do you believe me? Nie Yun replied nonchalantly. The trio shook their heads in unison. What a joke. To wander so deep into the Forest of Death for mushrooms, that would require some extraordinary luck. Nie Yun chuckled, explaining. I set out today to forage for mushrooms and gather ingredients. While walking, I discovered the fish here were particularly plump, so I decided to have a picnic. And then I ran into you. Sasuke, eyeing him suspiciously, asked, Nie Yun, how did you, an ordinary person, manage to get this far? This place is incredibly perilous. Nie Yun glanced at him and thought, the little guy is quite astute. Well, I stumbled upon a hole in a barbed wire fence and crawled through. I haven't encountered much danger along the way. Perhaps I've just been lucky. He withheld one detail. All the dangers had transformed into the ingredients they were now consuming. After some time, ding. Today's sign-in task has been completed. Please claim your reward. Before the system could finish speaking, Nie Yun sensed a powerful aura of malice approaching. He realized Orochimaru was on his way. Instinctively, he glanced at Sasuke beside him, a wicked thought crossing his mind. Sasuke, had I not been here, you might have been planted by someone who coveted your body today. Clearly, Nie Yun had already resolved to protect Sasuke. This kid had been his loyal customer for 3 years, and his absence would diminish much of the fun. Moreover, Nie Yun was curious to see how Sasuke would grow on a different path. Would he still be the same reckless fool, claiming he could handle anything, only to suffer the harshest consequences? Surely not, considering that Konoha's environment for growth was not that dire. As Nie Yun pondered this, the threatening aura drew nearer. Orochimaru, who had just knocked out his former disciple, Yuhi Kurenai, was swiftly approaching Sasuke. He had long coveted Sasuke's body, and judging by his apprentice's reaction earlier, Konoha seemed devoid of traps, or at least none aimed at him. The thought of being outwitted by a mere cook infuriated Orochimaru. Once he executed his plan to obliterate Konoha, he would destroy Nie Yun's tavern and then abduct him to the Sound Village, compelling him to cook for him. Moreover, each meal must be unique. If it were ever repeated, he would face a gruesome fate. Orochimaru devised a cruel torment for Nie Yun, one that would be exceedingly harsh for a chef. Not far away, Nie Yun involuntarily sneezed. Chapter 5. Orochimaru versus White Fan. What is that scent? So fragrant. Orochimaru couldn't help but sniff the air, a sense of familiarity washing over him. An unsettling feeling stirred within him, shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts. He reminded himself that hesitation leads to defeat. He was confident in his abilities. Aside from the feeble third Hokage, none in Konoha posed a challenge to him. Thus, he revealed himself before Naruto's team. What are they doing? Enjoying grilled fish and singing? Is this still the Chunin exam? Wait, that young man. Isn't he the tavern owner who tricked me? What is he doing here? He must be up to something. Upon spotting the grass ninja, Naruto and his companions immediately assumed a defensive stance, placing Nie Yun in the center for protection. To them, Nie Yun was merely a chef, helpless and weak. However, Nie Yun felt a swell of pride. These youngsters had a sense of loyalty, proving his efforts were not in vain. Just as Orochimaru was about to unleash his wrath, Nie Yun spoke first. Grass ninja, it's you. What a coincidence, he said with a sly grin. Orochimaru felt mocked. Indeed, it was coincidental. He was just about to find him. Sasuke and Sakura sensed the tension in the air, while Naruto remained oblivious. Nie Yun, you know each other? He asked innocently. Idiot, he's Nie Yun's enemy, Sasuke snapped. Naruto's dense nature finally dawned on him. Realizing they were facing an adversary, he immediately began to taunt Orochimaru. Hey, grass ninja. I have the scroll from the Chunin exam right here. Come and take it if you dare. He then turned to Nie Yun, insisting, Nie Yun, you should leave. However, when he turned back, he found Nie Yun had already distanced himself. Naruto felt a mix of exasperation and relief. Glad that Nie Yun was safe from the impending conflict, Orochimaru dismissed the matter. After all, Nie Yun was just an ordinary person, easily captured whenever he pleased. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto confidently summoned a barrage of shadow clones, charging towards Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. The clones were swiftly obliterated, and Naruto himself was sent flying after a punch to the gut from Orochimaru, crashing against a tree and momentarily losing consciousness. Sakura, help Naruto. I'll handle him, Sasuke declared, using the smoke from Naruto's vanishing clones to stealthily approach Orochimaru, throwing kunai infused with explosive tags. Sasuke was confident in his throwing skills. At such a close range, he was certain to hit. Yet, to his dismay, just as the kunai was about to strike, Orochimaru evaded it effortlessly, moving several meters to the side as if teleporting. Escaping the explosion, Sasuke froze. Realizing this was no teleportation, Orochimaru's speed simply exceeded his perception. As Sasuke prepared to activate his Sharingan, he heard Orochimaru's laughter. Hee, interesting teamwork. But you are still too weak. Uchiha Sasuke, let me witness the power of your Sharingan. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out like a serpent. licking the wounds from the explosion on his cheek, excitement glinting in his eyes, mingled with a palpable murderous intent. Sasuke hesitated, sensing an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from Orochimaru. How many lives has this man taken? His body trembled in fear. The sinister pressure before him surpassed even that of Zabuza-Momochi. In the past, they had Kakashi at their side, but now it was just the three of them. Mere Genin, facing this formidable foe. Are you scared? Then prepare for death, Orochimaru taunted. Summoning Jutsu. This time, he aimed not only to intimidate Sasuke, but to plant the seeds of power in his heart, hoping to make him willingly follow and become a vessel for his ambitions. Thus, he summoned an ordinary giant serpent, careful not to call forth Manda, lest Konoha detect his presence. A massive serpent lunged at the paralyzed Sasuke, who was too frightened to move. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Thud. The serpent was knocked down as Naruto, awakening from his stupor, rushed to save Sasuke. His eyes transformed into those of a fox, clearly utilizing the chakra of the nine tails. Sasuke, you idiot. Why are you still standing there? Sakura and Nie Yun are behind you. Naruto's words ignited Sasuke's resolve. Yes, even Naruto was fighting desperately to protect Sakura and Nie Yun. Why should he be afraid? Naruto, I won't be outdone, he proclaimed, activating his Sharingan. Minutes later, Naruto lay unconscious, sealed by Orochimaru, while Sasuke had managed to injure Orochimaru before being struck down himself. Sakura stood between Nie Yun and the battlefield, trembling with a dagger in hand. Meanwhile, Nie Yun had inexplicably produced a bag of chips and began munching. Orochimaru glanced at Nie Yun, feeling a pang of irritation. Why did this scene irk him so? Was this man foolish or simply disregarding him entirely? Nie Yun, you should run. I'll do my best to hold him off. Sakura pleaded, her voice quivering with desperation, ready to fight to the death. Don't be afraid, Sakura. Our reinforcements have arrived. Nie Yun's calm voice reached her ears, providing an unexpected sense of reassurance. But just then, Sakura's gaze was drawn to Orochimaru, who extended his neck, poised to bite Sasuke's neck when a flash of white lightning shot towards him. Overconfident, Orochimaru had no time to evade and was blasted away. A silver-haired man in a cloak, wearing a mask, landed in front of Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi? Sakura and Sasuke exclaimed, immediately associating the flowing silver hair with Kakashi. But why was Kakashi wearing a mask? Had he not washed it? The silver-haired masked man, hearing their calls, did not turn around but murmured, Kakashi? It seems he has become a respected teacher. I wish to see how he is doing now. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances. This person seemed familiar with Kakashi but was not him. Injured, Orochimaru struggled to rise, his eyes filled with suspicion. He sensed a familiar aura from this newcomer, the aura of Edo Tensei. You are not Kakashi, you are White Fang. Orochimaru's mind raced. How could someone else wield Edo Tensei? Could it be Danzo? Was Konoha truly targeting his plans? Chapter 6, Sasuke. A bold idea. Orochimaru regarded White Fang with a sense of trepidation, contemplating the implications of the reanimated White Fang's presence. The technique of Edo Tensei, crafted by the second Hokage of Konohagakure, was a controversial ninjutsu, deemed forbidden due to its violation of moral principles. In the past, he had collaborated with Danzo to research the cells of Hashirama, simultaneously acquiring the knowledge of Edo Tensei, which they studied in secrecy. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that Danzo had dispatched someone to delve into Edo Tensei and succeeded, resulting in the resurrection of White Fang. Cursed Danzo! Did he suspect my intentions against Konohagakure and seek to eliminate me to silence my knowledge? After all, I am privy to the secrets of his Sharingan, which were implanted in me at his behest after the Uchiha massacre. To safeguard this secret, it would be entirely reasonable for Danzo to consider my assassination. This also elucidated why Anko was unaware, as Danzo's route acted with utmost discretion, likely unbeknownst even to the third Hokage regarding Danzo's machinations. Orochimaru felt a sense of satisfaction with his deductions, having known Danzo's treacherous nature and unscrupulous methods through years of collaboration. Perhaps I have wronged Nie Yun. Yet he still seems rather enigmatic. The true puppeteer, let it be known to Danzo that I, Orochimaru, am not so easily dispatched. To preserve his secrets, a price must be paid. Upon hearing this, Nie Yun could not help but chuckle softly, realizing that Orochimaru had concocted an elaborate theory about Danzo's intentions to eliminate him. It was unexpected that Danzo would shoulder such blame. Indeed, he was the king of scapegoats. This revelation spared Nie Yun a great deal of unnecessary trouble. Thank you, Danzo. White Fang, I am aware you can hear me. Although we belong to the same era, it is regrettable that we have never clashed. How about we settle this once and for all? White Fang replied, Orochimaru, I never anticipated your betrayal of Konohagakure. Very well, let us engage. And allow me to experience the prowess of the Sannin. With that, the battle commenced. The clash of techniques was astonishing. And Orochimaru was taken aback by the formidable strength of White Fang, which appeared nearly equivalent to his peak form. It was widely known that the power of a reanimated individual was heavily influenced by the quality of the sacrifice. The better the sacrifice, the greater the strength. This was why the first and second Hokage, summoned by Orochimaru, displayed significantly diminished capabilities. Yet, the current Edo Tensei White Fang exhibited strength that was nearly indistinguishable from his prime. Has Danzo truly advanced his research on Edo Tensei to this extent? This news is ominous. I must conclude this swiftly, lest Danzo's reinforcements arrive. Orochimaru was acutely aware of the vulnerabilities of Edo Tensei. It could be sealed. Thus, he invoked a sealing technique, serpent binding seal. Countless serpents surged toward White Fang, and being ensnared by them would result in sealing. White Fang recalled Nie Yun's warning that sealing techniques were the bane of Edo Tensei. He had to close the distance. Kakashi's blade art, thunderclap slash. White Fang's blade danced in the air, radiating with lightning, rendering him impervious to attack. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, all serpents were obliterated. Orochimaru realized that victory would not come easily, and unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu upon White Fang. White Fang countered each attack with deft precision, maintaining an unwavering advantage. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura had dragged Naruto to Nie Yun's side. The dazzling duel deeply impressed Sasuke, igniting an aspiration within him. If he could wield such power, he could vanquish Itachi and fulfill his revenge. Through their earlier conversation, he had discerned their identities, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and Hatake Kakashi's father. The White Fang of the Leaf had apparently been resurrected by Danzo, though Sasuke knew not who Danzo was. The presence of these two illustrious figures inspired an audacious thought within him. Perhaps he could become a disciple of Orochimaru or even Danzo. Noticing the peculiar glint in Sasuke's eyes, Nie Yun delivered a sharp rap to his head. Kid, stop staring. This is not a battle we can engage in. Sasuke grimaced in pain, clutching his head as he turned to the smiling Nie Yun. His elder brother seemed rather exceptional. During such a perilous confrontation, he remained entirely composed. Could he also be a hidden powerhouse? Why do you gaze upon me with such fervor? Nie Yun felt a chill run down his spine at Sasuke's hungry stare and delivered another flick to his forehead. To be honest, it was rather satisfying to flick the boy's forehead. Why had he not noticed this in the past 3 years? He resolved to pay more attention. To rouse Sasuke from his obsession with vengeance and encourage him to cherish the beauty of the present life. What are we waiting for? Carry Naruto. Let us depart swiftly. This place is far too perilous. Reluctantly, Sasuke hoisted Naruto onto his back and followed Nie Yun. After all, this location was fraught with danger. Should Orochimaru prevail, their lives would be forfeit. Very well, I can manage from here. I shall exit on my own. Nie Yun indicated a breached section of the wire fence. It turned out that Sasuke and his companions had insisted on escorting Nie Yun to the wire fence in the Forest of Death. Nie Yun felt a small surge of gratitude. The good children were not in vain. Seniors Nie Yun, this place is perilous. Please do not return, Sakura cautioned once more. Understood. Are you all continuing with the exam? Of course. I aspire to become Hokage. I cannot afford to relent, Naruto exclaimed weakly as he regained consciousness. Nie Yun waved goodbye to them, departing without a backward glance. As for the battle between White Fang and Orochimaru, it concluded in a stalemate. With Orochimaru retreating due to concerns about Danzo's reinforcements, White Fang was now making his way toward Nie Yun. Suddenly, Nie Yun sensed something and turned back to the Forest of Death. Before long, he discovered a wounded woman in a seductive ninja outfit beneath a tree. It was none other than the proctor of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Ah, fortune smiles upon me with an Anko. Just then, White Fang arrived and inquired directly. Are you one of Danzo's agents? Nie Yun responded, absolutely not. White Fang nodded, preparing to speak. I wish to see Kakashi. Go ahead. Just ensure you do not reveal anything. You have 20 hours. Hurry, for the next opportunity may be far off. With that, White Fang vanished in an instant. Nie Yun then slung Anko over his shoulder and ventured forth. Little did he realize, the architect of his dreams was none other than himself. Chapter 7. The Reaction of Konoha. Ascending to the rank of Hokage outside Konoha village. Who is there? Where am I? Hondo abruptly sat up, warily surveying her surroundings. Oh, Sister Hondo, you're awake. Nie Yun? How did you end up here? Hongdo found it hard to believe that after battling Orochimaru and succumbing to unconsciousness, she had awoken to find herself in the presence of Nie Yun. Am I dreaming? I was out gathering ingredients and found you near the death forest. Seeing your serious injury, I thought to bring you back, but you woke up halfway, Nie Yun said nonchalantly. Hongdo felt her face flush, embarrassed that he had witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. Orochimaru is still in the death forest, and I must inform the third Hokage. Hongdo sprang to her feet. Nie Yun, I must return to Konoha. It's dangerous here. You should head back as well. Realizing her oversight, she acknowledged that Nie Yun was merely an ordinary person. No, you cannot stay here. Come back with me. Sister Hongdo, if you have urgent matters, go ahead. I can return on my own. Nie Yun did not perceive the extra concern Hongdo harbored for him. His rescue of her was merely a duty to his customer, and he believed that even if he had not intervened, she would have been fine. Well, fine. But do be careful. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hongdo acquiesced, reasoning that Konoha was not too far away. She swiftly departed, while Nie Yun leisurely gathered the remaining ingredients, planning to prepare a delicious meal upon his return. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened intently to Hongdo's report with a grave demeanor. The two advisors of Konoha, along with elite shinobi such as Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Shikaka Nara, were all present. Orochimaru, what does that man intend to do returning at this time? The third Hokage pondered. He is here for Sasuke, Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Kakashi, you must immediately lead a team of Umbu to the death forest to protect them covertly, the third Hokage ordered. Understood, Guy added. I'll accompany you. Even the composed Kakashi could not maintain his calm upon receiving this news. He rushed out, unwilling to risk the safety of his students. As he stepped out of the Hokage's office, he sensed an unseen presence observing him, yet felt no malice. He shook his head, dismissing the feeling as mere anxiety. In the shadows, White Fang gazed at the now-grown Kakashi, tears glistening in his eyes. Forgive me, Kakashi. White Fang had succumbed to the oppressive whispers of the villagers and taken his own life, leaving young Kakashi to navigate life alone. One could only imagine the hardships Kakashi endured during those days. How had he grown into such a mature and reliable teacher? White Fang yearned to understand Kakashi's journey, believing that only through this knowledge could he partially atone for his past transgressions. He thought of Nie Yun. Perhaps he could provide the answers he sought. In the death forest, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Naruto and his companions safe and sound. He remained discreet, following the third Hokage's orders to protect them while also seeking Orochimaru's whereabouts. Ultimately, he gleaned a critical piece of information from the battlefield. Orochimaru had fled after engaging a mysterious powerful figure. Through conversations among Naruto and the others, Kakashi uncovered an astonishing revelation. This enigmatic figure was suspected to be his father and was somehow linked to Danzo. As questions multiplied, Kakashi pondered Orochimaru's intentions, the true identity of the mysterious figure, and Danzo's role in all of this. He reported everything to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, without delay. The third Hokage, along with the two advisors, confronted Danzo with fierce determination. Danzo, have you been experimenting with the Edo Tensei technique of Lord Tobirama? Did you resurrect Kakashi's father? White Fang, how could you engage in such actions? Do not attempt to justify this under the guise of protecting Konoha. Moreover, how did you know Orochimaru returned to Konoha? Danzo was taken aback, bewildered by the barrage of inquiries from Hiruzen. What is going on here? He struggled to explain himself for an extended period, even permitting access to the root laboratory, just to quell the Hokage's and advisors' suspicions. Naturally, the more clandestine experiments did not reside within the root facility. Danzo, although you may not have engaged in Edo Tensei, your experiments have crossed a line. It would be wise to temper your pursuits, Hiruzen cautioned before departing. Evidently aware of some of Danzo's unsavory activities, yet choosing to remain taciturn. After Hiruzen left, Danzo erupted in fury within his office, his desire for the Hokage position intensifying. He vowed to uncover Orochimaru's true intentions and locate the individual utilizing Edo Tensei. I must survive. Amidst the chaos enveloping Konoha, one of the focal characters, Nie Yun, savored hot pot while singing merrily. Ding. The wind release advancement box has been unlocked. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your wind release has advanced to S rank, enabling the use of the spiral sphere series of techniques. Wow, now I can create my own orbs. In the world of Hokage, there exists no problem that cannot be solved with a ball. If there is, then simply craft a larger one. Nie Yun casually shaped an orb, playfully toying with it in his hand, while simultaneously reviewing his current attributes. Host: Nie Yun, Strength, Hokage level. Chakra amount: 20. 000 S. Fire release, A. Earth release, A. Lightning release, A. Wind release, S. Water release, A. Bloodline limit. Shikatsumiyaku, others, stealth technique, weapons, Dragonbone blade. Universe Wine Gourd. According to the system, achieving S-rank chakra and having any one ninjutsu at S-rank qualifies one as Hokage level. Most ninjas in this world primarily focus on one chakra attribute. Furthermore, it appears that if two ninjutsu reach S-rank, they can merge to form a new, unique ninjutsu, known as a bloodline limit, while 3 merges lead to a bloodline elimination. The 4th Mizukage's lava release and the 3rd Tsuchikage's dust release were derived in such a manner. Although Nie Yun could directly acquire a living bloodline limit through signing in, creating one himself was evidently far more fulfilling. In the days that followed, Nie Yun unusually opened his establishment for business. The 3rd Hokage did not halt the Chunin exam proceedings, as it involved neighboring countries and affected Konoha's international reputation. With Orochimaru having fled, the focus shifted to strengthening defenses. Everything unfolded according to the original storyline. Naruto and his companions encountered the Sound Ninja, and despite their relatively intact powers, they struggled briefly before being defeated. Fortunately, Lee and Shikamaru's team arrived just in time to intervene. The results of the 3rd preliminary match mirrored those of the original. Naruto, by sheer luck, triumphed over Inuzuka Kiba and advanced to the 3rd match. Sasuke, now free from the curse mark, easily overcame the subordinate of Kabuto, Chg Akimichi, advancing as well. Sakura and Ino fought to a draw and were eliminated. Lee battled Gaara with all his might, yet was left severely injured. Throughout this, Nie Yun chose not to interfere, firstly, because it was inappropriate to meddle in such a public event, and secondly, the overarching direction had already shifted. The remaining inconsequential details did not pique his interest, and he regarded their presence as a nostalgic homage to the original plot. Chapter 8. Jiraiya's attention following the conclusion of the 3rd preliminary match. The 4th Kazekage from the Land of Wind is set to attend the formal match, which will take place 5 days hence. This allows everyone a brief respite. And during this time, Nie Yun's little tavern has been bustling with activity. However, those who have advanced to the formal matches do not dare to relax, while those who have been eliminated frequent Nie Yun's establishment. Among them is Yakushi Kabuto, evidently sent by Orochimaru to gather intelligence. Nie Yun paid him no mind. If he wanted a meal, he would need to pay for it, and he had no desire for idle chatter. After a couple of visits, Kabuto ceased to return. Reflecting on this, Nie Yun pondered Orochimaru's retreat and whether he would still pursue his plan to bring down Konoha. He surmised that it was unlikely, as Orochimaru must believe that Danzo is conspiring against him, intent on silencing him, especially given Danzo's mastery of the more advanced Edo Tensei technique. A life-preserving Orochimaru would surely avoid any further risks. In truth, Nie Yun was rather indifferent to the fate of Konoha. As long as his tavern remained unscathed, he was content. Thus, he found a pretext to dismiss such thoughts. Quickly, I want to eat here, hurry inside. Sure, today I can satisfy any craving you have. After dining, you can confess to your beloved girl. Then I shall take you for an intense training session that will undoubtedly enhance your abilities, a rather boisterous voice proclaimed. What sort of training requires such preparations? It is an exceptionally formidable training method. From the kitchen, Nie Yun overheard Naruto's exuberant chatter, accompanied by a rather lecherous male voice. From their conversation, he deduced the identity of the speaker, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. It seemed he had begun to instruct Naruto in the summoning technique, but due to the 5-element seal placed on Naruto by Orochimaru, which restrained the power of the Nine Tails, Naruto's chakra flow was impeded, resulting in slow progress. Hence, Jiraiya planned to unseal Naruto tomorrow, pushing him to the brink to evoke the Nine Tails strength. Today, he intended to treat Naruto to a good meal and encourage him to confess to Sakura. Nie Yun ambled into the kitchen, finally coming face to face with Jiraiya, a figure held in high esteem among fans of Naruto. The flamboyant Sannin sat slouched in a chair, his wild white hair framing a decidedly unrefined gaze fixed upon a nearby beauty. Indeed, it was as he had imagined. Nie Yun could not help but face bomb as Jiraiya's grand image crumbled before him. Approaching, he patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Greetings. Kindly refrain from displaying such lewd expressions in my establishment. Brother Nie Yun, this is the pervy sage. He is here to teach me a particularly powerful jutsu, Naruto exclaimed. I am aware, the legendary pervy sage, one of the Sannin. Nie Yun replied. Ah, brother Nie Yun, you know of me, Naruto said, surprised. Haha, indeed, it is I. Does it not elevate your tavern's prestige? Jiraiya boasted with a hearty laugh. Nie Yun, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, retorted, pervy sage. Your presence seems to have scared away all my female patrons. Might I seek some form of compensation? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. Discussing money is rather disheartening. Is my reputation truly that tarnished? He chuckled awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic. Naruto, what will you have? Order quickly. With that, Naruto eagerly began to order an array of dishes. Ultimately, as they departed, Jiraiya covered his face, lamenting, You run a black marketplace, an absolute black market. Why did you not voice your concerns when you were enjoying your meal, pervy sage? Nie Yun teased, a knowing smile on his face. I didn't expect your prices to be so steep. Jiraiya exclaimed. Why order so much, Naruto? Jiraiya inquired, redirecting his ire towards the young ninja. Noticing Jiraiya's shift in demeanor, Naruto swiftly made his exit. Once he was gone, the jovial facade Jiraiya wore vanished, revealing the formidable presence renowned throughout the ninja world. With a serious expression, Jiraiya addressed Nie Yun. You were present when Naruto and his companions encountered Orochimaru in the reanimated White Fang, were you not? Tell me how you came to know Orochimaru. Nie Yun shrugged. It was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. The grass ninja I knew has since been slain by Orochimaru. Next question. What is your connection to the masked individual who appeared to be the deceased strongman of Konoha, White Fang? Jiraiya pressed. Nie Yun chuckled softly. Before you posed that question, pervy sage, I suspect you already had an inkling of the answer. His smile held a hint of resignation. He knew that this matter could not remain concealed for long. Nonetheless, having spent 3 years in Konoha, he had formed amicable relationships with many villagers. As long as he bore no ill will towards Konoha, its denizens would likely not act excessively against him. The lone exception being Danzo, for whom the allure of Edo Tensei was substantial. However, Nie Yun was not intimidated by Danzo. He was well aware of many of Danzo's secrets and perhaps could extort some valuable items, such as Hashirama's cells. Yes, in a few days, I believe we should have a thorough discussion, Jiraiya suggested, waving his hand dismissively. He held a favorable impression of Nie Yun, believing him to be of good character. However, Nie Yun's tranquil life was soon to be disrupted. He frequently spotted Umbu lurking near his tavern, and even caught sight of Kakashi pacing outside, seemingly eager to discuss matters regarding White Fang. A few days later, the formal third match of the Chunin exams commenced. The fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage occupied the podium, while Nie Yun mingled amongst the audience. He observed the fourth Kazekage closely, yet discerned no trace of Orochimaru's influence upon him. It appeared that Orochimaru had indeed abandoned his plan to dismantle Konoha, not wishing to dwell on such matters. Nie Yun found it far more entertaining to watch Naruto endure punishment, for the boy possessed a remarkable talent for verbal sparring, leaving his future brother-in-law momentarily speechless. Chapter 9. The Collapse of Konoha in Progress. Naruto, drawing upon the formidable chakra of the Nine Tails, fought valiantly to secure victory, simultaneously shattering Niji's belief in the predestined fate of the caged bird. One wonders what Niji would feel if he knew that the very person urging him to reject a predetermined destiny was, in fact, the greatest child of fate in the world. Nonetheless, Naruto indeed liberated Niji from the shackles of his metaphorical cage. The second match featured Gaara against Sasuke. According to the original storyline, Sasuke's tardiness had relegated him to the final battle. However, due to Nie Yun's earlier intervention, Sasuke remained unscathed by the cursed seal and, under Kakashi's rigorous training, had made remarkable progress. A son of the Wind Shadow from the Sand Village and a prodigy of vengeance from Konoha, regardless of the perspective. This was undoubtedly a captivating match. Gaara's recent experiences in Konoha had profoundly shaken his mindset, compounded by Naruto's motivational words that catalyzed Sasuke's latent potential. Ultimately, Sasuke triumphed over Gaara, claiming victory. This rekindled sense of camaraderie deeply unsettled Gaara, prompting him to flee the arena in a frenzied panic. The third Hokage, seated at the judge's platform, exchanged an awkward glance with the fourth Kazekage and remarked, "This." The fourth Kazekage's eyes flickered with a complex emotion, yet he remained silent, his gaze scanning the audience as if searching for someone. Suddenly, he spotted a masked Umbu ninja forming hand seals. The audience erupted in explosions, and countless feathers descended from the sky, plunging most spectators into a trance. The abruptness of the incident left the residents of Konoha in shock. Unable to react before the fourth Kage and his subordinates abducted Sarutobi Hiruzen to the rooftop, the prepared sound ninja promptly activated the four purple flames formation. One of the fourth Kage subordinates removed his mask, revealing his true identity. Orochimaru, is that you? Fourth Kage, why are you involved? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes reflected disbelief. Though Konoha had braced itself for Orochimaru's disruption, no one anticipated that the fourth Kage would also become Orochimaru's accomplice. Kage, do you seek to incite a war between our villages? The fourth Kage, Raza, shook his head. Our sand village is far from the prosperity of Konoha. And with a foolish daimyo cutting military funding, if we do not act, we shall be reduced to a second-rate village, vulnerable to oppression. Orochimaru's proposal was astute, capable of weakening Konoha while demonstrating the might of the sand village to the daimyo. As Raza spoke, he adopted a stance ready for combat. Beside him, Orochimaru remained silent. His original scheme to eliminate the fourth Kage and feign allegiance to the third Hokage having been thwarted by previous unforeseen events. Realizing that he could not succeed alone, he temporarily allied with the fourth Kage to execute the plan for Konoha's downfall. Simultaneously, in other parts of Konoha, the sounds of summoning jutsu echoed as enormous serpents wreaked havoc on the streets, drawing the attention of many, including the lecherous sage Jiraiya, who summoned Gamabunta to engage the giant pythons, thus diverting attention from the turmoil in the arena. Outside the four purple flames formation, the Umbu protecting the third Hokage desperately sought a way inside, but without a specific method, the formation was impenetrable. Meanwhile, Nie Yun observed the unfolding chaos, sighing in resignation. The plan for Konoha's collapse had indeed commenced. It appeared that even with his butterfly effect, he had failed to instigate a significant change. However, the fourth Kage Raza had not only evaded Orochimaru's assassination but was now collaborating with him to confront the third Hokage. It seemed that the third Hokage was in genuine peril. Even with his utmost efforts, sealing Orochimaru's hands would prove impossible. In the next moment, the fourth Kage emerged from the formation, charging towards the oblivious Sasuke still lingering in the arena. This was the agreement between him and Orochimaru. The third Hokage was to be dealt with, while Raza merely needed to capture Sasuke. Orochimaru still coveted Sasuke's body. As a shadow of the village, Raza's prowess was unmatched, and no ninja present could withstand him. Many Konoha ninjas, including the legendary 12, were engaged in rescuing civilians ensnared in the illusion, while others fought against the sand and sound ninjas. As the proctor, Nara swiftly shielded Sasuke, urging him, "You must leave this place. I will hold him off." Acknowledging his inability to contribute, Sasuke turned to flee. Nara merely a genin, could only withstand Raza's assault for a few exchanges before being gravely injured by the overwhelming tide of sand. Raza, intent on pursuing Sasuke, spared Shikamaru's life. Additionally, he aimed to unleash the tailed beast within Gaara, allowing it to wreak havoc in Konoha. Observing the chaotic scene, Kakashi, entangled in a scuffle with Kabuto, was taken aback. He yearned to thwart Raza and rescue Sasuke, but his current predicament rendered him incapable of breaking free. Just as Kakashi sought a way to signal the others in Konoha, he noticed someone rising from the audience. Nie Yun, the enigmatic tavern owner. How had he evaded the illusion? What were his intentions? Kakashi, puzzled, watched as Nie Yun gestured reassuringly before vanishing from sight with astonishing speed, revealing his true prowess. Reassured by Nie Yun's presence, Kakashi believed that, given Nie Yun's connection with Sasuke, he would undoubtedly intervene to assist, even if only to delay the inevitable. Initially reluctant to intervene, Nie Yun's resolve solidified upon realizing that Sasuke was the target. After all, he had just altered Sasuke's fate. Raza was now closing in on Sasuke, dispatching every Konoha ninja in his path with lethal efficiency. Faced with this threat, Sasuke chose to confront Raza directly, abandoning his flight. Instead of acting impulsively, he opted to stall for time with words. Is it not shameful for a Kazekage to strike down a mere genin? Child, there exists no morality between nations. Battlefield honor is a myth, Raza retorted with a sinister smile. This is merely a transaction, a sacrifice for the sake of the Sand Village. What is a little pride compared to that? Raza was willing to sacrifice even his own son for the sake of his village. So how much less did he value mere appearances? Chapter 10. Nie Yun vs. 4th Kazekage. The gold sand wielded by Rasha, like Gaara's sand, is effortlessly manipulated to his will, yet it lacks the inherent autonomy of Gaara's sand, which instinctively protects its master. However, due to its infusion with various metals, its defensive capabilities are notably superior. The seasoned Rasha realizes that Sasuke is merely stalling for time, Without hesitation, he directs the gold sand to ensnare Sasuke. A massive hand of sand relentlessly pursues him. Sasuke activates his Sharingan, the double tomo spinning rapidly, reaching its utmost potential as he narrowly evades. Yet, this only buys him a fleeting moment. Just as the sand hand is about to seize him, a gigantic bone blade descends from above, cleaving through the sand hand with ease. "Who is this?" Rasha exclaims, astonished that someone could sever his gold sand with a single strike. Although he had not been on guard, the sheer power of the attack is disconcerting. Sasuke breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for the arrival of a formidable ally. However, upon seeing this ally, his expression shifts to one of complexity, joy, confusion, and a profound sense of resignation. Nie Yun strides forward, no longer concealing his chakra or presence. For the first time, the full extent of his shadow-level power is unleashed, yet he maintains a languid and composed demeanor. Fighting is not nearly as intriguing as cooking. He remarks, "Sasuke, stand back. You may be caught in the crossfire." "Understood. Be careful," Sasuke replies, retreating while Rasha fixates intently on Nie Yun. The overwhelming aura emanating from Nie Yun is unmistakably that of a shadow-level warrior. Rasha, taken aback, realizes that Konoha harbors such strength. Rasha, with furrowed brows, understands that Nie Yun's unexpected appearance has disrupted his plans, making him acutely aware that the assault on Konoha may be jeopardized. Nonetheless, as the leader of a village, he cannot afford to concede so easily. He promptly mobilizes his gold sand to attack Nie Yun. With a swift gesture, Nie Yun summons the bone blade back into his grasp, skillfully dispersing the approaching gold sand. Recognizing this as merely a probing attack, Rasha swiftly forms hand seals. Sand release, gold dust. Nie Yun keenly senses something burrowing underground. A sudden, violent tremor erupts beneath him. Prepared, Nie Yun leaps into the air just as the ground beneath him explodes with gold sand. Like a stone creating ripples in a pond, the gold sand surges forth, forcing Nie Yun to evade while counterattacking. The two engage in a fierce exchange. Nearby, Konoha's ninjas and Umbu, some of whom recognize Nie Yun, are astonished to witness him holding his own against the fourth Kazekage. Their spirits lift, realizing they too possess a formidable ally. Unable to intervene, they can only obstruct the advancing sand and sound ninjas. Seizing an opportunity, a bone spike suddenly shoots from Nie Yun's palm towards Rasha. Corpse bone pulp, 10-finger piercing. Caught off guard, Rasha halts his jutsu, hastily conjuring a shield of gold sand. However, he is unprepared for the bone spike's staggering destructive force, which pierces through the half-meter thick gold sand shield, halting only inches away from him. Cold sweat breaks out on Rasha's brow. How could Nie Yun, who appeared empty-handed moments ago, unleash such a lethal spike? Nie Yun smirks coldly, explaining that this is the essence of the corpse bone pulp. Any part of his body can transform into a weapon of death. Now, it is time for Nie Yun to retaliate. Corpse bone pulp, dance of the grass fern. This technique, the most powerful of Kage-level, can transform an entire forest into a grove of bones. However, it consumes chakra and vitality. Kimimaro executed it knowing he was doomed, using his final strength to summon a vast forest of bone spikes, nearly eliminating Gaara and Rock Lee. Yet, Nie Yun, having trained with Kage, has mastered the various techniques of the corpse bone pulp, including a refined version of the dance of the grass fern, which minimizes chakra and vitality consumption. With his palms pressed to the ground, Nie Yun channels chakra through his bones into the earth. Soon, a bone spike erupts from below, targeting Rasha. Anticipating the attack, Rasha dodges to the side. However, a second spike emerges from a different angle, followed by a third, a fourth, and so forth. Within moments, the area is littered with bone spikes. One pierces Rasha's abdomen, and he finally comprehends that Nie Yun wields the bloodline limit of the Kage clan from the land of water. "You are of the Kage clan? I thought they were extinct," Rasha gasps, clutching his abdomen, panting heavily. "Regrettably, you are mistaken," Nie Yun replies, unwilling to grant him even a moment of respite. Such a powerful foe is more likely to seize an opportunity for a counterattack. Thus, Nie Yun swiftly prepares another grand technique, gathering chakra frantically into his right hand. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Nie Yun opts to conjure the largest possible sphere. A mere ordinary sphere would be an affront to Rasha. Only a grand sphere would suffice. He employs this jutsu, a powerful technique developed by Naruto in the future. The spiraling shuriken series boasts the highest defensive capability. The immense gusts generated by the spiraling shuriken cause the trees around them to sway ominously. Nie Yun can even feel the wind piercing the cells in his left hand, draining 1/5 of his chakra. "Damn it!" Nie Yun exclaims, launching the spiraling shuriken towards Rasha. Rasha, already aware of the jutsu's potency, is struck with terror. What technique is this? He hastily channels all his gold sand around him for defense. Damn it, what kind of monster have I encountered? This jutsu is unlike anything I've seen. The gold sand forms a protective sphere around Rasha, colliding with the spiraling shuriken. Wind, sand, a cacophony of sound, and blinding light engulf the surroundings. The commotion instantly attracts nearby ninjas, both allies and foes, who stand transfixed, awestruck by the magnitude of the jutsu. Is this battle truly between two shadows? Sasuke, standing at a distance, gapes in disbelief. Is this the gentle Nie Yun he knows? Each movement unleashes such cataclysmic power. So strong. I must become this powerful too. Sasuke gazes at Nie Yun's silhouette, his eyes ablaze with fervor. As the winds cease and the gold sand settles, the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, lies battered and bloodied on the ground, gasping for breath, his clothing in tatters. The surrounding Konoha ninjas rush to restrain Rasha. Gazing at Nie Yun with profound respect, Mr. Nie Yun, what shall we do now? The fourth Kazekage has surrendered. What do you all think? Chapter 11. The golden flash. At this moment, the streets of Konoha were in utter chaos, deliberately instigated by the sound and sand ninjas. Some Konoha ninjas were evacuating civilians, while others were engaged in combat against the invaders. As the battle commenced, a small elite squad of sound ninjas stealthily made their way toward a quaint tavern. Leading them was a female ninja named Honglian, formerly the head of Orochimaru's northern base, who had been specially summoned to execute a part of the plan to bring Konoha to its knees. Their orders were to capture a tavern owner named Nie Yun and bring him back to the Sound Village. Honglian, why are we capturing a tavern owner? What makes him so special? One of her subordinates inquired. Just follow Lord Orochimaru's orders without questioning them, Honglian reprimanded, though inwardly she too felt perplexed by the command. After all, the northern base was of paramount importance, requiring her constant vigilance. Now, she was being dispatched for the sake of a mere tavern owner. Could he perhaps be one of Lord Orochimaru's new vessels, like Sasuke? As she pondered this, a twinge of jealousy crept into her heart. She had once been the foremost candidate for becoming Orochimaru's vessel, now feeling overlooked and forgotten. She was determined to uncover what was so remarkable about this individual that had caught Orochimaru's attention. The ninjas moved swiftly, even in stealth, but as they neared the tavern, Honglian sensed something amiss. The area was eerily quiet and tranquil, a stark contrast to the surrounding turmoil. Upon arriving at their destination, she discovered the tavern's door was shut, adorned with intricate seals she could not decipher. She signaled to her burly and loyal subordinate, Nyoto, who promptly approached to kick the door open. Instead of the door smashing, the sound of Nyoto being sent flying echoed through the air. A striking golden-haired man appeared at the tavern's entrance. "Ah, my apologies. I was tasked with ensuring this tavern remains unharmed," he said with a sunny smile, astonishingly apologizing to his adversaries. Honglian felt a sense of familiarity, recognizing the man. Yet she could not place him. "Are you Nie Yun?" she demanded. "No, he is not here," he replied. "I don't believe you. I will capture you first," she declared. "Alas, it seems I must resort to force, young lady," he replied, still smiling. The golden-haired man then threw a flurry of peculiar shuriken, though his aim was woefully inadequate. Honglian's subordinates scoffed inwardly, thinking that even a student from the ninja academy could evade such feeble attempts. Yet Honglian found herself sensing an underlying strangeness. As her subordinates effortlessly dodged the incoming shuriken, she prepared to counterattack, only to be met with a blinding flash of gold. In an instant, all her subordinates lay defeated on the ground. What just happened? Honglian was momentarily taken aback. Surely, some damage to the tavern is inevitable in battle. "So I will have to incapacitate them first," the golden-haired man continued to smile. At that moment, Honglian finally recognized him. Was he the fourth face on the Hokage rock? The fourth Hokage, the golden flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. But, hadn't he the fourth Hokage been dead for over a decade? How could he possibly be here now? Could it be that he had faked his death all along as Konoha's secret weapon? If so, why was he here guarding a tavern instead of defending Konoha from invasion? "I am loath to harm a woman, so..." Minato continued with his sunny disposition. "Lord Ibiki, that squad of sound ninjas has headed in that direction. I am uncertain of their scheme, and Umbu was reporting to Marino Ibiki. Excellent work. You refrained from acting rashly and alerting the enemy. Let us pursue them and eliminate these intruders," Ibiki replied in a somber tone, leading a team of interrogators toward the path Honglian had taken. As Ibiki advanced, he too found the silence peculiar. Everywhere else was engulfed in smoke and chaos, yet this area bore no signs of destruction. "This is suspicious. Everyone, proceed with caution." After a few moments, they heard sounds of battle ahead. From a distance, they could see shimmering pink crystal dragons swirling in chaos, exuding an aura that suggested a power at least on par with a Jainin. Ibiki's expression hardened. A Jainin-level warrior was engaged in combat, and he needed to ascertain who was fighting. Quickly, we must provide support, he commanded, hastening his pace. Sir, look, one of his subordinates interrupted, pointing ahead. To their astonishment, the once mighty crystal dragons were obliterated in an instant by beams of golden light. Does Konoha still possess such strength? Ibiki pondered. The third Hokage was ensnared by Orochimaru's barrier. Jiraiya was preoccupied with battling Orochimaru's summoned beasts, and Kakashi was entangled elsewhere. Where then was Danzo amidst all this chaos? Who could be fighting for Konoha? Quickly, Ibiki urged, accelerating toward the scene to assess the situation. Upon arrival, he beheld a multitude of fallen sound ninjas. The only figure standing amidst the chaos was a golden-haired man. The fourth Hokage. Ibiki gasped, his voice breaking. Minato, how? Ah, it's Ibiki. You've aged quite a bit, Minato chuckled. Fourth. Lord, how did you? Ibiki stammered, normally composed but now overwhelmed with emotion. Ah, well, I was summoned, Minato explained. By whom? The tavern's owner. He seemed intent on watching Naruto's Nin exam and requested I look after the tavern. While I too wish to see Naruto, I am bound to my task. Unfortunately, I can only operate within this vicinity and cannot engage distant foes. However, as a deceased individual, I am grateful to contribute to Konoha's defense. The rest is up to you younger generations, Minato concluded with a smile. Is the tavern owner Nie Yun? I never would have guessed he could summon the deceased to fight, Ibiki mused, recalling his pleasant experiences dining at Nie Yun's tavern. Now realizing the depth of his concealment. What is his true purpose? Is he friend or foe to Konoha? We must ascertain this after the battle, and if necessary, capture him for questioning. Report. Lord Ibiki, the fourth Kazekage has been captured by a man named Nie Yun. Came another report. Is he truly that formidable? Why bother capturing him? Ibiki exclaimed. Chapter 12 The Death of Three Generations. The news of the capture of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, swiftly spread across the battlefield. The ninjas of Sunagakure, upon realizing that their leader had been taken captive, had no choice but to surrender. Now, only the sound ninjas persisted in their stubborn resistance. But with the sand ninjas no longer a hindrance, the pressure on the Konoha ninjas diminished significantly, making the elimination of the remaining sound forces merely a matter of time. Outside Konoha, Naruto, in collaboration with Gamabunta, confronted the transformed Gaara, who had entered a state of partial bija. Water release, iron cannonball and wind release, vacuum bullet clashed in the air, causing a torrential downpour to engulf the entire forest. The reinforcements from Konoha, including Niji, Shino, and the siblings Temari and Kankuro, could only watch from a distance, a shared thought echoing in their minds. Such destruction was wrought by the struggles of two mere genin. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation, three coffins marked with the numbers 1, 2, and 4 began to rise slowly. From the first two emerged the first and second Hokage of Konoha. To Orochimaru's astonishment, however, the coffin marked 4 remained unopened. What was happening? Why had the Edo Tensei not succeeded? Sarutobi Hiruzen, his opponent, stood in shock, rendered speechless. Both the first and second Hokage had been summoned, leaving him with no hope of winning. Little monkey, have you grown so old? The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, remarked, observing his aged apprentice. Do not worry. His Edo Tensei technique is still immature and cannot summon our full strength. Otherwise, I could easily break free of his control, assured Hashirama Senju. Our weakness is... He began, but was abruptly silenced by Orochimaru's control. The third Hokage finally roused himself, declaring, Orochimaru, you are beyond salvation. How dare you desecrate the souls of the two previous Hokage? I shall kill you, even at the cost of my life. Orochimaru, your thoughts are still too narrow-minded. All my research and actions are aimed at bringing about a transformation in the shinobi world. Such a path demands sacrifices, even from Konoha, even from you, my former teacher. Orochimaru proclaimed, a mad glint in his eyes as he removed his mask to reveal the face of a woman beneath. I have mastered the art of immortality. What wondrous power this is. Sarutobi gazed sorrowfully at his transformed disciple, gritting his teeth and charging forward. The first and second Hokage, under Orochimaru's control, joined the fray. Sarutobi, resolved to face his demise, unleashed a power that allowed him to hold his ground against the two Hokage, though their strength was diminished. Yet, lurking nearby was the ever-watchful Orochimaru. As the battle reached its climax, Sarutobi sighed deeply. So be it, my time has come. He activated the dead demon-consuming seal, sealing the souls of the first and second Hokage and breaking Orochimaru's control. He then forcibly grasped Orochimaru's soul, pulling it from his body. Orochimaru cried out in agony, feeling his essence being extracted. He was taken aback that Sarutobi would employ such a technique. Why had he not used it during the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha, allowing the younger Minato to take the lead instead? This perplexing thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, focusing on escaping the seal. "Come with me to the underworld, Orochimaru," Sarutobi declared resolutely, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly exhausting his life force and spirit. "No, sensei. I will not give in so easily. I, Orochimaru, shall not perish," he protested, struggling as a battle of wills ensued. Yet, due to the presence of the Shinigami behind Sarutobi, Orochimaru's spirit was gradually extracted from his body. In a desperate bid, Orochimaru spat out the Kusanagi sword, using it to sever the connection of his soul from his arms, enduring the agonizing pain of spiritual dismemberment, but ultimately preserving his life. The third Hokage, now exhausted, knelt on the ground, allowing the Shinigami to consume his soul. Surrounding the four purple flames formation, a circle of Konoha ninjas, including Nie Yun, bore witness to the fall of the third Hokage. Each ninja felt a surge of rage, wishing to tear Orochimaru apart. Nie Yun, though unfamiliar with the third Hokage, viewed his death as a mere plot point, even considering making a humorous remark about the situation. However, he wisely chose to remain silent, sensing that uttering such thoughts would invite hostility from the nearby Konoha ninjas. With a glance at the sorrowful Sasuke, Nie Yun turned away, regardless of the circumstances. The third Hokage had indeed fallen. Orochimaru used a secret technique to escape the four purple flames formation, which then dissipated, allowing the Konoha ninjas to rush in. However, the lifeless body of the third Hokage lay cold and still. Upon returning to the tavern, Nie Yun was approached by Minato Namikaze. "How's the third Hokage?" he inquired. Nie Yun shook his head, and Minato's expression shifted to one of sorrow. "By the way, I captured several sound ninjas who were after you. They are sealed and resting in the backyard. One girl is particularly special." "Thanks. Please watch the store. You can go see Naruto or the third Hokage now," Nie Yun replied, releasing Minato from all constraints. Minato nodded and vanished in a flash. Following Minato's directions, Nie Yun arrived at the backyard to find Hong Lian lying on a chair with her eyes closed, while her subordinates lay sprawled around her. "Minato truly is a man of high virtue," Nie Yun mused, before kicking Hong Lian off the chair and taking her place. While Minato was a gentleman, Nie Yun was not. Startled awake, Hong Lian rubbed her sore spots and stood up. "Who are you? Do you not know who I am?" "You are Hong Lian," Nie Yun replied dispassionately. "Raised by Orochimaru since childhood, you are currently the head of his northern base, wielding a unique crystal release. Initially, you were a candidate for Orochimaru's vessel, but ultimately, he chose Yukimaru instead, and later set his sights on Sasuke, leaving you without that opportunity." Listening to Nie Yun recount her past with such familiarity, Hong Lian was left dumbfounded. Who on earth is this person? Chapter 13. Tuanzang's arrival able to capture the fourth Kazekage and summon the fourth Hokage to protect his tavern. This man has been personally designated for capture by Lord Orochimaru. Who exactly is he? Why had he never been mentioned in the shinobi world before? Hong Lian increasingly found Nie Yun to be enigmatic, her gaze fixed upon him as if she wished to unravel his mysteries. "Do not look at me like that. It might lead me to believe you have developed feelings for me," Nie Yun jested. "You." Hong Lian felt a surge of frustration, almost to the point of spitting blood, yet she could not bring herself to strike him. How infuriating. Soon, however, she regained her composure and inquired, "Where is Lord Orochimaru?" "He killed his teacher, the third Hokage," Nie Yun began, but Hong Lian's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor upon hearing only half the statement. "He has also rendered himself incapacitated, barely clinging to life elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Hong Lian's expression quickly dimmed. Nie Yun noticed the shift in her demeanor, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Orochimaru's ability to brainwash the young was truly remarkable. Hong Lian's admiration for him bordered on absurdity. If asked to immediately offer herself as a vessel for Orochimaru, she would likely acquiesce. Indeed, as Nie Yun surmised, Hong Lian was deeply concerned for Orochimaru's well-being. At this moment, he needed her, yet she was imprisoned, unable even to flee. A wave of despair washed over her, but she quickly reminded herself that she could not give up. Not only did Lord Orochimaru need her, but Wai Kumar was also waiting for her return at the northern base. She had to devise a plan for escape. Just as she contemplated her options, Nie Yun interjected. "Are you pondering how to escape?" Save your efforts. Once Konoha stabilizes, they will send someone to escort you to the interrogation unit. Yawning, he added, I've had a long day and am quite tired. I shall retire to my room. Feel free to do as you wish. With that, he strode toward his chamber, leaving Hong Lian alone in the courtyard. Dazed, she wondered why he had simply walked away without restricting her movements. Although she had lost her chakra, Konoha must be in disarray, presenting a possible opportunity for her to slip away. As this thought crossed her mind, she began to prepare for action, but was interrupted by Nie Yun's voice once more. I advise you not to go outside. My courtyard is currently swarming with Rutsambu. If they capture you, the torment you would endure is unimaginable. Hong Lian halted, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Nie Yun was not deceiving her. The tavern's exterior was indeed patrolled by Tuanzang's men, likely fixated on her Edo Tensei technique and the Shikatsumiyaku. However, with the recent demise of the third Hokage and Nie Yun's capture of the fourth Kazekage, Tuanzang dared not act against Nie Yun directly. Instead, he had dispatched Umbu to monitor her. That wretched grandson, to refrain from aiding in battle earlier, only to now focus on her, was utterly revolting. If Tuanzang dared approach, Nie Yun resolved to ensure he would weep. After a moment's hesitation, Hong Lian chose to sit back down in the courtyard, waking her subordinates one by one. A forlorn group sat in the courtyard, awaiting their fate. That night, Minato returned, having only visited Naruto, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, as well as the body of the third Hokage. He avoided excessive meetings, for he was considered a deceased individual, allowed to walk among the living for a mere 24 hours. Naruto had matured, gradually learning to harness the power of the Nine Tails. I imparted some tips to him. Minato recounted, he bombarded me with questions, even inquiring about Kushina. Minato spoke animatedly to Nie Yun, unaware that he had already succumbed to slumber. With a radiant smile, he clasped his hands towards Nie Yun, expressing gratitude for the opportunity. I hope we meet again. I can sense your goodness. I entrust Naruto to your care. As dawn approached, marking the end of Edo Tensei's duration, Minato's soul returned to the Pure Land. Yawning, Nie Yun emerged from his room, only to find Hong Lian and her subordinates seated in the courtyard, their eyes red from sleeplessness. Oh, so you have not rested all night? Hong Lian shot him a glare, exasperated by the fear and hunger that had kept her from sleep. Just then, a knocking sound interrupted them. Go answer the door and see who arrives first, Nie Yun instructed Hong Lian. Frustrated, she begrudgingly complied, knowing she had no choice under the circumstances. As she opened the door, a cold, black-haired youth stepped inside. Sasuke, what brings you here so early? Are you hungry? Unfortunately, I have yet to start cooking. Upon hearing the mention of food, Hong Lian and her companions instinctively swallowed hard, their stomachs rumbling audibly. With a ninja's keen hearing, Sasuke distanced himself from them, clearly displeased. Nie Yun, brother, you are an exceptionally powerful ninja. I wish to learn ninjutsu from you to grow stronger. Do you not have Kakashi as your teacher? Does he not instruct you? Nie Yun frowned, recognizing an impending complication. He had anticipated this outcome the moment he decided to alter Sasuke's fate. Yet he had not resolved whether to take him on as a disciple personally. This is different. I wish to learn those formidable techniques you employed during yesterday's battle. Shikatsumiyaku and Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken? Nie Yun pondered. Sasuke would not be able to learn the Shikatsumiyaku, and given his weak Wind Release chakra, he likely could not master the Raisin Shuriken either. His primary affinity lay with Lightning Release. In the original narrative, Sasuke excelled in Lightning Release and the Sharingan, making him a challenging student to teach. What a nuisance, truly a nuisance. As Nie Yun continued to frown, Sasuke mistakenly interpreted his expression as disdain. I am willing to pay any price to grow stronger. I have compelling reasons to do so. Sighing, Nie Yun recognized Sasuke's motivation stemmed from his hatred of Itachi. However, the situation was convoluted. While Itachi had indeed slaughtered their clan, it had been under the orders of Konoha's higher-ups. Thus, Sasuke's hatred towards Itachi was misplaced, rendering his motivations unfounded. Yet, it was also inappropriate to dismiss Itachi's actions entirely, as he had indeed perpetrated the massacre of their family, including their parents. Even the most righteous of reasons could not justify such actions. Whether Sasuke should harbor hatred towards Itachi should depend on his own choices. Nie Yun grappled with whether to reveal this harsh truth to him and how to convince him of its validity. After all, once he took on a disciple, witnessing the torment of hatred would be quite distressing. Ultimately, he decided to cast aside his thoughts. Itachi would surely visit Konoha in a few days. He could discuss matters with him then. Sasuke, the time is not yet right. We shall speak of this later. For now, let us eat. Sasuke could only nod in resignation, yet it was clear he had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit. Just then, a commotion erupted outside as the door was forcefully flung open. Tuanzong had come to pay a visit. Chapter 14. Danzo, do you consider yourself humorous? Honglian and the others rolled their eyes in unison as another visitor arrived just as they were about to dine. Nie Yun frowned, a hint of anger brewing within him. Don't your people have hands to knock on the door? Danzo was momentarily taken aback. It had been years since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Young man, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? I care not who you are. I welcome those who come to eat and drink, but if you intend to disrupt, I suggest you leave promptly. Seeing Nie Yun's boldness, Danzo mistakenly believed Nie Yun did not recognize him, and he chuckled arrogantly, declaring, I am Danzo Shimura, an elder of Konoha and the leader of the Root organization. He presumed this declaration would intimidate Nie Yun further, adding, Are you aware of the crimes you've committed? You are suspected of stealing Konoha's forbidden techniques and desecrating the remains of a hero. So what? These are grave offenses, and the only way I can ensure your safety is if you join my ranks. Nie Yun was speechless. Danzo's audacity was astounding, attempting to deceive a shadow-level powerhouse with mere words. Indeed, Danzo had such intentions, hoping to acquire the reanimation jutsu with minimal cost, and to bring Nie Yun under his command. With the reanimation jutsu and an elite with the bloodline of the deceased, Root's strength would undoubtedly increase, making him the likely candidate for the next Hokage. A splendid idea, yet Danzo's rhetoric was utterly pathetic. Even Honglian beside him could not refrain from rolling her eyes. Nie Yun chuckled coldly, Mr. Danzo, do you truly find yourself amusing? Danzo, unfazed, continued, based on your bloodline limit. You must belong to the Kage clan of the Land of Water. The Kage clan is a traitorous lineage. If news reaches the Land of Water, they will undoubtedly send someone to kill you. Joining us is your best option. Honglian, intrigued, glanced at Nie Yun. A member of the Kage? No wonder Lord Orochimaru wanted us to capture him. He must have intended to use him as a vessel, given that Kimamaro's bloodline disease is severe. Nie Yun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Danzo, you truly believe you're amusing. Setting aside the fact that I am not a Kage, even if I were. That lineage is merely a relic of the past. The Mizukichi has changed twice since then. And if the Land of Water were to discover a shadow-level powerhouse among them, would they send someone to recruit or assassinate? Tsunade is not as foolish as you are. Ah, you are clever. But I could spread the rumor that you conspired to attack the Land of Water. With hundreds of mouths in my organization, do you think you could clarify that? Following the Orochimaru incident, I believe all nations are sensitive to powerful rogue ninjas. Danzo spoke without a trace of shame, his schemes utterly disgusting. Nie Yun could not help but applaud. You have improved, but how dare you mention yesterday's events? What were you, Danzo, doing yesterday? I had official business and left Konoha. Danzo fabricated excuses effortlessly, creating an alibi with ease. Impressive, truly impressive. Nie Yun was in awe. No one could match Danzo's shamelessness, as he toiled for the title of Hokage. So, what do you say about joining us? I must decline. Please leave this place. Throughout the exchange, Nie Yun remained reclined in his chair, gesturing for Danzo to take his leave. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically. Then I shall have no choice but to apprehend you as an enemy from another village. Root, take action. Nie Yun instantly straightened, preparing for combat. Honglian and her subordinates retreated to the wall, while Sasuke, without hesitation, brandished a kunai at Nie Yun's side. Danzo, what do you intend to do? Konoha has not reached the point where you can act recklessly. From outside, two elderly voices interjected. Mido-Kain and Tsunade, along with Jiraiya and Kakashi, entered the room. Today is quite lively, Nie Yun remarked, relaxing his combat stance and sheathing Sasuke's kunai. The late Sarutobi has not yet cooled, and Konoha is in disarray. Why are you here causing trouble instead of managing affairs? Tsunade questioned sharply, expressing her disappointment at Danzo's avoidance of conflict yesterday. Nie Yun is the primary issue. If not addressed promptly, it will lead to endless repercussions. Danzo, undeterred, continued his tirade. Enough. Nie Yun is not our enemy. He assisted us in repelling the Sand Ninja invasion and deserves to be treated with respect. As for other matters, we can discuss them later without resorting to violence. Root is not your private army. If you continue to abuse your power, we have the right to revoke your elder status. Your indulgence will inevitably lead to disaster one day, Danzo retorted ominously, turning to leave. Yet, feeling embarrassed, he instructed his subordinates. Seize these accomplices of Orochimaru and bring them to Root. Honglian and the others were alarmed. They had seen Danzo's true nature and knew that falling into his hands would spell doom. The two advisors remained silent. After all, Honglian and her companions were indeed war criminals, and Danzo's actions seemed justified. Wait, they are my employees and will not go anywhere. Nie Yun was determined not to grant Danzo any semblance of dignity. They are war criminals who invaded Konoha. How can you prove that? They have not caused any harm to Konoha. Danzo faltered. Indeed, they had not inflicted any damage or injuries. They are sound ninja, and I must take them today. Step aside. Danzo opted for direct action. But then, Nie Yun calmly interjected. Danzo, I recall that day in the forest when I thwarted Orochimaru. He seemed to have mentioned something regarding you. Would you like me to share that with everyone? Danzo's heart raced. His greatest secret, the cells of Hashirama embedded in his arm and the Sharingan, was something Orochimaru had aided him with. If this were to be revealed, it would spell his ruin. Wait for it, Danzo hissed, retreating with his subordinates in a huff. Nie Yun watched him leave, a murderous intent igniting within him. This man was a calamity waiting to happen. Glancing at Sasuke beside him, he resolved to take Sasuke as his disciple within the year. Honglian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The two advisors, unfazed by Honglian's predicament, turned to Nie Yun. Nie Yun, we apologize for the situation regarding Danzo. We are truly grateful for your contributions to Konoha yesterday. You are our honored guest. As for other matters, we can discuss them after we manage Sarutobi's funeral and the issues with the Land of Sand. Reasonable and tactful, this is the mark of a wise individual. Chapter 15. Apprenticeship and recruitment. Jiraiya cast a lingering glance at Nie Yun before resuming his carefree demeanor. I share your disdain for Danzo. It was truly gratifying to witness your confrontation with him. His hypocrisy is utterly disingenuous, while you, the lecherous sage, unabashedly embrace your desires. Well, I shall take that as a compliment. When I visit again, don't forget to give me a discount, Jiraiya declared with a flourish as he strode away, leaving Kakashi behind. Observing Sasuke by Nie Yun's side, Kakashi sighed, realizing that his apprentice was likely to depart. It seemed that Naruto intended to train under Jiraiya as well, leaving Sakura as his sole student. How disheartening. Kakashi, feel free to ask whatever you wish, Nie Yun said, sitting up and stretching lazily. Eager to engage with Kakashi on equal terms. It was evident that Kakashi had summoned Mito and Inka alongside Jiraiya earlier. Nie Yun, your father was indeed summoned by me through a certain technique, as I have already acknowledged, but I did not restrict his freedom. He has since gone to observe the past, and he expressed deep regret for leaving you alone. Seeing your current accomplishments brings him solace. You shall undoubtedly grow into an even more exceptional ninja than he. And I, alas, the outcome is highly random. Who is summoned relies entirely on fortune. And I cannot guarantee anything. Very well, farewell. Kakashi departed from Nie Yun's tavern with a sense of melancholy, realizing he had only uttered a mere 10 words. At last, the onlookers had vacated the premises. Honglian and her companions anticipated their meal, their hunger palpable as they gazed eagerly at Nie Yun, who felt a tad embarrassed by their attentiveness. You all heard what I said to Danzo earlier, did you? Yes, yes, yes. The group nodded vigorously. I do not employ idlers. All 7 of you must work if you wish to dine. Honglian, you shall act as a server and greeter. What? You don't even know how to greet? Simply stand at the entrance, welcoming guests, enticing them to enter, and take their orders. What? Why you? Did you not notice that among the 7 of you, you are the only female? The large oaf, Nyotu, is needed in the kitchen as a cook. You will assist in serving. One more thing, whether you receive wages depends entirely on my mood. Nie Yun's tavern was quite spacious, featuring a dining area in front, a kitchen behind, and a courtyard with living quarters. Previously, he had only utilized a portion of the space, but with the arrival of additional staff, he could now expand operations. Though he was not in need of money, the tavern's growth brought him considerable joy. It had reached a modest scale, and perhaps in a few years, he could establish several branches. Turning to Sasuke, Nie Yun asked, Sasuke, are you certain you wish to become my apprentice? Yes. Sasuke nodded with unwavering determination. Very well, since you have faith in me, I shall not disappoint you. While there are certain unique jutsu I cannot impart, I possess other means to facilitate your growth. Remember, I am quite strict, and you must trust me unconditionally. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely nodded again. Let us proceed. There is no need for any formalities. Come assist me in the kitchen. Tears welled in Honglian's eyes. At last, they could have a meal. 3 days later, the funeral for the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took place, enveloping Konoha in mourning. Nie Yun received an invitation, but declined. I do not attend events for those I am not familiar with. The legacy of the 3rd Hokage, though lacking the groundbreaking achievements of the first or second, was predominantly viewed positively by both the village and the nation. His long tenure had greatly contributed to Konoha's stability. Next came the issue of Tsunegakure. While the fourth Kazekage could not be assassinated, Konoha managed to obtain a substantial war indemnity through negotiation, which allowed the return of Raza. It was the elderly Chiyo who personally handled the negotiations, a commendable feat. This left the already struggling Tsunegakure in dire straits, and Raza's position as Kazekage seemed precarious. Gaara's journey to Konoha had profoundly altered his mindset, stabilizing him considerably. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely become the next Kazekage. Such is the nature of war. Who wins and who loses, and the resultant changes are unpredictable. Nie Yun sensed a mysterious force rectifying the alterations he had caused. Could this be the legendary power of narrative correction? Yet, he did not dwell on such esoteric matters, as long as he posed no threat to himself. The next concern was the selection of Konoha's fifth Hokage. Danzo was overly eager, scurrying to various clans, but his attempts were met with skepticism, especially given his conspicuous evasion of combat during Orochimaru's invasion. The two advisors were unsupportive, rendering his prospects bleak. Many wished to nominate Jiraiya, but his free-spirited nature deterred him from such responsibilities, leading him to recommend Tsunade, who was currently away. He prepared to accompany Naruto in search of her. As for Nie Yun, despite being under constant surveillance by the Umbu, no one dared to disturb him. Konoha's attitude remained amicable, as everyone had savored Nie Yun's culinary creations. The consensus was that someone capable of producing such exquisite dishes could not be a malevolent individual. The knowledge of Nie Yun's ability to summon the deceased for battle circulated only among the higher echelons of Konoha, remaining undisclosed to the public for the benefit of all. Hong Lian and her subordinates were, for the time being, compliant. They bore chakra seals, a technique learned by Minato from Kushina, the methods of which were nearly forgotten, leaving only Nie Yun capable of dispelling them. However, this did not imply that they were devoid of ulterior motives. Their loyalty to Orochimaru remained steadfast. Time and guidance were necessary to extricate Hong Lian from Orochimaru's influence. As for Sasuke, Nie Yun did not rush to instruct him, but instead crafted a tailored plan for his development. Coincidentally, Jiraiya was embarking on a journey with Naruto to find Tsunade. Spurred by inspiration, Nie Yun decided to join them, embarking on an impromptu journey for training with Sasuke. Training Sasuke was but one objective. He also discovered that fulfilling narrative-related conditions for the system's sign-in yielded particularly generous rewards. The upcoming storyline concerning Tsunade and the reunion of the three legendary ninjas promised substantial benefits. Additionally, he was eager to encounter Orochimaru once more, which stirred excitement within him. Orochimaru, don't you dare approach. Chapter 16. The Temptation of Itachi. One day, two figures clad in black robes adorned with red clouds appeared outside Nie Yun's tavern. Hong Lian, who was welcoming guests at the entrance, looked at them with astonishment. She recognized the attire. Lord Orochimaru had once been a member of their ranks. This organization comprised S-rank rogue ninjas from various nations, each possessing extraordinary skills. It was indeed as Nie Yun had foretold. They had truly arrived. The air of enigma surrounding Nie Yun deepened in Hong Lian's mind. Regaining her composure, Hong Lian softly greeted them with the welcoming phrase Nie Yun had taught her. Hello. Welcome to Ling Yun Tavern. The tavern was a name Nie Yun had recently adopted, as its expansion warranted a departure from the humble title of small tavern. We would like 2 servings of 4 happiness meatballs, Itachi stated, glancing at the menu, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, as if he were not amidst adversaries. Very well. Please wait a moment, Hong Lian replied, arranging their seating before venturing into the kitchen to seek out Nie Yun. The Akatsuki has arrived. How did you know? She inquired. Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend, Nie Yun responded cryptically. Have Nyotu finished preparing the remaining dishes. I will go take a look. As he spoke, he grasped a wine gourd from the table and made his way to the main hall, with Hong Lian reluctantly trailing behind. Itachi and Kisame had 3 primary objectives in visiting Konoha. The first was to inform Danzo of his survival following the death of the 3rd Hokage. The truth of the massacre that had befallen his clan could be unveiled at any moment, and he needed to remind Danzo of the promise made years ago, not to lay a hand on Sasuke. The second reason was to ascertain whether Sasuke's apprenticeship under Nie Yun was legitimate, testing if Nie Yun was indeed qualified to teach him. The third was a symbolic capture of the Nine Tails, primarily for the benefit of the Akatsuki's image. Thus, his first stop was Nie Yun. You don't seem like you've come here to dine, Itachi remarked. You are Nie Yun? Indeed, Nie Yun replied. Itachi scrutinized Nie Yun. Taken aback by his youthful appearance, 2 years his junior. Reports had claimed Nie Yun could capture the 4th Kazekage alive, and seeing him now was indeed unsettling. However, the ability to fight did not equate to the ability to teach. Deciding to probe further, Itachi activated his Meijiki Sharingan and employed Tsukuyomi on Nie Yun. Within the realm of Tsukuyomi, Itachi was the absolute ruler, capable of manipulating time and space. Any harm endured in this illusion would be transmitted to the victim's nervous system in reality, as if they had truly suffered those injuries. In the original narrative, Kakashi had once been trapped in this realm by Itachi for 72 hours, while only a moment passed in the real world. The damage inflicted during that time was instantaneous and overwhelming, rendering even the resilient Kakashi incapacitated. Oh, by the way, this has yet to occur, Nie Yun remarked, taking a sip from the gourd with a smile. He had long prepared for Itachi's Tsukuyomi, hence the presence of this mystical wine vessel. The yin-yang aspect of the gourd enabled him to counteract illusions with the yin wine and bolster his physical form with the yang wine, akin to the yin-yang techniques of the Hokage world. How is this possible? Itachi stammered, astonished to encounter someone unaffected by Tsukuyomi. How do I remain unaffected? How do I know your name? That's a long story, but your Tsukuyomi world is quite a splendid place for conversation, Nie Yun replied, locking eyes with Itachi, who felt as if all his secrets were being laid bare. Startled, Itachi realized that this was his own illusionary domain, yet Nie Yun had taken the upper hand. A mind as sharp as his could deduce that the gourd was the source of this anomaly. Noticing Itachi's silence, Nie Yun continued. I know you are here regarding Sasuke's apprenticeship. I have matters to discuss with you as well. I intend to teach him well. But I have one condition. I do not wish for him to grow up harboring hatred. Observing my disciple consumed by vengeance is disheartening for a minor. Moreover, his grievances arise from deception, which is truly unfortunate. In essence, I wish to reveal the truth of those past events. Allowing him to choose whether to direct his anger at you, Danzo, or even Konoha, is ultimately his decision. Itachi's expression shifted, surprised by Nie Yun's profound knowledge of past events, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Nie Yun, too, found it perplexing, wondering how Kishimoto had conceived such a convoluted narrative. Since you remain silent, allow me to speak. In a year, I will ensure Sasuke is powerful enough to confront Danzo, at which point I will unveil the entire truth to him. Itachi was about to respond, but Nie Yun cut him off with a twist of the gourd. They returned to the real world. Indeed, only a moment had elapsed outside. Nie Yun rose and declared, if you're not dining, you may leave. This is not a place for lingering. Do not disrupt my business. Kisame, beside him, glared with his dead fish eyes, sensing that much had transpired in that fleeting moment. Kisame, let us depart, Itachi commanded. Obediently, Kisame followed Itachi away, but his gaze lingered on Nie Yun. Hong Lian, who had been waiting nearby, exhaled in relief, albeit slightly disappointed. Was that all? The Akatsuki had been dismissed just like that, and she had missed the chance for a commotion to escape unnoticed. As she pondered, a sudden pain shot through her head, and she saw her infuriating boss with a clenched fist. What are you dawdling for? Get back to work. Show some initiative. Itachi left, burdened with thoughts. As he strolled aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, Kisame grew increasingly concerned about how to console him. Suddenly, 4 Konoha ninjas emerged, encircling them. Neither of them had realized they were surrounded, but it was inconsequential. Kakashi, having worked with Itachi in the Umbu, recognized him and his attire. So this is the Akatsuki that Jiraiya spoke of? Kakashi and his comrades were on high alert, and in an instant, combat ensued, resulting in several swift exchanges. Kakashi soon found himself ensnared within Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Having just faced defeat at Nie Yun's hands, Itachi found his rhythm again through Kakashi, inflicting harm for an exhausting 120 hours before he ceased. Kakashi collapsed, panting in pain. This is unbearable. After all, we were comrades, he thought. Realizing Itachi's cruelty was excessive, little did he know, this was all a consequence of Nie Yun's indirect machinations. Itachi and Kisame fled swiftly. Although Itachi's objectives in Konoha had largely been fulfilled, a lingering uncertainty now clouded his mind. Meanwhile, Kisame was intent on reporting every detail about Nie Yun to the hidden puppet master of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito, who was masquerading as Madara. Chapter 17. Yin-yang Dune Technique. Mr. Itachi, should you find it difficult to take action against that brother, I am more than willing to assist you, said Kisame, perched upon a cliff. That is my own affair. There is no need for your interference, Itachi replied, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes, prompting Kisame to hastily fall silent. Itachi's peculiar mindset truly baffled Kisame, who felt powerless regarding the intricate bond between Itachi and Sasuke. Not far from their precipice, four figures traversed the path: Jiraiya and Naruto, alongside their respective apprentices, Neo and Sasuke. "Sasuke, how dare you follow us? It's infuriating," Naruto exclaimed, though his smile remained unwavering throughout their journey. "Humph. I am merely training under teacher Neo," Sasuke retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. "It's outrageous that you've chosen Neo as your mentor," Naruto huffed, but soon realized something. "Wait, since you refer to Neo as teacher, and I call him big brother, shouldn't you address me as, 'Oh yes, uncle'?" Sasuke chose to ignore him entirely this time. Naruto, feeling deflated, turned to Neo and said, "Thank you, big brother Neo, for allowing me to meet my father. He is indeed the fourth Hokage who saved the village. I aspire to be a Hokage as great as he was." "You certainly left your mark on his statue with your doodles," Neo bluntly pointed out, revealing Naruto's less than heroic past. "Ah, I was unaware at that time," Naruto protested, scampering back to Jiraiya's side. "Teacher Jiraiya, you were my father's mentor and now mine as well. What a tangled web this is." Jiraiya quipped, "If it's too much of a hassle, you may simply call me Grand Teacher." Naruto chuckled, "I think I'll stick with teacher, it rolls off the tongue nicely." Since meeting Minato, Naruto had grown even more vivacious and optimistic, albeit a tad more troublesome. As he enthusiastically proclaimed, "My Hokage dad." Sasuke's expression flickered between envy and sorrow, momentarily overshadowed by a flash of resentment. Neo observed this dynamic intently. "Oh, this apprentice of mine does not make things easy. Guiding Sasuke will be a long and arduous journey," he mused, with Naruto's lively presence. The atmosphere within the group remained buoyant. Their journey aimed primarily at training, as well as tracking down Tsunade. In terms of training, Jiraiya continued to impart knowledge of the Rasengan to Naruto, who, upon discovering that Neo also possessed this technique, was merely taken aback, believing it to be a gift from Minato. "Sasuke, while this technique is powerful, it is ill-suited for you. Your chakra is of the lightning nature. So I shall teach you the practice of the Chidori technique and its related variations," Neo explained. In the original narrative, this was the period during which Kakashi guided Sasuke in learning the Chidori. Subsequently, while training under Orochimaru, Sasuke would further develop and refine the technique, creating forms such as the Chidori sharp spear and Kirin, especially Kirin, which he prepared for his battle against Itachi, harnessing the power of nature to devastating effect. Adding some formidable fire techniques to his arsenal would suffice. There was no need for superfluous jutsu, as practicality was paramount. More importantly, however, was the training of his Sharingan abilities and chakra capacity. Chakra training was self-explanatory, but the Sharingan, while powerful, consumed a considerable amount of chakra, necessitating a robust reserve. Sasuke lacked a bijou charging station. The activation and evolution of the Sharingan required significant stimuli, which posed a challenge. One could not simply slay Naruto or Sakura in front of Sasuke to provoke such an awakening. After much contemplation, Neo recalled his Chinkuan wine gourd, representing both Yin and Yang, Yin embodying mental strength while Yang symbolized physical prowess. After numerous attempts, Neo ultimately concocted an illusory wine that would induce a Genjutsu upon consumption. Should Sasuke manage to dispel the illusion through sheer effort, his mental fortitude would significantly enhance, thereby aiding his mastery of the Sharingan. Even in failure, there would be no detriment to his mental faculties, rendering it a venture with countless benefits and no drawbacks. As for increasing chakra, that was a gradual process, requiring years of accumulation. Neo instructed Sasuke to exhaust his chakra daily through training, then imbibe a sip of yang wine, ensuring that as his chakra replenished, its overall capacity would steadily grow. During a midday respite by a small river, Naruto practiced using his chakra to burst water balloons under Jiraiya's guidance. While Jiraiya himself had wandered off to gather materials, Neo beckoned Sasuke over. "Sasuke, come here." Sasuke, engrossed in practicing Chidori, trotted over promptly. "Drink this." Neo poured some illusory wine from his gourd. Sasuke, puzzled by the sudden request to consume alcohol, nonetheless downed it without hesitation. The fiery taste elicited a grimace. "Teacher, I feel a bit." Before he could finish, Sasuke collapsed, as if deflated, onto the ground. Neo propped him against a tree trunk. Seeing his best friend downed, Naruto rushed over, concern etched across his face. "Brother Neo, what happened to Sasuke? Did he faint from a sip of wine?" Upon learning that Sasuke had merely succumbed to a single gulp, Naruto's demeanor shifted, reveling in the moment as he teased, "Looks like Sasuke's a lightweight." In response to Naruto's gloating, Neo suggested, "Why not give it a try yourself?" Eager to prove his superiority over Sasuke, Naruto readily agreed. "I'll show I'm stronger than Sasuke." "Ah, this is spicy. I feel woozy. Best friends, let's lie down together." Ding. Today's sign-in has commenced. Condition: engage in a duel with Kisame and Itachi, who have come to capture the Nine Tails. Reward: Akatsuki Organization gift box, unlocking one of the Yin Dune techniques. Gasp. Neo inhaled sharply. The Yin Dune techniques were secret arts transmitted by the Sage of Six Paths. Yin release represented mental power, capable of manifesting the intangible into the tangible. The nine-tailed beasts were forms created by the sage using Yang release. Yang release denoted physical strength, capable of bestowing life upon the tangible, even allowing the deceased to possess others. Later, the sage revived Naruto and Sasuke using the power of Yang release. Moreover, Might Guy, who exhausted his life force through the 8 gates, was also saved by Naruto's Yang release. Only those of quasi-six path strength could unlock one of these techniques. For instance, in their prime, both Madara and Hashirama wielded Yin and Yang release, respectively. To master both Yin and Yang Dune techniques could elevate one to the ranks of six-path strength, as seen with Obito and Madara in their Ten Tails forms, alongside Naruto and Sasuke. Thus, the Yin Yang Dune techniques symbolize the qualification for becoming a sage. Chapter 18. The Demon of the Mist. I report that someone is using hacks. The Yin Yang release technique serves as the foundation for many clan secret arts. For instance, the wood release of the Senja clan, embodied by Hashirama. Tsunade's monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu, and the Akimichi clan's Baika no Jutsu are all based on Yang release. Conversely, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Genjutsu, Nara clan's shadow manipulation technique, and the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique are rooted in Yin release. However, most of them are unable to awaken true Yin Yang release, with only Hashirama and Madara managing to achieve it, as they are the reincarnations of Indra and Azura, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths. Initially, Nie Yun's list did not include the entry for Yin Yang release. He believed that its awakening would only occur once his strength had significantly increased or if he were to transplant Hashirama's cells or a Sharingan, which would provide a clear inheritance of Yin Yang release. Such an idea was utterly unacceptable to Nie Yun. The mere thought of possessing another's organs sent shivers down his spine. Thus, the system's reward of unlocking the Yin Yang release entry was indeed fortuitous. Although Itachi did not genuinely wish to capture the Nine Tails, facing 2 opponents was undeniably challenging. Itachi, a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan wielding the Manjiki Sharingan, was at least at the level of a Kage. On the other hand, Kisame Hashigaki, also a Kage-level ninja, favored physical combat and wielded the sword Samahata, capable of devouring chakra, making him particularly effective against ninjutsu users. Nevertheless, Nie Yun felt that this challenge was merely a minor obstacle. His recent training with formidable foes from various eras had enriched his combat experience tremendously. Moreover, he had allies to assist him. Summoning Jutsu. The legendary Hans of the Salamander appeared before Nie Yun. "Your task is to protect those 2, Nie Yun commanded, pointing towards Naruto and Sasuke. Hans nodded mechanically. Nie Yun had not relinquished his autonomy, requiring only obedience to his orders. "Come forth. I know you are here," he declared. And soon Itachi and Kisame leaped down from the trees. "Itachi, that seems to be Hans. He won't be easy to deal with," Kisame commented. "Give it everything you've got, and make it quick. Grab the host and leave," Itachi replied, casually tossing a few shuriken, showing no signs of activating his Sharingan, clearly intent on conserving his effort. Unwilling to confront Nie Yun, who could counter his Tsukuyomi, Itachi chose to engage Hans instead. While Kisame assumed Itachi was willingly taking on a formidable opponent, Kisame drew Samahata from his back and charged at Nie Yun, the sword's serrated maw wide open, eager to devour Nie Yun's chakra. In an instant, the dragon bone blade appeared in Nie Yun's hand, rapidly enveloped in bone, transforming into a massive 2-meter blade. The jaws of Samahata clashed with the dragon bone blade, producing a cacophony of grinding metal that reverberated through the forest. Nie Yun pondered whether the sword possessed teeth and if they would be damaged in the collision. As Samahata clamped down, it prepared to absorb the incoming chakra. "Huh? Why is there no chakra on this blade?" Kisame exclaimed, astonished. Typically, a ninja sword would be cloaked in chakra to enhance its sharpness and durability. Given Nie Yun's effortless coating of the blade in bone, he had assumed it must be infused with chakra. Dragon bone spikes. While Kisame was still reeling from the surprise, Nie Yun launched his counterattack. Countless bone spikes erupted from the dragon bone blade, several aimed directly at Kisame. Attempting to evade, Kisame awkwardly found that Samahata's mouth was ensnared by the sudden spikes. Reluctantly, Kisame relinquished his grip to dodge, knowing that Nie Yun would not dare to touch Samahata, lest he be drained of chakra instantly. Indeed, Nie Yun had no desire to engage with the sentient sword, casting the spikes aside. Kisame did not worry, confident that Samahata would return to him. However, he now regarded Nie Yun with grave concern. In their recent exchange of techniques, he had been completely outmatched. While Itachi was struggling against Hans to capture the host, Kisame realized he needed to stall Nie Yun. Kisame began to weave hand signs rapidly, claiming the title of the tailed beast without a tail, with an astonishing amount of chakra. Unable to gain the upper hand with his weaponry, he resolved to obliterate Nie Yun with ninjutsu. Water release, Great Shark Bomb. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. Fire release, Great Fireball. Earth release, Earth Flow Rampart. Fire release, Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. Various ninjutsu clashed violently, the sound of explosions echoing continuously, leaving the riverbank utterly devastated. Kisame felt a swell of pride. Having unleashed such a plethora of techniques, he had already consumed over half of his chakra. Surely, Nie Yun's reserves must be dwindling as well. With a bit more effort, Kisame was certain he would soon prevail. Yet, as time passed, Kisame found that his chakra reserves dwindled to 1/5, while Nie Yun continued to match him in releasing techniques. It became apparent to Kisame that Nie Yun was also straining himself. Indeed, it had to be so. Moments later, Kisame's chakra was nearly depleted, and without Samahata to replenish him, he felt the strain. He glanced at Nie Yun, who appeared vibrant and even had the leisure to drink. This was simply unreasonable. Wait, he is drinking. That surely indicates something amiss. Kisame finally realized that Nie Yun's frequent drinking was not due to a penchant for alcohol, but rather a means to replenish his chakra. I report that someone is using hacks. Observing Kisame on the verge of exhaustion, Itachi seized the opportunity to disengage from Hans and join Kisame. Retreat. Yes, Itachi-san. Kisame acknowledged the situation was untenable, and together with Itachi, they turned to flee. Nie Yun chose not to pursue. He too felt somewhat fatigued, having already replenished his chakra twice with yang sake, which had drained Kisame. Ding. Condition met. Sign-in successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Akatsuki gift box, unlocking the yang release entry. Host. Nie Yun. Strength. Kage-level. Chakra amount. 10. 000 S. Fire release. A. Earth release. A. Lightning release. S. Wind release. S. Water release. A. Dash. Yang release. B. Bloodline limit. Shikatsumiyaku. Others. Stealth technique. Weapons. Dragon bone blade. Chienkuin Sake gourd. Upon unlocking the yang release entry, Nie Yun instantly felt his previously depleted chakra replenishing rapidly. Moreover, his chakra amount multiplied fivefold, which was hardly surprising, as both the Uzumaki and Senju clans, inheritors of Azura's yang power, were known for their prodigious chakra reserves. At present, Nie Yun's physique was akin to that of the Senju and Uzumaki, making it plausible to assert that they were of the same lineage from millennia past. Should Nie Yun engage in ninjutsu with Kisame once more, he would no longer require yang sake for replenishment and could easily overpower him. Furthermore, Nie Yun's lightning release had also received an upgrade recently. During a drinking contest with Kakashi, he had signed in and received a lightning release gift box, unlocking the Chidori Flow series of techniques at that time. Chapter 19. The first encounter with Tsunade. As I gazed upon the scene, I spotted Jiraiya, unsteadily approaching while leaning against a tree. Perverted sage, why do you look so frail? Have you been drained by a beautiful woman? Nie Yun inquired, perplexed. With a tone laced with despair, Jiraiya replied, I was admiring a lovely lady when suddenly, something unknown descended from the sky and bit me, nearly siphoning away all my chakra before it fled. Descended from the sky? Siphoned chakra? Nie Yun pondered, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. I know nothing about it. You should rest for now. Allow me to prepare a restorative meal for you. Internally, Nie Yun silently mourned for Jiraiya. The unfortunate man had suffered a bite from the shark skin, leaving him in a state akin to being subdued by the eight tails, and it would likely take him several days to recover. Originally, Nie Yun could have offered him a few sips of yang wine to aid his recovery, but the Chinkuan wine jug could only hold half a pound each of yang and yin wines. The recent battle had depleted the yang wine, and it would require 2 to 3 days for a refill. Thus, Jiraiya would have to endure a bit longer. Was there a battle here earlier? Jiraiya queried. Yes. It was Uchiha Itachi and his associate, aiming for Naruto. These two youngsters are indeed quite popular, Nie Yun responded. You defeated both of them alone? Jiraiya's mouth slightly agape. He marveled at Nie Yun's impressive capabilities. Not entirely alone. I had some assistance. Nie Yun gestured towards the seemingly wooden figure of the reincarnated Hanzo. Upon noticing Hanzo, Jiraiya's surprise deepened. This is Hanzo the Salamander. You managed to summon him as well? Jiraiya, well aware of Hanzo's prowess, understood that with him present, Nie Yun could indeed handle 2 members of the Akatsuki alone. Nie Yun, who exactly are you? I still cannot see through you, Jiraiya mused, his expression grave. I am simply Nie Yun, a man who aspires to be an innkeeper, Nie Yun replied sincerely. Huh, whether others believe it or not, I, Jiraiya, do, he affirmed. Nodding in agreement, convinced by Nie Yun's culinary skills that demonstrated his passion for cooking. The shinobi world is filled with prodigies, yet Nie Yun stands out among them. Thank goodness you are not an enemy of Konoha, or else I would miss out on your exquisite dishes, Jiraiya jested. As long as you can pay. You are welcome to dine any time, Nie Yun replied with a gentle smile. Jiraiya instinctively clutched his wallet. What has become of these 2 children? They have fallen into a deep slumber after just a few sips of my wine. When I was their age, I could drink an entire barrel. Nie Yun pondered whether Jiraiya was boasting or speaking truthfully, but he recognized that ninjas raised in times of war were indeed different from those who grew up in peace. Let us proceed. We are nearing the town where Tsunade has been spotted. I have heard she has driven 3 casinos to bankruptcy, Jiraiya stated. Determination etched on his features despite his weakness as he hoisted Naruto onto his back. Nie Yun, carrying Sasuke, was astonished. Tsunade? Isn't she the legendary gambler Eslam who always loses? Indeed, you have heard of her infamous title. She is truly the gambler Eslam. The casino owners have won too much from her, prompting them to close and enjoy life instead, Jiraiya explained with a wry smile. Oh, that sounds just like Tsunade. Nie Yun thought, momentarily contemplating whether he should engage in a gamble with her, envisioning a future devoid of struggle. No. Gambling ruins lives, he quickly dismissed the notion. As night fell, the 2 arrived at the small town mentioned in the intelligence. They casually approached a passerby for information. Excuse me. Have you seen a woman with gamble printed on her attire? Are you referring to the legendary Lady Tsunade? Are you here to gamble with her as well? Unfortunately, you are too late. She typically does not gamble at night, but rather enjoys drinking at that tavern over there. The passerby pointed towards a nearby tavern. Nie Yun and Jiraiya exchanged glances, surprised that Tsunade's reputation as the gambler Eslam was so well known that even a random passerby could identify her. However, this saved them time. Upon entering the tavern, they indeed found Tsunade seated alone, enjoying her drink. If one were unfamiliar with her, they would scarcely believe she was already 50. With her light yellow hair, exquisite features, and smooth skin, adorned in a green cloak marked with the word gamble. She radiated vitality, her angelic countenance and devilish figure defying her age. Of course, Nie Yun understood that her youthful appearance was due to the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, a symbol of the Yin seal, capable of sealing and storing chakra while bestowing eternal youth. Moreover, it was difficult to ignore the prominent features of her ample bosom. Ahem. Nie Yun quickly diverted his gaze, cursing himself for being influenced by those insipid novels. Beside Tsunade stood a young woman in black, cradling a pink piglet, her apprentice. Shizun. Jiraiya boldly approached, taking a seat directly opposite Tsunade. Nie Yun followed suit, carelessly tossing the 2 sleeping children into a nearby seat. Lord Jiraiya. Shizun promptly greeted him and reminded Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya has arrived. With a slightly dazed smile, Tsunade remarked, Jiraiya, it's been ages. Come. Join me for a drink. Jiraiya, sensing her demeanor, felt a pang of discomfort. He resolved to address the matter at hand. Tsunade, something has happened in Konoha. Orochimaru has attacked. And Sarutobi-sensei has been killed. In an instant, Tsunade's grip crushed her wine glass, her expression twisting with fury. Orochimaru. Yet, this anger quickly faded, and she returned to her drunken stupor, silent. The village wishes for you to return and assume the position of the 5th Hokage. The Hokage? Huh. Tsunade scoffed, her disdain evident as she finally noticed Nie Yun beside her. And who might this young lad be? Nie Yun felt a rush of embarrassment at being addressed as a young lad by someone who appeared to be around his age. I am Nie Yun. An innkeeper from Konoha, Tsunade. Sister, he stammered, struggling to articulate the word sister. Ha! Such a sweet-talking young man with good looks. Tsunade laughed heartily, seemingly in good spirits, though Nie Yun keenly noticed a flicker of sadness and hesitation in her eyes. Chapter 20. Tsunade's Dilemma. If Nie Yun's conjecture is correct, Tsunade must have met Orochimaru earlier that morning. In the original narrative, Orochimaru, after invading Konoha and having his hands sealed, sought out Tsunade at the first opportunity, requesting her assistance in healing him. He even offered her the conditions to resurrect her former lover, Dan Kato, and her younger brother, Nawaki. This proposal caused Tsunade to waver. Her descent into despair stemmed from the loss of these two beloved individuals during the war, leading her to develop a fear of blood. Consequently, she could no longer fight like a ninja nor perform medical ninjutsu, rendering her unable to protect others, having lost those she cherished most. What significance did becoming Hokage hold for her? Devastated, she left Konoha and sought solace in gambling and drinking. Jiraiya, aware of Tsunade's sorrow, refrained from discussing serious matters and instead chose to drink alongside her, hoping to gently persuade her over time. Suddenly, a special sign-in event began. Assist Tsunade in overcoming her fear of blood. Reward: 3 days in the summoning beast realm and an opportunity to contract a summoning beast. This was Nie Yun's first encounter with such a special sign-in event. Naturally, being involved in the storyline came with more substantial rewards. He had long desired to form a contract with a summoning beast, but high-quality summoning beasts were exceedingly rare. The revered locations of Miyaboka Mountain, Richi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest offered splendid beasts, yet they only formed contracts with individuals of specific traits. Ordinary summoning beasts held no appeal for him. Thus, with the system's reward granting access to the summoning realm, he was determined to find a powerful and impressive beast. However, the task of helping Tsunade overcome her fear of blood should have been assigned to Naruto, shouldn't it? Alas, Naruto was presently sleeping as soundly as a log, making it unlikely for him to step up. Thus, the system entrusted this task to Nie Yun. What to do? Verbal persuasion would undoubtedly prove ineffective. Even with the most eloquent words, Tsunade would not heed the counsel of someone she had only just met. After much contemplation, Nie Yun concluded that he must rely on his magical wine gourd. With ample supplies of Yin wine remaining, he could easily craft more illusionary wine. The process of creating illusionary wine was not overly complicated. Nie Yun simply needed to hold the gourd and channel his chakra into it, guiding the framework of his envisioned illusions into the wine, transforming it into an enchanting brew. Once consumed, the illusionary wine would manifest the drinker's deepest fears or obsessions, crafting a complete illusionary world. After preparing the illusionary wine, Nie Yun awaited the opportune moment to present it. After several rounds of drinking, Tsunade and Jiraiya were about to order another barrel when Nie Yun waved his hand and produced the magical gourd. Try this. A family secret brew, one of a kind. And there's just enough for each of us. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He had been yearning for the wine in Nie Yun's gourd throughout their journey. Ah, at last. You've decided to share it. Nie Yun poured generously for the three of them, ensuring the perfect amount. However, Tsunade's cup contained the illusionary wine, while Jiraiya and his own held the ordinary Yin wine. Tsunade caught a whiff of the rich aroma, her eyes widening in surprise. This was exquisite wine. Cheers. The three of them downed their drinks in one go. Jiraiya felt invigorated, the lingering taste of delight. No wonder you kept it hidden. It's absolutely delicious. Once we return to Konoha, you must bring me a barrel. No, 3 barrels. Tsunade, such a splendid wine. Won't you come back to Konoha for a few more barrels? Jiraiya attempted to persuade her, but upon turning, he discovered Tsunade had already slumped over. Is she drunk? He frowned. Kurenai, take Tsunade back. I'll return to see her tomorrow. With a wry smile, Jiraiya reminisced about their younger days. In the inn, late at night, Sasuke and Naruto lay tightly embraced. After a day of slumber, Sasuke was the first to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find someone beside him, instinctively activating his Sharingan and springing up. The 3 tomo spun rapidly in his eyes. His Sharingan had upgraded, instantly revealing that the person beside him was Naruto. He breathed a sigh of relief, astonished by the upgrade of his Sharingan. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he understood the difficulty of such an upgrade, often accompanied by bloodshed. Yet, it was Nie Yun sensei who had seemingly facilitated this advancement. Was it due to the wine and the dream that followed? He felt fortunate to have chosen such a remarkable teacher. Realizing it was late, Sasuke lay back down beside Naruto, planning to express his gratitude to Nie Yun sensei the following day. Recollections from the dream haunted him, Naruto had faced deadly peril to save him, while he felt powerless. It seemed that strength was not merely for vengeance. In Tsunade's illusion, her extensive experience allowed her to quickly discern her presence within a dream. Yet, she found herself yearning to remain in this realm indefinitely. Dan Kato smiled radiantly. "Tsunade, what are you thinking? Here, take these flowers." Nawaki circled around her. "Sister, I will surely become Hokage." Their faces were vividly alive. It felt as though many years had passed. Dan had become the leader of Konoha's medical team, tirelessly saving the wounded, while Nawaki donned the Hokage's cloak, exuding confidence. Time passed, and Dan collapsed, yet he still managed to smile. "Tsunade, I am the captain of the medical team. Though I may fall, you must carry on my duty to heal the injured. Do not cry." Tsunade, tears brimming in her eyes, nodded fervently, chakra surging through her bloodied hands as she performed medical ninjutsu, saving lives. It seemed Dan improved somewhat and was taken to rest. Yet Tsunade remained at the operating table, resolutely saving others. Before long, Nawaki was brought in as well. "Sister, please don't cry. I am now Hokage. It is my duty to protect the villagers. You should be proud of me. Even if I am injured, even if I die, I have no regrets. You should feel proud of protecting the village on the operating table." After completing his surgery, Nawaki was taken away to rest, while Tsunade continued her tireless efforts. Miraculously, every injured person survived. When Tsunade finally emerged from the operating room, she was met by a throng of grateful faces. Dan and Nawaki stood before her, accompanied by those she had saved, expressing their heartfelt thanks. "Tsunade, thank you. Sister, thank you." A wave of warm energy surged into her mind, bestowing clarity and purpose. She awakened, inheriting the belief to protect the village and heal the wounded from Nawaki and Dan. Her gaze became clearer than ever. "Kurenai, we must go find Orochimaru and settle the score," Tsunade declared, her enchanting smile returning as she murmured, "As for that Nie Yun kid, daring to cast illusions on me, I shall return to settle the score with you." Chapter 21. Despair of Orochimaru in the forest outside the town. Orochimaru wore a smug smile as he faced Tsunade. "Have you come to a decision so quickly, Tsunade?" "Indeed, Orochimaru. If I do not defeat you today, I shall no longer be called Tsunade," she declared, leaping high and aiming a powerful punch at him. Orochimaru, well aware of her strength, hastily dodged to the side, but was still struck by the force of her attack, sending him flying, where he was caught by Kabuto. The ground where Tsunade's fist landed instantly cracked and splintered, sending trees in a 100-meter radius crashing down. This was merely the result of her holding back. Had she unleashed her full power, the devastation would have been far greater. All the townsfolk were awakened by the commotion. Naruto, clad in his pajamas, leaped up, ready to rush outside. "An earthquake! Sasuke, run!" Sasuke grabbed him. "No, someone is fighting." Jiraiya, still recovering from the effects of the previous battle, remarked, "Tsunade is confronting Orochimaru alone. She didn't fall to him like in the original storyline, so she must be in a better state. Nie Yun, Orochimaru is not an easy opponent, and Tsunade has her fear of blood. We must hurry to assist her." Nie Yun, however, remained unhurried. He had received a notification from the system that Tsunade had awakened and overcome her phobia. Without this debilitating fear, her combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass the weakened Orochimaru. They could simply witness his lamentation. But Nie Yun kept this to himself as he followed Jiraiya. "I still haven't regained my chakra, so I'll rely on you during the battle," Jiraiya admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. "Let us move quickly." Nie Yun replied without directly addressing him. Summoning Sasuke and Naruto, they made their way to the battlefield. As they drew closer, the ground trembled under the immense sounds of combat. "Is that a summoning beast fighting up ahead?" Naruto speculated. Sasuke, his Sharingan activated, shook his head. "No, it lacks the chakra of a summoning beast. However, it might be a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki." He detected an entity with chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast. "Enough guessing. We'll know when we arrive," Nie Yun said with a smile, anticipating their astonishment. Indeed, they beheld the cracked earth, fallen trees, and the sight of Orochimaru fleeing like a frightened dog, pursued by Tsunade. Orochimaru felt a surge of despair. He had believed he could manipulate Tsunade's fixation on the rope tree to his advantage. How had she overcome her fear of blood so swiftly? His realization struck when he saw Nie Yun grinning from a distance. It must be him, Orochimaru concluded. Ever since Nie Yun had led him to the tavern, nothing had gone right. The collapse of Konoha had resulted in the loss of 2 arms. Sasuke had not been swayed, and even the leader of the northern base, Honglian, had been reduced to his servant. Jiraiya watched in disbelief. How has Tsunade suddenly become so formidable? She no longer fears blood? Naruto, wide-eyed, exclaimed, wow. This sister is beautiful but terrifying, just like Sakura. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Fool, this must be the legendary Tsunade. As they observed the unfolding drama, the ground erupted with countless bone spikes, aiming for Tsunade, who swiftly dodged. The relentless assault forced her to pause, granting Orochimaru a moment to breathe. Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Naruto turned their gazes toward Nie Yun, who shrugged, feigning innocence. Yet, he was intrigued. Orochimaru had summoned Kimimaro. A youth emerged from the forest, positioning himself between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Kimimaro appeared less afflicted by his bloodline disease, his condition better than when he had battled with Lee during Sasuke's retrieval arc. Had Orochimaru brought him to seek healing from Tsunade before turning to Kimimaro? After all, Sasuke seemed a lost cause. Nie Yun, is he your clansman? Jiraiya inquired curiously. Perhaps. Maybe not, Nie Yun replied, uncertain. Now, Kimimaro was too weak to confront Tsunade unless he resorted to burning his life force to activate his curse mark. Orochimaru, are you now reduced to hiding behind a child? Tsunade taunted, refraining from attacking immediately. Orochimaru gasped for breath, his serpentine eyes fixated on Sasuke, who stood beside Nie Yun. His three-tomo Sharingan activated. Orochimaru's desire for Sasuke's eyes surged. He had only recently seen him with a double tomo. The talent of the Uchiha was astonishing, and he longed to possess those eyes. However, with Jiraiya and Nie Yun beside Sasuke, and Tsunade recovering, Orochimaru felt compelled to retreat. Had his hands not been injured, he might have attempted to seize Sasuke and escape. But now, even forming seals required assistance, leaving him with no choice. Withdraw. Orochimaru resolved, convinced no one could detain him. He employed the summoning technique. Kabuto used the summoning technique. Countless identical snakes were summoned. Some lunged at Tsunade, who prepared to summon a slug in response. Yet, several snakes enveloped the trio, consuming them, as a cloud of smoke allowed the serpents to vanish into the forest. Tsunade smashed a few in frustration, but they were mere illusions. Just as she contemplated giving up, Nie Yun dashed past her in pursuit. What was he doing? Tsunade wondered. How could he track so many snakes? Nie Yun, however, was not after Orochimaru but rather Kimimaro. He held a small fragment of the bone spike Kimimaro had just released. Nie Yun had discerned a unique connection within the Shikatsumiyaku. His understanding of the bloodline far surpassed Kimimaro's, who had received no guidance. Target locked. Bone prison, Nie Yun declared, thrusting his hands to the ground as a dozen spikes ensnared a snake. Nie Yun approached with a smile, but before he could slay the serpent, spikes erupted from its belly. Aiming for his vital points, Nie Yun did not flinch. At the moment of imminent impact, a layer of bone armor materialized, deflecting the spikes. Emerging from the snake's belly, Kimimaro froze, sensing a kinship with Nie Yun. He halted his attack, bewildered. In the distance, Orochimaru felt a surge of dread. His Kimimaro was once again in peril. Sasuke, Honglien. Kimimaro and Nie Yun had become his nemeses, relentlessly pursuing his vessels. Why must you treat me this way? Orochimaru silently lamented, his spirit extinguished. Chapter 22, Are You My Kin? Kimimaro? Kimimaro's expression was inscrutable, yet his voice trembled slightly. Observing his pale, frail form, Nie Yun was reminded of Kimimaro's tragic childhood. The Kage clan was not universally endowed with the power of the Shikatsumiyaku. Ultimately, Kimimaro stood alone as the last bearer of this formidable ability. However, rather than being cherished, he was treated as a monster, confined until summoned for battle, only to be imprisoned again once the conflict had subsided. Kimimaro had never experienced a single day of normalcy. Silently accepting his monstrous identity, harboring disdain for both the world and himself. One fateful day, the Kage clan's belligerence culminated in a rebellion that prompted the Mist Ninja to annihilate them. Kimimaro, imprisoned, was also marked for extermination but managed to slay all the Mist Ninja, embarking on a solitary and aimless journey thereafter. It was during this time that he encountered Orochimaru, who had long been observing this promising vessel and subsequently spirited him away to his lair. Orochimaru candidly expressed his desire for Kimimaro to become his vessel. An unprecedented moment for Kimimaro, who had only ever known exploitation and disdain. Although this need would ultimately cost him his life, he devoted himself to Orochimaru, believing he had finally found his worth. In the end, due to a bloodline illness, he could not become Orochimaru's vessel, yet he fervently assisted in procuring a new vessel. Sasuke, having witnessed his clan's destruction and then encountering Orochimaru, Kimimaro's narrative echoed that of Sasuke. Yet, The difference lay in Sasuke's enduring bond with an older brother who fueled his hatred and desire for strength, alongside the unwavering support of Naruto and his comrades from the Hidden Leaf. Kimimaro, however, had only Orochimaru. Now, however, Kimamaro's fate began to shift as he encountered someone akin to himself. "I might be your cousin. My name is Nie Yun," he said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Surprisingly, Kimimaro mechanically nodded. The Shikatsumiyaku could not be deceived. "My name is Kimimaro, but I have never seen you in the dungeon. I left the Kage clan when I was very young. You likely weren't even born then." Nie Yun continued his fabrication. At that moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya approached. Kimimaro immediately became wary, adopting a combat stance. "Using the Shikatsumiyaku to fight in that posture is impractical. You should position yourself so that you can freely extend your bone spikes for defense," Nie Yun gently advised, imparting the techniques he had learned from Kage Shinra. This impartation stirred an unfamiliar sensation within Kimimaro. He had never before experienced the feeling of receiving knowledge from another, though Orochimaru had taught him. Acquiring the secrets of the Shikatsumiyaku in this manner was a first. Two kindred spirits sharing the same knowledge felt ordinary yet profoundly precious to Kimimaro. He diligently practiced as instructed by Nie Yun. "Are you truly a member of the Kage clan?" Jiraiya inquired. Nie Yun shot him a sidelong glance. Choosing silence in the presence of Kimimaro, Jiraiya quickly realized his faux pas and fell silent. Tsunade scrutinized Nie Yun, who was earnestly teaching Kimimaro. The warmth of his smile suggested he was a person as gentle as Dan. Cursing herself for that comparison, she averted her gaze, feeling a slight heat rise to her cheeks. "Kimimaro, will you come with me?" But Kimimaro hesitated, glancing at the lifeless serpent on the ground and then back at Nie Yun. His inner turmoil raged. Orochimaru was still waiting for him. Without Orochimaru, what value did he possess? Yet, here was someone akin to him. Perhaps through him he could discover his true worth. "All right." Kimimaro resolutely nodded. Jiraiya discreetly gave Nie Yun a thumbs up, impressed that he had managed to sway another formidable ally with just a few words. Tsunade had no objections. Although Kimimaro had prevented her from killing Orochimaru, he appeared to be a child deeply influenced by Orochimaru's brainwashing. Besides, he was of Nie Yun's kin. So she let it be. "Come along. From now on you shall call me brother and I shall call you little brother," Nie Yun said, placing a hand on Kimimaro's shoulder. Kimimaro's body stiffened, clearly unaccustomed to such familiarity. "Little brother, stick with me and I shall treat you to delicious food." Nie Yun smiled, easing Kimimaro's discomfort. He then waved at Sasuke and Naruto, introducing them. "This is my disciple, Sasuke, and this is Naruto. You are of similar age, be sure to get along well." Naruto, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage." Sasuke sensed a familiar aura emanating from Kimimaro and was not overly aloof. "Please take care of me," he said. "Let us go. We're heading back to the inn. Today, I, Nie Yun, am in high spirits, and you shall feast." Naruto cheered, "Yay, I'm already hungry." Sasuke unconsciously smiled. Jiraiya, who had been an observer this whole time, interjected, "Just so we're clear, you're treating us. I'm not paying. I need to recoup from our last meal." Tsunade and Shizen exchanged curious glances, wondering if Nie Yun's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Hours later, confronted with an elaborate spread of mouth-watering dishes, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke began devouring their meal with gusto, while Tsunade and Shizen reminded themselves to eat slowly and gracefully. However, as the flavors erupted on their palates, the notion of decorum vanished, and they joined in the feast. Only Kimimaro savored his meal at a leisurely pace, relishing the extraordinary taste of the food Nie Yun had served him. Perhaps, in this moment, he might discover his true value. As for Orochimaru, who was he? Kimimaro found himself struggling to recall. Chapter 23. Daily life before entering the spirit beast realm. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, has officially assumed her position, becoming the first female Hokage in history, renowned for both her intellect and beauty. However, neither the villagers of Konoha nor the entire shinobi world dares to underestimate her simply because she is a woman. The fame of the legendary three is not merely inherited. It is built upon the corpses of their enemies amassed during the wars. Yet at this moment, in the depths of the night, this newly appointed and respected female Hokage is seen in a different light within Nie Yun's tavern. Tsunade sits boldly at a table, calling out loudly, "More drinks, please. Nie Yun, bring out that secret brew you served us last time. I came back to Konoha partly for the sake of that wine." Her words carry an unspoken meaning. Indeed, it was due to consuming Nie Yun's special concoction that she overcame her psychological barriers and conquered her hemophobia, enabling her to face her responsibilities as Hokage. However, this matter remains a secret shared only between Tsunade and Nie Yun, neither of whom wishes to acknowledge it openly. Ultimately, Tsunade harbors a sense of gratitude towards Nie Yun. My Hokage, you've just taken office and yet you're spending your late night in my humble tavern instead of attending to your duties. Aren't you afraid of being reprimanded? With Shizen watching over things, I can afford to take a little break. And please, just call me Tsunade, not Hokage. Nie Yun instructs Junmaru to bring Tsunade a jar of wine. Though it is not from the renowned Qianquan wine pot, it is a superb brew tailored to her taste. Junmaru, due to his reclusive nature, only speaks to Nie Yun, whom he considers family. Thus, Nie Yun has intentionally arranged for him to assist in the tavern, allowing him to interact with others. Fortunately, the people of Konoha are generally friendly. And Junmaru is gradually changing. Tsunade, here is your drink. Little Junmaru, would you like to have a sip? My brother said I still can't drink. Junmaru manages a somewhat stiff smile, which, while unusual, reflects more humanity than his previous emotionless demeanor. Hokage. Tsunade. Sister, you are a doctor after all. Junmaru is still your patient. Nie Yun chuckles as he emerges from the kitchen and takes a seat opposite Tsunade. A few days prior, he had asked her to treat Junmaru's bloodline disease, offering her free meals in return. Ha ha, I forgot. A little drink one tea hurt. Brother. I'll go help in the back. Upon seeing Nie Yun, Junmaru beams with a smile, his charm rivaling that of Nie Yun, though just slightly less impressive. Nie Yun pats his shoulder. Go on, Honglian and the others will teach you. I'll keep you company. Ah, such fine wine. Tsunade gulps down a mouthful. I hear you wish to form a contract with the spirit beast? The Hokage seems well informed. Heh. You've practically interrogated every ninja in Konoha who has a spirit beast. It would be strange if I didn't know. That's the mark of a true Hokage. Indeed, one must gather knowledge to select the finest. Nie Yun scratches his head, having been granted the opportunity to enter the spirit beast realm. Yet he only has 3 days. To avoid relying on luck, he has taken the initiative to learn about various spirit beasts beforehand. Why not sign a contract with the Toad Sages? Oh, well, Nie Yun hesitates, as Jiraiya had mentioned the same thing to him just days prior. Nie Yun. If you're looking for a spirit beast, consider signing with the Toad clan. Their secret techniques are astounding. Tsunade continues to elaborate. Believing Nie Yun is unaware of the toads, the Toad Sage resides in the Wetbone Forest, and his true form is immense. What we summon is merely a fragment of him. The Toad Sage excels in healing. As long as one is not dead, he can revive them. Many of my medical ninjutsu derive from him. Tsunade meticulously explains, her intention being to repay Nie Yun for helping her resolve her inner turmoil. Sister Tsunade, I have already decided on the type of spirit beast I wish to contract. The toads are not suited for me. Nie Yun declines her good intentions with a smile. Tsunade does not press further, shifting the conversation to other matters. The reconstruction efforts in Konoha continue smoothly, with compensation from Tsunagakure alleviating major issues. Tsunagakure, under the leadership of the 4th Kazekage, has transitioned to the 5th, Gaara, who, despite being a Jinchuriki, possesses great potential. However, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, harbors resentment due to his capture, desiring to challenge you. Yet, we have re-signed a peace treaty with Tsunagakure and established a strategic alliance, so Raza will not act recklessly. You need not worry. As Tsunade sips her drink, she rambles on, while Nie Yun listens attentively. He is unconcerned about Raza's challenge, considering him a defeated foe. Their gap will only widen, and Raza's hopes of victory are futile. In international diplomacy, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Nie Yun summarizes succinctly in earthly terms. Tsunade ponders briefly, her expression brightening. Indeed, that seems to encapsulate the essence of diplomacy remarkably well. Then, she reflects, what about us? Are we sitting here together due to mutual interests? No, we are friends, eternal friends. A few days later, Nie Yun prepares everything for his journey to the Spirit Beast realm. Sasuke, Junmaru, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Honglian all gather in the courtyard to see him off. Nie Yun feels somewhat odd under their scrutiny. I'm just heading to the Spirit Beast realm for a short trip, at most 3 days. Is it necessary for you all to watch me like this? Sasuke interjects. Nie Yun sensei, I've heard that the reverse summoning technique to the Spirit Beast realm is extremely dangerous. One could easily get lost in spatial turbulence. You should reconsider. Junmaru adds, brother, I believe in you. Naruto chimes in, Nie Yun and I, can you take me along? Kakashi scolds, Naruto, don't be foolish. Tsunade frowns, Jiraiya, you have experience. Please share. Jiraiya, recalling his own experiences, explains, "The first time I traveled to Mount Myaboku was also through reverse summoning. But Mount Myaboku is a sage land directly connected to the ninja world, making it less perilous. Every subsequent visit has been through the toads summoning me there. Your method of directly using reverse summoning to reach the spirit beast realm is too risky." Looking at the crowd gathered in the courtyard, Nie Yun can't help but feel nostalgic for the initial 3 years he spent in the ninja world, alone and isolated. Now, he suddenly has so many friends. It feels rather wonderful. "Don't worry about me. My method isn't reverse summoning. It's perfectly safe, and I shall return in 3 days." As he speaks, he activates the system's teleportation, enveloped in a beam of white light. The onlookers in the courtyard exchange glances as Nie Yun vanishes in an instant. Jiraiya suggests, "Should we perhaps consider what to inscribe on Nie Yun's gravestone? A brave warrior who dared to explore." Before he can finish, Tsunade sends him flying with a punch. Jiraiya, just be quiet. Chapter 24. The decision of Honglian. And most of the people in the courtyard were deeply concerned for Nie Yun. But only Honglian found herself in an unexpected turmoil. Initially, she was adamantly unwilling to be detained by Nie Yun in the tavern, longing to return to Orochimaru's side. However, as time passed, her desire to escape from Konoha and return to the Sound Ninja diminished. It was not solely due to the delicious meals prepared by Nie Yun, but rather the warmth and camaraderie she felt in the tavern, something she had never experienced in Orochimaru's cold base. Every patron who visited the tavern radiated enthusiasm and hope. Even those who came to drown their sorrows and drink ultimately left invigorated, a term she had learned from Nie Yun. Her subordinates had completely abandoned their identities as Sound Ninjas. And gradually, even Honglian herself would occasionally forget about her past. This was particularly true when Kimimaro, the new vessel of Orochimaru, also began to frequent Nie Yun's tavern. Honglian had witnessed Kimimaro's former cold demeanor, steeped in the aura of countless battles and bloodshed, which was chilling. Yet, after merely half a month of being here, he had transformed, occasionally breaking into awkward smiles. This place was indeed magical. Remaining here was not a negative prospect. However, the thought of being here while leaving the vulnerable Yukimura behind at the northern base troubled her. If she were absent, others would surely bully him. Although his status as Orochimaru's experimental subject, aimed at controlling the Three Tails, deterred others from mistreating him, he was still just a young child. And she had been the one to take his mother's life. She had promised to protect him, and Yukimaru must be hoping for her return. Honglian's resolve solidified. She would go and bring Yukimaru back. This time, Nie Yun's departure might present the perfect opportunity. Honglian quietly left the courtyard and made her way to the woodshed, where her subordinates followed closely behind. "Sister Honglian, have you truly made up your mind? Even though Nie Yun is absent, the umbu surrounding us, our chakra remains sealed. Yes, I must leave. Yukimaru is waiting for me. I cannot leave him alone in that dreadful place. I have observed that since the new Hokage took office, the number of umbu has significantly decreased. I believe we should inform the boss. He might agree to your departure and even assist you." Nie Yun, the boss is indeed a good person. I know he would agree. But we are still prisoners of Konoha. If he allows us to leave, it could lead to conflict with Konoha. That day, Danzo might return to trouble him. But if I escape on my own, the trouble will not extend to him. Sister Honglian, so you have considered the boss so thoroughly. Very well. We will provide you with cover when the time comes. Bang. The door to the woodshed was kicked open, and Kimimaro entered with an impassive expression. "You all wish to betray my brother?" The blinding white light faded, and Nie Yun slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was now in a pristine forest. The surrounding trees were extraordinarily large, towering over those in the Forest of Death. Additionally, the natural energy here, akin to Senjutsu chakra, was remarkably dense, making it somewhat challenging for Nie Yun to acclimate. The summoning beast realm is, in fact, a subordinate subdimension of the ninja world. It was discovered and created by the Sage of Six Paths, who developed summoning techniques to allow humans and summoning beasts to fight alongside one another. For centuries after the Sage of Six Paths, the ninja world had seen few visitors to this realm, with all knowledge and information derived from the highly intelligent summoning beasts. Moreover, Nie Yun had garnered some understanding of the summoning beast realm through his interactions with other summoners in Konoha. In the summoning beast realm, only a small number of beasts possess intelligence. The majority remain devoid of it. Intelligent summoning beasts are typically powerful, often forming clans with others of their kind, such as the frogs of Mount Myaboku and the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. There are also some rare individual species with great strength, like the Monkey King and the Slug Sage. These intelligent summoning beasts send their summoning scrolls to the ninja world through unique methods. When fortunate individuals receive these scrolls and form contracts, they gain the ability to fight alongside the summoning beasts. This process also allows the beasts to traverse the ninja world, serving as a form of cultivation that accelerates their growth. It is rare for someone like Nie Yun to directly enter the summoning beast realm in search of a beast. This time, however, Nie Yun intended to seek out a rare summoning beast of exceptional intelligence, one that had never been contracted in centuries and was regarded as a legend among summoning beasts, the golden-winged phoenix. Indeed, this was a bird-like summoning beast renowned for its incredible speed. According to a Kage-level summoning beast, the ninja turtle, it resided atop a golden mountain by the sea. When the turtle was still a hatchling, it had glimpsed the beast's fleeting shadow in flight several times. Although this information might be a century old, Nie Yun followed the turtle's directions, setting his course toward the seaside gathering place of summoning beasts. After a frenzied 5-hour sprint, Nie Yun finally beheld the ocean. Along the way, he encountered a variety of summoning beasts and tribes, though they were generally weak and of little value, leading to a slower development of their clans due to the scarcity of summoners in the ninja world. Throughout his journey, he had not seen any frogs or snakes, likely because they had gone to Mount Mayaboku and Ryuchi Cave. Upon reaching the designated location by the sea, Nie Yun spotted a sea turtle in the distance, which swiftly approached him in the blink of an eye. He couldn't help but marvel at the ninja turtle's extraordinary speed. Unexpectedly, you actually came. As we discussed, hop on my back, and I will take you to my birthplace, which is still quite far away. With my speed, it will take us 2 hours. The turtle allowed Nie Yun to climb aboard without hesitation. Nie Yun took the opportunity, achieving the milestone of riding a turtle for the first time. With the wind at their backs, the turtle demonstrated not only remarkable speed, but also incredible endurance, running continuously for an hour without pause. Finally, it halted before a mountain, saying, "This is the place. I remember it clearly." It flew into the mountain several times, and each time, I could only catch a glimpse of a golden shadow. Nie Yun nodded, clasping his hands in gratitude toward the turtle. "Thank you. I can manage from here." The turtle nodded and departed without looking back. Though the mountain was not large, Nie Yun searched thoroughly, yet found no trace of any summoning beasts, which indicated that this was indeed a strong summoning beast's habitat. Thus, Nie Yun resolved to wait patiently. Perhaps the creature was simply out at the moment. He gathered unique fruits from the summoning beast realm, which the turtle had assured him were edible. After tasting them, he found them suitable for cooking fruit porridge. He retrieved bowls and pots from the system's sealed scrolls and began to cook. Before long, the enticing aroma wafted through half the mountain. Chapter 25. The gluttonous birds. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and rain began to fall. Nie Yun, who was deeply engrossed in his culinary pursuits, felt droplets landing on his head. Upon looking up, he was taken aback, not by the ominous weather, but by a large bird hovering directly above him. It wasn't rain that fell, but rather a substance oozing from the bird's beak. Although Nie Yun was unsure whether birds salivate, it was evident that this magnificent creature was indeed enticed, not by him, but by the pot of porridge he was preparing. The great bird spoke. "Human, what delectable dish is this? The aroma is utterly captivating." "This is porridge made from those fruits," Nie Yun replied calmly, patiently explaining. He recognized that this was the golden-winged firebird he had been seeking. Despite its fiery name, Nie Yun perceived it as a fusion of the phoenix and the roc, possessing the powerful golden wings and claws of the roc, alongside the graceful neck, body, and tail of the phoenix. These features combined to create a strikingly beautiful creature. To his surprise, after searching high and low, the bird had appeared before him. Perhaps it too was a connoisseur of fine cuisine. It is well known that chefs adore food enthusiasts, for they are the easiest to please. Although Nie Yun possessed a chance for a forced contract, he preferred to establish a bond through mutual respect and capability, as this being would be his future companion in battles. A shared understanding fosters better collaboration. While those fruits are indeed delightful, I have grown weary of them. Yet now, their aroma is utterly irresistible. Might I partake in your meal?" The bird's voice was gender-neutral and eloquent. "Certainly. However, if we are to share this meal, you must first reveal your name," he replied. "I am Nie Yun, a tavern owner and chef." "Quite reasonable. I am known as Chi Hua," the bird declared. "A glutton?" Nie Yun chuckled, thinking he had misheard, and erupted into laughter. Indeed, this gluttonous bird was destined to become his spirit beast, its name perfectly suited to its character. "What a splendid name! We must be fated to meet." Given your size, I shall prepare a large pot just for you. Thank you, but no need for such trouble. One pot will suffice, Chihua said, folding its wings as if preparing to land. Nie Yun instinctively moved aside, mindful of the bird's considerable 6 or 7 meter length. However, he soon noticed Chihua's form rapidly shrinking as it descended. Had he truly traversed into a fantastical realm? Observing Nie Yun's astonishment, Chihua explained with a hint of pride, I command the winds and flames, with a mere gesture. I can summon the elements or condense them into the form of a small bird. Remarkable. I have stumbled upon a treasure. Nie Yun thought, overwhelmed with joy. Chihua transformed into the size of an eagle, standing atop the fiery pot, and the flames parted away from it. The more Nie Yun observed, the more he admired this creature, suppressing his impulse to force a contract. Dear glutton, how about tasting the porridge? I am the youngest of master chefs and can prepare a myriad of exquisite dishes, steamed lamb, roasted duck, braised pork, and more, Nie Yun listed, keenly observing Chihua's sparkling eyes. This porridge is indeed delightful, and those dishes sound quite enticing. After millennia of consuming the same fare, I find myself yearning for new flavors, Chihua remarked. A millennium-old bird. Then why not contract with a human and savor the culinary delights of the shinobi world? Nie Yun inquired. Humans? Short-sighted and timid beings. Aside from one named Yu from a millennium past, I have yet to encounter another human brave enough to venture here. Therefore, I regard them with disdain and have no intention of forming contracts with them. Chihua replied haughtily. Ahem. Nie Yun cleared his throat to regain attention. Of course, you are the exception. By the way, it is audacious of you to traverse the spirit-beast realm. Such an act is perilous for your kind. I commend your bravery. Chihua remarked, its tone a mixture of admiration and condescension. Nie Yun was about to express his gratitude when Chihua interjected, Why not form a contract with me? I can assist you in battle, but you must prepare every dish you mentioned. The suddenness of this proposal left Nie Yun with no room for refusal, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. Ever since Yu bestowed upon him this scroll, he had yet to utilize it. Chihua exhaled a small flame, which upon contact with the ground, expanded and vanished, leaving behind a large scroll. Nie Yun discerned its significance. A sealing technique? Indeed, you are quite astute. I find myself increasingly fond of you, Chihua praised. With swift strokes, Nie Yun inscribed his name upon the scroll, exhaling a sigh of relief. Now, the glutton was bound to him. Although the primary task was accomplished, it was still premature to return, as he needed to allow ample time for the events at the tavern to unfold. Glutton, since you know Daedom Yui, you must also be acquainted with the toad sage and the slug sage, correct? Nie Yun recalled another matter. Naturally, but the toad sage is often asleep. Thus I am not well acquainted with him. Why do you ask? Chihua responded, now more engaged. Since we have forged a contract, we are allies now. Nie Yun continued earnestly. I have a brother who has succumbed to a cursed seal, a technique developed from sage chakra. Chihua listened attentively as Nie Yun elaborated on Junmalu's predicament, who bore the Heaven-S curse seal implanted by Orochimaru. Although Nie Yun had enacted multiple seals upon it, he remained unsettled by the lingering threat. The curse seal, conceived from Orochimaru's research on the sage chakra, posed a potential risk of Orochimaru's revival through its bearers. Ah, I see. Sage techniques should indeed be able to dispel such curses. Let me guide you to the old toad sage. As for his willingness, I cannot guarantee, Chihua said, taking flight and swiftly returning to its larger form. Nie Yun leapt upon Chihua's back, and with a powerful flap of its wings, they surged forward. The speed was nothing short of breathtaking. The three great sage lands occupied a unique position, nestled between the shinobi world and the spirit beast realm, a connecting point. How do we reach them? Nie Yun inquired, curious about the journey ahead. Though the three great sage lands exist in a realm apart, to me, any place is accessible. Watch closely, and you shall witness my prowess. Chihua declared. Chapter 26. The Prophecy of the Toad Sage in the Evening. The Hidden Leaf Village had just experienced a minor upheaval. A fugitive from the Sound Ninja had escaped. This was none other than Hong Lian, who was intent on leaving. Earlier that morning, Hong Lian and her companions had been discovered by Junmalu during a small meeting. Do you wish to leave this place? Leave my brother? Junmalu's voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. Hong Lian's subordinates fell silent, fearful of Junmalu's wrath. They possessed no capacity for resistance at that moment. It is I who wish to escape. It has nothing to do with them. If you must kill, then slay me. Hong Lian stepped forward, meeting Junmalu's gaze directly. Having been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment. Hong Lian, You cannot bear this alone. Junmalu silence. Hong Lian rebuked. Yet, Junmalu advanced a step, causing Hong Lian's subordinates to instinctively retreat. Closing her eyes, Hong Lian whispered, "You Gue won. Farewell until the next life, and also Nie Yun." What are you doing? Hong Lian abruptly opened her eyes, incredulous as she stared at Junmalu. My brother was right. You would leave the tavern soon. He said that if you were not present in the next few days and you decided to depart, he would give you the antidote to the chakra seal, allowing you to leave safely. Staring at the object in her hand, Hong Lian was taken aback. Nie Yun had foreseen her departure and had left her a means of escape. This person truly knew everything. Hong Lian felt a lump in her throat. My brother also mentioned that returning now would be perilous for you. He no longer has the reincarnators, and upon your return, you would become his target. He advised you to consider this carefully. Junmalu continued, marking the first time Hong Lian had heard him speak so extensively. Hong Lian understood that Junmalu referred to Orochimaru, and because of this, she felt an even stronger urge to return. Yu-Gue-Wan might very well become Orochimaru's target for reincarnation. After speaking, Junmalu turned and departed. Junmalu, when Nie Yun returns, tell him that if I can survive and take Yu-Gue-Wan away, I shall return to seek him out and never leave again. In the Hokage's office, Danzo entered with a dark expression, followed by advisors Mito Kazan and Tsunade Sh Rin. I have long said that you have been too lenient with Nie Yun. Now, a subordinate of Orochimaru has escaped. This severely tarnishes the image of the Hidden Leaf. Danzo, leveraging his elder status and seniority, interrogated Tsunade. Danzo, mind your tone. Tsunade is now the Hokage, Tsunade Sh Rin reprimanded. Furrowing her brows, Tsunade fixed her gaze on Danzo and replied calmly, merely one sound ninja has fled. Must we offend a powerful ally of the Hidden Leaf over this? Such actions would be detrimental to the village's reputation, a notion I believe even you comprehend, Danzo. Or perhaps you harbor other intentions. One day you will regret today's decision. Nie Yun is no simple matter. He should have been dealt with sooner. Enough. I will take responsibility for my decisions. Nie Yun poses no threat to the Hidden Leaf. In fact, he may prove to be of great assistance, Tsunade interrupted. Slamming her hand on the table, Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. Nie Yun, I shall capture you eventually. Perched atop Chihua. Nie Yun suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Could it be that Chihua's speed had caused him to catch a chill? A swirling ball of fire appeared before Nie Yun, enveloping him in warmth. Chihua was indeed considerate. Chihua, how much longer? Not long now. We are traversing a weak spatial barrier between the spirit realm of Mount Mayaboku and the ninja world. In this world, aside from myself, no one else can pass through with such ease. Prepare yourself. We are about to cross. As soon as Chihua's words fell, Nie Yun felt an unusual force enveloping him, but the sensation vanished almost instantly. We have passed through. My golden wings can tear through space. Had it been anyone else or a ninja beast, they would have been impeded by spatial forces, making progress exceedingly difficult, requiring several hours to advance. Chihua boasted without shame, while Nie Yun applauded in enthusiastic agreement. The stronger Chihua became, the more delighted Nie Yun felt. Let us proceed. The old toad may or may not be awake now, but among his disciples, there should be one capable of sage techniques. Chihua continued guiding Nie Yun deeper into Mount Mayaboku. Soon, a peculiar palace came into view. Chihua politely shrank in size and halted outside, refraining from entering directly. A small toad dressed in a cloak and sporting a beard hopped down the steps. It was Toad Shimizu. Lord Chihua, our master has been awaiting your arrival. Nie Yun was somewhat astonished. Could the toad sage's foresight truly be so remarkable? Do not be surprised. This old toad possesses but this little talent, Chihua whispered, transforming to a parrot's size and resting upon Nie Yun's shoulder. Following Toad Shimizu into the grand hall, Nie Yun beheld a massive old toad lounging with its eyes half closed atop an altar. Toad sage, could you possibly open your eyes and engage in conversation? Chihua exclaimed without restraint. Lord Chihua, it is not that our master does not wish to open his eyes. It appears he has fallen asleep again. Shimizu explained apologetically. How could it be that the toad sage had just instructed him to receive guests, and yet had dozed off so quickly? Nie Yun was well aware that this old sage could slumber for centuries. It was hardly feasible to wait around here. Fortunately, Toad Shimizu was also versed in sage techniques. The only uncertainty lay in whether he would be willing to teach outsiders. Nie Yun directly conveyed his intentions to Shimizu. This is not an issue. Practicing the sage techniques of Mount Mayaboku merely requires signing a summoning contract with our Toad clan. As friends of young Jiraiya, you may approach him directly. However, I must caution you that mastering sage techniques is exceedingly challenging and fraught with peril. That child is capable of succeeding. The toad sage abruptly awakened, quite unexpectedly. Old toad, what did you dream of this time? Chihua fluttered his wings before the toad sage's eyes. Oh, it is you, Chihua. I dreamt of a battle involving the child who will soon sign a contract with us. He utilized sage techniques against an enemy. A battle? Who is he fighting? Nie Yun inquired. I cannot see clearly in my dream. It was all a blur. I cannot discern your future either. But I sense that the ninja world will undergo tremendous changes because of you. The enemy he battles is formidable and comes for you. With that, the toad sage fell asleep once more. Nie Yun nearly spat blood. Such incomplete revelations were indeed frustrating. Chapter 27. Jiraiya, I am dazed at Myaboka Mountain. A place adorned with towering stone spikes, the realm of the Toad clan serves as both a training ground and a sanctuary for ninjas to master sage arts. Nie Yun expressed a desire for an on-site investigation, prompting Toad Sinai to escort him to this sacred locale. Toad Sinai elaborated. The essence of sage arts lies in the absorption and utilization of natural energy. Although natural energy is also referred to as sage chakra, it fundamentally differs from conventional chakra. He took a deep breath, as if about to unveil a monumental secret. A millennium ago, the ninja world was devoid of chakra. During that era, many humans could harness natural energy. This esteemed Lord Akahuo is likely aware of this. Akahuo interjected, indeed, chakra is an import to the ninja world. Both Toad Sinai and Akahuo gazed intently at Nie Yun, eager to gauge his reaction. However, Nie Yun merely nodded placidly, indicating his prior knowledge. What are you staring at me for? Toad Sinai continued, the training in sage arts. Akahuo, incredulous, retorted, you claim to know this? I find it hard to believe. Your heart must be tumultuous, while your face feigns calmness. Toad Sinai subtly nodded in agreement, convinced of this notion. After all, humans possess but a fleeting century of life. How could they comprehend secrets from a millennium past? Ah, you glutton. Are you not referring to the descent of Kagaya Otsutsuki and the divine tree-bearing chakra fruits? Lo and behold, you truly know? Akahuo exclaimed, astonished, momentarily shedding his refined demeanor. Toad Sinai fell silent, reflecting on the prophecy he had heard about Nie Yun from the great Toad Sage. The prophecy spoke of a child destined to alter the ninja world, yet the identity of this child remained shrouded in mystery. The young Jiraiya had been in pursuit of this figure ever since. Yet now, it was explicitly stated that Nie Yun would bring about change in the ninja world. Toad Sinai held unwavering faith in the great Toad Sage's prophecy, prompting him to regard Nie Yun with newfound seriousness. Taking a deep breath, Toad Sinai resumed his explanation. With the advent of chakra, humanity gravitated towards the more convenient method of chakra cultivation, gradually rendering their bodies ill-suited to natural energy. Consequently, the number of individuals pursuing sage arts dwindled. Hence, for contemporary ninjas to harness natural energy, it has become exceedingly challenging. They must venture to places rich in natural energy, such as Myaboka Mountain, where they can relax and attune themselves to nature to absorb this energy. However, should any distractions arise, they risk succumbing to the transformation into toads. Nie Yun nodded, fully aware of the perils associated with sage training. Yet, for Kunmaru, it was imperative to pursue this path, not only to counteract the heavenly curse mark, but also to treat his bloodline illness. I understand. Once I return to Konoha, I will bring him here for training in a few days. I hope, Master Toad Sinai, you will take good care of him. Toad Sinai hurriedly reassured him, expressing that he would provide earnest guidance. After touring Myaboka Mountain, Toad Sinai wished to treat Nie Yun to a sumptuous meal of cold insects. Nie Yun and Akaho hastily departed Myaboka Mountain. You glutton, are you not also consuming insects? I am a divine bird. If I must eat, let it be celestial insects. Besides, if I eat what you prepare, the celestial insects would lose their allure. Huh, that's true. Since we are already at Myaboka Mountain, let us next explore the Whetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave. The Whetbone Forest is acceptable, but the Dragon Cave is a no-go. I cannot abide that old snake and his creepy disciples. To be honest, I too have an aversion to snakes. As Nie Yun perched upon Akahuo's back, the duo engaged in light-hearted banter while soaring toward the Whetbone Forest. Not long after Nie Yun's departure, the great Toad Sage awakened once more. Addressing Toad Sinai, he instructed, Little Sinai, summon young Jiraiya. I have matters to discuss with him. Toad Sinai, without further inquiry, dispatched a ninja frog to notify Jiraiya and summoned him through a summoning technique. From another perspective, ninjas are indeed the summoners of summoning beasts. Upon Jiraiya's arrival, having learned that the great toad sage sought him, he instinctively felt that there was a new revelation regarding the prophecy of his disciple, the prophesied child. Since childhood, when he first visited Miyaboka Mountain and accepted the burden of being the teacher to the one destined to change the ninja world, he had taken on students like Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato in the Land of Rain. Especially upon witnessing Nagato's Rinnegan, he believed Nagato could very well be the prophesied child. However, years later, he received news that the trio had perished amidst turmoil in the Land of Rain. Later, he took on Minato Namikaze as his pupil, a remarkably handsome and gentle individual, endowed with extraordinary talent. Even at a young age, he commanded respect in the ninja world, eventually becoming the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He seemed to embody the perfect archetype of the prophesied child, just as Jiraiya was convinced that the prophesied child was Minato. The latter tragically fell victim to the sudden Nine Tails incident. Since then, Jiraiya never relinquished his quest, traveling through the ninja world. He wrote books while searching for the prophesied child until he encountered Naruto, a passionate, somewhat foolish ninja whose aspiration to become Hokage was unmatched, yet he exuded an unparalleled strength. Through their time together, Jiraiya began to suspect that Naruto might indeed be the prophesied child. However, if the great toad sage had a new prophecy to substantiate this, it would be most fortuitous. Jiraiya, familiar with the route, approached the great toad sage's palace and bowed respectfully. He was no longer the reckless youth he once was. Young Jiraiya, you have grown. Great sage, what brings me here? I wish to discuss the prophecy concerning the prophesied child. Jiraiya's heart fluttered. He held his breath, anticipating the arrival of the long-awaited revelation. That prophecy has been rendered null. What? Jiraiya, engrossed in attention, stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Convinced he must have misheard. Great sage, what do you mean by the prophecy being null? Because the future has changed. The prophecy concerning the prophesied child no longer holds weight. The great toad sage explained with calm composure, but Jiraiya could not absorb a single word. He had dedicated half his life to searching for the prophesied child, eager to shoulder the responsibility of guiding him. Yet now the great toad sage abruptly declared that the prophecy was void. Was this not a denial of his very existence? The world around him began to spin. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Jiraiya fainted. Chapter 28. Jiraiya. My disguise. Upon Nie Yun's return to Konoha, he received two pieces of news. The first was that Hong Lian had escaped, which was entirely within Nie Yun's expectations. One might even say he had subtly encouraged it. He had long perceived Hong Lian's intentions, realizing that forcing her to stay would be futile. It would be wiser to allow her freedom, as it might facilitate the retrieval of another Orochimaru. The second piece of news was that Jiraiya had collapsed in Mibokuzen and had been brought back by Sage Fukasaku. Upon awakening, he appeared rather dazed, spending his days indulging in alcohol and foolish laughter, incessantly calling for Nie Yun. At this moment, Naruto and Tsunade stood before Nie Yun. Brother Nie Yun, you must go check on Jiraiya-sensei. He's been acting strangely these past few days, Naruto lamented, his face contorted in worry. Jiraiya had ceased to guide his training and barely acknowledged him. Even when Naruto employed the harem technique in his presence, there was little reaction. Nie Yun's attention was clearly not on Jiraiya. The harem technique? Has Naruto truly mastered this divine art so swiftly? Naruto assumed Nie Yun was oblivious to the nature of the harem technique. Brother Nie Yun, let me demonstrate, and you will understand. Stop, stop, stop. Nie Yun quickly interjected, not wishing to suffer a nosebleed of epic proportions. Tsunade furrowed her brows in concern for Jiraiya's condition. She had tried various methods, yet her medical ninjutsu had proven ineffective. I've never seen Jiraiya like this, and my medical techniques aren't working. Please, you must go see him. He has been repeatedly uttering your name. Tsunade clearly harbored great expectations of Nie Yun, even employing a pleading tone. Nie Yun was unaware of the events that had transpired in Mibokuzen during his absence. After all, he and Jiraiya shared a bond akin to that of old friends. It was only fitting that he pay a visit given Jiraiya's current state. Thus, Nie Yun nodded and accompanied Naruto and Tsunade to Jiraiya's residence. Upon entering, Jiraiya lunged at him with fervor. Nie Yun instinctively suppressed this reflex to prevent Jiraiya from injuring himself further. Nie Yun, please, I beg you to be my teacher. No, wait, please accept me as your student. No, that's not right. Naruto was bewildered. Jiraiya-sensei wants to acknowledge Nie Yun as his teacher? Does that mean I suddenly become younger than Sasuke? I refuse. Tsunade was equally perplexed. What had caused Jiraiya to act in such a peculiar manner? Nie Yun was equally confused. What had triggered this response in Jiraiya? After catching his breath, Jiraiya finally articulated his thoughts. No, I mean to say, I wish to be your teacher. Nie Yun was even more bewildered. I regard you as a brother, and yet you wish to be my teacher? What on earth is happening? This confusion was not entirely unwarranted. Jiraiya, after being informed by Fukasaku that Nie Yun might be the prophesied child, found himself unable to process this sudden revelation and clung to the notion of becoming the teacher of the prophesied one. Calm down, Jiraiya. Take your time to explain, Nie Yun advised. Jiraiya complied, gradually recounting the events that had transpired. Tsunade listened intently, her eyes sparkling with interest, her gaze darting between Jiraiya and Nie Yun. To think that Sage Fukasaku would prophesy that Nie Yun is capable of altering the course of the ninja world, Tsunade mused. Although she had never met the great sage, she was familiar with Sage Orochimaru, who spoke highly of Fukasaku's prophetic abilities. Jiraiya had previously mentioned that Fukasaku predicted he would be the teacher of the prophesied child, a notion that had left him in a state of elation. Yet now, after more than 30 years, this prophecy had been altered by Nie Yun's appearance, leaving Tsunade with a profound sense of intrigue regarding Nie Yun's true nature. Nie Yun, who exactly are you? I shall uncover the truth, she vowed. Nie Yun, realizing the impact of recent events on Jiraiya, felt a pang of sorrow. The phrase "the greatest sorrow is the death of the heart" might well describe Jiraiya's current predicament. For few things could be as devastating as the shattering of one's ideals. He found himself at a loss. He had initially dismissed the words of Sage Fukasaku, yet they had evidently caused such a significant upheaval in Jiraiya's life. As he pondered how to offer comfort, Naruto interjected excitedly, "Brother Nie Yun, why not reluctantly agree to Jiraiya-sensei's request? That way, we will be like brothers." Naruto was oblivious to the deeper implications of Jiraiya's words. All he heard was that Jiraiya wished to be Nie Yun's teacher. If that were the case, he would suddenly become Sasuke's uncle. The thought of Sasuke dutifully addressing him as uncle and serving him tea brought a mischievous grin to Naruto's face. Nie Yun, fully aware of Naruto's thoughts, seized him and tossed him out the window. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. The sound of Naruto's impact echoed through the courtyard, and no one inside the room was concerned. After all, Naruto was notoriously resilient. Jiraiya, why do you cling so firmly to a prophecy? Why are you so intent on being the teacher of the prophesied child? Whether or not I am the prophesied one, you need not burden yourself with the responsibility of guiding me to change the ninja world for the better. You have pursued this for half your life. It is time to rest. Nie Yun had deftly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Jiraiya, despite his outwardly carefree demeanor, bore an immense sense of responsibility. Upon learning of his duty to guide the prophesied child, he willingly accepted it, dedicating himself wholeheartedly, even to the point of risking his life. In fact, he had indeed fulfilled this role, becoming the most influential figure in Naruto's journey. Yet now, this very sense of responsibility had rendered him somewhat disoriented. With Nie Yun's words, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback and returned to his bed, lost in contemplation. Nie Yun exchanged glances with Tsunade, and they silently exited the room, allowing him the space to come to terms with his thoughts. Nie Yun, thank you, Tsunade expressed earnestly, grateful as Jiraiya's longtime friend. She wished for nothing more than his well-being. It was my duty. After all, I have my reasons, he replied. I must take my leave now, if I linger. The two old advisors will surely become irate. Tsunade offered no further words and turned to depart. With Jiraiya recovering, she too had responsibilities as Hokage that required her attention. Observing Naruto, who had landed in a heap, Nie Yun contemplated, Naruto, for the next few days, you shall train with me. It will also serve as practice against Sasuke. Naruto instantly perked up, recalling his recent training with the lecherous sage that had significantly enhanced his abilities. This time, he was determined to teach Sasuke a lesson. Chapter 29. The conclusion of the Valley of the End in the Death Forest of Konohagakure. Nie Yun leaned against the shade of a tree, seeking respite from the heat. Over the past few days, he had taken on the responsibility of instructing Naruto and Sasuke, bringing them to this expansive locale. Adopting a hands-off approach to education, Nie Yun imparted some techniques in the day's training tasks before allowing them to continue independently. He was confident that neither would shirk their responsibilities, particularly after seeing Jumaro, a boy merely a year or two their senior, embark on his journey to Miyaboka Mountain to practice sage techniques. They all understood that upon his return, Jumaro would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force, a true shadow-level ninja, thus motivating them to train vigorously to avoid falling behind. Ding! Today's sign-in has commenced. Conditions: watch the battle at the Valley of the End between Naruto and Sasuke. Reward: unlock the mode for fusion techniques. currently allowing for the combination of bloodline limits and bloodline elimination. Suddenly, Nie Yun opened his eyes, slightly bemused by the system's sign-in requirement. Was this system malfunctioning? Sasuke had already defected from Konoha, so how could there be a first battle at the Valley of the End? Although that battle was indeed iconic, it was an event that had never transpired in this timeline, rendering the task utterly absurd. Just as Nie Yun contemplated abandoning this assignment, Naruto and Sasuke approached. Teacher Nie Yun, Brother Nie Yun, they called out in unison, only to glance away simultaneously, clearly having had a spat. Intrigued by their demeanor, Nie Yun entertained an unrefined idea regarding today's sign-in conditions. One at a time, please, he said, mediating their dispute as he listened to Sasuke and then Naruto. It turned out the duo had completed the first stage of their training in the Rasengan and Chidori techniques, respectively, and had mastered their individual jutsus. They were now in the consolidation phase. With the next stage of training yet to commence, they found themselves with little to do, leading to a sense of rivalry as they both felt they had made significant progress and wished to spar. Having previously engaged in friendly competition with various techniques, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken throwing, their youthful pride flared, prompting them to seek Nie Yun's judgment. How fortuitous, Nie Yun mused, having just conceived a similar notion. He cleared his throat and declared, Sasuke, Naruto, the battles between ninjas are not merely contests of jutsu or taijutsu. To truly test your strength, how about a full-fledged duel? I wish to see how much you have truly grown. Nodding vigorously, both Naruto and Sasuke had long entertained the idea of such a duel, but hesitated, fearing that an all-out effort might result in injury. With Nie Yun as their referee, however, they felt assured that he could intervene if necessary, given his prowess. As they prepared to engage, Nie Yun halted them, stating that fighting here would be lackluster and suggesting they relocate. Where to? They inquired. To the Valley of the End. He replied casually. The terrain there is complex and will truly showcase your abilities. Upon hearing this, the two nodded in agreement, appreciating the added challenge as a validation of their skills. It's quite a distance to the Valley of the End. Let us hurry, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Sasuke, ever the pragmatist, remarked, Teacher Nie Yun must have a means to expedite our journey. Nie Yun affirmed, indeed, Sasuke is correct. Allow me to show you my summoning beast. He proceeded to perform the summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, Naruto and Sasuke eagerly awaited the appearance of Nie Yun's companion. A miniature version of Akka emerged, landing on Nie Yun's shoulder. What is your command, my master? The creature inquired. Noticing the subtle disappointment on Naruto and Sasuke's faces at Akka's current form, Nie Yun urged. Glutton, transform back to your true form. We have a journey ahead. As you wish. Akka twirled in the air, enveloped in a whirlwind, as flames erupted from the ground, transforming the whirlwind into a fiery cyclone. A melodious cry resonated from within, and as the flames receded, a majestic firebird measuring several meters in length emerged. Naruto and Sasuke's mouths fell agape, marveling at the stunning transformation they had never witnessed before. Nie Yun leaped onto Akka's back and beckoned them. Stop dawdling. Let us depart. Recovering from their astonishment, they exchanged glances filled with awe. Nie Yun always managed to surprise them. Once they were settled, Nie Yun instructed Akka, Glutton, head north. Our destination is the Valley of the End. After a brief moment, he called out, Hey, we just passed a notable landmark, where there were statues. Akka quipped. Is that all? You summoned me for such a short distance? Nie Yun replied, It's not the distance. Your speed is unparalleled. Upon reaching the Valley of the End, Akka transformed back into his miniature form, resuming his place on Nie Yun's shoulder as an observer. Nie Yun switched to director mode, beginning to arrange the scene. Naruto, stand to the left. Yes, right on top of the statue of the first Hokage, Hashirama. Sasuke, position yourself to the right, atop your ancestor's statue. Now, direct your gaze coldly at Naruto. Naruto, your expression is off. It should be more eager, more sorrowful. As the two began to realize that things were not unfolding as they had envisioned, they sensed that Nie Yun's directives were becoming excessive. Why must their expressions convey eagerness and sorrow during a spar? Nie Yun, they attempted to protest, but he cut them off with a firm, obey the arrangement. This is to heighten the challenge. Reluctantly, they acquiesced, but what followed was even more difficult to accept. All right, that's enough. Naruto, when you unleash the Rasengan, you must exclaim, what a gay thing. Sasuke, when using Chidori, shout Naruto. Make sure to infuse those words with emotion, pouring all your feelings for one another into that phrase. Do you understand? Ah, this is too ridiculous. I refuse, Brother Nie Yun. Teacher Nie Yun, must we really shout that? With a swift motion, Nie Yun delivered a couple of light taps to their heads, causing them to swell slightly. Faced with Nie Yun's authoritative stance, they could only yield to his demands. Feeling satisfied with their submission, Nie Yun commanded, then let the battle commence. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, each blaming the other for initiating this ridiculous training session. Knowing they were now ensnared by Nie Yun's whims and compelled to utter such embarrassing phrases, the more they pondered, the angrier they grew, and thus began their earnest confrontation. Meanwhile, Nie Yun remained vigilant at the sidelines, fully focused on preventing any injuries. Chapter 30, Naruto vs. Half-Complete Susanoo under the watchful eye of Nie Yun. Naruto and Sasuke commenced an all-out battle, each unleashing their utmost strength. They leaped simultaneously from the heads of the statues of Hashirama and Madara, landing gracefully upon the water's surface before dashing towards one another, hurling shurikens to probe and disrupt. The clashing of kunai and shuriken ignited sparks in the air. However, in the art of throwing kunai and shuriken, Sasuke's refined skills, honed from a young age, clearly surpassed Naruto's. Aware of this disparity, Naruto sought to close the distance rapidly, launching a powerful punch. Sasuke deftly blocked and countered with a kick aimed at Naruto's exposed midsection. Caught off guard, Naruto was sent flying back, crashing into the water, where he remained submerged for a considerable time, prompting Sasuke to search anxiously. Suddenly, Sasuke sensed unusual ripples beneath his feet, followed by a massive explosion of smoke. Realizing the impending danger, he attempted to evade, only to be seized by Naruto, who had grasped one of his ankles. But that was not all. A multitude of Narutos erupted from beneath the surface, attempting to subdue the off-balance Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke remained unflustered, activating his Sharingan. The numerous Narutos appeared to him in slow motion, revealing their vulnerabilities, and he swiftly dispersed them. The Naruto that had grabbed his ankle was yanked upward and sent careening to the riverbank. Struck with such force, this Naruto did not dissipate. Instead, he staggered and stood upright once more. Was this truly Naruto? Sasuke had his doubts. He was well acquainted with Naruto's tactics. Nie Yun observed keenly, recognizing that Naruto had activated his shadow clone technique underwater while concealing his true self nearby. This was a familiar strategy of his, misleading opponents into believing a clone was his real body while he lay in wait for a surprise attack. Sasuke, cautious not to approach recklessly, threw a few shuriken, dispersing the remaining Narutos. The Sharingan was adept at seeing through the essence of ninjutsu, rendering Naruto's deception ineffective. Looking around, Sasuke explained to Naruto that this battle of equals, a clash of wits and strength, ignited his blood, fueling his passion. Suddenly, a rock on the riverbank propelled several kunai, accompanied by smoke bombs, towards Sasuke. He evaded, while Naruto emerged from the smoke. Though the Sharingan could penetrate the essence of ninjutsu, it could not unveil the concealing cloth. Naruto, often perceived as a hot-headed fool, displayed remarkable battle instincts, employing such small devices to catch Sasuke off guard. Once again, they engaged in close combat, exchanging blows. Truth be told, Naruto's taijutsu fell short when compared to Sasuke's, yet his resilience was notable. After enduring 5 strikes from Sasuke, if he managed to land even a single hit, he considered it a victory. Aware of Naruto's durability, Sasuke employed an explosive tag to create distance. While explosive tags in the world of shinobi rarely resulted in fatalities, no one wished to endure such an impact. As they created space, Sasuke retreated while forming hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Naruto, caught off guard during his retreat, opted to utilize the shadow clone technique. A multitude of Narutos shielded his true form, absorbing Sasuke's attack. Although these clones vanished, the memories and sensations they relayed back to Naruto were undeniably real, a feat only someone as resilient as Naruto could accomplish. Sasuke's fire and lightning techniques were masterfully intertwined, consistently forcing Naruto into precarious positions without inflicting substantial damage. Most of Sasuke's skills were absorbed by the clones, allowing Naruto to seize opportunities to strike back at Sasuke. This exchange persisted for a full half hour, leaving both Naruto and Sasuke somewhat exhausted. Sasuke, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my recent training. The tailed beast cloak gradually enveloped Naruto's form, a revelation he had achieved under Minato's guidance. Sensing Naruto's rising aura, Sasuke erupted into a dramatic, boisterous laugh. Naruto, you have not disappointed me. If you were merely as you were moments ago, defeat would have been inevitable. Now, you have earned my full power. Nie Yun could not help but facepalm, realizing that Sasuke's flamboyant laughter was indeed hereditary. despite Nie Yun's unwavering positive influence. Sasuke seemed to be veering toward a more dramatic persona. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with the results of his recent training. The patterns in Sasuke's eyes began to shift. The tomo merging, yet not evolving into new designs. Nie Yun regarded this transformation as a precursor to the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Initially astonished by this change, Nie Yun realized that the Sharingan could evolve into the Mangekyou without external stimuli. Perhaps this phenomenon had always been present, but the trauma of losing loved ones had led the Uchiha clan to believe that such loss was the only catalyst for awakening the Mangekyou, thus neglecting other potential methods. Upon reflection, Nie Yun surmised that Sasuke's recent transformation was likely due to his ongoing physical enhancements from Nie Yun's guidance. Coupled with the consumption of both Yang and Yin wines, which had accumulated within him, stimulating the awakening of the Mangekyou. Afterwards, Nie Yun felt an overwhelming urge to attach the Qiankuan wine flask to Sasuke, encouraging him to indulge regularly. The effects were evident as the integration of the tomo deepened, now trending towards the emergence of new patterns. In this state, Sasuke's Sharingan began to exhibit preliminary functions of the Mangekyou, including the manifestation of Susanoo. A layer of blue chakra enveloped Sasuke's form, revealing several chakra ribs and a chakra arm. Nie Yun dubbed this manifestation half-complete Susanoo. As both combatants sensed the burgeoning power within one another, they shared a profound gaze, recognizing the kinship forged through their struggle. They surged towards each other simultaneously. Naruto exclaimed, "What is Ge?" Sasuke replied, "That's Naruto." Chapter 31. The art of fusion and bloodline limits. These two children exude a sense of familiarity that I find quite intriguing. As if I have encountered them before. Chiwa remarked thoughtfully while observing their battle. "Are you referring to Indra and Ashura?" Nie Yun replied nonchalantly. "Indeed. It appears you are well versed in the secrets of a millennium ago," Chiwa exclaimed, marveling at the enigmatic nature of Nie Yun. "It's merely something I occasionally dream about." Nie Yun jested, reflecting on his nearly 4-year stay in the world of Naruto, where events from his previous life on Earth felt like mere dreams. "You brat. Do you fancy yourself a sage frog? If you don't wish to share, then keep your silence, but do not toy with me," Chiwa retorted, clearly annoyed. Believing Nie Yun was mocking him. "I am quite upset. You must prepare me a delightful feast as compensation." "Very well. How about we indulge in some stone-grilled meat today?" Nie Yun surveyed their surroundings with renewed enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Chiwa perked up instantly, soaring away and returning shortly with a robust wild boar. The duo feasted on grilled meat by the riverbank while watching Naruto and Sasuke continue their duel. Corpse bone path, bone prison technique. 2 bone prisons suddenly rose, separating Naruto and Sasuke just before their impending clash. The tailed beast Rasengan and Susanoo Chidori in their hands gradually dissipated. "That was close. Had I not intervened, you two might have lost an arm," Nie Yun chuckled, giving each of them a playful tap on the head. These two had already demonstrated considerable strength, capable of easily besting an average jonin. "Not bad, not bad. Your diligent training under me and Jiraiya has certainly paid off. Now, go rest by the riverside. The stone-grilled meat is ready." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up, as if their injuries had healed by half in an instant. They supported each other as they made their way to the campfire. Meanwhile, Nie Yun took flight to hover above the waterfall, while Chiwa, sated, wandered off on his own. Ding. Fusion mode activated. Currently, the fusion of bloodline limits and bloodline elimination is possible. The available jutsu for fusion are lightning release and wind release. Nie Yun had come here to experiment with the newly unveiled so-called jutsu fusion mode. Aside from the 3 great ocular techniques and the corpse bone path as bloodline limits, he could also fuse other bloodline techniques derived from different chakra natures, such as the crystal release of Hong Lian, the explosion release of Deidara, the magnet release of the 3rd and 4th Kazekage, the dissolution and boil release of the 5th Mizukage, and even the wood release of Hashirama Senju. As long as the required jutsu met the standards, Nie Yun could fuse them. However, for Nie Yun at this moment, ordinary bloodlines held little allure beyond mere amusement. What he truly yearned for were Hashirama's wood release and the dust release of the bloodline elimination. His desire for wood release stemmed from Hashirama's formidable prowess, showcasing techniques such as the True Thousand Hands, the Birth of the Tree World, the Wood Dragon Technique, and the Wood Kongo. If the fusion resulted in something akin to Yamado's ability to merely construct houses, it would be far from worthwhile. Yet Nie Yun trusted that the system would not be so lackluster. As for dust release, it was the only bloodline elimination that featured in the original plot. Boasting incredible lethality and the ability to fly, it resembled a sage gliding through the void, exuding an air of elegance and charm. However, to attain would release. Both water and earth release must reach S rank, while dust release necessitated earth, wind, and fire release to all achieve S rank. Currently, Nie Yun's attributes were Host, Nie Yun, Strength, Kage-level, Chakra amount, 150. 000, S, Fire release, A, Earth release, A, Lightning release, S, Wind release, S, Water release, A, Yang release, B, Bloodline limit, Corpse bone path, Obtain bloodline, None. Others, Stealth technique. Impure world reincarnation, Weapons and treasures, Dragonbone blade, Qiankuan wine gourd. Aside from lightning and wind release reaching S rank, the other jutsu remained at a level, with Yang release still stagnant at B. Thus, Nie Yun recognized that acquiring dust release and wood release would require additional time. With this in mind, he decided not to rush and opted for a playful fusion of bloodlines first. Combining lightning and wind appeared akin to the magnet release wielded by the third and fourth Kazekage, who manipulated iron and gold sand through magnetic control. Ding! Congratulations, host. Wind release and lightning release have successfully fused. Obtain magnet release, along with its series of techniques. Magnet release, drawing inspiration from the third and fourth Kazekage. It allows the manipulation of magnetic forces to control metals and magnetize non-metallic targets, using magnetism to inflict harm upon foes. After reviewing the description, Nie Yun remarked dryly, an interesting bloodline, though its practical uses are rather limited. To him, it felt akin to a chicken rib, flavorless yet too precious to discard. Were this cinnamon to reach Raza, he would surely be infuriated, for what he cherished dearly was merely entertaining to Nie Yun. Should he encounter Raza again, he might craft some gold sand using magnet release and defeat him with it, which would likely induce tears. Meanwhile, Raza, diligently training in the sand village, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He hurriedly enveloped himself in gold sand, seeking a semblance of security. With a mere thought, Nie Yun extended his hand and commanded, magnetize. He felt the seamless fusion of lightning and wind chakra within his grasp, a surge of magnet release energy adhering to the surface of a rock. With a flick of his wrist, he levitated the rock effortlessly, manipulating it with ease. He found that his control range was significantly greater than Raza's over his gold sand, likely due to his ample chakra reserves. Reflecting on Raza led Nie Yun to think of his son, Gaara. This train of thought inspired him with a playful idea. Nie Yun magnetized numerous rocks and assembled them together, standing atop the formation. He then commanded the stones to float once more. We're taking off. The rocks swayed as they lifted Nie Yun into the air. Though not as glamorous as true flight, it nonetheless represented a modest achievement in solo aerial maneuvering. Nie Yun reveled in the joys of magnet release for some time, discovering that his chakra expenditure was minimal, possibly due to the limited number of items he was controlling simultaneously. After a while, he remembered Sasuke and Naruto and resolved to return them to Konoha. Upon his return, he found the two at odds once more, each refusing to acknowledge the other. This simply would not do. True friendship necessitated camaraderie. Thus, he affectionately ruffled their hair and snapped his fingers. Big brother Nie Yun, what have you done? They exclaimed, alarmed as they found themselves back to back. This is merely a training exercise for your synergy. You shall return to Konoha like this before nightfall, he said with a smile. Big brother Nie Yun, please separate us. This is far too embarrassing. I refuse to be seen attached to Sasuke on the way back, Naruto protested. Sasuke, however, remained silent, abruptly hoisting Naruto onto his back and hastening to follow Nie Yun. Shut up, Naruto. Look at how obedient Sasuke is. This is training, understand? Nie Yun, growing weary of Naruto's incessant chatter, decided to zip his mouth shut. MMPH. Naruto whimpered. Chapter 32, Sakura's decision and Kakashi's predicament. A peculiar scene unfolded on the streets of Konoha under the night sky. Sasuke, with Naruto's face turned towards the stars, made his way towards a tavern, their backs pressed closely together without a hint of space between them. The reason for this unusual arrangement was that Naruto stubbornly refused to enter the village. As for Nie Yun, he had long since returned to the tavern, finding such an unconventional training method rather conspicuous. Onlookers pointed and whispered, marveling at the antics of the youth. Sakura, perusing the shops, squeezed into the crowd to witness the spectacle. Oh, Sasuke, Naruto, what on earth is happening? She exclaimed. Naruto, unable to speak, was in tears, and it was clear that Sakura had noticed. Sakura, we are training. It's a task assigned by our teacher, Sasuke replied earnestly. Ah, is there such a training method? Sakura pondered, her confusion evident. Nie Yun, Truly, your imagination knows no bounds, she thought to herself. The murmurs around her grew louder, and Sakura felt her cheeks flush. However, abandoning Sasuke and Naruto was not an option. Accompanying them felt utterly embarrassing. Hey, Sakura. A cheerful voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she facepalmed in disbelief. What day was it today? Before her stood two more eccentric figures, Lee and Guy, both clad in tight green suits, walking on their hands. Lee, who had suffered severe injuries in battle against Gaara, had been declared unable to continue his ninja career. Yet, the return of Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja, had salvaged his fate. As these two oddballs encountered the equally unusual Naruto and Sasuke, a bizarre chemistry filled the air. Hey, Sasuke, what kind of new training method is this? They exclaimed, eyes wide with intrigue. Our teacher said this would enhance our teamwork and synergy, Sasuke replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Nie Yun is quite the inventive mind. Lee, let's set aside our upside-down run around Konoha for today and focus on cooperative training instead, Guy declared. Yes, for the sake of our youth, let us train earnestly. They chorused, seamlessly executing their combined movements before dashing off. Sasuke, seemingly inspired, quickened his pace. Sakura, you need not follow us. You may return. Our teacher is waiting for me. Sakura noticed the upward curve of Sasuke's lips and froze in place. Sasuke was smiling. Passerby A. The atmosphere among Konoha's ninjas seems rather peculiar lately. Passerby B. I agree. Ever since the recent attack, things have felt different. Sakura took these observations to heart. Indeed, some things had changed. Sasuke had evolved, Naruto had transformed, and even Kakashi, who had been guiding her training, had shifted. It appeared she too must adapt, lest she be left far behind, unable to grasp the hem of Sasuke's garment, let alone stand beside him. Sakura began to confront the reality of her distance from Naruto and Sasuke. With Naruto being mentored by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and Sasuke under the guidance of the formidable Nie Yun, she felt the need for change. Although Kakashi had diligently instructed her, she sensed that his teachings were dwindling. Determined, Sakura resolved to seek Kakashi's counsel. She approached him without hesitation. Upon hearing her intentions, Kakashi sighed, realizing that the inevitable had come. So, my last student is also looking to leave? Though reluctantly, Kakashi understood the necessity of letting go. Sakura, your initiative to seek me out signifies that you have become a ninja capable of independent thought. I am heartened by that, he said, smiling yet tinged with melancholy. I have contemplated this matter as well. Tsunade is undoubtedly the most suitable teacher for you. Her prowess as a medical ninja is unparalleled, and she shares your formidable strength. I can recommend you to her. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Let us not dwell on sadness. You will all remain in Konoha and still be my students. That is enough for me. How about this? Tomorrow, I shall treat you all to a meal at Nie Yun's tavern. Inform Naruto and Sasuke to order freely. The following evening, after leaving the tavern, Kakashi sat alone at the counter, quietly nursing his drink. Nie Yun, seated across from him, poured himself a glass as well. Kakashi, are you lamenting the meal you just shared with Naruto and the others? Kakashi lifted his gaze, his single eye reflecting a mix of frustration and amusement. You jest. Yet it is true that students inevitably seek greater growth beyond their mentors. You were prepared for this when you emerged from the Umbu and became their teacher, weren't you? Nie Yun began to counsel Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, fully aware that Naruto and Sasuke's achievements would far surpass his own, leading them to leave his protection sooner than anticipated. After a year together, the aloof facade he maintained concealed the deep affection he held for each relationship, friendship, kinship, camaraderie, and the bond between teacher and student. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had become integral to his life. His current feelings resembled those of parents watching their children grow and leave home for study or work. Nie Yun understood this sentiment well. If Sasuke desires to grow stronger and seeks to journey or find a new mentor, would you be able to accept that? Kakashi suddenly posed the question to Nie Yun. Surprised, Nie Yun thought about what he would do if Sasuke wished to leave. What can I do? I would just have to teach him a lesson first. If he hasn't learned at least half of my skills, he has no right to wander off, he declared. Nie Yun then added, that's not going to happen. I'm not boasting, but if Sasuke wants to surpass me, it would take him a lifetime to learn even half of my abilities. Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Can we not pretend and have a genuine conversation? Feeling slightly awkward, Nie Yun suddenly had an idea. How about you take a part-time job at my tavern? You could see Sasuke and the others regularly. And Tsunade and Jiraiya often come here for drinks. I recently lost an employee. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi shook his head, quickly leaving Nie Yun's tavern. Nie Yun could only shake his head, lamenting the missed opportunity to recruit a potential elite ninja. Chapter 33. Nie Yun's bold idea the following day. Kakashi unexpectedly found himself working part-time at Nie Yun Tavern, primarily delivering takeout. This endeavor did not conflict with his duties as a ninja. Whenever a mission arose, he would simply attend to it, and Nie Yun would not curtail his freedom. Furthermore, given Kakashi's formidable prowess, the S-rank and A-rank missions suited to him were rather scarce. It would be absurd to assign him C-rank or B-rank tasks, which yielded less than the salary Nie Yun offered. Moreover, Konohagakure seldom dispatched other assignments to Kakashi, leaving him with ample leisure time, which he chose to spend at Nie Yun's establishment. However, since Kakashi commenced his employment, an audacious idea had emerged in Nie Yun's mind. One that was both outrageous and irresistibly enticing, compelling him to pursue its realization. He envisioned transforming Nie Yun Tavern into a compendium of formidable warriors. The plan entailed establishing taverns throughout the entire ninja world, employing only renowned ninja elites, even if it was merely nominal. Every role, from servers to bartenders, and even the manager, would require a candidate of at least quasi-Kage caliber, with even the delivery personnel needing to be jonin. Once this idea took root, every fiber of Nie Yun's being stirred with excitement, as it awakened a long-dormant instinct within him, the instinct to collect. Indeed, Nie Yun was an avid collector. In his youth, during the era of 5-cent instant noodles, he obsessively gathered cards from Water Margin, Three Kingdoms, and Naruto. As he matured into a distinguished chef, he endeavored to master every dish listed in the full banquet repertoire, satisfying his insatiable desire to collect. Now, envisioning Nie Yun Tavern as a compilation of powerhouses, including the 9-tailed beast Jinchuriki, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the 12 young ninjas of Konoha, filled Nie Yun with unparalleled excitement. The thought of amassing such a collection thrilled him to the core. At that point, Nie Yun Tavern would undoubtedly emerge as the foremost dark force in the ninja world, rendering the Akatsuki mere supplicants and even forcing Pein to dutifully carry rice for the tavern. Of course, achieving such a monumental feat necessitated Nie Yun attaining unparalleled strength. Consequently, the lethargic Nie Yun found himself imbued with an unprecedented desire to enhance his abilities, leading him to devise a series of training plans. His primary focus was upgrading the other 3 nature transformations, which would enable him to fuse them into a more potent bloodline limit. Previously, Nie Yun had never actively trained in ninjutsu. He relied solely on the enhancement boxes awarded through system sign-ins. However, the foundation laid by the system was remarkably solid. And now, as Nie Yun embarked on his training, he encountered no obstacles, experiencing rapid progress each day. In the land of rain, within a mysterious cavern, 10 spectral figures stood atop the fingers of the Outer Path's golem. This was the technique of the organization's leader, Pein, who utilized the phantom body technique to receive the thought waves of Akatsuki members scattered across the ninja world, transforming them into ethereal images, and relaying the information back as thought waves. Nie Yun was astonished. This resembled a form of remote video communication in the ninja world. Indeed, the Akatsuki was at the forefront of the ninja realm, not only in progressive ideology and scientific management, but also in pioneering methods. Black Zetsu. Provide an update on the various tailed beasts in their Jinchuriki, Pein commanded, prompting everyone to cease their idle chatter and listen intently, recognizing this as their ultimate objective. Emerging from the rocky wall like a plant, Black Zetsu, the special intelligence operative responsible for monitoring the ninja world, began to report. The Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Shikaku, Gaara, is now the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, with strength approximating that of a Kage. The 2 tails, Nakomata, is currently training in Kumobikure, having reportedly mastered the power of the tailed beast, showing signs of becoming a super Kage. The 3 tails, Isabu, currently lacks a Jinchuriki and roams freely in the land of water, although Orochimaru seems to have set his sights on a child capable of controlling it. Orochimaru. I will personally eliminate him, Deidara exclaimed, excitement coursing through him at the mention of Orochimaru's name, his 4 tongues eagerly licking his lips. Deidara. Quiet down and continue to listen, Scorpion admonished. The Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, Son Goku, Oinoki, has had a falling out with the Tsuchikage and has left Iwagakure. I have yet to ascertain his whereabouts, but he is likely of Kage level. The Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, Kokuo, Han, is under close monitoring by Iwagakure due to Oinoki's departure, possessing quasi-Kage strength. The 6 tails, Saiken, Jinchuriki, Yutaka, has also left Kirigakure, with strength at the quasi-Kage level. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Chome, is a young girl from Takigakure, currently training there, estimated to be at the Jonin level. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, is well guarded by the Reikage, and his exact location remains unknown, as does his strength. Finally, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kurama, Naruto, is currently in Konoha under the tutelage of Jiraiya and a person named Nie Yun. Upon hearing Nie Yun's name, Itachi's pupils involuntarily constricted, recalling their previous conversation. Pain's companion, Nagato, also recognized the name, prompting him to ask through Pein, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, what is your assessment of this Nie Yun's strength? Itachi remained silent, contemplating how to respond in a manner most advantageous for Konoha, Nie Yun, and Sasuke. However, Kisame unhesitatingly stated, his individual strength surpasses that of anyone present, and he possesses the ability to summon already deceased powerful beings. Just the other day, he fought alongside the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander to thwart my and Itachi's attempt to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto. The mention of Hanzo's name caused Nagato, deep within the hidden village of Rain, to cough violently. It was Hanzo who had conspired with Danzo to set a trap, leading to the death of his close friend Yahiko, who had ultimately been transformed into Pein, the leader of the Akatsuki. Although Nagato had eventually unleashed the power of the Rinnegan to kill Hanzo, his hatred for him remained unresolved. Conan quickly attempted to comfort him. Nagato, I am fine. He is already dead. Being summoned back without any freedom is a fate worse than death. Reflecting on it, killing him outright would have been a mercy. Conan's beautiful eyes were filled with resentment. This Nie Yun, should we be cautious? I have heard he is not from Konoha, but a descendant of the Kagaya clan, which was annihilated in Kirigakure. Perhaps we can exploit this to draw him into our organization. Conan merely nodded in silence, choosing to accompany Nagato in realizing his dream alongside Yahiko, regardless of his actions. However, such sentiments were not unique to Nagato within the Akatsuki. Chapter 34, Achieving Super Shadow. The might of would release the masked man, Uchiha Obito, has inherited the will of Uchiha Madara and has been a partner to Nagato, subtly manipulating the Akatsuki organization and the dynamics of the ninja world from behind the scenes. The turmoil of the Nine Tails and the blood mist of the Hidden Mist Village were orchestrated by him. Although he and Nagato appear to be partners, they are, in fact, utilizing and guarding against each other. The public mission of the Akatsuki is to collect tailed beasts, yet their intentions diverge significantly. Nagato seeks to resurrect the Ten Tails, motivated by its formidable power. He intends to leverage this power to sell it to the major ninja villages, instilling fear of this world-destroying force and preventing wars. This approach is undeniably rational and scientifically sound, representing an effective path towards peace. Conversely, Uchiha Obito aims to utilize the Ten Tails to initiate the Moon Eye Plan, creating a new world with Rin. His plan to resurrect Uchiha Madara using Nagato's Rinnegan was merely a facade. He would not foolishly disrupt his own scheme by reviving Madara. The only significant obstacle was the so-called embodiment of Madara's will, Black Zetsu. This entity has been fervently preparing for Madara's resurrection while also keeping a watchful eye on Obito. Obito finds this presence bothersome, yet Black Zetsu possesses an extraordinary talent for evasion, making it challenging to eliminate him even for Obito. Now, a new contender, Nie Yun, has emerged, capable of resurrecting the deceased to fight for him. This development greatly concerns Obito, as the possibility of Nie Yun reviving Uchiha Madara poses a substantial threat to his plans. Consequently, Obito resolves to probe Nie Yun's abilities, should Nie Yun prove weak. He will eliminate him to prevent future complications, but if he is too formidable, Obito will seek to recruit him for his own purposes. With a strong sense of execution, Obito sets forth towards Konoha. After Obito's departure, Black Zetsu surfaces, noting that Obito's recent thoughts and actions seem to contradict the plan to resurrect his mother, warranting close surveillance. Black Zetsu, the first filial son of the ninja world, has meticulously plotted for a millennium to save his mother, executing his plan with unwavering dedication, leaving no moment unspent. His involvement in the significant events of the past millennium is undeniable. The Akatsuki organization resembles a Russian nesting doll. On the surface, it appears to be Nagato leading a few subordinates, but in reality, Nagato is under Obito's influence, while Obito is often manipulating Nagato for his own ends. Obito carries out certain directives from Uchiha Madara, who has spent nearly his entire life under Black Zetsu's control. If one were to ask who among them suffers the most, Nie Yun would surely nominate Madara, who toiled for a false ideal of peace and ultimately faced a tragic downfall. At this moment, Nie Yun remains unaware of Obito's approach, focused intently on his training in ninjutsu. 3 months have passed since he resolved to enhance his strength. Through his efforts, Nie Yun has elevated both his water release and earth release to S rank. Such progress would surely provoke envy if others were aware. Today, he intends to attempt the long-anticipated fusion of wood release, akin to his earlier fusion with magnet release. The chakra of water and earth converges seamlessly in his palm. Ding! Congratulations, host. The fusion of earth release and water release has succeeded. Wood release, along with the acquisition of the wood release series of ninjutsu. Wood release, inspired by the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, it boasts formidable strength. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to the successful fusion of wood release, the yang release within the host undergoes a transformation, evolving to A rank. Nie Yun is pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. The emergence of wood release has catalyzed the growth of his yang release, and he feels a profound change in his physical condition. Host: Nie Yun, strength, super shadow level. Chakra amount, 500. 000, SS, fire release, A, earth release, S, lightning release, S, wind release, S, water release, S, yang release, A, bloodline limit. Shikatsumiyaku, acquired bloodline, magnet release, wood release. Others, stealth technique, impure world reincarnation. Weapons and treasures, dragon bone blade, Chienkuan wine gourd. The chakra quantity has reached an astonishing level. Feeling the immense chakra coursing through him, Nie Yun believes he can now rival a tailed beast. He muses that if he were to throw a Rasengan shuriken, the chakra consumed would be instantly replenished. He wonders how he would compare to Hashirama at his peak. Even if he falls short, it likely wouldn't be by much. Nie Yun cannot suppress a hearty laugh. He finally possesses the strength to stand above the ninja world. Eager to test the much-anticipated wood release, he rubs his hands together in excitement. The system has already implanted all wood release techniques in his mind. Wood release, wood golem. In an instant, a towering wooden figure rises, standing 100 meters tall. The figure's fierce eyes and wild hair exude an imposing majesty. Wood release, wood dragon technique. 2 wooden dragons emerge from its shoulders, entwining around the golem, adding an air of sanctity to its presence. Ha ha ha, I have finally ascended to greatness. Nie Yun controls the wooden golem, playfully bouncing around for a time. Though he is tempted to experiment with other techniques, such as the True Thousand Hands, he ultimately decides against it. The terrain is not suitable due to its destructive potential, and Nie Yun wishes to maintain an element of anticipation, both for himself and for potential adversaries. With a bountiful harvest and significant power increase, Nie Yun resolves to cease training for the day and treat himself. However, shortly after he departs, 2 groups of Umbu arrive, promptly reporting to the Hokage's office and the root organization, as the colossal size and commotion of the wooden golem could not possibly go unnoticed. As Nie Yun makes his way back, he suddenly senses an aura of malice. This newfound ability, acquired through the enhancement of his yang release, resembles the later stages of Naruto's Ninetales mode. He swiftly turns to a nearby tree, scoffing internally, daring anyone to showcase wood release before him. Black Zetsu, hidden within, is taken aback. How could he have been detected so soon? Just as Black Zetsu contemplates fleeing, he suddenly feels the tree around him compress, rendering him immobile. This is impossible. Black Zetsu is filled with horror. Chapter 35. Mutual deception. In this chapter, we are introduced to an intelligence operative from the Akatsuki organization, codenamed Black Absolute. This character is depicted with a picture plan atop his head. His face split in black and white, symbolizing the union of 2 distinct entities, Black Absolute and White Absolute. Black Absolute was created by Kaguya Otsutsuki with her own will prior to her sealing, lacking any combat prowess and relying instead on deception and manipulation to orchestrate his schemes over the millennia. White Absolute consists of ancient beings who fell victim to the infinite Tsukuyami, cultivated by Kaguya through the God Tree to serve as her army against the Otsutsuki clan. This army, numbering in the tens of thousands, possessed rudimentary wood release abilities and remained suspended on the God Tree's husk, desiccating over time. All actions of Absolute are orchestrated by Black Absolute, who, on this occasion, is spying on Nie Yun to ascertain whether he poses a threat to his plan to rescue his mother. He also intends to monitor the imminent arrival of Obito. However, to his astonishment, upon nearing Nie Yun, he is detected. Black Absolute initially believed that by utilizing White Absolute's would release abilities to attach himself to a tree, He would remain hidden from prying eyes, even from ocular techniques like Byakugan or Sharingan. To exacerbate his predicament, he finds himself unable to detach from the tree, as if ensnared by a binding energy surrounding it. As Nie Yun approaches, grinning malevolently, Black Absolute realizes that this is the work of Nie Yun. For the first time in millennia, Black Absolute experiences fear. Nie Yun methodically closes in. Channeling his would-release chakra through the subterranean roots into the tree that Black Absolute inhabits, rendering him incapable of escape. Intrigued by the true mastermind behind the scenes in the ninja world, Nie Yun keenly perceives Black Absolute's movements and expressions within the confines of the tree. Are you frightened? It seems you too can feel fear, son of Kage Otsutsuki, Nie Yun taunts. Black Absolute is taken aback, having concealed his identity for a millennium, now exposed. He recalls that when his mother created him, she was on the verge of being sealed, and even the traitors, H-Ki and H-Mura, were unaware of his existence. How could this individual know his true identity? Reeling from this revelation, Black Absolute struggles to extricate his head from the tree, demanding, "How do you know?" Nie Yun cryptically responds, "You reek of Kage Otsutsuki's essence. You are merely her creation." Black Absolute's surprise deepens as he realizes this stranger possesses such knowledge. "Who are you?" he inquires. Meanwhile, Nie Yun is reveling in his ability to manipulate Black Absolute, gesturing towards the sky. "Just know that I hail from above." Above? Black Absolute's mind races. Could it be the moon where his mother was sealed? That place should only harbor the wretched Yu village and its descendants. Nie Yun lacks the sin of H-Mura's bloodline. What other realm could he refer to? Perhaps it is the location where his mother resided before descending to the ninja world, a celestial body inhabited by the Otsutsuki clan? Black Absolute, inheriting Kagaya's will and fragments of her memory, understands that she was not a native of the ninja world but a divine being who suddenly appeared. The Otsutsuki clan is a powerful race in the cosmos, claiming divine status, known for planting god trees on various planets to absorb the life force of those worlds, ultimately yielding chakra fruits. These fruits were meant to be delivered to the higher echelons of the Otsutsuki clan, to be refined into elixirs that grant immortality and immense power. Kagaya's mission upon arriving in the ninja world was to cultivate and guard the god tree. However, after falling for a human and becoming pregnant, she was betrayed, leading her to consume the chakra fruit and attain unparalleled power, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami to quell the chaos. This act of consuming the chakra fruit was tantamount to betraying the Otsutsuki clan. Consequently, Kagaya transformed a portion of humanity into White Absolute to serve as an army against the inevitable retribution from her clan. Yet, this was misinterpreted by the ignorant H-Mura and H-Ki, who deemed Kagaya's actions as cruel greed, ultimately betraying and sealing her away. The more Black Absolute reflects on the events of 1,000 years ago, the more he suspects Nie Yun may be affiliated with the Otsutsuki clan. Though he lacks the distinctive pure Byakugan of his kin, it is not surprising that the Otsutsuki clan, having ruled over numerous planets, would have some lingering influences. Are you an envoy of the Otsutsuki clan? Nie Yun does not provide a direct answer, merely nodding noncommittally. Black Absolute, filled with a mix of astonishment and delight, realizes that the events of a millennium ago are no longer recorded. Nie Yun's recognition of his identity might merely stem from an attunement to his chakra, suggesting he is unaware of the historical context, particularly Kagaya's act of consuming the god tree fruit. This realization leads Black Absolute to contemplate shifting the blame onto H-Mura and the others. I am the embodiment of Kagaya's will. Thus I may also be considered part of the Otsutsuki clan. Black Absolute begins to establish a rapport with Nie Yun. Nie Yun maintains an indifferent demeanor. Black Absolute's mind fills with assumptions. He perceives Nie Yun's expression as one of disdain for his apparent weakness, bringing shame to the Otsutsuki clan. I was born from the last remnants of Kagaya's power before her sealing, thus my abilities are feeble. Black Absolute boldly admits this. Launching into a dramatic performance. Great one of the Otsutsuki clan, please save my mother Kagaya. You cannot fathom the horrors that transpired a millennium ago. Humanity coveted the power of the god tree fruit, deliberately luring my mother into marriage to gain her strength and trust. Once they had her children, they betrayed her and sealed her upon the moon. Those humans then divided the power of the chakra fruit, even stealing the god tree's energy and splitting it into 9-tailed beasts. Please, do justice for my mother Kagaya. With tears in his eyes, Black Absolute appears utterly sincere. Had Nie Yun not been well versed in the saga of Kagaya Otsutsuki and her clan, he might have been thoroughly deceived. Deception upon deception. Nie Yun observes Black Absolute's theatrics with a cold gaze, already plotting how to exploit him to project himself as an envoy of the Otsutsuki clan. With his current strength, Thwarting the Akatsuki's efforts to collect tailed beasts for the infinite Tsukuyomi is well within his capabilities. However, he is not inclined to seek trouble unless provoked. Thus, the resurrection of Kage can indeed be averted, and Nie Yun remains unconcerned. The only potential complication lies with the unknown Otsutsuki clan from another world, whose sudden appearance could pose a threat. Kage achieved 6 paths level power by consuming a complete chakra fruit, while other Otsutsuki, as portrayed in Naruto, likely possess abilities not inferior to that of quasi-6 paths level. For Nie Yun to feel secure, he must attain at least 6 paths level strength himself, a feat he is still working towards, having recently reached the super shadow level. Thus, the question remains, what advantages can he gain from manipulating Black Absolute? Chapter 36. Means of countering threats. I see now. No wonder I have been unable to locate Kage and the God Tree for 3 years. I had thought Kage had hoarded the chakra fruit. Nie Yun feigned a moment of enlightenment. How could that be? Kage's mother has always been the most loyal of the Tsutsuki, Heiju hastily clarified. She is sealed on the moon, and my powers are limited. I should summon a strong member of the Tsutsuki clan instead. Nie Yun made a gesture as if to cast a technique. Heiju quickly called for a halt. If a member of the Tsutsuki clan truly arrives, even if my mother Kage is rescued, she would still face certain death. Wait, you must understand that rescuing a member of the Tsutsuki clan and reclaiming the chakra fruit would be a monumental achievement. Such merit cannot be allowed to slip away. Nie Yun deliberately feigned confusion. Isn't the power of the chakra fruit already pilfered by the humans here? Heiju continued. But if we reclaim the power of the God Tree, we can retrieve the chakra from these humans and reconstitute it into the chakra fruit. Oh, so what you mean is... Nie Yun pretended to grasp the concept. We can collaborate. I shall rescue my mother while you reclaim the chakra fruit. Heiju gazed at Nie Yun with anticipation. Nie Yun's strength was unparalleled, rivaling that of the peak Uchiha Madara. With his involvement, the collection of tailed beasts would undoubtedly proceed more swiftly and smoothly. Nie Yun squinted, contemplating. It was evident that Heiju was using his wits, so he might as well indulge him for a while and simultaneously bolster his own power. Very well, we can cooperate in gathering the so-called tailed beasts. But do not expect to command me. Upon hearing Nie Yun's agreement, Heiju's face broke into a joyous expression, though inwardly he scoffed, thinking that once his mother was revived, her power would easily crush Nie Yun. Nie Yun sensed a trace of malevolence emanating from Heiju and couldn't help but marvel at how adept he was as a schemer, albeit with an overly vivid imagination. Therefore, you may proceed. I will collect the tailed beasts in my own manner, Nie Yun declared as he released his control over Heiju. Indeed, we shall not interfere with your actions. However, I must remind you that the boy you are mentoring, Naruto, harbors the 9 tails within him. Yes, I am aware. He possesses a formidable chakra from the God Tree. Otherwise, do you think I would remain in Konoha to mentor him? Nie Yun responded with an air of pretentiousness. Ah, I see. You truly possess remarkable foresight, esteemed envoy. Heiju nodded in agreement, suppressing any signs of doubt or dissatisfaction, as he was now intent on serving Nie Yun well. Nie Yun nodded indifferently before turning to leave. Nie Yun had indeed considered eliminating Heiju, but given that he was the manifestation of Kage's will, a being of such formidable strength, it was nearly impossible to eradicate him entirely. Besides high-level sealing techniques or the ability to annihilate all, such as the common bone of destruction, he had no other means against Heiju. He couldn't simply seal him in a tree which would release chakra. That would leave him with nothing to do. By the way, esteemed envoy, one of my subordinates leads an organization called Akatsuki, dressed similarly in red clouds and black cloaks. If you encounter them while they are collecting tailed beasts, please do not obstruct them, Heiju cautiously suggested. Very well, I assure you I will not slay them, Nie Yun replied coldly, without turning back. Heiju shivered involuntarily, mentally labeling Nie Yun as capricious. He dared not monitor Nie Yun any longer, fearing he might incite a misunderstanding. He could only quickly submerge underground, heading towards Akatsuki's headquarters, which granted him a modicum of security. As Nie Yun took a few steps back, he unexpectedly encountered another Akatsuki member clad in a red cloud black cloak, wearing a spiral mask, none other than Uchiha Obito. What day is it today? Have we inadvertently disturbed the lair of Akatsuki? Nie Yun furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased at being interrupted on his way home. Are you Nie Yun? Ignoring him, Nie Yun strode past. Obito was taken aback. This individual was remarkably impolite. Do you not wish to know about the Kage clan? Obito launched his verbal assault, revealing that the blood mist incident was orchestrated by him manipulating the third Mizukage, and that Kage's clan extermination was also connected to him. Not interested. Nie Yun continued forward, responding curtly without looking back. Do you not wish to avenge the Kage clan? Obito was taken aback by Nie Yun's indifference. He had not anticipated this response, rendering his premeditated remarks utterly ineffective. I have never even encountered a member of the Kage clan. Why would I seek vengeance for those I have never met? Just because of my bone clan? Would you? Nie Yun retorted, growing irritated. However, he did not wish to expose Obito's true identity, as he had just deceived Heiju. And it would be easy to slip up again with Obito. Obito was left speechless, realizing he had indeed assumed too much. So, what now? Should I stay or go? Would departing be too undignified? Yet what would I say if I remained? Seeing Obito silent for too long, Nie Yun turned to leave, leaving Obito in disarray. Obito was all too clear about his intentions. He merely wished to persuade Nie Yun to join Akatsuki. Yet, Obito's skills were rather lacking. His power relied heavily on the Kamui technique and the peculiar body of white setsu he wore. Upon returning to the Nie Yun tavern, Nie Yun meticulously reflected on the events of the day. Firstly, he considered the surge in strength granted by wood release. He was uncertain whether he had truly reached Hashirama's level, as he could only gauge Hashirama's prowess through the animated depictions he had seen. He would have to wait until the reincarnation of Hashirama to determine his own strength. The enhanced version of the Impure World reincarnation technique would improve with his own power, allowing him to summon increasingly formidable ninjas as his strength grew. Additionally, there was the appearance of Heiju and the warning he provided, indicating that Tsutsuki clan from another world posed a threat. In the original narrative, Kage at Tsutsuki was resealed, and it wasn't until the era of Boruto that other members of the Tsutsuki clan began to emerge in the ninja world. By estimating the timeline, there remained approximately a decade before their emergence. Confidently, Nie Yun believed that with the system at his disposal, he could attain the level of Sage of Six Paths within this time frame. However, upon further consideration, it became apparent that merely achieving this level would not suffice. Even Kage had to cultivate an army of white setsu to prepare for the impending threat. Thus, he too must foster some subordinates. Conveniently, this aligned with his earlier plans to transform the tavern into the foremost dark force in the ninja world, a coalition of formidable powerhouses. Chapter 37. Danzo begins to self-destruct master. Tsunade-sama is here to see you. Sasuke's voice echoed from outside the door. Before Nie Yun could respond, the fragile door was abruptly flung open, revealing a determined figure, Tsunade. Nie Yun, where is my grandfather? Is this the reason you rushed in and broke down my door? Nie Yun replied, somewhat speechless. Tsunade, now the Hokage, seemed in a panic. However, it was understandable. She must have received news about someone using wood release outside the village and, based on the description, immediately thought of her grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Connecting Nie Yun's ability to summon the deceased, she hastily sought him out, eager to see Hashirama once more. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. Nie Yun also wished to summon Hashirama for a friendly competition, yet this skill was entirely dependent on chance. With a resigned gesture, Nie Yun said, Hokage-sama, I too desire to summon the first Hokage, but I have yet to achieve that. I promise to inform you at the first opportunity. What? Why is there a wood release technique outside? You mean the wood golem, right? Nie Yun raised his palm, and a small tree rapidly sprouted from it. Witnessing this peculiar scene, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Why can you use wood release too? Meanwhile, Sasuke remained calm, viewing Nie Yun as a near-divine entity capable of defying the evolution patterns of the Sharingan. Thus, mastering wood release seemed trivial. Even if Nie Yun claimed to be the Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke would readily believe him. How can you use wood release? Did you create the one outside? Tsunade inhaled deeply, asking a question she already suspected the answer to. Wood release isn't particularly difficult. It's merely a combination of water release and wood release. Using one's life force as the source, Nie Yun replied nonchalantly. However, that massive wood golem is a technique only my grandfather could perform. Tsunade's skepticism was palpable as she pressed on. Well, who could blame me for my extraordinary talent? After integrating wood release, I referenced the first Hokage's techniques to develop my own, Nie Yun stated, his expression betraying no hint of guilt. Tsunade sensed he was withholding the truth. Yet the fact that Nie Yun could wield wood release was undeniable. Her grandfather had not been summoned. Although she yearned to delve deeper into how he acquired this ability, she suspected Nie Yun would remain tight-lipped, leaving her no choice but to relent. After scrutinizing Nie Yun for a moment, she added, while wood release is indeed powerful, it greatly depletes the user's life force. Our Senju clan possesses unique physical attributes, especially my grandfather, who whose vitality is exceptionally robust, enabling him to sustain such powerful techniques. So, you should exercise caution. With a long sigh, Tsunade, who had initially come with many words to share with her grandfather, now found herself in an unexpected predicament. She turned to leave quietly, looking dejected, which made Nie Yun feel a pang of guilt, as if he had let Tsunade down. However, the issue of wood release depleting life force was not a concern for Nie Yun. The vitality and recovery provided by yang release perfectly compensated for this drawback. Gazing at the door that Tsunade had forcibly dismantled, Nie Yun sighed and extended a hand, from which numerous wooden planks sprouted, transforming into a door frame and then a door. With wood release, convenience was at hand. He would no longer need to camp outdoors and could easily create a spacious villa. He even adorned the door with intricate patterns unique to Earth and affixed a sign that read, "Please knock if you have business." This served as a gentle reminder. For this door, crafted through his wood release, would not be so easily breached by Tsunade again. Turning to Sasuke, he said, "Stop staring. You won't be able to learn wood release. Focus on nurturing your Manjiki Sharingan and aim to fully awaken it before the next festival. Afterward, I will have a task for you, and if you fail, you can no longer call yourself my disciple. I cannot bear that shame." "Yes, master." Sasuke nodded earnestly. Having heard Nie Yun emphasize this task multiple times before. "Now, go rest and drink less alcohol," Nie Yun remarked, noticing the gourd of liquor hanging from Sasuke's waist. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his daily offerings of yang and yin liquor had significantly increased Sasuke's tolerance and cravings. Now, he carried a gourd and indulged in sips throughout the day. Ah well, perhaps being known as Drunken God Sasuke wouldn't be such a bad moniker. Shaking off these thoughts, Nie Yun began to contemplate the demise of Danzo. It seemed he had 12 lives. He couldn't help but smile with wicked delight. In the umbu, Danzo, who was pacing while listening to a subordinate's report, suddenly sneezed several times, feeling an ominous premonition. "Continue. What happened after Tsunade entered Nie Yun's tavern?" "Our operatives were unable to approach, so we couldn't overhear their conversation. However, the Hokage did not stay long before leaving, and her mood appeared rather poor." "Understood. You may leave. Nie Yun, it seems you have indeed utilized wood release. What secrets are you hiding?" Danzo mused as he began to pace back and forth. After receiving the report from his umbu, he hurried to the site where Nie Yun had used wood release. Initially, he suspected that Nie Yun had summoned the first Hokage, Hashirama. However, upon arrival, and due to having Hashirama's cells implanted within him, he could distinctly sense that the chakra residue from the wood release here differed significantly from Hashirama's. This indicated that the wood release present was not a result of Nie Yun summoning Hashirama. Tsunade's evident disappointment confirmed that Hashirama had not been summoned, leading Danzo to deduce that the wood release traces were likely left by Nie Yun himself. The timing aligned closely with his departure from and return to the tavern. Nie Yun can wield such powerful wood release techniques. How has he achieved this? If Danzo's previous attitude toward Nie Yun had been one of greed for the reanimation technique, he was now desperate to uncover the secrets Nie Yun harbored. The allure of wood release was immense, rivaling even the Sharingan. If he could master wood release, his path to becoming the next Hokage would be unobstructed, especially if Tsunade encountered any further mishaps. Yet, confronting Nie Yun directly was unwise. Not only was he outmatched, but it would also draw unwanted attention. Thus, Danzo resolved to employ cunning. "Go, fetch Kuro." Yamanaka Kuro, a master of toxic insects, was perfect for dealing with Nie Yun. A mere touch from his mutated, venomous creatures could swiftly lead to death, making them an ideal tool for Danzo's designs. Chapter 38. Yearly Festival Summary and the Dream Master, whether on Earth or in the world of Naruto. The celebration of the new year is always a grand and lively affair. In previous years, Nie Yun had spent the festival alone. But this year he was surrounded by many companions, bringing a vibrant atmosphere to the tavern. Upon reflection, it was indeed a considerable gathering this year. First and foremost was Sasuke, who, having been solitary, chose to accompany Nie Yun. Following Nie Yun's guidance, he successfully awakened his Manjiki Sharingan a few days before the festival. Each pair of Manjiki possesses unique powers, and Sasuke's abilities were the left eye Amaterasu and the right eye Kagaya's command, mirroring the outcomes from the original storyline. The Manjiki awakened through the nurturing of yin-yang power was evidently different from the typical awakening. The consumption of ocular energy during the use of eye techniques was significantly reduced, minimizing the likelihood of bleeding. This meant that the duration before blindness, due to excessive ocular energy expenditure, was greatly extended. However, this did not imply that Sasuke was immune to blindness, Thus, Nie Yun planned to find a way to upgrade Sasuke's eyes to Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, or even to the Rinnegan, once he dealt with Danzo. Next was Junmaru, who had been training in the My Bokuzen. He had successfully mastered Sage Mode. His continued presence in My Bokuzen was due to the discovery that the natural environment and nourishment there were highly beneficial for treating his bloodline disease after eradicating the Curse Seal of Heaven. Thus he remained to cultivate and heal. Now, while Junmaru still retained his charm, he no longer bore the frail appearance of youth. He had grown taller and stronger, evidently thriving on the nourishing food of My Bokuzen. Then there was Naruto. Ever since returning from the Valley of the End, he had been diligently training under Jiraiya. It was said that he had now mastered the control of Four Tails without losing his sanity, greatly enhancing both his chakra capacity and combat prowess. However, his most significant enhancement was his resilience to blows. Nie Yun personally tested this and found it remarkable, as Naruto could endure for half an hour before collapsing. Naturally, with Naruto present, Jiraiya, his mentor, shamelessly came along to partake in the feast. To Nie Yun's surprise, Tsunade, the Hokage, had also brought Shizen along. The Senju clan had fallen into obscurity after Hashirama and Tobirama, with few remaining ninjas, apart from Tsunade and a girl named Moegi. Considering Tsunade's age and the lack of family ties, it was not surprising that she chose to celebrate the festival with Nie Yun, especially since Jiraiya was also there. Of course, Kakashi, the tavern's part-time worker, was present as well. Although he often slacked off and snacked, Nie Yun was magnanimous, only docking his wages and still allowing him to stay for the New Year's dinner. Similarly, Guy and Lee joined the tavern as delivery workers. Proving to be far more reliable than Kakashi, they embraced their roles as a form of training, employing various techniques like delivering upside down, frog hopping, and at lightning speed. While they excelled in their duties, they received numerous complaints from customers. The remaining staff consisted of Homely and 7 subordinates, all of whom had been trained by Nie Yun to become extraordinary chefs, capable of independently managing the kitchen, leading Nie Yun to rarely cook himself. As families from various clans gathered, the bustling scene stirred emotions within Nie Yun. He was no longer a solitary figure. He was surrounded by friends and family. Just as he was preparing to cook and celebrate, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding. A special sign-in task has been activated. Please call me the Dream Master tonight. Time limit. Within 24 hours, there are no restrictions on the number or strength of Edo Tensei summons. Rewards. Different rewards based on the degree of fulfillment of dreams. Nie Yun was astounded. Within 24 hours, there were no limitations on the Edo Tensei summons. This was an opportunity to unify the ninja world, but Nie Yun wasn't interested in that. He merely wished to surprise, or perhaps shock, those gathered in the courtyard. Tonight, he would be the Dream Master. Feeling an invisible halo emanating from him, Nie Yun retreated to his room and began the Edo Tensei ritual. 5 candidates appeared, but none were familiar faces. All were dismissed. He tried again, and this time, one familiar figure emerged, White Fang. After summoning him, Nie Yun instructed White Fang to wait at the side while he continued the Edo Tensei process, selecting from the candidates. White Fang, bewildered, watched as figures appeared one after another. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Izumaki, Might Guy, Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, the God Tree of the Senju, Dan Kato. Summoning so many at once, what was Nie Yun planning? Did he intend to wage war, or was Konoha facing a dire crisis? Filled with uncertainty, White Fang could only observe, as he was unable to act or even speak without Nie Yun's command. He watched in concern as more figures materialized. Is that the third Hokage? And this one, the second Hokage? Could this final figure be the first Hokage? White Fang was left in a daze. The overwhelming presence of these figures made him wonder if Nie Yun sought to initiate a devastating conflict. The others also looked around in confusion. Having just emerged from the Pure Land, unsure of how they had arrived here, most were being summoned for the first time and were still grappling with their circumstances. Nie Yun continued the Edo Tensei process without pause, ultimately summoning everyone he deemed necessary. Having expended nearly half of his chakra, he surveyed the room filled with familiar faces, feeling a sense of satisfaction. If they could all join the tavern, it would be invincible, especially with Hashirama. Upon summoning him, Nie Yun felt an aura of strength. However, now was not the time to focus solely on Hashirama. Ahem, everyone, my name is Nie Yun, and I am the owner of a tavern in Konoha. I believe many of you are currently bewildered and do not understand why you have suddenly appeared here, having previously passed away. The truth is, I summoned you all for a simple reason. It is the new year, and I wanted you to reunite with your loved ones. Sasuke, Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizen, Kakashi, and Guy were all present in the courtyard outside. Shall we surprise them together? Joy shone in White Fang and Minato's eyes. They could see their son again. The others, however, wore expressions of disbelief, especially Tobirama, who sensed the Edo Tensei the moment he appeared, initially believing it was Orochimaru's doing and fearing malevolent intentions. Yet, he was taken aback to find a young man summoning many, not for battle, but to facilitate a reunion with family and friends. Having developed the Edo Tensei technique, Tobirama found it oddly gratifying to see it utilized in such a manner, leaving him uncertain whether to feel pleased or perplexed. Chapter 39, Reunion Cough. Nie Yun stepped into the courtyard, gently clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention. Everyone paused their activities, intrigued by what he was about to announce. Curiosity filled the air as they looked at Nie Yun, uncertain of his intentions. With the festivities of the new year upon them, he had prepared a delightful surprise for everyone. Is it something delicious, brother Nie Yun? Naruto thought only of food. Having spent months training with Jiraiya and already longing for the culinary delights Nie Yun had to offer. Teacher, what kind of surprise is it? Sasuke, too, was eager to know, remembering how Nie Yun always had something new up his sleeve. Lee chimed in, it must be something beneficial for our training. The adults remained more composed, though they too were curious about what Nie Yun had in store, suspecting it would be nothing more than some tasty treats. Nie Yun, however, was confident that their excitement would grow once they beheld the surprise within the room. Who wishes to claim the surprise first? I, Naruto exclaimed, leaping forward with enthusiasm. Very well, let Naruto go first, Nie Yun replied. He instructed Naruto to stand in the center of the courtyard, close his eyes, and count down loudly from 5. This ceremonious act piqued everyone's interest, heightening their anticipation. 5, 4. In the courtyard, Naruto was earnestly counting down, while inside the room, Minato and Kushina were nervously holding hands. Especially for Kushina, this was her first chance to see Naruto since his birth. Kushina, don't be anxious. I'm here with you. Our Naruto has grown up now, Minato gently reassured her, showering her with affection. The only one in the room without a girlfriend or wife, Tobirama, felt somewhat out of place and turned his head away in silence. Ah, indeed, the fourth Hokage is a charming and gentle man, Hashirama observed, his wife Mito giving him a disapproving glance in response. Just like me, huh? Brother, keep your voice down. Don't disrupt Nie Yun's preparations. Hashirama nodded repeatedly, embarrassed as he scratched his head, his goofy demeanor making it hard for anyone unfamiliar to realize he was the first Hokage. 1. As Naruto finished his countdown and opened his eyes, a golden light flashed before him. Minato appeared dramatically, holding Kushina in a grand display. The onlookers were wide-eyed, unable to fathom that Nie Yun's surprise was such a heartwarming reunion. Ah, so it's not food, it's my dad. Why is he holding a woman? Could it be my mom? Naruto exclaimed, his earlier excitement now tinged with confusion. Kushina, who had just been overwhelmed with emotion, cast a glance at Minato, her expression clearly questioning, is this our son? Is he a fool? Minato smiled awkwardly and said to Naruto, of course, this is your mother. Now hurry over. Awakened to the reality, Naruto rushed toward them, enveloping them in a heartfelt embrace. However, this touching scene was soon interrupted by Nie Yun's voice. Cough, cough. We have others waiting, Naruto. Please step aside with your family. Minato and Kushina, realizing others were also anticipating their turn, stepped aside with Naruto in tow. All right. Who shall be next? Nie Yun had expected eager volunteers, but to his surprise, no hands were raised. Everyone was excited about their surprises but felt a mix of shyness and tension about meeting long-lost, deceased relatives. Then Sasuke, it's your turn. Sasuke approached, fists clenched and teeth gritted, not out of anger but from nerves and anticipation, fearing he might lose his composure. Would he truly get to see his parents? He had once asked Nie Yun if he could summon his father or mother. Unfortunately, Nie Yun had regretfully informed him that their power was insufficient for such a summoning. Though Sasuke had held his tongue, disappointment lingered. Don't be tense, Sasuke. Isn't this what you've longed for? Close your eyes and count down, Nie Yun softly encouraged. As the countdown progressed, Sasuke felt an unexpected calmness wash over him. 1. Thank you, teacher. Upon completing his count, he expressed his gratitude to Nie Yun. The entrance of Fugaku and Makoto Uchiha was less flamboyant than Minato's, yet the atmosphere was far warmer and more intimate than Naruto's chaotic encounter. Sasuke, Makoto exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears as she rushed forward to embrace him. Fugaku, who had always taken on the role of the stern father, regarded them with a tender gaze. Makoto, you've worked hard these years, she murmured, stroking Sasuke's cheek. Let us move to the side to talk. Others are still waiting, Fugaka suggested, taking his wife and son with him. Wow, Sasuke's mom is so gentle. Naruto lamented, cupping his head where Kushina had struck him earlier. Kushina delivered another playful punch. Minato shook his head, concerned for his son's future. Next, Kakashi and Tsukumo, Might Guy and Might Die, as well as Jiraiya and the third Hokage, all had their reunions. The final group to be summoned was the Shinja clan. Hashirama, Mito, Tobirama, and SHT, Tsunade, witnessing the arrival of her family members, momentarily lost her composure as the fierce Hokage persona faded. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, SHT, she cried out, rushing toward them with such fervor that she nearly toppled over the reanimated bodies. Little Tsunade, shall we have a friendly wager? Hashirama suggested, recalling their shared love for gambling. Tobirama facepalmed. Brother, today is not the day for that. Hashirama, when will you ever be serious? Mito scolded affectionately. Ha ha ha. All right, we can discuss that later. Tsunade's reunion with Dan Kato was not as emotionally charged as Nie Yun had envisioned. After 2 decades and with Nie Yun having helped her resolve her past issues, she felt little romantic sentiment for Dan. Meanwhile, Dan, residing in a timeless realm, had gradually let go of the notion of ever seeing Tsunade again and had come to accept his fate. Their meeting felt more like the reunion of old friends than lovers. Finally, Nie Yun's gaze fell upon the solitary Hinata Hyuga, standing awkwardly in the room. Oh dear. This is awkward. I hastily summoned her upon seeing a familiar name and didn't consider the implications. I can't just send her back, can I? I should fetch Niji. He decided. Thus, Nie Yun turned to Naruto and instructed, Naruto, go to the Hyuga household and bring Niji here. Chapter 40, Assassination and Judgment. After a short while, Naruto and Sasuke returned, drawing the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Mei and Kushina were about to inquire how they had come back so quickly when they suddenly noticed something amiss with their son. In an instant, the others also recognized the discrepancy. These were not the real Sasuke and Naruto. Yamanaka F and Aburame Toryun were taken aback. Why were there so many people in the courtyard, contrary to the intelligence they had received? Was that the 4th Hokage? And that the 3rd Hokage? The 2nd? The 1st? Such a gathering of the 5 Hokages was unimaginable, stirring up a tempest of disbelief within them. How could they complete their mission now? Under the orders of Danzo, Yamanaka F and Aburame Toryun had been tasked with assassinating and capturing Nie Yun. Their plan involved using Toryun's poisonous insects to injure Nie Yun, followed by F transporting him back to the Umbu route. They had intended to strike on the day of the memorial, when people were most relaxed and visitors were expected, allowing them to masquerade as guests before launching their attack. However, they had not anticipated that Nie Yun would close his doors to visitors early that day, nor that Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi would convene at the tavern. After consulting with Danzo, he instructed them to proceed with their plan, to blend in among the attendees at the tavern. Nie Yun would never suspect an assassination attempt in the midst of such a crowd, especially from familiar faces. Once successful, they would escort Nie Yun directly into the root base with a larger force. Danzo had already crafted an excuse for any potential accountability from Tsunade, asserting that it was for the sake of Konoha, to study Nie Yun and enhance the village's strength. He believed that Tsunade, as Hokage, would make the correct choice. For Nie Yun was not a Konoha ninja, but an outsider, one who could leave at any moment and possibly become an enemy. Thus, it was better to study him to bolster Konoha's power. At this point, Danzo had completely shed any concept of friendship or emotional ties, focusing solely on self-interest and ambition. Thus, when Yamanaka F and Aburame Toryun saw Naruto and Sasuke leave the tavern, they immediately transformed into their likenesses and entered the courtyard, believing they would not be detected due to the absence of any surveillance ninja. Yet, the situation was not as they had imagined. Locking eyes, the two, heavily influenced by Danzo's indoctrination, saw the resolve reflected in each other's gaze. For the sake of Konoha, they decided to take the risk, trusting that the Hokages would not hold them accountable. However, just as they made their move, 2 blinding flashes of light appeared, and 2 daggers were pressed against their throats. It was Minato and Tobirama, the 2 swiftest men in the room. Who are you? Where are Naruto and Sasuke? Minato questioned, handing the 2 over to Tobirama for restraint while he vanished, leaving behind a flying thunder god seal on Naruto. Moments later, he returned with the 3 children, Sasuke, Naruto, and Niji. Seeing they were unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, redirecting their focus onto the imposters. With meticulous foresight, Tobirama swiftly placed sealing techniques on the two false Naruto and Sasuke, and with a swift motion, their transformation was dispelled, unveiling their true identities. Aburame Torian, Yamanaka F. You are Danzo's subordinates. Tsunade and Hiruzen recognized them immediately. Nie Yun, too, identified them and remarked coldly, "So Danzo sent you to kill me?" I do not recall provoking him. Now restrained, the two regained their composure, feeling immense pressure under the watchful gaze of the 5 Hokages. Yet, their loyalty to Danzo kept them silent. Hashirama furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you Konoha ninjas?" The two remained mute, their poison sacs having been removed by Tobirama, rendering them incapable of even dying. First Hokage, do not question them. They are not Konoha ninjas but Danzo's minions, Nie Yun interjected. F, in a panic, retorted, "No. Everything Lord Danzo does is for Konoha. To claim it is for Konoha is laughable," Nie Yun responded with a sardonic smile. With so many Hokages gathered today, let us determine whether Danzo's actions are truly for the village's benefit and if he deserves to live. The festive atmosphere of the new year had been dampened by Danzo's machinations, inciting Nie Yun's ire. You say Danzo acts for Konoha? Where was he during Orochimaru's attack? Do not claim he was away. You are his personal guards and should know better. The two hung their heads in silence, acutely aware that Danzo had remained at the root base, commanding them not to assist. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, sighed, realizing his old comrade was eager to bring about his own demise. Over the years, had Danzo not been researching Hashirama's cells, experimenting on how to transplant them into others? Countless innocent villagers must have perished during these human trials, and Yamato was a product of such experiments. Furthermore, had Danzo not also implanted Hashirama's cells into himself? Hidden beneath those bandages? The stunned reaction of Yamanaka F provided the answer to all present. Hashirama's brow furrowed. The thought of his cells being exploited and causing the deaths of innocents was intolerable. With that alone, Danzo had already condemned himself in Hashirama's eyes. Tobirama shared similar sentiments, recalling that he had conducted human experiments on enemy captives, while Danzo had used his own villagers. Damn it. Hiruzen sighed deeply. Danzo, I never imagined you would stray so far down this path. I believe there is something you all remain unaware of, Nie Yun said with a chilling smile, ready to unveil his trump card. Beneath Danzo's bandages lie not only Hashirama's cells but also 11 living Sharingan. Upon hearing this, no one in attendance could remain seated. Chapter 41. The Truth of the Uchiha Clan. Danzo, how utterly despicable. As the last clan leader of the Uchiha, Fugaku was filled with rage. Pray tell, what transpired? Our clan has never lost the Sharingan. Could it be that on that fateful night after our demise? Fugaku's words trailed off, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Father, what is the meaning of this? Is there a connection between Danzo and that night? Sasuke, with a grave demeanor, fixed his gaze upon his father Fugaku. Initially, due to the solemnity of the Memorial Day, a rare occasion for family gathering, he refrained from broaching the subject of the Uchiha massacre, savoring the warmth of family unity. However, with this matter suddenly resurfacing and seemingly entwined with unknown truths, he could no longer suppress his bewilderment. Nie Yun nodded approvingly. This year, Sasuke had matured considerably, exhibiting a newfound steadiness, no longer the hot-headed lad consumed by hatred at the mere mention of the massacre night. Sasuke, this inquiry is one your father cannot truly answer. As for the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, it would be prudent to consult our third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment. Little monkey, disclose to me what exactly Danzo has done. Tobirama's piercing gaze revealed his disappointment in his disciple. Why was the Uchiha clan exterminated? This was not the intention behind the founding of Konoha. Explain this to me. At that moment, Hashirama finally unleashed the formidable presence of the god of shinobi. And everyone present, save for Nie Yun, felt an invisible pressure envelop them. Alas, in the face of such inquiries, Sarutobi let out a sigh. The truth of this matter, as I had anticipated, cannot be concealed any longer. Tobirama-sensei, this is not merely about Danzo's actions. It is about what we did, myself, Danzo, Mito, and Koharu. Since the Uchiha clan was assigned the role of the Konoha police force by Tobirama-sensei, they gained significant power but also antagonized many. The Uchiha had already been viewed with suspicion due to Madara's rebellion, and now they were increasingly regarded with hostility by the various clans of Konoha. The Konoha police force, ostensibly a sign of trust in the Uchiha, was in reality a means to isolate them, leaving all the blame for grievances upon us. As the captain of the police force, Fugaku expressed his dissatisfaction, yet he remained restrained. Indeed, that was Tobirama-sensei's true intention. Sarutobi cautiously stole a glance at Tobirama, relieved to find no anger in his expression, and continued. Ultimately, due to this exclusion, the Uchiha clan was forced to relocate to the outskirts of the village. Then, in Fugaku's generation, a prodigious talent emerged, Uchiha Shursui. Fugaku, please elaborate on Shursui's ocular abilities. Sarutobi, exhausted from recounting this lengthy history and secrets, passed the baton to Fugaku. After a moment's hesitation, Fugaku accepted the floor, realizing there was little left to conceal. At a young age, Shursui awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, possessing a power so formidable it was dubbed Kodo Amatsukami. This ability could fundamentally alter a person's will and psyche. Our original plan was to utilize Shursui's eyes to sway the higher-ups of Konoha, enabling the Uchiha clan to ascend as the next Hokage. This was a promise made by the first Hokage, that our clan would one day be granted the title of Hokage. Yet, what was the outcome? The second Hokage was your brother, the third was your brother's apprentice, the fourth was the grand student of the third. Oh, and now the fifth is even your granddaughter. How delightful. In the face of Fugaku's merciless mockery, Hashirama lowered his gaze, while Tobirama awkwardly turned his head aside. The third Hokage bowed his head even lower, Minato scratched his head sheepishly, and Tsunade feigned interest in her drink. Naruto appeared deep in thought. Nie Yun nearly burst into laughter but managed to hold it in just in time. It was surprising that Fugaku had accurately discerned the patterns of Hokage succession. Fortunately, he remained unaware that, in the original narrative trajectory, the future sixth Hokage would likely be the fourth's apprentice, and the seventh would be the fourth son. Also a reincarnation of the first. Otherwise, it would surely lead to resentment. However, with Nie Yun's presence, the identity of the future Hokage remained uncertain. Observing the atmosphere grow tense, Nie Yun cleared his throat. Ahem, Fugaku, please continue. We shall discuss who becomes Hokage at a later time. Humph. Fugaku, granting Nie Yun his due respect, snorted and resumed, stating, yet Shursui, unwilling to oppose Konoha, chose to leap from a cliff, ending his own life. Fugaku was unaware that Shursui had lost one eye due to an ambush by Danzo, and in a bid to prevent conflict within the clan and village, entrusted his remaining eye to Itachi, plunging into the abyss to dissuade his kin from initiating a coup. Perhaps by divine providence, the Uchiha, having lost one pair of Manjiki, gained another, as my son Itachi's Manjiki had also awakened. Upon hearing Itachi's name, Sasuke's body trembled slightly, yet he restrained his movements, intently listening to his father's narrative. I dispatched Itachi to monitor the higher-ups of Konoha, but he too seemed reluctant to stand against Konoha, continually navigating between both sides. Yet the fervor for a coup within the clan could no longer be contained. On the eve of the insurrection, Itachi took action. I knew then that he chose the village over his kin, and I bore him no blame. Yet that night, it appeared he was not the only one involved. Fugaku finally concluded his portion of the tale and turned his gaze towards Sarutobi. During that time, discontent towards the Uchiha within the village surged, and their actions grew bolder. Yet I consistently advocated for a peaceful resolution, while Danzo adopted a more radical stance, with Mito and Koharu remaining neutral. One day, Itachi came to inform me of the Uchiha's intentions to revolt. Just as I was preparing to respond, the following day I received news of the Uchiha clan's extermination. I rushed to the scene, recovering the bodies of the Uchiha. At that moment, I detected no anomalies. I brought back the injured Sasuke. And the next day, Itachi sought me out, revealing that Danzo had threatened him using Sasuke to eliminate our clan, imploring me to protect Sasuke from Danzo's harm, lest he divulge all of Konoha's secrets to enemy nations before defecting. I had initially assumed that Danzo's aggression towards the Uchiha was merely a misguided attempt to protect the village. I believed I could simply reprimand him afterward. I never anticipated his motives were tied to the Sharingan. This incident has left me, as Hokage, with an inescapable burden of responsibility. Humph, you are dead. What use is there in speaking of this? Fugaku dismissed his attitude with disdain. Chapter 42. The growth of Sasuke in the courtyard. Silence enveloped the gathering, as none knew what words could suffice in the wake of such events. Only Nie Yun, an outsider to the turmoil, dared to speak. Sasuke. With reddened eyes and clenched fists, Sasuke replied, Teacher, I am here. Tell me, what occupies your thoughts? Sasuke trembled, lost in contemplation, until Makoto grasped his hand tightly, allowing him to find his composure. I understand the task you have entrusted to me. Whether for myself, for the Uchiha clan, or in memory of that scoundrel Itachi. Danzo must die. Very well, but that alone is insufficient. What follows after his demise? Sasuke paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Afterward, I shall continue my training under your guidance until I become Hokage. I not only wish to fulfill the dreams of my ancestors, but also to alter the prevailing biases against the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf, thus revitalizing my family. Nie Yun beamed with delight. Excellent, excellent. As expected of my disciple, you have matured. Surprisingly, Naruto remained contemplative, showing no reaction to Sasuke's ambitious declaration. The truth was clear, and the consensus that Danzo must perish was firmly established, met with no dissent. Yet, details emerged that needed addressing. Tobirama furrowed his brow and inquired, Hiruzen, what of Kakashi? Uchiha Kakashi, one of Tobirama's students, was known for his exceptional talent and kindness, having always sought to mend relations between the Uchiha and the village. Hiruzen sighed heavily. Kakashi passed away after I became Hokage. Had he been alive, given our bond and his wisdom, the Uchiha clan's fate might have been drastically different. Tobirama remained silent. The circumstances surrounding Kakashi's death shrouded in mystery. Just as he was about to probe further, Nie Yun interjected, no need for further inquiries. I can summon him and clarify the matter. With that, Nie Yun commenced the Edo Tensei technique, and after several attempts, Uchiha Kakashi's name emerged, accompanied by Shirsue's. It appeared the two were related, so Nie Yun summoned them both. After a dialogue, the truth was unveiled. Once again, the blame rested on Danzo. Kakashi had been betrayed by Danzo, who had acquired his eyes, and Shirsue had met his end due to Danzo's machinations. It could be said that the escalating conflict between the Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf was largely instigated by him. This time, the stakes were raised, Danzo's fate. Previously meriting a dozen deaths, now warranted 100. Tsunade could no longer contain herself and declared, I will dispatch Anbu to capture Danzo immediately. Hold on, Tsunade. This matter should be handled by Sasuke. You need not interfere, Hashirama interjected. The enormity of the situation diverged sharply from his original vision for the village. It was already unjust to the Uchiha. The only way to amend it was to allow them to enact their own vengeance. Yes, grandfather. Nie Yun turned to Sasuke. Are you prepared? Sasuke met his gaze with resolve. I have long been ready. Very well, you may proceed. Sasuke, please be careful, Makoto urged. Reluctant to let her son face danger, yet recognizing the necessity of his undertaking. Mother, do not worry. I possess a different kind of eye. As Sasuke spoke, he activated his Sharingan, the intricate patterns of the Manjiki swirling into motion. Fugaku and Makoto were momentarily taken aback. The awakening of the Manjiki typically required a sacrifice of a loved one. Had Sasuke endured such a trial? Sasuke gently clarified, Father, Mother. My Manjiki was awakened through a different means, guided by teacher Nie Yun, without the need for emotional sacrifice. Thus, I assert that the Uchiha clan is not cursed. Nor are our eyes cursed. Fugaku's expression shifted to one of surprise and pride. I am sorry, Sasuke. I have not shown you enough concern in the past. Now I realize you are the true future of the Uchiha, and I am proud of you. Tobirama raised his gaze slightly, recognizing his previous misconceptions about the Uchiha clan. Wait, Sasuke, I will assist you, Naruto finally chimed in, having held back his thoughts for too long. While I aspire to become Hokage, I have decided to allow you to pursue that dream, to realize your ideals. As for myself, I can serve as your successor. Naruto's words lightened the previously somber atmosphere. Thank you, Naruto, but this is my own matter, one I must resolve personally. As for becoming Hokage, I will compete with you fairly. In a rare moment of gratitude, Sasuke thanked Naruto, though he still declined his offer. Nie Yun interjected, all right, Naruto shall accompany you, and Kinshiki, you will join as well. But neither of you is permitted to confront Danzo directly. Your role is to intercept the root ninjas and gather evidence of Danzo's crimes. With teacher Nie Yun's endorsement, Sasuke ceased further protest and set off with Kinshiki toward Danzo's location. The coordinates of Danzo's base had been provided by Tsunade and Hiruzen. All three possessed exceptional strength, more than sufficient to confront Danzo and his root ninjas. Moreover, they were not reckless. As they approached Danzo's stronghold, they employed transformation techniques to disguise themselves as the mountain ninja and the oil girl, escorting the poisoned Nie Yun. Nie Yun, meanwhile, observed their progress through a long-range technique. Noticing their cautious approach, the seasoned ninjas nodded in approval. Have they succeeded? What is happening? The two guard ninjas were swiftly subdued by Sasuke's Sharingan. Take us to Danzo. They infiltrated Danzo's base, but due to counter-surveillance ninjutsu, the visual feed from Nie Yun's technique was lost. In Danzo's office, he anxiously awaited news from the mountain ninja and the oil girl. The secrets surrounding Nie Yun were far too tantalizing, fueling his desire to dissect and study him. At that moment, a knock resounded. Report, we have brought Nie Yun back. Danzo initially felt joy but soon sensed something was amiss. The Root Ninja's successful operation did not unfold in this manner. He swiftly pressed a hidden switch beneath his chair, revealing a concealed exit behind him. This is bad. He intends to escape. Outside the door, Sasuke immediately sensed the urgency. Activating half of his Susanoo, he burst through the door, reaching for Danzo. Chapter 43, Danzo. How do you wish to die? Sasuke's Susanoo manifested in a brilliant purple hue. At this point, he had mastered its full form without the need for the armor of the Uchiha clan. Now, he could effortlessly summon a half-arm of Susanoo. Danzo had spent years studying the Sharingan and had witnessed Shirsui's one-eyed Susanoo. He was well acquainted with its intricacies. However, in his understanding, the only Uchiha capable of summoning Susanoo was Itachi. Because of the Susanoo's presence, he could not clearly discern the faces of the three individuals outside. But he recognized that Itachi had returned. Why would that man choose to attack him, especially when his brother, Sasuke, was involved? There was no time for contemplation. Survival was paramount. Aware that he could not defeat Itachi, Danzo hastily retreated into a secret passage. With a misstrike, Sasuke immediately retracted his Susanoo and followed Danzo into the hidden tunnel. Naruto and Kinshiki stood side by side, blocking the advancing Root Ninjas. Naruto. My brother said that those who resist shall be killed without mercy, but those who surrender may live, Kinshiki stated coldly, his demeanor towards the enemy unyielding. Naruto sensed Kinshiki's murderous intent as the cloak of the tailed beast gradually enveloped him. Nevertheless, he urged, you are ninjas of Konoha. Danzo has committed unforgivable crimes. He is a criminal of Konoha. If you surrender, considering you were deceived by Danzo, the Hokage will surely show leniency. Are you finished, Naruto? Kinshiki's face began to display red streaks, a sign that Sage Mode was activating. Both regarded this battle as a rehearsal, preparing to utilize their full abilities. Although the strength of the Root Ninjas should not be underestimated, facing these two prodigies was indeed a stroke of bad luck for them. No, rather. Encountering Danzo had brought them misfortune. Meanwhile, Sasuke, in pursuit of Danzo through the labyrinthine underground passages, nearly lost sight of him. However, Sasuke had his own methods. He fully unleashed Susanoo, a towering giant of over 10 meters that could hardly be contained in the subterranean space. With a single punch and kick, the Susanoo obliterated the underground tunnel, forcing Danzo to emerge and confront Sasuke directly. He had not anticipated that Itachi would so brazenly summon Susanoo near Konoha. Seemingly unafraid of attracting the attention of Konoha's elite. Uchiha Itachi, you are exceedingly arrogant to dare summon Susanoo in such a manner. Danzo began. But his words faltered as he glimpsed the figure within the Susanoo. His disbelief surged. It was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo was taken aback. Sasuke was but 14 years old and had already summoned such a magnificent Susanoo. Less than a year prior, he had merely possessed the double Tomo Sharingan. And now he wielded the Manjiki, having not undergone the trauma of losing a beloved friend or family member to trigger its awakening. This was utterly illogical. A flicker of jealousy sparked within Danzo. He possessed numerous Sharingan and even Shirsui's Manjiki, yet he could not utilize Susanoo, a power he had long coveted. Jealousy can fracture one's resolve, and Danzo was no exception. Uchiha Sasuke, do you intend to betray Konoha? Humph. Danzo, it is not I who betrays Konoha, but you. Under the guise of protecting Konoha, you incite conflict to satisfy your own selfish desires, plotting the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Konoha can no longer harbor you. Reveal the Sharingan concealed upon your right arm. You. How do you know? Danzo was nearly staggered by the revelation. This was the most secretive aspect of his life, known only to Orochimaru, who assisted him in his transplant. How could Sasuke possibly be aware? No wonder he had suddenly turned against him. Humph, you were easily rattled. I am aware of even more secrets you can utilize as an Aji, sacrificing one of your Sharingan to evade death once. In other words, you can die multiple times. So tell me, how would you like to die? I can accommodate you. Sasuke's anger intensified with each word, and he no longer felt the need to suppress his emotions. Danzo, prepare to meet your end. With a gesture, he commanded Susanoo to strike at Danzo. Danzo quickly evaded, yet a flicker of fear ignited within him. His hidden cards had been laid bare. But Sasuke continued to taunt him. Oh, by the way, you also possess the four symbols seal. Perhaps I might inadvertently fall victim to your sealing technique. What else could you possibly employ against me? Ah yes, your summoning beast, the dream taper. Perhaps it would swallow me whole. Sasuke's words inflicted immense psychological pressure on Danzo. Who is this boy, to know so many of his hidden abilities, as if he were stripping him bare? Seizing the opportunity, a massive bow materialized in Sasuke's hands. With an arrow composed of black flames resting upon it, Kagetsuchi allowed him to manipulate the form of Amaterasu or to enhance its power by affixing it to shields or weapons. Danzo barely managed to evade the arrow. But the black flames of Amaterasu adhered to him, forcing him to utilize his Anaji to alter this unfavorable reality. The black flames of Amaterasu were forcibly erased, as if by some overarching rule. Clutching his arm, Danzo endured the pain of his Sharingan closing, the agony stimulating his nerves to the brink of losing control of the Hashirama cells implanted in his right arm. From afar, Uchiha Fugaku, observing the battle through a telescope, slammed his hand on the table in fury. Indeed, it is my clan's Izanaji. Danzo must die. Then, the onlookers witnessed Danzo, in a bid for survival, unseal his right hand, the bandages unfurling. 10 grotesquely contorted Sharingan were embedded in his white arm. This is so bizarre. How revolting. How could such a person exist? That white arm, could it be the cells of Lord Hashirama? In the scene, Danzo wore a mad grin. Boy, I do not know how you unearthed these secrets, but you underestimate me gravely. Danzo was preparing to employ Koto Tsukimi, a technique he had intended to reserve for a crucial moment when he would be elected Hokage, but now had no choice but to use it prematurely. Yet, Sasuke was already on guard, having received a warning from Nie Yun prior. After all, in the original narrative, Danzo had secretly applied a continuous Koto Tsukimi on Mitsuki during the 5 Kage Summit to gain leverage in negotiations. The cooldown for Koto Tsukimi lasts over a decade, which is why Danzo hadn't employed it during his ensuing battle with Sasuke. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. With his Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke suddenly sensed a peculiar mental force descending upon him, an insidious presence invading his consciousness. Realizing that Danzo had targeted him with Koto Tsukimi, Sasuke understood that, had it not been for his Manjiki and the prolonged enhancement of his mental fortitude, he would have succumbed to Danzo's control long ago. Nevertheless, even with the Manjiki, resisting for long proved challenging. The power of Koto Tsukimi was indeed formidable. Thus, Sasuke prepared to unleash the contingency plan that Nie Yun had equipped him with. Chapter 44. The death of Danzo. It is dire. Danzo must have employed the Koto Tsukimi on Sasuke, the ever-cautious Fugaku, who had once conspired to use this very technique to control the upper echelons of Konoha, since something was amiss without delay. Mr. Nie Yun, please allow me to assist Sasuke, Fugaku implored fervently. Beside him, Makoto appeared equally distressed, on the verge of tears. Fugaku, do not fret. I shall utilize the Flying Thunder God to transport you both. The benevolent Minato declared, his camaraderie with Fugaku forged in the fires of the Third Shinobi World War. Had it not been for the Nine-Tails incident, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha might have had a chance to mend. Nie Yun raised his hands, signaling them to remain calm. Have a little faith in the boy. Look, he has already devised a plan. Fugaku quickly turned his gaze to the crystal ball of the telescope technique. There, he beheld Sasuke retrieving a gourd of sake from his lower back, the very kinked gourd Nie Yun had entrusted to him. With a twist of the bottle's neck, he downed the contents in one swift motion, even letting out a belch afterward. Having consumed the sake, Sasuke was instantly invigorated, his spirits soaring. The Koto Tsukimi, which had previously encroached upon his mental dominion, could no longer penetrate his defenses in the slightest. Haha, is that all the Koto Tsukimi is capable of? Danzo, if this is your hidden trump card, you might as well contemplate your demise. Sasuke, slightly tipsy from the sake, erupted into boisterous laughter. You cannot possibly be unaffected. Danzo stammered, bewildered. Could it be that the Sharingan he had captured was a mere counterfeit? Or was it that the Koto Tsukimi from the outset was a ruse? This made little sense, for the Uchiha clan had intended for him to ascend as Hokage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be feigning it. Do not put on a brave face. You are merely prolonging the inevitable. Soon, I shall control you. Danzo bellowed in a fit of rage. Unable to accept the reality that his once reliable trump card had proven utterly ineffective against his adversary. Meanwhile, Fugaku was equally perplexed. Mr. Nie Yun, what is happening? Why has the Koto Tsukimi failed? Does it have something to do with that sake gourd? Nie Yun replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, this gourd is the nemesis of all illusions, Koto Tsukimi included. Gasped. Fugaku inhaled sharply, realizing that this was no mere counter to illusions, but a veritable bane to the Uchiha clan itself. Thankfully, It was in the hands of an ally. Amidst his astonishment, Nie Yun's enigmatic presence grew even more profound in Fugaku's eyes. Moreover, his ability to facilitate the natural evolution of the Sharingan into the Manjiki Sharingan marked him as a savior for the Uchiha clan. The fortune of having such a mentor for his son was indeed a tremendous blessing for the Uchiha lineage. Fugaku's heart raced with tumultuous emotions as the battle between Sasuke and Danzo continued. Rather than a clash of equals, it resembled a relentless pursuit, with Sasuke mercilessly pummeling Danzo. Faced with the formidable Susanoo, Danzo employed every conceivable tactic, yet found no method to breach its defenses. Each assault from the Susanoo demanded his utmost effort to counter. The outcome was increasingly apparent, yet Danzo clung to his Sharingan and Izanagi in a desperate struggle. He was waiting for the reinforcement from Konoha to arrive. It was inconceivable that a mere genin would be allowed to slaughter an elder. Indeed, as he anticipated, when the initial commotion erupted, Mitomin and TGK-Ka received word and prepared to mobilize the Umbu and Shinobi to assist Danzo. Though they harbored no fondness for the brooding Danzo, he was still an elder of Konoha. However, Tsunade intervened, leading them to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, and their teacher, Tobirama Senju. Upon learning of Danzo's heinous acts, they were engulfed in shock and cold sweat, appalled at the revelation that he had harmed his fellow clansmen, conducted human experiments using villagers, and sought to annihilate the Uchiha clan merely to secure the Sharingan. Fortunately, they had not elected Danzo as Hokage. Had such a man risen to power, Konoha would have been led astray. Thus, the two advisors chose to remain as passive observers, instructing the Umbu and Shinobi to refrain from intervening. Awaiting the Uchiha's judgment upon Danzo. Danzo, growing increasingly impatient, wondered why the reinforcements had yet to arrive. What could the Konoha Shinobi be doing? Why had they not come to his aid? Haha. Danzo, I have long since stated that the higher-ups of Konoha have discerned your vile nature. There will be no assistance. Accept your fate with humility. Sasuke mocked, relishing the moment. Danzo could not fathom that Konoha would abandon him. No, I have done so much for Konoha. How could they forsake me? He screamed in desperation. Ah, do not use such excuses to conceal your vile deeds in the name of Konoha. Sasuke retorted, his voice laced with contempt. For Konoha? Did Konoha instruct you to slay your fellow clansmen, Uchiha Kagami? For Konoha? Did Konoha sanction your support of Orochimaru's human experiments on the village children? For Konoha? While everyone else fought during the Ninetales incident, where were you? For Konoha? When Orochimaru attacked, what were you doing then? You are nothing but a petty man. Were it not for the weight of the Uchiha's vengeance, I would not even dirty my hands with your blood. Sasuke's expression was one of pure disdain, of visceral loathing for Danzo. No, what could a mere child like you possibly understand? I walk the path of darkness for the sake of Konoha. Danzo continued his feeble defense. Huh? You dare claim to bear the burden of darkness? Some carry darkness yet harbor light within. You, on the other hand, are merely a small-minded villain masquerading behind grandiloquent pretenses to satiate your own desires. Accept your fate with grace. No, I refuse to accept. I have yet to become Hokage. None shall take my life. Let us perish together. For symbol seal. Chapter 45. The curtain falls. All of Danzo's Sharingan in his right arm had completely closed, signifying that he had been slain by Sasuke more than a dozen times. Desperate, he tore open his shirt to reveal a tattoo inscribed with the four-symbol seal. This man had tattooed the four-symbol seal on his body for the convenience of activating it at any moment, aiming for a mutual destruction with his enemies. The four-symbol seal possesses immense power, capable of sealing everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. Coupled with Danzo's method of keeping it concealed on his body for instant activation, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to evade. In the original narrative, Danzo employed this technique but was preemptively detected by Obito, who, along with Sasuke, retreated into Kimui's dimension, ultimately sealing only a bridge. In the present scenario, although Obito was not present, Sasuke had already learned of Danzo's lethal technique from Nie Yun. It had been stated long ago that this technique was futile. Why then did Danzo still choose to employ it? Foolish. Sasuke could not resist taunting Danzo one last time before Susanoo suddenly unfurled its wings and took flight. Danzo was utterly dumbfounded. How could it fly? Yet, the four-symbol seal had been activated and could not be halted. Amidst the dark light of the final sealing technique, no one knew what Danzo uttered. As the black light dissipated, both Danzo and a swath of forest within 100 meters vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain which act bestowed Danzo with greater satisfaction, sealing a bridge or a cluster of trees. Sasuke's Susanoo soon descended. for it could only sustain flight in its armored state, having barely managed to unfurl its wings for less than half a minute. Meanwhile, Minato in the Nie Yun tavern ceased his flying thunder god technique, casting a deep glance at Nie Yun. The battle had unfolded as Nie Yun had anticipated, with Sasuke nearly perfectly countering all of Danzo's trump cards. This young man was indeed frighteningly formidable. Although Minato had come to realize through several encounters that Nie Yun was not a villain, he still regarded the boy, who perpetually wore a smile, with a sense of unease. Minato was not alone in this sentiment. All present were powerful individuals who could discern Sasuke's impeccable counter to Danzo, executed with a precision that appeared almost choreographed. "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Nie Yun inquired, puzzled. The others remained silent, save for the esteemed Hashirama, who spoke earnestly. "Nie Yun, may I call you that? I have heard from Tsunade that you also practice wood release. We should have an opportunity to spar." Hashirama rubbed his hands together in excitement, evidently looking forward to encountering such a rare user of wood release. Nie Yun felt a surge of joy. He had long harbored the same thought. How fortuitous! Once Sasuke and the others returned, he would engage in a match with Lord Hashirama. The others' eyes brightened at Nie Yun's audacity in accepting the first Hokage's challenge, noting his confidence. Perhaps they would soon witness an extraordinary battle. Meanwhile, Naruto, covered in the deep crimson cloak of the tailed beast, half-crouched on the ground, his 4 chakra tails thrashing behind him. However, in his current 4-tailed mode, Naruto did not suffer from the skin-burning afflictions, nor did he lose his sanity as in the original narrative. He resembled the golden Naruto from the 4th Great Ninja War, albeit unable to sustain such a vast chakra and thus limited to the beast form of the 4-tailed state. Naruto's rapid progress could be attributed to Jiraiya's teachings, but much credit also belonged to Nie Yun. It was Nie Yun who had once fed Naruto an illusionary drink, ensnaring both him and the Nine Tails in a shared illusion. Their relationship improved significantly within the illusion, and at times, Minato, summoned by Nie Yun, provided guidance, enhancing Naruto's control over the Nine Tails. Yet, one must acknowledge Naruto's innate talent. As the reincarnation of Ashura, it was no surprise that he achieved the 4-tailed mode in less than a year. The 4-tailed Naruto moved with agility, darting among the root ninjas, his claws and tail sending anyone who came into contact with them flying, their fate uncertain, facing incoming ninjutsu and shurikens. Naruto did not even attempt to evade, his tail suddenly elongated, sweeping aside these attacks. Nevertheless, Naruto, true to his character, did not strike with lethal intent, for they were still ninjas of Konoha, and their deaths would be a loss for the village. As he reveled in the chaos, Naruto suddenly noticed a throng of root ninjas rushing towards him, their panicked expressions betraying no intent to fight. Sure enough, upon reaching Naruto, they knelt before him without uttering a word. "We surrender. We surrender. Please accept our surrender and spare us from that man. He's gone mad." It was then that Naruto noticed the blood-soaked Kinshiki, who seemed to be dispatching one enemy after another with his bone blade, each swing claiming the life of a defiant root ninja. Kinshiki, however, bore an expression devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a machine. "Is this really the Kinshiki I know? The kind-hearted, handsome brother who always smiles?" Naruto gasped. "Kinshiki, spare those who have surrendered," he pleaded. Kinshiki turned to Naruto, grinning. "I know. As I have said before." With another swing of his bone blade, another life was extinguished. Naruto fell silent, unable to argue. Those who dared to resist were merely Danzo's loyalists, and their deaths were inconsequential. Deciding not to disturb Kinshiki in his fervor, Naruto addressed the newly surrendered. "Take me to Danzo's laboratory to gather evidence of his vile experiments. This shall be your atonement for your past transgressions." After some time, Naruto returned with a grim expression. Danzo truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths. The grotesque human experiments were repugnant, even involving children submerged in cultivation tanks, stripped of their humanity. At that moment, Kinshiki had ceased fighting and, inexplicably, changed into a new outfit, transforming back into the amiable, handsome brother, while nearby, some root ninjas were confined in a bone prison. "Kinshiki, it's utterly horrific inside. We must notify the Umbu to handle this. I yearn to personally eradicate that scum Danzo." Even Naruto's typically optimistic demeanor darkened at the revelation. At this juncture, Sasuke also returned. Both Naruto and Kinshiki understood that Danzo was no more. Upon hearing Naruto's account of the laboratory's horrors, Sasuke frowned deeply. Indeed, it was too merciful. The Umbu, directly under the Hokage, soon arrived to take charge of the situation. The three chose to depart quietly, for their families awaited them at the tavern. The three youths shared a hearty laugh, having flawlessly completed their first mission. marking the beginning of their renown in the ninja world. Chapter 46, Nie Yun bestows treasures teacher. Dear father, Danzo is dead, and Sasuke has fulfilled his mission. Sasuke stood tall in the courtyard, gazing at Nie Yun and Fugaku. Fugaku's expression was one of fervent excitement. He wished to commend Sasuke, yet he restrained himself upon noticing that Nie Yun had yet to speak. After all, if the esteemed master had not yet opened his mouth, what was the rush? Nie Yun's face radiated a smile of gratification as he nodded slightly. Indeed, my disciple, you have made me proud. You may continue to train under my guidance. The Mangekyou Sharingan, while immensely powerful, will inevitably consume the user's eyesight. It is imperative that you carry the Chien Kuan wine gourd with you at all times. After each use of the Mangekyou, utilize its yin-yang energy to nurture your vision, which will significantly delay its deterioration until I can find a means for your Sharingan to evolve once more. With Nie Yun's current prowess, the Chien Kuan wine gourd offered little more than delightful beverages. In terms of other benefits, it was rather superfluous. His yang release had reached an A rank, and his physical constitution, self-healing capabilities, and chakra recovery far surpassed what the wine could provide. Furthermore, his A-rank yang release had bolstered his resistance to Jinjutsu. Initially, Danzo had intended to capture Nie Yun and employ the Kodo Amatsukami Jinjutsu to forcibly alter his will, compelling him to pledge allegiance. However, even if he had managed to ensnare Nie Yun, the Kodo Amatsukami would have been futile against him. Only if Shisui had activated both of his eyes simultaneously would there have been any potential efficacy. Thus, Nie Yun generously gifted the Chien Kuan wine gourd to Sasuke, ensuring that the descendants of the Uchiha clan could utilize its yin-yang energy to awaken their own Mangekyou Sharingan. Upon hearing Nie Yun's heartfelt concern, his decision to bestow such a treasure upon him, coupled with his commitment to seek a method for Sasuke's Sharingan to evolve, Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I shall devote myself to my training and honor your teachings. Fugaku expressed his profound appreciation, recognizing the immense benefits the Chien Kuan wine gourd would bring to the Uchiha clan. Even in death, he felt grateful to Nie Yun for the future of his family. Tobirama, observing the situation, felt a mixture of concern and relief. The Chien Kuan wine gourd had effectively become a fountain of strength for the Uchiha. Fortunately, only Sasuke and Itachi remained of their lineage, ensuring that the bloodline would not become overly diluted. Very well, Sasuke, spend some time with your parents. After today, who knows when you will meet again? Sasuke and his family bowed deeply in gratitude to Nie Yun before joyfully departing to enjoy their time together. Nie Yun then glanced at the obedient Junmaru standing nearby. Since he had gifted something to his disciple Sasuke, he could not neglect his younger brother. Junmaru, brother, I'm here. Junmaru responded instinctively, immediately aware that Nie Yun was calling him. Today, I was unable to summon your family. You bear no ill will, do you? Nie Yun inquired. Having pondered the matter himself, yet recognizing the impossibility due to unfamiliarity. With you here, that is enough, Junmaru replied, shaking his head quickly, indicating that he held no grievances. Having long since lost all memories of his family, Nie Yun had become the only family he recognized, even if he was not technically his cousin. Seeing Junmaru's obedient demeanor warmed Nie Yun's heart. Ah, good child. Today, on this annual festival, I shall gift you the long bone blade. Junmaru's smile blossomed even more brightly. He cherished anything given by Nie Yun, especially a treasure like the long bone blade. The reason Nie Yun bestowed this gift was twofold. Firstly, the blade had lost much of its utility for him, and secondly, its properties aligned perfectly with the characteristics of the Shikatsu Myaku. It would not only enhance Junmaru's bone structure and reduce chakra and physical toll, but would also alleviate the burdens of his bloodline disease. This thought had long lingered in Nie Yun's mind, and he seized the opportunity to present it to Junmaru. With the long bone blade in hand, Junmaru's strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. While the others did not fully comprehend the blade's significance, they applauded enthusiastically for Junmaru. Embarrassed, he returned to Nie Yun's side. Just as Nie Yun was about to announce the continuation of the unfinished banquet, he noticed Naruto with his hand raised high. The implication was unmistakable. What about his reward or gift? Kushina joined in, waving her arms alongside her son to secure something special for him. Minato turned away, covering his face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the antics of his wife and child, Nie Yun smacked his forehead in realization he had completely forgotten about Naruto. Although Naruto was not his disciple, he had trained him for a month. However, with the two treasures he possessed already given to Sasuke and Junmaru, what could he possibly gift Naruto? As he pondered rapidly, an idea struck him. Naruto, how about I teach you a set of ninjutsu that I have developed? It consists of advanced versions of the Rasengan. possessing not only immense power but also various forms to adapt to different situations. You should be able to master it quickly. Great. Thank you, Brother Nie Yun. I am eager to learn new ninjutsu, Naruto exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Observing Naruto's elation, Nie Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Teaching him a technique that he would inevitably develop himself felt somewhat disingenuous. Nevertheless, he rationalized that teaching it was far more efficient than allowing Naruto to stumble through the learning process alone. Naruto, look. This is one variation, the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. As Nie Yun spoke, he gathered wind chakra in his palm, swiftly forming a rapidly spinning shuriken. The assembled strong individuals could distinctly perceive the immense power of the wind release contained within, feeling a sharp sting against their exposed skin from a distance. Naruto was utterly thrilled. So, the Rasengan can be used this way too? I want to learn it. Kushina and Minato chimed in. Thank you, Mr. Nie Yun. Nie Yun nodded, then casually crushed the potent wind release, Rasengan Shuriken in his hand, dispersing it without so much as a scratch to himself. This display astonished the onlookers, particularly Hashirama, whose eyes lit up at the revelation of Nie Yun's physical prowess, rivaling his own. He found himself increasingly eager for the upcoming sparring match, since Madara. No one had ignited such fervor within him as Nie Yun had today. Chapter 47. Battle with Hashirama. Nie Yun felt the intense gaze of Hashirama upon him. To be regarded with such respect by the god of ninjas as an equal opponent made this journey worthwhile. Everyone, I have a duel arranged with Mr. Hashirama. If you are interested, feel free to watch at the Valley of the End. If not, you may remain here to enjoy the reunion, Nie Yun announced to the crowd, only to realize the futility of his words. This was a battle involving the god of ninjas against a mysterious young powerhouse like himself. No ninja would dare to miss it. Tobirama Senju remarked, It has been a long time since I've seen my brother so enthusiastic about battle. I must go and watch. Hiruzen Sarutobi added, I am a man of guilt. I hope that Tobirama-sensei and Lord Hashirama will allow me to observe. Minato Namikaze interjected, Lord First Hokage, Mr. Nie Yun. My family will also attend to observe. Naruto should learn well. Fugaku Uchiha concurred, our family shall join as well. Guy and his disciples excitedly declared. This is a battle of the first Hokage, let our youth ignite. Tsunade cast a regretful glance at Nie Yun and said, I must attend to matters regarding Danzo. I will send Sakura to watch. Kakashi Hitaki and his father were no exceptions, along with the quiet Hyuga Hayashi and his son. Ultimately, the swiftest among them. Minato and Tobirama utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport everyone to the Valley of the End. This valley was formed due to the fierce battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, which altered the landscape. Gazing at the statues of himself and Madara, Hashirama fell into a reverie. When he returned to reality, he found everyone waiting for him to speak. Awkwardly scratching his head, he suggested, when we unleash our jutsu, please maintain a distance of 3 kilometers. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nie Yun added, for us, 3 kilometers is insufficient. Let us keep a distance of 6 kilometers. The group nodded once more. Hashirama pondered a moment longer and decided, then let us make it 10 kilometers. And we must ensure that Konoha is protected from the fallout of our battle. Once again, everyone mechanically nodded. After all, whatever the two titans decided was final. Hashirama chose to stand atop the head of Madara's statue, offering his own statue to Nie Yun. Typically, battles among ninjas commence with taijutsu to gauge the opponent, followed by ninjutsu. Both Hashirama and Nie Yun shared this thought and charged towards each other almost simultaneously. Their kunai clashed with such force that they shattered under the immense pressure. Swiftly, they retrieved additional kunai from behind, engaging in close combat with sparks flying in the air. In mere moments, several kunai had already been broken, showcasing their comparable speed and reflexes. Mr. Nie Yun, I did not expect your combat experience to be so extensive, which is quite uncharacteristic for your age. Moreover, the technique you just employed is a kunai combat style from the Warring States period, Hashirama remarked. Nie Yun smiled without elaborating, attributing his skill to the various battles and training he had endured over the past year. If he hadn't mastered it by now, he might as well hang himself from a tree. Hashirama was not seeking an explanation. He had come to regard Nie Yun as a worthy adversary deserving of his full effort. He decided it was time to get serious and unleash his full power. With his hands clasped together, Hashirama initiated his jutsu, prompting Nie Yun to do the same. Would release, would human technique. Would release, would human technique. The onlookers saw their hands join together, and Tobirama shouted, retreat 10 kilometers towards Konoha. 2 towering wooden figures materialized, resembling mighty Buddhist statues. This was only Nie Yun's second time employing the would human technique, yet the speed of his creation was on par with Hashirama's. The two wooden giants clashed like gladiators. While Hashirama and Nie Yun engaged in another brief skirmish atop their heads, as Hashirama struggled, he noticed that his wooden figure was at a disadvantage in the struggle. Glancing at Nie Yun, he saw a triumphant smile on his face as he explained, "Mr. Hashirama, my wooden figures have bones." Understanding dawned on Hashirama. Nie Yun had infused his wooden figures with bone using the corpse bone technique during their summoning. Naturally, a wooden figure with bones would possess greater strength than one without. Only someone of Nie Yun's caliber, with an A-rank young release, could accomplish such a feat with ease. Even a current powerhouse like Kimimaro would likely suffer from his bloodline limit if he attempted the same. How formidable the younger generation is. With wood release in your hands, it will surely flourish, Hashirama laughed heartily. However, you have your corpse bone technique, and I have my sage techniques. Patterns began to appear on Hashirama's face, indicating the activation of sage mode. Ha ha ha, but my sage mode has a time limit. It can only be sustained for half an hour, so Mr. Nie Yun, you must be cautious. Nie Yun's lips twitched. Hashirama was being rather boastful. Sage mode, and only for half an hour. Yet, he felt excitement at the prospect of witnessing Hashirama's many sage techniques. Sage technique, true tree of thousand hands. Corpse bone technique, true tree of thousand hands. Countless wooden arms emerged from behind the wooden figures, simultaneously attacking their opponent. The collision of thousands of wooden hands caused the ground of the Valley of the End to crack, rivers to be dammed, and waterfalls to flow backward. Each strike reverberated through the distant Konoha as if an earthquake had struck. If not for Tsunade's calming presence, chaos would likely have ensued. Sitting in the Hokage's office, Tsunade listened to reports from various ninjas, her thoughts drifting to the unseen battlefield. That Nie Yun fellow can actually hold his own against grandfather for such an extended period while creating such a ruckus. What an intriguing young man, Tsunade mused, unaware that her mind was consumed with thoughts of Nie Yun. The distant Konoha felt the overwhelming tremors, while the spectators on site were left utterly speechless. Except for Tobirama. Everyone else was frozen in awe, feeling the fierce winds generated by the conflict whip against their faces. Yet, even Tobirama was astonished, shocked by Nie Yun's striking resemblance to his brother's ninjutsu in nearly equal prowess. Nie Yun, from where did you emerge as this monster? This is what it means to be a teacher? Sasuke murmured, having once believed himself strong enough, but now realizing how far he still had to go. Yet, he remained undaunted, convinced that one day he would surpass his teacher. The young spectators shared similar sentiments. This battle had profoundly impacted them, broadening their horizons and revealing the true strength of ninjas. There was, however, one notable exception. The Nine Tails, curled in a corner of its seal, trembling in fear as memories of being defeated by Wood Release resurfaced. Now confronted by two identical Wood Releases, the Nine Tails thought only of returning home, vowing to behave in the future. Chapter 48. The ongoing battle. The skirmish raged on, with neither combatant exerting their full strength. Wood Release, Flower Tree World Birth. The incantation echoed as colossal trees adorned with resplendent blossoms erupted from the earth. The distinction between their techniques became indistinguishable as they entwined in a lethal embrace. In an instant, the area spanning several kilometers transformed into a vast ocean of trees and flowers. The pollen released from the gigantic blossoms, imbued with illusions and hypnotic effects, surged forth, propelled by the tumult of battle, extending over a dozen kilometers and drifting toward the Hidden Leaf Village. Onlookers found it impossible to discern the heart of the conflict, resorting to various wind release techniques to disperse the pollen away from the village. All present were formidable warriors. Through their cooperation, they ensured the safety of the villagers. This starkly highlighted the vast chasm between them and the legendary Hashirama Senju and Nie Yun. The third Hokage, once heralded as the strongest Hokage, found himself in a rather awkward position, though fortunately, others remained oblivious. Sage art, divine gate. Countless crimson wooden doors descended from above, ensnaring Nie Yun's wooden golem, momentarily preventing its escape. The power of sage techniques was indeed formidable. Nie Yun mused that he should also dedicate time to mastering sage mode. Leaping off the golem, he formed seals mid-air. Summoning technique. A massive red figure soared from the smoke, catching Nie Yun. Simultaneously, Hashirama's ninjutsu followed suit. All-encompassing bag technique. Countless enormous hands lunged at Nie Yun, resembling an immense pouch. Just as the pouch was about to close, the fiery red creature extracted Nie Yun from the last remaining gap. What incredible speed for a summoning beast! I have never witnessed such agility, Hashirama exclaimed. astonished that his all-encompassing bag technique had been evaded. "I am a key, Hashirama Senju. I have heard about you from the Sage of Snails," the beast proclaimed. Nie Yun was taken aback that a key recognized Hashirama. "Nie Yun, you truly astonish me. I had not anticipated your ability to contend with Hashirama Senju to such an extent." "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Aki. I look forward to your guidance," Hashirama replied courteously, immediately resuming his seals as the battle was far from over. "Nie Yun, to face Hashirama Senju, I too must exert my utmost effort. Let us coordinate effectively." Aki, rarely earnest, flapped his wings, unleashing a torrent of wind and fire that reduced the surrounding trees and pollen to ashes. Suddenly, more divine gates descended from the heavens, threatening to ensnare Aki. Yet, with another mighty flap of his wings, the creature expanded in size, rendering the divine gates ineffective. Observing Hashirama's astonishment, Nie Yun grinned. He was ready to counterattack. The wooden golem, ensnared by the divine gates, erupted with bone spikes from various parts of its body, breaking free from its binds. In this moment, Hashirama, caught off guard, found his wooden golem overtaken by Nie Yun's wooden golem, rendering it immobile. With dragon technique? With dragon technique? They invoked the technique almost in unison, as multiple wooden dragons entwined the two golems tightly together. The synchronicity of their actions elicited a shared smile between Hashirama and Nie Yun. The protracted battle persisted for over an hour, ultimately concluding in a stalemate as both warriors called a truce. The terrain of the Valley of the End had been irrevocably altered. The valley and waterfall now lay transformed into a plain, and the original statues had vanished without a trace. The flames had reduced the once-lush forest to ruins, yet Hashirama and Nie Yun collaborated to restore it. The onlookers approached, gazing at Hashirama and Nie Yun as if they were mythical beasts. "Nie Yun, I always believed you to be powerful, but I had no idea you were this formidable," Naruto exclaimed with exaggerated expression, and the others nodded in agreement. To them, Nie Yun's prowess seemed almost surreal, rivaling that of the first Hokage. At merely 20 years of age, he stood in stark contrast to Hashirama, who was already in his 30s during his prime. This comparison rendered Nie Yun's strength seemingly extraordinary. With a light-hearted gesture, Nie Yun replied, "I believe you and Sasuke possess immense talent. By the time you reach my age, you will undoubtedly surpass the current me." Fugaku and Minato assumed Nie Yun was merely encouraging the two youngsters, not taking his words to heart. Only Nie Yun understood that had he not intervened, Naruto and Sasuke could have become formidable near 6 paths level warriors by the age of 17 or 18, indeed surpassing his present self. However, with his presence, Naruto and Sasuke would only accelerate their realization of their potential, reaching 6 paths level or perhaps even surpassing their original story's peak, although 6 paths level might be their limit. Nie Yun, however, was different. Equipped with a system and an intimate knowledge of the narrative, he was destined to venture further, ultimately attaining the pinnacle of strength in the world of Naruto. As the chaotic festivities drew to a close, the annual festival continued, and everyone returned to the Yun tavern, reveling in joyous camaraderie. Nie Yun had introduced various forms of entertainment from Earth, such as mahjong, dojiju, and billiards. The adults particularly favored mahjong and dojiju, with the former being a favorite among the gambling enthusiasts Hashirama and Tsunade, who found the blend of luck and skill to be perfectly suited to their tastes. Eager for instruction, they soon found themselves adept at the game, dominating round after round. The younger children were barred from playing mahjong and dojiju, instead sent off to enjoy billiards. Once the rules were established, they too found delight. Although their exuberance often resulted in broken cues or damaged tables, much to Nie Yun's exasperation, after a night of revelry, the festival concluded amidst laughter, signaling the time for farewells. Yet, the atmosphere lacked any profound sadness, whether for those departing or those remaining. The latter had long embraced solitude, and the opportunity to reunite with family for even a single night felt like a blessing. As for those leaving, they too held no extravagant expectations, having already passed on. The chance to see their loved ones again, witnessing their well-being, was more than sufficient. All necessary farewells and advice had been exchanged the previous night. Nie Yun smoothly guided the souls back to the Pure Land, one by one. Finally, only Hayashi Hyuga remained. Nie Yun, I am grateful for the chance to see Niji once more and to witness him surrounded by friends. It brings me solace. I had thought my aspirations were to be relinquished, yet I must ask for your guidance in Niji's training. Nie Yun sighed, having anticipated this moment. Hayashi had withheld his request until the last moment, and Nie Yun had already surmised what he wished to convey. As Niji's uncle, should he choose to teach him or not? Chapter 49. The awakening of In release Hinata Hizashi was still sent away, and Nie Yun did not give him a direct affirmative answer. It was not that Nie Yun looked down upon Niji. In fact, Niji possessed remarkable personal talent, arguably not inferior to Sasuke's. Had it not been for Sasuke being the reincarnation of Indra and the protagonist, and Niji being sacrificed by Kishimoto to advance the romantic plot between Naruto and Hinata during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Niji's achievements might have rivaled Sasuke's. One must criticize Kishimoto for his poor understanding of the Naruto storyline. Moreover, Niji faced far fewer complications than Sasuke, making him easier to teach. The issue, however, was that Nie Yun had little to impart to him, rendering their mentor-mentee relationship unsuitable. Niji was a taijutsu-oriented ninja, while Nie Yun's taijutsu, although formidable enough to contend with Hashirama without losing ground, had been honed through battles with strong opponents and was instinctive. He could not effectively share his experience with Niji. The Hyuga clan's taijutsu heavily relied on the Byakugan, which Nie Yun could not teach since he only possessed the ability to roll his eyes without the requisite skills. Niji, I am not the most suitable teacher for you. Guy is far better suited for your training, Nie Yun expressed regretfully. Brother Nie Yun, it's all right. I have yet to fully grasp the true teachings of Master Guy. It would be unwise for me to seek your guidance prematurely, Niji replied with a mature demeanor, prompting Nie Yun to nod in approval. Such a good child. Although he wished to teach, he did not want to hinder Niji's progress. If fate allows, I will certainly guide you in the future. Then I must thank you, Brother Nie Yun. Niji politely bid farewell to the patrons of the tavern. I, too, must assist Lady Tsunade in addressing the aftermath of Danzo's demise. I shall return to work part-time in due time. Kakashi added his farewells to Nie Yun. Go on. Go on. Those who wish to leave may do so, without needing to inform me individually. After a night of revelry, I require rest. The tavern shall be closed for 3 days. Unless necessary, do not disturb me, Nie Yun stated, seeking tranquility after the commotion. Despite his current physical resilience allowing him to go a month without sleep with no repercussions, he craved a moment of serenity. After the lively gathering, everyone except Kimimaro and the tavern staff dispersed, each returning home or seeking companionship. Nie Yun retreated to his room, hanging a no-entry sign, ready to relish his solitude when a notification from the system interrupted him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling special sign-in conditions. Evaluation, perfect. Reward, unlocking In release. Enhanced version of the reanimation jutsu. Impressive. The revelation of the In release entry nearly blinded Nie Yun with excitement. The emergence of Yang release had already propelled his strength to new heights. He wondered what surprises In release would bestow upon him. Nie Yun rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Host, Nie Yun, strength, super Kage-level, chakra amount, 600. 000, SS, fire release, A, earth release, S, lightning release, S, wind release, S, water release, S, Yang release, A, In release, B, Genjutsu, S, bloodline limit, Shikatsu Miyaku, acquired bloodline, magnet release, wood release. Others, stealth technique, reanimation technique, weapons treasures, none. The emergence of In release did not significantly increase his chakra pool, lacking the pronounced effect that Yang release had. Its significance, however, manifested in another realm, mental acuity. Nie Yun felt his mind clear, brimming with mental energy. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything in the room, including the specks of dust dancing in the air. This sensation was reminiscent of the mystical perception described in cultivation novels. As he extended his mental energy outward, Nie Yun felt as though his soul had transcended its physical confines. He observed the newly appointed chef, Neo 2, directing the staff to tidy up the remnants of the previous night's revelry, quietly sampling a leftover pastry. The outward projection of his mental energy allowed him not only to see but to hear as well. He discerned Neo 2's hearty laughter as he murmured, "The pastries from last night were all made by me, and everyone seemed quite satisfied. I hope to learn more from the boss so that one day I can return to my hometown and open a tavern of my own. It would surely be more profitable than being a ninja." Extending his mental energy further, he caught glimpses of every passerby on the street outside the tavern, their expressions and movements. Every subtle shift in the environment flooded his mind with information. Yet, this influx did not disrupt his cognitive processes. He could instantly sift through the chaos for items of interest. For example, he overheard gossip about price hikes at local eateries and infidelities among villagers. Quickly, Nie Yun chose to filter out the idle gossip, significantly reducing the barrage of information. Clarity emerged as he focused on pertinent insights regarding the villagers' perceptions of the previous day's events. Old Wang, did you hear? I overheard my wife's uncle mention that our village's elder, Danzo, was secretly involved in unspeakable deeds. Who would have thought he was such a person? The Hokage should apprehend him. The Hokage has already acted. Danzo attempted to resist, but was swiftly dealt with by the Hokage's decisive measures. Oh, that explains the ruckus last night. I thought there was an earthquake. Nie Yun tested his mental acuity, discovering that his current range of perception extended to 500 meters, an impressive, all-encompassing radius. After retracting his mental energy, he severed the connection to the information flow. This sensation resembled the mystical perception described in cultivation novels. Henceforth, he decided to refer to it as Divine Sense Technique. Ding! Naming successful. Divine Sense Technique has been added to the list. This capability seemed to be something absent or unexhibited in the Naruto storyline, granting Nie Yun the privilege of naming it. He reflected on the abilities bestowed upon him by Ein Release, both Divine Sense Technique and Genjutsu. The Divine Sense Technique allowed him to perceive all subtle movements in his surroundings with his eyes closed, an ability unattainable by any reconnaissance jutsu in the ninja world. While both the Byakugan and Sharingan utilized mental energy, they relied on the eyes, which meant they possessed blind spots and could not be deemed flawless. The emergence of the Genjutsu entry coincided with Ein Release's introduction, elevating it directly to S rank, simply due to the B rank Ein Release. Moreover, Nie Yun could release Genjutsu without the need for any medium. Merely by utilizing his mental energy to connect with a target, he could impose illusions directly. Although this range did not match that of the Divine Sense Technique, it was still substantial at 50 meters. There was no requirement for the target to meet his gaze, nor for them to consume any substance like in the case of the illusion's sake. Within a 50-meter radius, he could initiate Genjutsu without any forewarning, an astonishingly overpowered ability. Of course, the effectiveness of the Genjutsu depended on the target's resistance. For instance, should Nie Yun attempt to use it on Madara from a distance, it might only affect him for an instant. Yet, in the hands of a powerful individual, even a fleeting moment could yield significant outcomes. Beyond these abilities, Ein Release possessed a particularly vital capability, the ability to create the tangible from the intangible. For instance, when a person dies, their soul becomes an ethereal entity, and Nie Yun could utilize Ein Release to materialize a physical body from their soul. Subsequently, he could infuse life into that body using Yang Release, effectively resurrecting the individual. Truly an extraordinary skill. Chapter 50. The appearance of the Six Paths Old Man. Of course, to achieve the resurrection of the deceased, one must attain S-level Yin-Yang Ninjutsu, a feat that is far beyond Nie Yun's current capabilities. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with the effects brought by Ein Ninjutsu, and thus turned his attention to the second reward from the system. The enhanced version of the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, though somewhat convoluted in its name, was clear in its efficacy. This ultimate version of the Impure World Reincarnation Technique allows the host to utilize mental energy to search for specified souls in the Pure Land, with no limitations on quantity or strength, and to resurrect them without any time constraints. The ability to search for and summon souls from the Pure Land? How intriguing. This meant that in the future, he could summon whomever he desired. Moreover, the Pure Land is a unique realm within the Naruto universe, and Nie Yun was eager to discover what it entails. He resolved to test it out. Hand signs formed. Impure World Reincarnation. Nie Yun felt his mental energy being guided by the system, drifting towards an enigmatic direction above. Could it be that the Pure Land resides in heaven? Just as he anticipated a lengthy journey, a peculiar vortex appeared in mid-air, capturing his mental energy within. Nie Yun instantly became vigilant, wary of potential dangers lurking in this new realm. However, his apprehensions were unwarranted, as no threats materialized. His mental energy traversed a distorted space, arriving in a realm shrouded in misty white. Here, it seemed as though his mental energy could proliferate infinitely. Soon, he detected the souls of several familiar figures. It was his old friend, White Fang. His current state appeared peculiar, with half-open eyes, standing motionless, devoid of expression. Nearby were other acquaintances from Konoha, Hinata Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Makoto, the second Hokage Tobirama, along with some unfamiliar Konoha ninjas. Strangely, the first, third, and fourth Hokages were conspicuously absent. In the Pure Land, it appeared that their souls were somehow restricted. Nie Yun's objective was to explore the Pure Land, not to summon anyone, so he continued to observe. More familiar souls emerged, including the notorious antagonists Zabuza Momochi and Haku, alongside the countless missed ninjas, including the third Mizukage, Kage, and the second Mizukage, Ao. It seemed that ninjas from a single faction or village were grouped together, giving Nie Yun the impression of a collector-esque display of figurines, meticulously categorized. Could it be that the Pure Land had its own overseer? Driven by curiosity, he pressed on in his exploration, hoping to locate the souls of Hashirama or Madara, as this would validate some of his hypotheses. Oddly, despite scouring the gathering place of deceased ninjas from the 5 great villages, he found no sign of Hashirama or Madara. It seemed as if someone had deliberately concealed them. Yet, Hashirama had been successfully summoned just yesterday. His soul should not have remained absent from the Pure Land. As Nie Yun pondered this perplexity, he stumbled upon a peculiar sight within the Pure Land: 2 houses. The only 2 structures in this otherwise featureless expanse. Upon entering, he indeed found Hashirama and Madara sitting quietly within, still in a daze, showing no signs of reaction. What is this? While others stood in the open. Why do these 2 have houses? Nie Yun couldn't help but voice his incredulity. However, a notion began to form in his mind. The Pure Land must be the domain of the Sage of 6 Paths. As Hashirama and Madara were the reincarnations of his 2 sons, Ashura and Indra, it made sense they would receive special treatment, unlike the others standing outside. Nie Yun attempted to draw forth their souls through his mental energy. Just as he was about to make contact, a sudden disturbance rippled through the Pure Land. A voice echoed from the void, admonishing him. Hey, are you trying to steal souls again? Startled, Nie Yun realized that his mental energy remained unaffected, likely due to the protective power of the system. So nothing happened. The voice seemed equally surprised. Nie Yun took the opportunity to engage in dialogue. Are you the Sage of 6 Paths? No. I am not. Don't say such things. The voice hastily denied, revealing a hint of panic. This confirmed Nie Yun's suspicion. It was indeed the Sage of 6 Paths, ha. It truly is you. But what about the power you wield? You are not from the ninja world. The Sage of 6 Paths appeared intent on regaining his composure, sternly addressing Nie Yun's identity. Indeed, I am not. Nie Yun openly acknowledged this, recognizing the Sage of 6 Paths as the progenitor of the ninja world, the very source of all ninjas. It was no surprise that he could discern Nie Yun's origins. This admission left the sage momentarily speechless. He had not expected such candor. Are you sent by the Otsutsuki clan to rescue Kage? The sage suddenly erupted in anger. Nie Yun was at a loss for words. The Sage of 6 Paths was aware of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe? Did that mean he understood that Kage created the White Zetsu to oppose the Otsutsuki? Why? Then, was she sealed? You know of the Otsutsuki clan? Humph. My mother, Kage, is of the same lineage, an invader that plants divine trees across the cosmos. How could I be unaware? The Sage of 6 Paths spoke with a hint of pride as he noted Nie Yun's astonishment. Then why do you still seal Kage? Because she has become exceedingly radical, creating monsters to combat the Otsutsuki, which is unacceptable. Furthermore, her power is immense, capable of plunging the world into irreparable ruin at any moment. We act to ensure hope for future generations of ninjas. Cough. It has been far too long since I last conversed with anyone, and I've shared so much with you, an enemy. My descendants will surely defeat you invaders. Nie Yun sensed that the Sage of 6 Paths appeared reluctant to engage in combat with him and seemed unaware of the changes in the ninja world over the years. He was likely surviving in the Pure Land in a state of chakra, guarding against Kage's resurrection while seeking a suitable successor to reseal her. Cough. Regardless of whether you believe me, I am neither a member of the Otsutsuki clan nor your so-called enemy. I do not believe you. The Sage of 6 Paths, ever proud, retorted. Chapter 51. The Distress of the Sage of 6 Paths, believe it or not. Nie Yun had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in a protracted explanation with an elderly figure regarding a mass of chakra. Indeed, this was a fragment of chakra left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths, akin to the chakra that Kushina and Minato had left within Naruto during the sealing of the 9 Tails. This chakra possessed the will of its origin and would assist Naruto in critical moments. However, the chakra of the Sage of 6 Paths was immensely more potent than that of Minato and Kushina, capable of enduring for 1,000 years. It was as if the sage had left behind a shadow clone, yet this clone could only reside within the Pure Land, serving as a contingency against Kage's resurrection. Only upon her revival would it emerge in the world of shinobi, seeking out the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra to bestow upon them the power to reseal Kage. Despite being within his own domain, the Sage of 6 Paths was powerless to affect Nie Yun, so he deemed it unnecessary to engage in further discourse. Instead, Nie Yun forcefully tugged at the souls of Hashirama and Madara. The sage became agitated, although he was merely a mass of chakra. He was still the sage of 6 paths, and this individual was far too dismissive of his presence. He had previously ignored summons of Hashirama and Madara's souls, allowing them to be called forth without interference. This indicated that the shinobi world had cultivated a new generation of talents adept at manipulating souls. This time, however, sensing an aura from Nie Yun that was foreign to the ninja realm, the sage assumed him an adversary and appeared to thwart him. Regardless of your identity, you shall not take any souls from me today, the sage of 6 paths declared, tightening his grip on the souls of Hashirama and Madara. Old man, you cannot dictate this, Nie Yun retorted, increasing his force. Thus, they engaged in a tug-of-war over the souls, each side evenly matched, akin to a contest of strength. Fortunately, both were intent on safeguarding the souls from harm, preventing any tearing apart. As Nie Yun continuously channeled his mental energy, he gradually felt the strain mounting. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Was he about to be outmatched? If he were to offend the sage today, it would likely hinder his ability to utilize the impure world reincarnation technique until he surpassed the sage's strength. Just as he contemplated relinquishing his struggle, a violent tremor erupted throughout the Pure Land. The sage abruptly ceased his efforts, and a figure adorned with horns and possessing the Rinnegan materialized in the void. The long-hidden sage of 6 paths finally revealed himself, seemingly exerting all his strength to maintain the stability of the surrounding Pure Land. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and admonished Nie Yun. Do you not realize that you nearly brought destruction upon the Pure Land? Nie Yun, manifesting his shinobi form with an air of indifference, replied, if you simply allowed me to take Hashirama and Madara's souls for a brief respite, none of this would have occurred. I shall not argue with you. Just take them and leave, the sage of 6 paths conceded, waving his hand in resignation, compelled to yield the souls to avoid further disruption. Intrigued, Nie Yun observed the peculiarities of the Pure Land, noting the sage's profound connection to it. It was evident that the disturbance had arisen from their struggle, compelling the sage to intervene to preserve the realm's stability. The sage seemed deeply concerned about maintaining this stability, although presently just a mass of chakra, had it not been for the ties to the Pure Land. Nie Yun would have already succumbed in their contest. Though protected by the system from physical harm, he would never again be able to employ the impure world reincarnation technique. Why did you create this Pure Land? Is it of great significance to you? Nie Yun inquired eagerly. No comment. The sage of 6 paths averted his gaze. Unfazed, Nie Yun began to connect the dots, analyzing the narrative. The ultimate purpose behind the sage's chakra was to counter Kagaya's resurrection and reseal her. Everything he had done was aimed at achieving this end. A considerable challenge loomed in this pursuit: time. Kagaya's existence was eternal, while even the sage, despite being an immortal, would eventually meet his end. Even a fragment of chakra imbued with his will could be exhausted over a protracted period. Since Kagaya's revival was unpredictable, the sage needed to ensure his chakra could persist longer than she did. Thus, the creation of the Pure Land was likely intended to prolong the existence of his chakra. Sage, even without your disclosure, I can surmise that this Pure Land was crafted for your prolonged existence. Hence, its stability is paramount, Nie Yun asserted. The sage of 6 paths widened his Rinnegan eyes. Nie Yun's deductions were nearly spot on, as the birth of the Pure Land indeed stemmed from this necessity. The Pure Land was not a true underworld. Rather, it was a realm of relative order, where the sage drew powerful souls before they could enter the chaotic underworld. By harnessing the strength of these souls, the Pure Land could evolve into an independent and self-sustaining microcosm, allowing the sage's chakra to escape the relentless passage of time in the shinobi world. Yet, how did this impudent youth uncover secrets known solely to the sage? For an instant, the sage felt a surge of murderous intent, but he quickly reconsidered. He could not harm Nie Yun without risking further upheaval in the Pure Land. Sensing the fleeting malice, Nie Yun burst into laughter. Ha! I was correct, wasn't I? Ha! His mirth echoed throughout the Pure Land, yet to the sage, it was anything but pleasant. Impertinent wretch, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Since you claim not to be my enemy, cease your antics and depart with the souls you desire. The sage of 6 paths sighed, exhausted, wishing for Nie Yun to leave swiftly. He feared that any further conversation might provoke a loss of composure. Very well, I shall take my leave, but I shall return for a chat when the time permits. Nie Yun replied, content, as he escorted the souls of Hashirama and Madara back to the shinobi world. However, upon their emergence through the impure world reincarnation, Nie Yun was suddenly beset by an unprecedented fatigue. struggling to maintain control over the two powerful souls. What a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 52. A beautiful dream. Upon arriving in the shinobi world, the souls of Hashirama and Madara had just regained their consciousness, exchanging astonished glances. However, before they could fully react to their surprise, Nie Yun kicked them back to the Pure Land, returning them to a state of bewilderment. The Sage of Six Paths had just intended to rest and calm his tumultuous emotions, stirred by Nie Yun's antics. Suddenly, he observed that the souls of Hashirama and Madara had flown back once more. The sage paused. Perplexed by this young man's antics, had he just taken their souls away only to return them? Was he toying with the old man? Unable to decipher Nie Yun's intentions and reluctant to reveal himself in the shinobi world, the Sage of Six Paths could only sit in frustration. In the shinobi world, at Nie Yun Tavern, within Nie Yun's room, he bore the discomfort of sending both souls back to the Pure Land. Otherwise, left unchecked in reality, they might wreak havoc. He understood that he had overexerted himself while contending with the Sage of Six Paths, depleting his mental energy significantly. Summoning both Hashirama and Madara at once had drained what little chakra he had left. With both mental energy and chakra exhausted, all he desired now was sleep. Thus, Nie Yun collapsed onto his bed, instantly losing consciousness, and he could not discern how long he had slept. Since arriving in the Naruto world, he had never experienced such a deep slumber. Ultimately, he found himself dreaming, feeling as if he had returned to Earth. Yet, everything around him, cars, streets, skyscrapers, remained indistinct, obscured from his sight. The only clarity lay in his tavern, with the sign of Nie Yun Tavern hanging prominently. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by familiar faces from the Naruto world. Sasuke, Naruto, Kenshomaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and even Itachi, Obito, the Sage of Six Paths, and Orochimaru. In his dream, Nie Yun realized that this place felt like home. He began to walk toward the crowd of revelers. However, the dreaming Nie Yun was oblivious to the system's notification chimes. In the shinobi world, within Nie Yun's chamber, Tsunade knelt beside him, employing her medical ninjutsu in an attempt to revive him. Kenshomaru, beside her, anxiously reddened in the face, while Sasuke, though calm, furrowed his brow. Sasuke, how long has Nie Yun been like this? Who else knows about it besides me? Tsunade inquired while continuing her treatment. It's been 3 days. After Kenshomaru found me, I immediately sought you out. No one else knows, Sasuke replied methodically. Good job, Tsunade nodded in approval of Sasuke's actions, reassured to continue her treatment. Yet, the more she treated him, the more alarmed she became. The chakra she poured into Nie Yun's body felt like a drop in the ocean, failing to evoke any reaction. How can this be? Tsunade pondered in disbelief. I've used a considerable amount of chakra, and yet it's just vanished? Though Nie Yun's bodily functions appeared entirely normal, akin to someone merely asleep, it was peculiar that he resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming her healing chakra. Could it be that he collapsed due to the excessive chakra expenditure from summoning so many deceased souls during the memorial festival and battling my grandfather? Tsunade felt touched, realizing that Nie Yun had gone to such lengths to orchestrate a grand surprise for her, making this year's memorial festival the most joyous in many years. With her grandparents and uncle, Rope Tree, by her side. Meanwhile, Nie Yun had put himself in such a state, it was truly moving. Tsunade felt her only option was to exert every effort to awaken Nie Yun. If he had fainted due to chakra depletion, she would replenish it, even if it meant revealing her true self. She never shied away from unleashing her chakra reserves. As a member of the Senju clan, her chakra capacity far surpassed that of an ordinary ninja, and within her forehead seal lay over 20 years' worth of accumulated chakra. The release of this chakra could safeguard the lives of over 100,000 people in Konoha, and Tsunade believed it would be more than sufficient to rouse Nie Yun. She intensified her chakra output. The idea was promising, but as she attempted to implement it, Tsunade realized something was amiss. After expending nearly half of her chakra, Nie Yun still showed no signs of awakening. His body continued to voraciously absorb chakra. Fine then, let us try this. Tsunade gritted her teeth and activated the Yin seal. Kenshomaru and Sasuke felt a sudden gust of wind emanating from Tsunade. They turned to see intricate patterns forming on her face, her aura shifting dramatically, causing both to feel a surge of trepidation. Sasuke thought to himself, I never anticipated that Tsunade possessed such immense chakra reserves. It seems I underestimated those who can become Hokage. He had previously believed himself close to the power required for the Hokage position. But witnessing the first Hokage and Nie Yun's godlike battles, the second Hokage's various broken jutsu, the third Hokage's mastery of 5 elemental releases, and the fourth Hokage's uncanny speed made him realize the strength of even the seemingly weakest fifth Hokage was formidable. This realization brought Sasuke back to a state of calm. To change the perception of the Uchiha clan in the shinobi world, he must surpass the previous Hokages and excel beyond them. Kenshomaru thought more simply, believing that with Tsunade's earnest efforts, his brother would be fine. Yet Tsunade felt a silent struggle, as the chakra stored within her In seal was rapidly depleting. And Nie Yun still showed no signs of stirring. This shouldn't be happening. Did I miscalculate? Despite her hesitation, Tsunade gritted her teeth and pressed on. 1/10 of her chakra was consumed. Still, Nie Yun remained unresponsive. 1/5, and yet no response. 1/3, still nothing. However, Tsunade sensed that the chakra within Nie Yun was beginning to recover. At half, Tsunade felt her youthful countenance waning, but she paid it no mind, her gaze resolutely fixed. For she could see signs of awakening in Nie Yun. Even if she appeared as an old woman, it would be worth it. She just hoped he wouldn't be frightened. 2/3 of her chakra expended, Tsunade's appearance fluctuated between youth and age. She was on the verge of tears, crying out in frustration, "Why won't you wake up? I've almost replenished your chakra." At that moment, Nie Yun finally opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Tsunade's face and her magnificent chakra. Startled by the proximity, Nie Yun felt his cheeks flush. Could it be that I am still dreaming? But in the next instant, Tsunade's soft form collapsed heavily into his embrace. Ouch, this isn't a dream. The tension in Tsunade's spirit dissipated upon seeing Nie Yun awake, causing her to faint into his arms. Chapter 53. The demeanor of Nie Yun awakened, while Tsunade succumbed once more. He discerned that her unconsciousness stemmed from excessive chakra depletion. Thus, it fell upon him to channel his yang-release chakra to aid her recovery. However, the restorative capabilities of yang-release chakra far surpassed that of medical ninjutsu. Before long, Tsunade regained consciousness, astonished to find not only her chakra restored, but also 2/3 of the chakra sealed within her In seal revitalized. "You are awake," Nie Yun remarked, seated beside the table, his gaze fixed upon her. Tsunade instinctively lowered her head to inspect herself, noting no anomalies, before casting a puzzled glance at Nie Yun. "Nie Yun, what are you staring at?" Tsunade instinctively wished to shout, yet her voice softened as the words formed. She found her reaction peculiar. What was amiss with her? "It's nothing. Merely admiring the visage of my savior," Nie Yun replied with a light-hearted tone, oblivious to the fleeting darkness that crossed Tsunade's expression. She perceived his words as mockery, a veiled taunt at her inferiority, fueling her irritation. "What is there to admire? I revived you, and you revived me. We owe each other nothing," Tsunade retorted, springing to her feet and striding towards the exit. "Hey, why the anger? I shall personally cook for you one day, treating you to a grand feast and fine wine," Nie Yun called out, his voice trailing after her as she hurriedly exited the courtyard. Once Tsunade had left, Sasuke and Kinmaru entered the room. "Teacher, brother," they greeted. "Come now, both of you, cease frowning. I assure you, I am perfectly fine," Nie Yun chuckled, playfully ruffling their hair, rendering it a disheveled mess. Yet, witnessing their continued discontent, he added, "I apologize for worrying you. How about I grant you both a few days of leave? Does that not interest you? Come now, Sasuke. Give me a cool smile for the teacher." "No smile? Very well, Kinmaru, you try to smile for your brother." Kinmaru managed a reluctant grin. Such good boys. The ensuing 3 months resumed a routine, both mundane and delightful for Nie Yun. Since that day, aside from Tsunade's occasional visits to the tavern, they had not engaged in any substantial interactions. Each was preoccupied with their respective duties. Following Danzo's demise, Tsunade had inherited a myriad of issues requiring her attention. Meanwhile, Nie Yun guided his disciples, Sasuke and Kinmaru, in their training. Of course, while they toiled, he indulged in leisurely strolls and revelries. Regarding the tavern, Girin's robust subordinate, a brawny figure known as Nyoto, had transformed under Nie Yun's mentorship into a proficient chef. Presently, he oversaw all operations at Lingyun Tavern, while the other staff had equally mastered their roles, thriving in their pursuits. As former intruders of Konoha, they had, through diligent effort, earned the trust of its denizens. And Nie Yun had long since lifted their chakra seals. Now, even if offered the strength and position of a shadow, they would not abandon Lingyun Tavern. Notably, Jiraiya had departed from Konoha, entrusting Naruto to Nie Yun. Relieved of the burden of mentoring the prophesied child, he sought to embark on a genuine journey to gather material for his writings. Yet, Nie Yun understood that he was covertly investigating the Akatsuki organization, particularly after learning of Itachi's infiltration. He harbored a premonition that the Akatsuki would pose a significant threat to Konoha. Thus, he found himself with yet another disciple to instruct. Although the impact was minimal, upon assigning tasks, he leisurely wandered off to explore. One day, Shizen approached Nie Yun. Mr. Nie Yun, Lady Tsunade awaits you in the Hokage's office. The statuesque Shizen stood before him with utmost respect. Upon seeing her, Nie Yun was invariably reminded of the small piglet she often cradled in her arms, its pink hue evoking thoughts of the globally renowned animated character. Understood. I shall make my way there, he replied with a smile, dismissing the whimsical thoughts from his mind. However, Shizen's cheeks flushed crimson as she fled, overwhelmed by her admiration for him. As Nie Yun made his way to the Hokage building, the guards, recognizing him and acting upon orders, opened the gates without hesitation. He soon spotted Shizen, cradling the pink piglet, awaiting his arrival. I am no stranger here. I do not require your guidance, he remarked with an amused expression. Two advisors have insisted on this arrangement. They place great importance on decorum, Shizen explained with a hint of exasperation. Those two old codgers, always preoccupied with trivialities. Nie Yun muttered, trailing behind her. Shizen suppressed a laugh, opting to remain silent, aware of his stature. After navigating a winding path upstairs, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Before they could knock, the sound of a heated argument drifted from within. This matter is absolutely unacceptable. Naruto is currently flourishing. He cannot leave the village. Came the voice of Shiranui Genma. Naruto must go. He has a strong bond with Gaara, and the letter explicitly invited him, Tsunade countered passionately. This is a precarious opportunity. Tsunade continued to argue. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a commanding voice. What is the commotion? Speak, and let me find amusement in it. How dare you? Genma began to reprimand, only to falter upon seeing Nie Yun enter, his tone shifting to one of deference. Ah, it is you, Mr. Nie Yun. After a brief hesitation, he addressed him with the honorific, acknowledging Nie Yun's formidable prowess. Tsunade observed the abrupt shift in the demeanor of her previously irate advisors, a quiet satisfaction blossoming within her. She had not anticipated such an overwhelming presence from Nie Yun. It was indeed impressive. Chapter 54. The resumption of the Ch-Nin exams. Tsunade's thoughts. The situation unfolded as follows. The Hidden Sand Village and our Leaf Village decided to jointly host a Ch-Nin exam. The primary purpose was to solidify our strategic alliance, while the secondary reason was that the previous exam had yielded no results, and no genin had advanced to Ch-Nin in the past year. Thus, a test of the genin's comprehensive abilities was deemed necessary. Tsunade explained this to Nie Yun. Nie Yun was taken aback. Another Ch-Nin exam. Memories flooded his mind. He quickly recalled that after Sasuke's defection and Naruto's departure with Jiraiya, it seemed that Leaf and Sand indeed collaborated once more for the Ch-Nin exams. However, this was an original episode created by the animation team, leaning more towards entertainment, and very few were aware of it. Had Nie Yun not stumbled upon it by chance, he wouldn't have remembered. It was quite astonishing that a plot he had altered would still manifest in this manner. Seeing that Nie Yun was silent, Tsunade continued. Despite the unpleasantness of the last exam, a significant portion of the discord stemmed from Orochimaru's instigation. This time, Gaara, the fifth Kazekage of the Sand Village, has expressed his sincerity by selecting the outskirts of the Sand Village's desert as the venue, and he has specifically requested Naruto's attendance. This has also caused a rift between me and my two advisors. She gestured towards the advisors and then cast a meaningful glance at Nie Yun before proceeding. The reason I have invited you, Mr. Nie Yun, is to request that you, as our esteemed elder, lead the team to the Sand Village for the Ch-Nin exam. After all, Naruto is essentially your disciple. Tsunade bowed earnestly to Nie Yun. He was momentarily stunned. It turned out that Tsunade harbored such intentions. Who would have thought that the grand and imposing Tsunade would possess such cunning? Nie Yun's keen intellect allowed him to quickly discern her motives. Firstly, although Nie Yun had been residing in the Leaf Village, forging friendships and taking on disciples, he was not technically a Leaf Ninja. Tsunade intended to use the title of esteemed elder to strengthen the bond between Nie Yun and the Leaf Village. Given Nie Yun's prowess, no one would dare oppose him, whether as an esteemed elder or even as the Grand Elder. Thus, the title of esteemed elder would not portray the Leaf Village as subservient before Nie Yun. Of course, Tsunade's actions were also a display for foreign eyes to deter them from attempting to woo Nie Yun. She understood Nie Yun's character well. He valued emotions and friendships deeply. Hence, The relationship between Nie Yun and the people of the Leaf Village would ensure that he would not be swayed by other nations. The second point was that Nie Yun was indeed a formidable figure, having captured the fourth Kazekage during the Sand's invasion of the Leaf. His leadership would certainly dissuade the Sand from any reckless actions, effectively showcasing the Leaf's stature. Tsunade, seizing a moment when others were not looking, quickly blinked at Nie Yun, signaling him to acquiesce. Surprised by her childlike expression, Nie Yun couldn't help but smile. It was indeed feasible to consent to Tsunade's request. As he was curious to explore the other countries within the ninja world, and the Sand Village and the Land of Wind seemed a splendid choice. Thus, he solemnly declared, Naruto and Sasuke have grown quite powerful. Remaining as Genin is not a solution. Since the Leaf has extended an invitation, I shall accompany your team. As for the leadership and the title of esteemed elder, let's set that aside. Cough, cough, cough. The esteemed elder cannot be disregarded. The captain must certainly be Mr. Nie Yun. Tsurugi Kamachi swiftly changed her earlier opposition to support Tsunade's decision, her face beaming with delight. Of course, while Mr. Nie Yun will be the captain, Kakashi and Sakura will also accompany us, and they will handle the specifics. Mr. Nie Yun need only oversee the larger picture, emphasized Mitominen. Tsunade, noticing the advisor's sudden shift in attitude, teased, What has come over you two? Have you suddenly come to your senses? Mitominen and Tsurugi Kamachi exchanged awkward smiles, knowing well that binding this superlative figure, Nie Yun, closer to the Leaf was worth any sacrifice, even if it meant resigning their advisory positions in his favor. Of course we've come to our senses. If only you had said earlier that Mr. Nie Yun would agree to attend, we wouldn't have fretted over it. They chimed in. Yes, yes, we're off to enjoy our retirement. Ueno astutely ushered the two advisors out, leaving only Nie Yun and Tsunade in the office. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. Tsunade stretched languidly, accentuating her already graceful figure. What a tiring day. I spoke endlessly with those two. Yet it seems that just your presence is far more effective. It's frustrating. Who told you to be the Hokage? Advisors are supposed to manage the Hokage, but they are simply too intimidated to do so. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively before suddenly adding, This is essentially a public-funded trip for the Leaf. You were my first thought. I must be quite loyal, right? I'll believe it when I see it. They bantered joyfully, regretting that Tsunade worked in the Hokage's office. Otherwise, they would surely have shared a few drinks together. On the way back, Nie Yun contemplated what delights the Sand Village might offer and what exquisite ingredients could be found there. He even considered opening a branch of the Yun tavern in the Sand Village, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The Sand Village appeared impoverished. They likely couldn't afford the meals from his tavern, and opening a branch there would undoubtedly incur losses. Upon returning to the tavern, Nie Yun summoned the three who had been diligently training. You three, gather all the Leaf's 12 strong tonight here. Nie Yun referred to them by the nickname 12 strong. Sasuke and Kimimaro inquired, which 12? However, Naruto's curiosity took a different turn. What does strong mean? Nie Yun regarded Naruto, whose vitality and resilience resembled that of the young strong. He felt an urge to give him a playful punch. Naruto, feeling the intensity of Nie Yun's gaze, nervously asked, Why are you looking at me like that, brother Nie Yun? Nie Yun smiled amiably. I find you truly adorable. After a moment of restraint to suppress the urge to playfully hit Naruto, he explained who the 12 strong were and sent them off to gather the others. Seemingly orchestrated by Tsunade, the 12 strong had no missions at this time. Their only task ahead was to follow Nie Yun to the Sand Village. Nie Yun also wished to seize this opportunity to enjoy some leisure time with the 12 strong. Chapter 55, The Gathering of the 12 Young Heroes as Night Fell. The 12 young heroes of Konoha assembled at the Yun tavern. Each of the young ninjas from the esteemed clans of Konoha had been personally escorted by their parents and elders. The reason was clear. They were aware of Nie Yun's formidable prowess and had received word that he would lead the team to Sunagakure for the upcoming Chunin exams. Thus, they hoped their children could gain more exposure to Nie Yun, learn from him, and perhaps even become his disciples. However, the young heroes themselves were largely indifferent. While they acknowledged Nie Yun's strength, they still regarded him as the amiable elder brother who often greeted them with a warm smile. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Neji, Tenten, Lee, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were gathered together, chatting casually about the forthcoming Chunin exams. Shikamaru sighed, What a hassle. Why must we travel so far for the Chunin exams? He had initially anticipated promotion to Chunin due to his calm command during Konoha's invasion, intending to lead the subsequent battle where Sasuke reclaimed his honor. Yet, with Nie Yun's presence, he found himself sidelined. still a genin and required to participate in the exams alongside everyone else. Kiba interjected, "Shikamaru, your lack of enthusiasm is disheartening. Don't let such negativity hinder my path to becoming Hokage. Passing the Chunin exams is merely the first step." Naruto quickly rebutted, "Kiba, don't even think about becoming Hokage. That title is destined for Sasuke." At Naruto's proclamation, the rest of the group, save for Sasuke, Sakura, Lee, and Neji, fell silent in astonishment. Kiba, believing he had misheard, asked, "Naruto, what on earth are you saying?" Hinata gathered her courage and said, "Naruto-kun, isn't becoming Hokage your dream?" Shikamaru added, "Have you truly given up on your dream of becoming Hokage? This can't be the real Naruto. If it is, we have a problem." Choji set down his chips, ready to confront this fake Naruto. Shino released a few insects directed at him, while Tintin, with her trademark bun, mused, could it be that he has gone mad? He has been training like a maniac every day. Ino turned to Sasuke, "Do you really wish to become Hokage? I support you." Yet internally, she thought, "Doesn't this mean I'll become the Hokage's wife?" "You can confirm this with Sasuke," he said it himself. Naruto asserted, "Indeed, I must strive to become the next Hokage." Kiba, suddenly despondent, slumped down. "It's over. If I have to compete with that idiot Naruto, there might be some hope, but against Sasuke? Forget it. Foolish Kiba, your words are absurd. Even if I were your competitor, you would not triumph." "Do not forget, you are my defeated opponent," Naruto retorted, rising to defend himself. Kiba, undeterred, retrieved a nose plug from his pocket and donned it on himself and Akamaru. "This time, you won't defeat me with that dreadful weapon." Clearly, Kiba was still haunted by the taste from their last encounter, prompting him to carry a nose plug. Observing these vibrant youths, Nie Yun chuckled softly before clearing his throat. "Ahem, it's time to address serious matters. You should all be aware that the Chunin exams are imminent, taking place in Sunagakure. As the honorary elder of Konoha, I will accompany you. Therefore," before Nie Yun could finish, Kiba excitedly interjected, "I know, brother Nie Yun. Are we going to exact revenge and execute a plan to overwhelm the Sand Ninjas?" Kiba had evidently disregarded his sister's warnings during their journey, lost in his own daydreams. "I will use my newly mastered techniques to defeat 10 of them." Akamaru barked in agreement. Woof woof. Nie Yun was momentarily taken aback. This Kiba is indeed a genius. No wonder he can hold his own against Naruto. He naturally veers off course. As Kiba spoke, Naruto wore an expression of realization. "So that's what we're here for. But what about Gaara?" "Silence. What on earth are you two thinking?" Nie Yun ruffled their hair, leaving them with frizzy locks. The others instinctively touched their own hair, especially Ino, who had long, flowing golden locks. "Nie Yun, please don't anger him." Regaining his train of thought, Nie Yun continued, "Do not interrupt me while I speak. Wait until I finish before asking questions. Thus, I have made a decision. Before this Chunin exam concludes, I will have you train under me for a period. During this time, you shall all be my registered disciples. Of course, I will consider accepting formal disciples among you, but that will depend on your performance." Nie Yun's proposition stemmed from Hayashi's earlier request for him to take Neji as a disciple. Initially, Nie Yun had declined, believing he had little to teach Sasuke. However, after 3 months, he had a new idea. If he couldn't teach them, he could enlist external help. The Pure Land was teeming with various types of experts, all ready to serve as educational resources. Previously, due to the randomness of the Edo Tensei technique, Nie Yun had not contemplated this. Now, with the enhanced version of Edo Tensei, he could summon souls at will, free from time or quantity restrictions. Theoretically, as long as Nie Yun had sufficient chakra, he could bring forth the souls of all beings from the Pure Land without issue. However, it was likely that the Sage of the Six Paths would emerge to confront him. This time, Nie Yun resolved to engage the young heroes in practical battles daily, followed by his guidance, to rapidly enhance their abilities. Although we are quite familiar with each other now, I must emphasize, while I lead, do not seek me for every little matter. For anything outside of training, consult Kakashi and Sakura. He concluded, waving his hand dismissively. Now, eat quickly. Once you're done, pack your things. We depart for Sunagakure tomorrow. Although the exams are still a month away, I intend to conduct special training during our journey. The young heroes nodded eagerly. With Nie Yun as their mentor, they were determined to seize this opportunity. Observing Naruto and Sasuke's rapid growth, they were unwilling to lag behind. Chapter 56. The training for the lower ninjas commences outside the gates of Konoha. An unusual gathering of people had formed. Today marked an exceptionally significant occasion. As the lower ninjas preparing to participate in the joint Chunin exams hosted by Konoha and Suna were about to set off, the families of these lower ninjas had come to bid them farewell. Although the journey from Konoha to Suna typically takes only 2 days, these lower ninjas had departed over a month in advance. Their guide was none other than the enigmatic proprietor of Nie Yun Tavern, Nie Yun, who intended to conduct a rigorous training session throughout their journey. Nie Yun, feeling somewhat out of place in this scenario, proclaimed, "All right, ensure you are fully prepared to depart. I shall await you at Wankiishin, 50 miles away. Should any of you fail to present yourselves within the hour, you may return to Konoha at your leisure." With that, he vanished in an instant. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, taken aback by the abruptness of his departure. While most were still processing the situation, those familiar with Nie Yun, including Naruto, Sasuke, and others, had already begun sprinting. Naruto shouted back as he ran, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up. If we're late, we might miss the dinner that Brother Yun has prepared." It was only then that the others comprehended that Nie Yun's training had officially commenced. Lee was the first to catch up, exclaiming, "Let us ignite our spirits, my youth." Following closely were Tenten, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, Kiba, and Shino. Lastly, Shikamaru, urged by his father, lazily set off, grumbling to himself about the inconvenience of the situation. It seemed that for the month ahead, there would be no opportunity for him to slack off. He clearly had little interest in the upcoming Chunin exams in Suna, a desolate place with little allure, especially since he no longer had the mutual attraction he once shared with Temari. At the foot of Wankiishin, Nie Yun had already arrived. Covering 50 miles in an hour was no small feat, even for an average Chunin. However, despite their nominal rank as lower ninjas, this group of youngsters possessed strengths that rivaled those of Chunin. Not to mention Naruto and Sasuke, who were exceptionally gifted. The first tier included Neji and Lee, both of whom had graduated a year earlier than their peers. Neji, a prodigy with the Byakugan and Hinata's secret techniques, and Lee, who had unlocked the 5th gate of the 8 gates, were formidable enough to rival even standard Jonin. Next in line were Tenten and Sakura. Tenten, like Neji and Lee, had graduated early but lacked their innate talent and dedication, placing her slightly behind. Sakura, having trained under Tsunade, had acquired both medical ninjutsu and Tsunade's astounding strength, achieving a respectable level of skill. These 2 young women had reached the caliber of Jonin, albeit slightly weaker than their counterparts. Following them were the Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio, along with Shino and Kiba. Hailing from Konoha's esteemed clans, these 5 were indeed second-generation ninjas, benefiting from both Asuma and Kurenai's tutelage as well as the guidance of clan elders. Their strength had grown rapidly, surpassing that of ordinary Chunin but not yet reaching Jonin level. Last but not least was Hinata Hyuga. Due to her timid nature, she had consistently ranked at the bottom among the 12 young ninjas throughout the original storyline. However, even at the bottom of that group, she was still exceptional within the broader ninja world. As the heir of the Hyuga clan, she had been compelled to train rigorously and now possessed the strength of a Chunin. This formidable assembly was set to participate in the Chunin exams, poised to dominate the competition. However, it was worth noting that the previous representatives from Suna, Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara, were not to be underestimated either. Thus, Suna's lack of decorum in their previous participation prompted Konoha to follow suit. Moreover, the political significance of this Chunin exam far outweighed its practical implications, primarily serving as a symbol of the reconciliation between Suna and Konoha, rendering the participant strength somewhat irrelevant. Even if Suna had reservations, with Nie Yun present, they would dare not voice them. Nie Yun commenced preparations for a meal at the mountain's base, confident that the enticing aroma of his cooking would guide the youngsters to him. Meanwhile, the trio of Kunmaru, Naruto, and Sasuke, who had sprinted ahead, paused to wait for the others to catch up. Dingji panted, "I didn't bring any food." Shikamaru replied, "Dingji, stop thinking about food and focus on Brother Yun's training. I have a foreboding feeling about this." Hinata questioned, "Do you really think so? Brother Yun doesn't he seem particularly intimidating, does he, Naruto?" Scratching his head, Naruto replied, "Well, I can't say for sure. I never quite grasp what Brother Yun is thinking." Sasuke, with his usual calm demeanor, stated, "I never speculate on my teacher's thoughts. I simply follow his orders." "I'll follow Sasuke." Sakura and Ino exclaimed simultaneously, exchanging exasperated glances. Neji interjected, "I believe we should use this time wisely and continue on our journey. I have no desire to return to Konoha in disgrace." With that, Neji surged ahead, determined to learn from Nie Yun and fulfill his father's aspirations. Thus, the group of young ninjas concluded their brief discussion and swiftly resumed their expedition toward their destination. They arrived, panting, just an hour before the deadline. To their astonishment, in addition to the mouth-watering dishes Nie Yun had prepared, there were also 13 coffins awaiting them. Could this be Brother Yun's idea of a headless feast? Are those who fail to arrive on time to be entombed? Surely not. Ah, splendid. You all arrived in perfect unison, showcasing remarkable teamwork, nobody trying to outdo one another. Nie Yun beamed with approval as he regarded them. Do you see those coffins? They represent the essence of your training. Each of you will have one as your opponent. And your task over the next few days is to devise ways to endure against them for as long as possible. With a snap of his fingers, the coffins creaked open, revealing formidable figures from the past: the watermelon pufferfish demon, Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi Hitaki, Hans of the Salamander, and Kagai Atsutsuki. The weakest among them was at least of the caliber of a Quasi-Kage. Confronted with such a formidable lineup, the Konoha youngsters exchanged glances, suddenly understanding why Nie Yun had stated that their task was to endure against these powerful adversaries. Chapter 57, The Darkest Month. Becoming stronger, Nie Yun casually assigned opponents to them. Naturally, the 3 shadow-level warriors were specifically reserved for Naruto, Sasuke, and Kimimaro. Naruto faced Hanzo the Salamander. Sasuke confronted White Fang, and Kimimaro battled Kaguya with Thunder. Given their formidable strength, Nie Yun directed them to engage in battles across various locations, honing their combat abilities. The remaining opponents were quasi-shadow-level warriors, one for each of the 10 young ones. Soon, the foot of Mount Shio echoed with continuous wails and cries of despair. The prodigies of Konoha encountered what could only be described as one of the darkest moments of their lives. The girls fared somewhat better. Nie Yun instructed the reanimated warriors to show some mercy, at least refraining from striking their faces. However, for the sturdier boys, Nie Yun spared no leniency, commanding the reanimated warriors to employ all tactics available to them, barring fatal force. They were to witness the cruelty and ruthlessness of their adversaries firsthand. The stronger Niji and Lee could barely hold their ground for a time before being brought down, while the less capable Kiba and Shino, along with Choji, were nearly subdued in a single encounter with these quasi-shadow-level foes. When dinner time arrived, except for Naruto, Sasuke, and Kimimaro, the rest appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Heads hung low in despair. What is wrong with you all? Nie Yun continued to provoke them. Kiba raised his swollen, pig-like face and lamented, Brother Nie Yun, this isn't fair. As a mere genin, I'm pitted against the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the guy is a hefty one at that. All night. Akamaru and I couldn't even touch a hair on him. I've never seen such an agile, heavy-set man. Akamaru chimed in with a whimper. Nie Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Kiba's predicament was indeed humorous. Aren't you the one who wanted to become Hokage? Is this all it takes? Nie Yun's smile was blinding to Kiba, who dejectedly lowered his head. Brother Nie Yun, we're all injured now. Do we have to continue tomorrow? Shikamaru posed a crucial question. Of course we must continue practicing. Otherwise, all the beating you took today would be in vain. Moreover, your opponents will be randomly changed tomorrow. A collective groan arose from the crowd, for this meant that the hard-earned combat experience they had gathered today would largely be rendered ineffective. Indeed, experience held great importance. Yet battles often presented more complex situations where relying solely on experience might not suffice. Only by cultivating quick-thinking abilities alongside their experiences could they respond correctly in critical moments. Understanding this, the young warriors grasped the wisdom in Nie Yun's words. Though the pain was excruciating, the results were undeniably beneficial. Though they wondered how long the suffering would persist. Sakura, supporting her injured left arm, stood up and volunteered, I'll heal everyone. Nie Yun was pleased with Sakura's dedication. Despite her own injuries, she prioritized the well-being of others. Medical ninjas, much like physicians on Earth, were truly commendable. However, there was no immediate need for her sacrifice, as Nie Yun had already prepared for this. After all, if these young warriors went into battle tomorrow nursing injuries, the effectiveness of their training would be significantly diminished. Nie Yun produced the healing pills he had prepared, crafted from young release chakra, their potency remarkable. 2 pills each. And do not overindulge. You might burst. Nie Yun was not merely trying to frighten them. Consuming these pills was akin to receiving a surge of life force through yang release, aiding in cellular recovery and growth. Should they consume too many? He had no inkling of the consequences, perhaps they might sprout an extra limb. Exchanging resolute glances, Niji and the others saw determination reflected in each other's eyes. Having come this far, they were willing to endure whatever Nie Yun offered. Each took 2 pills and swallowed them. To their astonishment, before they could fully choke them down. The pills transformed into a warm flow within their esophagus, gradually spreading throughout their limbs, mending their internal injuries while rapidly restoring their chakra. Rest assured, this won't harm you, much like I'm feeding you poison. Nie Yun waved his hand dismissively. Finish your meals and hurry to sleep. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he sat up. Wood release, great mansion technique. In astonishment, the young warriors beheld a grand villa, infused with earthly charm, materialize before them. Wood release. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what he had witnessed. Brother Nie Yun can actually use wood release? That's a bloodline limit only the legendary first Hokage possessed. Yet, he isn't from the Shinja clan. How could he? Moreover, he also bore the bone lineage of Kage. The emergence of such incongruous phenomena left Shikamaru, the strategist, quite perturbed. Ultimately, he resigned to acceptance, lying back to embrace the reality that Nie Yun was indeed an anomaly. Hooray, we won't have to sleep in the wild tonight. Just as they were still in shock, Naruto, who was more informed, excitedly prepared to rush inside. Sasuke, realizing something, attempted to stop him, but it was too late. The door morphed into a wooden whip, sending Naruto flying out of sight. How impudent. I haven't even entered yet, and this fool is already causing trouble. After delighting in the misfortunes of his companions all day, Naruto found himself the target of their mockery. Thus, the tone for their special training was set, and the subsequent days sped by. Of course, this rapid passage of time was primarily for Nie Yun. For the other young warriors, it remained a grueling routine of daily beatings, nightly healing, and constant recuperation. However, this arduous training proved to be remarkably effective. After half a month, the young warriors could withstand the onslaught of quasi-shadow level adversaries for extended periods. Even Neji and Lee could pose some challenges to these quasi-shadow level warriors. Remarkably, even Hinata, who had previously been timid, not only saw a rapid increase in strength but also gained confidence and brightness through the shared training experience, largely due to Naruto's amusing antics. Seeing the effects nearing fruition, Nie Yun initiated an advanced training mode, which involved random team formations to confront enemies in varying numbers. The battles could range from 3v3 to 6v12, with endless possibilities. This time, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kimimaro also joined the ranks of the other young warriors. Consequently, the shadow-level warriors became part of the opponent's roster, significantly raising the stakes for the remaining young warriors. Yet, feeling their own strength rapidly grow, they held no grievances towards Nie Yun's arrangements. This time, they were not fighting alone. The collaboration with their comrades greatly bolstered their confidence. Chapter 58, Raza, I shall conquer 10 within the Sand Village. There stood a residence that was undeniably more opulent than the other abodes, the home of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. A year prior, Raza had faltered in judgment, succumbing to Orochimaru's temptations, and had launched a surprise attack on Konoha during the Chunin exams. This miscalculation not only led to his capture, diminishing the village's reputation, but also resulted in a hefty compensation from the Sand Village to Konoha, exacerbating their already precarious financial situation. Upon his return to the Sand Village, Raza faced impeachment from the elders and chose to retreat into the shadows, elevating his son, Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, to the forefront as the fifth Kazekage. Raza abstained from interfering with Gaara's governance, devoting himself solely to mastering his magnetic release, determined to grow stronger and challenge Nie Yun, seeking to redeem his honor. Report to the fourth Kazekage. Nie Yun, leading the Konoha Genin, has reached the borders of our wind country. An Anbu shinobi knelt before Raza, conveying Nie Yun's movements. Ever since he learned a month ago that Nie Yun would spearhead the delegation to the Sand Village, Raza had been in an excited state. He had endured humiliation, persevered through hardship, and honed his skills for an entire year. His strength had surged to a level incomparable to that of a year prior. This time, the battle would take place on his home turf, the desert, where the swirling sands would be his ally. In essence, Raza was resolute. Nie Yun was destined to lose, and he would rise again. Understood. Inform those who will receive them that we shall take charge of their welcome. As the host, it is our duty to greet them personally. Raza chuckled sinisterly. At the border of the Wind Country, Nie Yun and his 12 comrades took a moment to regroup. The Wind Country was predominantly desert terrain, with the Sand Village situated at its heart, making navigation rather troublesome. Fortunately, the Sand Village understood the importance of hospitality and assured that guides would be available to escort the guests. This geographical layout effectively deterred large-scale invasions from other nations, but it simultaneously stunted the Sand Village's own development. In a word, it was impoverished. Nie Yun, Why is it that the border between the wind country and our fire country is marked by desert and forest? Dinxie, munching on chips, inquired innocently. Always finding ways to conjure snacks. I know, because this scene is quite clear, right, Nie Yun? Inazuka Kiba chimed in. Nie Yun smiled gently, recognizing their youthful naivety. They had yet to grasp the harsh realities of the ninja world. What nation would willingly allow their land to be solely desert, rather than coveting vast forests? It was precisely due to the prosperity of the fire country and the military strength of Konoha that such a boundary existed. This principle held true universally, even on their home planet, Earth. This was why the Sand Village often sought to attack Konoha during the Great Ninja Wars, to renegotiate territorial boundaries and acquire vital resources. Alas, Konoha was the protagonist, with formidable warriors in every generation. Nie Yun refrained from elaborating. They were not yet of an age to comprehend these truths. He closed his eyes, extending his sensory techniques to the maximum, searching for potential ingredients in the surrounding desert. Suddenly, he detected a figure swiftly approaching. Initially, he assumed it was a welcoming party from the Sand Village, but upon discerning the individual's identity, he wore a peculiar expression. Raza, clad in a combat outfit, was evidently not there to extend greetings. Ah, here comes the self-inflicted humiliation again, he mused. As Raza confronted him, he wasted no time in issuing a challenge. Nie Yun, we meet again. Since our battle in Konoha, I have endured and trained diligently in magnetic release. My strength has significantly increased. Dare you face me in combat? Komaru and the 12 comrades instantly adopted defensive stances, surprised to encounter the 4th Kazekage seeking revenge so soon. However, Nie Yun remained silent. A frown etched on his brow, not out of fear of Raza, but pondering the absurdity of the phrase enduring humiliation existing in this world. Was this realm a creation of Kishimoto's imagination, or did it exist independently, merely entangled through quantum connections in the infinite universe? What purpose did their village serve? What truth lay within the cosmos? Who was he? Where was he? What was he meant to achieve? As Nie Yun delved deeper into these thoughts, he inadvertently disregarded Raza's presence. Seeing Nie Yun lost in contemplation, Raza grew increasingly excited. If you are afraid, admit it publicly. I shan't humiliate you further. You may continue to lead your team in the Chunin exams, just refrain from being too arrogant. Ahaha. Raza's laughter echoed, a sound born from a year of pent-up frustration, as no one knew the torment he had endured since his disgrace a year ago, all instigated by Nie Yun. Now, he sought to reclaim his lost dignity. Komaru and the 12 comrades glared at Raza, ready to act, yet they hesitated without Nie Yun's command. Nie Yun, jolted from his reverie by Raza's derisive laughter, inquired, "Oh, Raza, what did you just say?" Raza's laughter abruptly ceased, his face shifting through shades of anger and embarrassment. It was a blatant insult. After speaking at length, Nie Yun had absorbed none of it, a clear sign of disdain. Nie Yun, you scoundrel. I demand a one-on-one duel. With a sigh, Nie Yun responded to Raza's impotent fury. Ah, another opportunity to gain experience. He exchanged glances with his 12 comrades, who instantly understood the cue. Komaru, Naruto, and Sasuke stepped back, while the remaining 10 advanced, positioning themselves before Raza. What does this mean? Raza questioned, bewildered. Ah, I intend to disregard the rules of combat and engage in a collective assault. Is that not evident? Kiba taunted. Raza retorted, well then, if you lack the courage to face me, sending a horde of genin to take my place is futile. If you're afraid of losing and facing embarrassment, just admit it. Raza, subconsciously believing that Nie Yun was unable to withstand defeat, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Shikamaru lamented, what a hassle, though I am reluctant. We must confront the 4th Kazekage. With that declaration, the group assumed an offensive stance. Nie Yun, you chose this path. Do not blame me if injuries affect your performance in the Chunin exams. Raza, having suppressed his emotions for an entire year, finally resolved to retaliate. Seeking to alleviate the weight of his frustration, I, Raza, shall conquer 10 today. Chapter 59, The Face of the Wind Shadow with a Resounding Snap. The white eyes opened wide. The 5th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku, the door of dismissal, was unleashed. As physical combat ninjas, Lee and Niji took the initiative to launch an all-out assault. They were undoubtedly the strongest among their peers, aside from Naruto. And after nearly a month of grueling training under Nie Yun, they had attained the prowess of elite jonin, equipped with extensive experience in battling shadow-level foes. Their combat experience against various shadow-level adversaries far surpassed that of Raza. Lee, with unmatched speed, was the first to engage the enemy. Raza attempted to use his gold sand to defend, only to find himself utterly unable to perceive Li's movements with his naked eye. The speed was astonishing. Could this truly be a mere Leaf Village genin? Left with no choice, Raza relied on instinct to counter while enveloping himself in a layer of gold sand to prevent Lee from launching a surprise attack. The sky filled with swirling gold sand. And amidst the golden glow, a green figure danced wildly. Just as the golden light seemed poised to collide with the green figure, it would reveal itself as nothing but an afterimage. Raza felt a deep sense of frustration. He realized he was momentarily at a loss against this genin. Meanwhile, his watermelon-headed teammate was closing in, necessitating swift action to neutralize him, lest he become distracted by the ensuing harassment. Resolute, Raza executed a technique originally devised for Nie Yun, the funeral of the Sand Sea. Upon hearing Raza call out this technique, Nie Yun nearly burst into laughter. Noting how Raza had shamelessly mimicked his son. While Raza had the sand waterfall funeral, he had opted for the funeral of the Sand Sea. Nie Yun chuckled, recognizing that although this move was ineffective against him, it posed a significant threat to Lee. A vast desert materialized beneath Raza, resembling a gigantic pocket that enveloped both himself and Lee from all sides. Raza understood that since he could not match Lee's speed, he would employ this geography-based technique to seal off their escape routes and strike decisively. However, Nie Yun remained unfazed during their month of intensive training. Lee had faced foes far stronger than Raza, often in more perilous situations. Lee had long since mastered the art of maintaining composure under pressure. And he was not alone. His comrades from the Leaf Village were with him. As the enormous pocket continued to constrict, Lee's room for movement diminished, compounded by Raza's relentless pursuit. The situation grew increasingly dire as Lee exerted every ounce of energy to evade the encroaching gold sand, delivering blows that scattered the ever-advancing grains. Yet, within, Lee remained unperturbed, for he trusted that his teammates were already in action. Indeed, at the very moment the pocket was about to close, Raza suddenly felt his body stiffen. Even the gold sand and the massive pocket experienced a brief halt. What was happening? It was the peculiar shadows on the ground. Recognizing the multitude of shadows, Raza instantly recalled the Nara clan's secret technique, the shadow imitation jutsu. The shadows generated by this expansive ninjutsu left him with nowhere to hide, leaving him ensnared. It seemed that the watermelon-headed genin would escape. However, Raza had entirely underestimated the audacity and tactical acumen of the Leaf Village's young talents. Seizing the fleeting moment of stillness, Lee did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, launching a kick at Raza. Caught off guard, Raza was astonished that Lee would dare to attack rather than flee. The kick landed squarely, and though protected by a layer of gold sand, the impact sent waves through Raza's insides, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Ah, what a profound humiliation. To be injured by mere genin was a disgrace beyond measure. Raza's mind was in turmoil, and his hands faltered. The colossal sandbag had completely sealed, forming a semicircular dome that rapidly compressed downwards, poised to crush Lee within seconds. Yet, surprises often arise in the most unexpected of moments. For reasons unknown, a significant portion of the sand dome suddenly collapsed. Lee leaped forth from the debris, reuniting with his comrades. Raza was taken aback. What had just occurred? From the cascading sand emerged numerous small insects, identical in color to the sand. This was the Oil Girl clan's secret technique. Shino had prepared insects capable of burrowing within the sand in anticipation of their mission to the Sand Ninja Village. Nie Yun had recently learned that Shino had proactively prepared for this, demonstrating a strategic mind that rivaled even that of the lazy Shikamaru. Prior to the battle, Shino had released these insects into the desert, awaiting Raza's utilization of the environmental ninjutsu. Just as Lee was about to be ensnared, the insects severed Raza's chakra connection with the sand, causing the sand pocket to disintegrate into a mere scatter of grains. Raza, incensed, felt as though he had been played for a fool. With fury ignited, Raza unleashed his magnetic powers in full force. The metallic substances within the desert were magnetized and surged toward him. As these materials accumulated, they fused to form a colossal metal giant, towering over a dozen meters high. Clad in formidable armor that promised exceptional defense, Raza had fully integrated into the metallic behemoth, a preparation against Nie Yun's bone techniques and wind-based shuriken attacks. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Nie Yun had already rendered those two methods obsolete. Such relentless pursuit, all in an attempt to surpass the Nie Yun of a year prior. How pitiable. Even Nie Yun found his persistence to be absurd. But what truly left Nie Yun speechless was the revelation that, in the world of Hokage, The ultimate confrontation would indeed involve giant mechs, with Raza piloting a metallic one. However, even if Raza had summoned a mech, the Leaf Village's young heroes had their own means of countering. They would simply meet mech with mech. Under Shikamaru's direction, Choji activated his full potential, transforming into a giant over 20 meters tall, surpassing Raza's metal giant in height. Initially, Choji could only enlarge parts of his body. But with the aid of Nie Yun's chakra-enhancing pills, he could now withstand the burden of this transformation, though pitted against metal with the support of fellow young ninjas. Choji found himself evenly matched against Raza. Meanwhile, a contingent was racing toward the battlefield. Gaara, accompanied by Kankuro, Temari, and the Sand Ninja Ambu, had arrived to prevent Raza from making any reckless moves. Upon catching sight of the metal giant from afar, Gaara felt a weight settle in his heart. Raza had truly resorted to such measures. It appeared that he was serious. Chapter 60. The curious increase of CP in a bid to hasten his pace. Gaara resolutely left the Ambu behind, using sand to lift both Temari and Kankuro as he hurried towards the battleground. The current circumstances left no room for hesitation. For this Chunin exam represented a golden opportunity to fundamentally improve relations with Konoha, a goal Gaara had tirelessly pursued since becoming Kazekage. Having felt the power of bonds through Naruto and his comrades in Konoha, coupled with Naruto's insightful words, Gaara underwent a profound transformation. He recognized that the times had changed. The era of endless conflict and deceit among ninjas was no longer in sync with the prevailing trends. It was bonds and trust that would herald a new chapter in the ninja world. Growing up amidst hatred and solitude, Gaara realized that this might indeed be the lifelong pursuit he had yearned for. With lofty aspirations, Gaara swiftly evolved from a youth consumed by resentment into a mature and composed leader of his village. The Chunin exam hosted by the Sand Village was a significant step he had diligently facilitated to foster better relations. From both a personal standpoint and the future development of Sunagakure, it was imperative that they cultivate a harmonious relationship with Konoha. The land of wind and Sunagakure, situated in a barren desert, faced a scarcity of resources. Historically, their strategy revolved around waging war to seize supplies and fertile land from Konoha. However, the outcome of several ninja world wars saw Sunagakure increasingly impoverished, while Konoha grew ever stronger. Even the feudal lord of the Land of Wind could no longer tolerate the situation, reducing Sunagakure's military budget, which incited the fourth Kazekage, Raza, to ally with Orochimaru and attack Konoha. The results were well known. The already struggling village faced further calamity. Continuing with the old strategy would only lead to a deeper quagmire. Thus, Gaara felt it was time for a change, one that involved fostering good relations with Konoha, looking towards long-term economic development, and establishing a solid foundation for Sunagakure. It is evident that Gaara placed immense importance on this Chunin exam. Therefore, when he learned that his troublesome father, Raza, had intercepted the emissary he sent to welcome the Konoha delegation and personally sought trouble at the border, he immediately rushed over with Temari and Kankuro to intervene. It must be noted that Nie Yun was Konoha's honorary elder, the highest representative in Sunagakure, symbolizing Konoha's prestige. Regardless of Raza's chances of winning, simply intercepting the Konoha team could lead to severe repercussions for Sunagakure. Gaara was anxious, hoping that his father would lose, allowing Konoha to maintain some dignity, thus facilitating matters. However, upon arriving at the scene of the conflict, Gaara was met with a sight that starkly contrasted his expectations. To his bewilderment, Raza was not battling Nie Yun, but rather a lower-ranking ninja from Konoha, someone who had participated in the Chunin exam alongside him. The combat was vigorous and evenly matched, which was rather absurd. Within a year, these individuals had transformed from mere Chunin to formidable opponents. How could just 10 of them contend with the fourth Kazekage, who had been fueled by hatred for an entire year? Raza, a shadow-level powerhouse, should not have been able to struggle against 10 lower-ranking ninjas, especially in the desert, his home turf. Had the lower-ranking ninjas from Konoha grown this formidable? Exchanging glances with Temari and Kankuro, Gaara recognized the surprise mirrored in their expressions. Was this the depth of Konoha's capabilities? At that moment, he felt vindicated in his decision to improve relations with Konoha. Yet, he now faced the awkward dilemma of how to proceed. Initially, he had prepared a series of diplomatic speeches, believing Raza was engaged in a battle with Nie Yun. Now, those words seemed utterly irrelevant. Should he intervene? If he did, it might appear as though Raza was incapable of overcoming Nie Yun, and losing to lower-ranking ninjas from Konoha would tarnish Sunagakure's image. Conversely, if Raza managed to win, The notion that a Kazekage struggled against 10 lower-ranking ninjas would also reflect poorly on Sunagakure. If only he could disown Raza, Gaara would not hesitate. His objective was the development of Sunagakure, and he was unwilling to see it suffer in reputation and interest. Moreover, the strength of Konoha's participants in this Chunin exam was indeed outrageous. It seemed this exam was destined to become a showcase for Konoha. Gaara had painstakingly assembled a group of promising lower-ranking ninjas, the Sand Nine, intending to create an impression of parity with Konoha's strength, but that aspiration now appeared bleak. As Gaara hesitated to intervene, Nie Yun approached him, with Naruto bounding over in excitement, seemingly oblivious to Sasuke's presence. His exuberance gave Nie Yun the impression that Naruto and Gaara shared a bond akin to long-lost lovers. "Gaara, I heard you've become Kazekage. Congratulations," Naruto exclaimed, waving his arms enthusiastically. Seeing Naruto, Gaara's previously stern demeanor softened, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Naruto. My ascension to Kazekage is due in no small part to you." Nie Yun couldn't help but facepalm. It was no wonder that so many had fervently shipped Naruto and Gaara back in the day. Upon reflection, it was indeed quite endearing. Stealing a glance at Sasuke, Nie Yun noted that although Sasuke maintained a stoic expression, a flicker of contemplation played across his eyes, revealing his thoughts on the unfolding scene. The peculiar triangular dynamic was becoming increasingly pronounced. Meanwhile, Kankuro and Temari, who had long familiarized themselves with Nie Yun's background, regarded him with a mix of respect and curiosity. As the elder sister, Temari took the initiative to speak. "Hello, Nie Yun. I am Temari, and I apologize for any trouble my father, Raza, may have caused you." Nie Yun, scrutinizing Temari with the keen eye of an elder assessing a potential daughter-in-law, made an effort to dispel the chaotic thoughts of shipping couples from his mind. Temari, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, shifted slightly. Chapter 61. Raza, perhaps it's time to seek a new planet for living. It must be said that Temari, clad in a flowing black robe, possesses a figure that is both alluring and curvaceous. It is not an exaggeration to liken her angelic visage to that of a devilish form. Her wise and composed gaze complements Shikamata remarkably well. That lad truly is fortunate, yet one cannot help but wonder if he still possesses such fortune in this lifetime. Ahem. Nie Yun gently cleared his throat, realizing that his prolonged scrutiny might lead to misunderstandings about his character. Although Temari was now 16, she still seemed rather young in Nie Yun's eyes. He decided to leave her to the capable hands of the Konoha elite, eager to see if they had the prowess to win her heart. Thus, he promptly ceased his impolite examination. Glancing at the battlefield, he remarked, "This is quite all right. Look at them. They appear to be having a splendid time." Noticing Nie Yun's easy demeanor and lack of displeasure, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara all breathed a sigh of relief. Playing? One might question whether such a battle could indeed be termed play. Nevertheless, they recognized that as a guest, and a formidable one at that. Nie Yun's contentment was paramount. Nie Yun extracted a reclining chair from a ceiling scroll, reclining comfortably to bask in the desert sun while adding, "Since we are here, why not sit back and observe?" Gaara nodded, relieved that the strategic objectives of friendly cooperation with Konoha remained unaffected. He settled beside Nie Yun to watch the unfolding conflict. "That child is quite commendable, obedient." Nie Yun mused silently, choosing to remain silent. Others followed suit, taking their places on the ground to witness the battle. Raza, amidst the fray, noticed the arrival of his 3 children and felt a pang of embarrassment realizing that he could not even best a mere Konoha Seichnin. Eager to salvage his dignity, Raza sought to conclude the battle swiftly. Yet, the more urgency he felt, the more chaotic his actions became, exposing numerous flaws that Shikamaru and Lee swiftly capitalized upon. Observing from the sidelines, Gaara and his siblings marveled at the growth and collaborative efforts of their Konoha counterparts. Lee's remarkable speed rendered the cumbersome metal giant unable to catch a glimpse of him. However, should Raza disregard Lee, the latter's strikes, though incapable of inflicting harm, would allow Shikamaru's strategy to affix explosive tags to the giant's limbs, catching him off guard with a sudden jolt. Sakura consistently employed her immense strength against the metal giant, delivering significant damage. Meanwhile, the wealthy Hinata diligently summoned explosive tags from her scrolls. Although Raza's magnetic techniques countered her manipulation of ninja tools, she refrained from disrupting the battle, instead providing support from a distance. Nijis Byakugan adeptly shielded his supporting teammates from Gaara's assaults. Kiba and Akamaru worked tirelessly to dismantle the tendrils of Gaara's sand, preventing them from interfering with their allies. Hinata, utilizing her Byakugan in conjunction with Shino's insects, identified the weak points in the giant's chakra flow, allowing Shino's swarm to launch surprise attacks that dealt substantial damage. As the primary tank, the enhanced Choji played his role effectively, attacking, absorbing damage for his teammates, diverting attention, and controlling enemies with finesse. Shikamaru and Ino stood together, surveying the battlefield to strategize, occasionally employing shadow imitation techniques to restrict the giant's movements. Ino nodded earnestly, prepared to seize the opportunity for a decisive display. With their coordinated efforts and reasonable division of labor, Gaara cast a contemplative glance at Nie Yun beside him. Rumor had it that Nie Yun had trained them intensively for a month. Was this the fruit of that labor? The thought was daunting. As Raza grew increasingly anxious amidst the conflict, he found himself at a loss, becoming more and more reactive. Ultimately, as Sakura and the explosive tag struck him simultaneously, the giant lost its balance. In but an instant, Shikamaru seized the opportunity, utilizing his shadow binding technique to momentarily impair Raza's mobility. The enhanced Choji then embraced the metal giant, restraining him effectively. Shikamaru. Ino, he commanded. Understood. Ino, having developed an impeccable synergy with the duo, swiftly comprehended Shikamaru's intent. The mind transfer technique was not a first for Ino in targeting shadow-level adversaries. Throughout a month of rigorous training, she had successfully infiltrated the minds of even formidable foes like White Fang and Hanzo the Salamander through harmonious teamwork. Compared to them, Raza's will was far less resolute. And with his own disarray, Ino was confident in her ability to penetrate Raza's consciousness. The other teammates were aware of Ino's intentions. If she succeeded, it would signify their victory. This would mark their first triumph over a shadow-level opponent, achieved as mere ch9. What an esteemed accolade it would be. One that would surely instill pride in their families. Thus, they exerted every effort to distract the metal giant, facilitating Ino's endeavor. Realizing something was amiss, Raza attempted to react, but he was suddenly overwhelmed by an invading force within his mind. Preoccupied with fending off the other Konoha elite's assaults, his scattered focus allowed Ino's consciousness to seize control of his body. What the hell? A mere wind shadow has fallen to this depth? Ino, now inhabiting Raza's form, skillfully performed hand seals and subsequently disabled the metal giant. In an instant, the giant disintegrated into grains of sand, and Ino promptly returned to her own body. Raza, upon resuming control, barely had time to revel in his regained autonomy before he found himself plummeting uncontrollably. Fortunately, the ground was soft sand, and a fall from a height of several meters posed little threat to a ninja's well-being. However, landing headfirst in the desert was decidedly ungraceful. Lord Windshadow, a hastily arriving ENBU squad rushed to his aid, while Temari and Kankuro wore expressions of concern. Gaara, however, remained expressionless, even with his transformed demeanor. He could not bring himself to feel affection for Raza, who had raised his son as a weapon of war and, out of fear of his power, had attempted to assassinate him. Such erratic behavior was bewildering. In the realm of Earth, such actions would likely lead to a lifetime of regret. Gaara's reaction was already quite restrained. The ANBU shinobi scrambled to extricate Raza from the sand, yet he lay there impassively, unresponsive to their calls. As his spirit lay in utter desolation, perhaps it was time to seek a new planet for living. Chapter 62, The Lost City of Lulon. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope. You should go back and comfort him. Do not let him spiral into despair, Nie Yun said, casting a sympathetic glance at the unconscious Luo Sha being carried away. Shoju's expression was peculiar. Despite the fact that this entire situation stemmed from the actions of the very man before her, he maintained an air of detachment. What are you looking at? I didn't knock him senseless, Nie Yun shrugged innocently. Mr. Nie Yun, there are 3 days left until the Chunin exams commence. You all may take some time to explore the land of wind and experience our local culture, Shoju said, making an effort to adjust her demeanor, smiling at Nie Yun. She was now exuding the poise of a future diplomat from the Sand Village. To demonstrate our sincerity from the Sand Village, I will serve as your guide to one of our renowned attractions located just a few miles away. That sounds splendid, Nie Yun agreed readily. After a month of intensive training with these individuals, he was on the verge of boredom. While the land of wind may be a vast expanse of barren desert, it undeniably possesses its own unique allure. Thus, Shoju led Nie Yun and his companions on a leisurely journey toward the Sand Village. Meanwhile, Gaara and Kankuro bid farewell to Nie Yun and returned to the Sand Village, as they needed to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams and find a way to comfort the distraught Luo Sha. After a day of steady travel, by the following afternoon, Nie Yun was seated cross-legged in a guest house, diligently practicing his mental techniques. He concentrated his mental energy into a singular line, directing it toward a specific location, allowing him to perceive everything within a radius of several kilometers. This method of utilizing mental energy is commonplace in literary works. Nie Yun was merely emulating it. Suddenly, he detected an unusual area, or rather, a peculiar seal. This revelation brought to mind the lost city of Lulan from the Naruto movie. If this truly was the ancient city depicted in the film, it would significantly expand the worldview of the Naruto universe, especially considering the absurdity of time travel within its narrative. This piqued Nie Yun's interest. With his current strength, he could traverse the vastness of the ninja world with ease. He resolved to investigate further. Without hesitation, Nie Yun summoned Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you will lead Shoju and the others to the Sand Village. Hong and Kakashi are already waiting for you there. As for me, I have matters to attend to and will be away for a few days, but rest assured, I will return before the Chunin exams. Me, Shikamaru exclaimed. Could you refrain from dragging us into your troubles? Seize this opportunity and make the most of it. Otherwise, I shall have no sympathy for you upon my return. With that, Nie Yun playfully kicked Shikamaru a few meters away, feeling he had made his intentions clear. If this young man failed to seize the chance presented to him, Nie Yun would not offer any assistance. He would have to face the consequences of his own shortcomings. The others watched with curiosity as Shikamaru rubbed his backside. Shoju, in particular, had keenly observed this composed young man who had once commanded the Leaf Village's lower ninjas to defeat her father, Luo Sha. Oddly enough, he always seemed to complain about trouble, appearing disinterested and lethargic, far from the typical youthful exuberance. If I were his mother, I would have given him a good thrashing for his attitude, Shoju thought, only to notice Shikamaru approaching her directly. Strangely, she felt a flutter of nervousness and a blush creeping to her cheeks. Brother Nie Yun mentioned he has matters to attend to for a few days. He entrusted me with leading everyone to the Sand Village, Shoju informed her, surprised at the absence of Nie Yun. He must have already departed, Shikamaru mused. Very well. We shall await Mr. Nie Yun's arrival at the Sand Village. Returning to Nie Yun, after playfully kicking Shikamaru, he summoned Chihua and set off toward the location his mental energy had pinpointed. A distance of several kilometers was merely a warm-up for Chihua. Is it so difficult to travel this short distance on my own? Chihua grumbled, eager to soar through the ninja world. I have discovered an intriguing secret realm. Would you care to join me in exploring it? Nie Yun proposed. Upon hearing of the exciting prospect, Chihua's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Having existed for millennia, he had grown weary and craved new experiences, possibly more than Nie Yun himself. Why did you not mention this sooner? Let us go, quickly. Chihua shrank down in size and perched on Nie Yun's shoulder, urging him onward. Nie Yun leaped atop a crumbling stone pillar, taking in the expansive ruins of Lulan. Much of the site lay buried beneath the sands, with only the tips of a few structures visible above the surface. A sense of desolation washed over him. Activating his mental techniques, Nie Yun pinpointed the location of the seal, which lay at the heart of the city. This area had once been a grand plaza, now obscured by shifting sands, rendering it invisible. The seal itself was buried beneath the dunes. The seal was indeed located below, but the sand posed a minor complication. For Nie Yun, however, it was a trivial challenge. He utilized would release, birth of the tree world. Countless enormous trees and vines erupted from the ground, displacing the sand and revealing the city's true form while forming a protective barrier against the elements. After completing this task, Nie Yun did not even break a sweat. Chihua watched in astonishment, marveling at the stark contrast between their strengths. When they first met, Nie Yun had struggled to match Chihua's prowess, yet now, even 10 of Chihua would not stand a chance against him. The Sand Village ought to be grateful. I have transformed their desert into a verdant oasis, Nie Yun mused, surveying the transformed landscape with a satisfied smile. The joy of reforestation was incomprehensible to those lacking wood release abilities. If he were still on Earth, perhaps he would have been akin to Jack Ma. Observing the unveiled city, Nie Yun realized its considerable size, comparable to half of the Leaf Village. Such an expansive city-state likely predated the Land of Wind, as neither the Land of Wind nor the Sand Village would permit a power of this magnitude to exist within their territories. As for the ambitious antagonist from the movie, the rogue ninja known as Centipede, Nie Yun had yet to encounter him. He wondered if he would cross paths with him in this place. With his moment of self-satisfaction concluded, Nie Yun focused on the well that had emerged in the center of the plaza, adorned with a chakra seal, a design he had never before encountered. Chapter 63. Speculations on the movie version Chihua. Will you break this seal? Nie Yun placed his hopes on Chihua, hoping its longevity might prove beneficial. No, I am not adept in this area. Perhaps I could forcibly break this seal with my wind and fire power. Chihua responded with an exceedingly poor suggestion, causing Nie Yun to roll his eyes. You, apart from being skilled at eating, what else can you do? Humph. I have lived for several millennia. I am a celestial being. So might you show some respect? Chihua felt its pride wounded and flew off, wandering aimlessly through the ruins. Nie Yun shrugged, aware that Chihua would soon come around, and returned to studying the seal. Sensing the substantial chakra beneath the seal, Nie Yun was slightly astonished. Is this what they refer to as a dragon vein? It must harbor something extraordinary. He began to recall the plot of the movie, seeking a way to unlock the seal. The Lost City is the fourth movie in the Naruto series. It follows Tsunade's orders for Yamato to lead a new Team 7, comprising Naruto, Sakura, and Sai, in pursuit of the rogue ninja, Baizhu. Baizhu had learned of a vast chakra vein sealed by the fourth Hokage beneath the underground of Lulan and sought to unseal and harness its power. When Naruto arrived, Baizhu had already unsealed the chakra, causing a disruption in time and space. Recalling this, Nie Yun could not help but scoff, although the chakra here is immense. It pales in comparison to even half of the Nine Tails. Can such a trivial amount truly cause time distortions? Then Naruto could go anywhere he pleased. The writer's old trope, resorting to quantum mechanics when faced with dilemmas, was laughably predictable. Yet, when such events transpired in a real world, what underlying principles governed them? Nie Yun could not fathom it at the moment, but his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to delve deeper into his recollections. Naruto unexpectedly found himself transported back 20 years to Lulan, where he faced an attack from unknown puppets, only to encounter the film's leading lady, Queen Sarah of Lulan. After being rescued by Sarah, he met Minato Namikaze and others from Konoha sent on a mission 20 years prior, culminating in a touching, albeit ridiculous, scene of father and son battling a boss together. The scriptwriter, in an effort to maintain the main storyline, resorted to various excuses to erase the memories of both parties. It was utterly cliché. As for the seal, I've gotten muddled, Nie Yun exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Since this seal was placed by Minato, why not summon him from the afterlife to clarify? Impure world reincarnation. Given that Minato's soul was taken directly to the underworld by the Shinigami when he died using the dead demon-consuming seal, it had not lingered in the Pure Land. Nie Yun had previously inquired with the Sage of Six Paths about why he did not retrieve Minato's soul, but the sage had been vague and unwilling to engage. However, it was evident that the sage, in his current weakened state, harbored a disdain, even fear, of the underworld, though the sage was now diminished. It suggested that the Shinigami and the underworld held significant power, hence Nie Yun would not dare to venture into the underworld without adequate preparation. He resolved to postpone exploration until he was stronger. Thus, Nie Yun opted not to trouble the sage in the Pure Land this time, but instead summoned Minato's soul directly from the underworld. Currently, with the impure world reincarnation technique, Nie Yun could summon whomever he wished. Yet, aside from necessary matters, he refrained from using this technique lightly, as it did not constitute true resurrection. And keeping them in the mortal realm for extended periods could lead to unnecessary complications. Mr. Nie Yun, has Naruto been obedient lately? Minato's first query upon opening his eyes was about Naruto's well-being. That kid has been relatively well-behaved. If he misbehaves, I will discipline him, Nie Yun replied candidly. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Nie Yun, Minato expressed appreciatively, resembling many parents who did not dismiss the rod of education. Indeed, I summoned you primarily regarding this seal. This place feels so familiar. Minato suddenly noticed his surroundings, a wave of recognition washing over him as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Have you been here before? Did you seal this? Nie Yun inquired, piqued by Minato's familiarity with the location, indicating he had indeed undertaken a mission in Lulan. Yes, I recall now. This was a mission before I became Hokage. The third Hokage assigned me and my team to investigate a nation that sought to exploit this vast chakra for invasion. Do you know how to break this seal? I do. Mr. Nie Yun, are you interested in this? Minato raised an eyebrow, puzzled. With your strength, the chakra here should be insignificant to you. What blatant honesty. Nie Yun retorted, then continued, it's not the chakra down below that intrigues me, but rather my curiosity about this place. I wish to verify some things. Then I shall unseal it, and we can explore together, Minato declared, ceasing further discussion and proceeding to dismantle the seal. As the blue seal dissipated, An extraordinarily peculiar chakra surged from the depths, enveloping them. Nie Yun frowned. The aroma reminded him of moldy rice, a distinctly putrid scent. Yet, the chakra that emerged was not as abundant as he had sensed. There must be deeper layers and seals below. This chakra still carries the same essence as before, decayed and dilapidated, Minato explained. When we first arrived, we noticed something was amiss. The attire and mannerisms of the inhabitants were reminiscent of centuries past. They could also command strange puppets, and we nearly faced catastrophe due to our ignorance. Fortunately, we were saved. Well then, let us descend and uncover the truth. Nie Yun's spiritual perception had already identified a vast underground chamber below. Minato nodded and leaped down first. Recalling his previous visit and understanding that, as an immortal being, he could shield Nie Yun from any dangers. This was entirely Minato's own reasoning. Devoid of any constraints from the impure world reincarnation, as Nie Yun was not only his son's mentor but also Minato's dearest friend in both life and death. Together, they descended several meters, discovering a spiraling staircase leading into darkness. I remember this. It leads to their palace's underground plaza, Minato remarked, not forgetting to provide a warning. Chapter 64, The Puppet Legion? The Scrap Iron Legion. As Nie Yun descended, he felt the decaying chakra around him affecting his mental energy, even inducing hallucinations. Fortunately, Nie Yun possessed formidable chakra, and after activating Yin release, his mental fortitude became even more robust. A mere hint of mental interference was trivial for him. For Minato, as a reanimator, the influence of this corrupt aura was even more negligible. Minato, please continue detailing the mission, Nie Yun urged as they walked down the stairs. Well, after we were ambushed by unidentified puppets, we managed to escape and were taken to a hideout by a girl. We talked extensively, and she revealed that she was actually the queen of Lulan, named Sarah. Currently, the realm is under the control of the power-hungry minister, Baiju, and the puppets are his subordinates. As we sought ways to evade the puppets' pursuit, we also aimed to locate Baiju to assist Sarah in liberating Lulan. With Sarah's help, we eventually confronted Baiju. Although he was no match for me, he sought to harness the power of the dragon vein. Ultimately, I discovered his weakness and defeated him with the Tai Chi spiral sphere. Nie Yun listened thoughtfully. In the theatrical version, it was Naruto who was rescued by Sarah, contrasting sharply with Minato's narrative. How could Minato's account diverge so drastically from the film's plot, lacking any trace of Naruto's involvement, and transforming the rescue into a tale featuring Minato's team? Even the unique spiral technique used to overcome Baiju, the Tai Chi spiral sphere, was solely the product of Minato's ingenuity. Could it be that, akin to the film's conclusion, Minato had unconsciously erased his memories of these events to prevent altering the future? Minato, did you impose any restrictions on yourself to forget or misremember certain events? Not at all, Minato replied, shaking his head firmly, asserting that he had never placed such constraints on himself. Nie Yun, utilizing the connection from the reanimation technique, examined Minato's soul and found no traces of such seals or restrictions. What is this Tai Chi spiral sphere like? Allow me to demonstrate. Minato quickly formed a spiral sphere in his left hand and a reverse rotating sphere in his right. Gradually, he brought the two orbs closer together. Instinctively, Nie Yun took a step back, concerned that this might lead to an explosion. The two spheres vied for dominance, resulting in a prolonged struggle until they achieved a remarkable dynamic equilibrium, their colors shifting from blue to a vibrant emerald green. As the wind attribute chakra swirled in a rhythmic pattern, Nie Yun could sense the destructive power contained within. To his surprise, Naruto seemed to have no role in the emergence of the Tai Chi spiral sphere. This rendered the possibility of time travel unlikely. A twinge of disappointment surfaced within him. He had hoped to revisit the past for a fleeting moment. Noticing Nie Yun's expression of discontent, Minato assumed it stemmed from disappointment regarding the Tai Chi spiral sphere. Indeed, due to the complete opposition of the two wind attribute chakras, its power is considerable. However, successfully merging them is quite challenging. I only resorted to it out of necessity. Nie Yun nodded non-committally, his interest in the so-called ancient city of Lulan waning. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, the principle of archaeological exploration, he resolved to continue his investigation. Hey, you just barged in without waiting for me. How inconsiderate. Chihua, with its wings aglow, flew in. I knew you would find your way here with your remarkable abilities. Nie Yun casually flattered the haughty creature. That's more like it. Chihua descended the steps. Greetings. Sage Chihua, Minato acknowledged politely. As they traversed the lengthy staircase, a colossal stone door came into view. This door was also a formation currently activated. Minato, well-versed in seals and formations, observed it closely before speaking. I can sense the level of decayed chakra within is tenfold that of the exterior. Nie Yun, feeling a rush of excitement, remarked, it seems highly likely that there are valuable treasures inside. Although he had previously acquired innumerable priceless artifacts, all courtesy of the system. This would be his first experience discovering treasures through exploration, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. However, there was another creature even more elated, no, even more exhilarated. What a trivial formation. Watch me break it, Chihua declared, channeling the power of wind and fire and crashing into the stone door. A resounding explosion sent debris cascading from above. As the smoke cleared, the door lay in ruins, unveiling a vast interior space before them. Before them stretched a grand plaza. And upon witnessing the scene, Nie Yun exclaimed in awe. Rows upon rows of formidable puppet soldiers stood orderly in the plaza, numbering over 10,000. Resembling a steel army seemingly guarding something of great significance at its center. These metallic constructs alone could fetch a considerable sum of scrap iron. Not to mention the enigmatic puppet techniques they embodied, likely rivaling those of Chiyo and Sasori. Nie Yun began mentally strategizing how to manage these newfound assets. Be cautious. Nie Yun, these puppets are alive and possess enough numbers to dominate half a nation, Minato warned with caution. Fear not, fear not. These puppets are merely sufficient to fill my tooth gaps, Nie Yun retorted nonchalantly. Very well then, let us proceed as though I never spoke, Minato shrugged, indicating that he had perhaps overreacted. Nie Yun, I believe I have encountered this chakra and these puppets before, Chihua interjected, finally showcasing its long-standing experience. Where did you see them? I forget. It eludes me. Nie Yun rolled his eyes, bemused by the creature's ineptitude. Sensing Nie Yun's ominous gaze, Chihua quickly added, Oh, don't rush me. I'm several thousand years old. Many memories are hazy. Let me ponder this a moment. Nie Yun shot at a threatening glance that conveyed his impatience. While Chihua pondered, Nie Yun and Minato approached the puppet army. As they neared within 10 paces, the puppet's eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 65. The value of puppets. The sound of mechanical gears echoed throughout the underground plaza. The entire legion of iron puppets had been reawakened. Mr. Nie Yun, these puppets are not controlled by chakra threads, so severing those threads will not halt their movements. They must be completely shattered to be stopped, Minato cautioned. Once again, this was a departure from the theatrical versions, but it hardly mattered. The narratives of the Hokage films were riddled with various inconsistencies. The absence of chakra threads meant that there were no puppet masters nearby to control them. They appeared to function like robots, acting upon a set of input commands. The underlying operational principle remained a mystery, and it was highly likely that the true secret lay in the puppets themselves and the technology behind their creation, rather than in some mythical dragon vein of chakra, which was less than half of the Nine-Tails chakra and a non-renewable resource. How could it possibly dominate the world? In Nie Yun's view, this dragon vein chakra seemed more like a guardian for the puppet legion, which was tasked with protecting something that lay at the center of the plaza. Indeed, it seems there is a significant secret hidden in the middle of this plaza, one that warrants the protection of so many iron puppets. Exactly. I am also curious. Back then, we focused solely on defeating the traitorous ninja, Baizu, and sealed this place away. It appears there are many details we overlooked, such as why the once thriving Lulan vanished overnight, Minato replied, simultaneously throwing a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of gold illuminated the scene as several attacking puppets shattered into pieces. Countless iron puppets surged towards Nie Yun and his companions. Some wielded claws, others brandished steel shields, while others in the distance launched kunai. The variety in both close and ranged combat was quite extensive, with some even capable of low-altitude flight at considerable speeds. Let us not rush. First, let us assess their strength, Nie Yun remarked, eager to ascertain the value of these puppets. Leave it to me. Minato refrained from utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gauge the strength of the puppets, as dispatching them in a single blow would render the assessment meaningless. With a swift motion, wooden walls erupted from the ground, isolating the multitude of iron puppets while leaving a selection of them behind. Simultaneously, he sealed off the surrounding decaying chakra. Experiments must be conducted with precision, Minato said as he rushed towards the puppets, the sounds of clashing metal resonating through the air. He deliberately moderated his strength, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange with the puppets for several rounds. Half a minute later, as his chakra began to dwindle, the movements of the iron puppets slowed significantly, allowing Minato to evade their attacks with ease. As Nie Yun had surmised, The so-called dragon vein chakra served to fuel the iron puppets. Otherwise, even the most potent battery would deplete if left uncharged for decades, if not longer. With the experiment yielding results, Minato returned to Nie Yun's side and stated earnestly, "Their strength is comparable to what I encountered during my missions, slightly weaker than an average Chunin. However, their sheer numbers are formidable. There are at least 10,000 of these puppets in the underground plaza, which explains why Baizu boasted about world domination. If this technology is mastered and mass-produced, it could indeed spell disaster for the entire ninja world. Yet, their energy source seems to pose a problem. Once isolated from the decaying chakra, they can only sustain movement for about 3 minutes. 3 minutes is indeed too brief," Nie Yun acknowledged, recognizing the potential utility of this puppet manufacturing technology. "Indeed, but that possibility is no longer relevant, for they now belong to me," he laughed. Minato nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was far preferable for Nie Yun to acquire them than for any ambitious individual. Nie Yun chuckled, often contemplating how to confront the yet-to-appear Tsutsuki clan. Since Kaguya had created White Zetsu as cannon fodder for her army, it suggested these foot soldiers held some value against the Tsutsuki. Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths? Previously, Nie Yun's plan had been to unite the forces of the ninja world to combat the Tsutsuki. But such warfare inevitably led to casualties. Now, however, a better alternative was apparent. These puppets could serve as excellent fodder. All right, the test is concluded. Let us see what they are guarding. Release the wooden prison. The massive wooden walls melted away like spring snow. As the wooden prison vanished, the previously contained puppet legion surged forth like a tidal wave, their presence still quite formidable. Yet, momentum does not equate to strength. Nie Yun swiftly formed hand seals. Would release. Birth of the world of trees. Countless vines and colossal trees erupted from the ground, wildly growing and entangling all the puppets in their path. The once mighty legion of iron puppets vanished in an instant, as the underground plaza transformed into a paradise of trees and plants. In a mere 3 seconds, the battlefield was cleared without a trace of harm. To think they believed they could conquer the world with this, Nie Yun remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Akihuo circled in the air before landing back on Nie Yun's shoulder. "Can you not be so ostentatious?" "Huh. I can't help it. My prowess dictates that my every action appears effortless," Nie Yun jested as he and Minato approached the center of the plaza. Here, the decaying chakra was intensely concentrated, taking on a physical form resembling a gray mist. Even the towering trees and vines created by would release appeared somewhat wilted. Upon entering this area, Nie Yun furrowed his brow, though it did not greatly affect him. Upon reaching the very center, he beheld a red-haired maiden lying in slumber upon a massive crystal, enveloped by the gray mist as if it were guarding her. Could this be the Queen of Lulan? Sarah? Sarah. Minato's call confirmed Nie Yun's suspicion. Indeed, she is Sarah. After I defeated Baizu and sealed the dragon vein, she remained in Lulan to continue her reign. I had thought Lulan would endure, but it was soon swallowed by the sands. I feared she had. Chapter 66. The last queen of Lulan, then let us awaken her. Upon finishing his words, Nie Yun unleashed his yang-release chakra, which erupted forth like a mouse fleeing from a cat, scattering the gray mist in an instant. A massive unconscious chakra, typically unable to linger in the ninja world for long, could only survive in the Pure Land, even for a being as powerful as Sage of Six Paths. That very chakra could only exist in hiding, afraid to emerge recklessly. Yet this decayed chakra had existed for at least 2 decades, not only persisting but intensifying to the point of becoming tangible. This indicated that some formation or entity was consolidating it. Nie Yun theorized that it was indeed the massive crystal upon which the slumbering Sarah lay, as he could distinctly observe the decayed chakra coalescing into a more solid form within it. Once Sarah was awakened, Nie Yun intended to study this crystal thoroughly. Gazing at Sarah, who resembled a sleeping beauty, Nie Yun gently tapped her forehead, allowing both yin and yang release chakras to flow into her body. The yin release stirred her consciousness and spirit, while the yang release roused her physical form. Sarah's brows slightly twitched, and her beautiful eyes fluttered open. A clear sign of awakening. Nie Yun, calm and smiling, awaited her full revival. As Sarah blinked groggily, her first sight was that of an extraordinarily handsome man with gentle features, dark hair, and black eyes. So handsome, so warm. Am I still lost in eternal slumber? Is this a dream? She lightly pinched her fair cheek. Ouch, that hurts. It seemed this was not a dream. How had she awakened? Was a descendant of Lulan here to revive her homeland? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she noticed Watergate beside Nie Yun. Brother Watergate? You've awakened, Sarah, Watergate replied, his face adorned with an exceedingly warm smile. The presence of two charming and warm-hearted men made Sarah feel a warmth enveloping her. Were you here to find me? Sarah gazed at Watergate with hope. Apologies, Sarah, but it has been 20 years. I have already passed away. I am merely accompanying Mr. Nie Yun to explore Lulan. Watergate divulged, providing a wealth of information that left Sarah momentarily stunned. Indeed, so much time had passed, and even Brother Watergate had. Wait, if you have already passed away, how can you be here? Have I also died? Sarah's voice trembled with fear. Do not be alarmed. That is not the case. I have been temporarily revived by Mr. Nie Yun's secret arts. Watergate quickly reassured her. Ahem, have you finished reminiscing? If so, could you share the history of Lulan with me? Nie Yun interjected, expressing his curiosity. Though Nie Yun exuded charm and warmth, Sarah remained wary. Instinctively glancing at her old acquaintance, Watergate. Fear not, Sarah. Mr. Nie Yun is a good person, Watergate assured, prompting an eye roll from Nie Yun, who thought it was unnecessary to label himself as such. Despite Nie Yun's discontent, Sarah trusted Watergate and began recounting the story of Lulan. Through her narration, coupled with Nie Yun's analyses, they gradually pieced together the truth about the lost city of Lulan. Lulan was an ancient, insular kingdom that had existed for at least 8 centuries, long before the Wind Country emerged. They possessed a formidable puppetry technique, capable of creating puppets that could operate autonomously without the need for chakra threads or a puppeteer. This advancement in puppetry allowed many tasks and labor in Lulan to be performed by these constructs, akin to robots on Earth, liberating human effort significantly. However, with nothing to occupy themselves, the rulers of Lulan, including Sarah's father, decided to pursue the art of immortality, seeking to preserve their kingdom eternally. The quest for eternal life demanded vast resources and funding, leading Lulan toward decline and the brink of annihilation. Ultimately, as Lulan faced destruction, they discovered that the core crystal of the puppets, like the one upon which Sarah lay in slumber, could transform chakra into decay-infused chakra, allowing individuals to retain their youthful appearance, albeit at the cost of falling into a deep sleep with no immediate awakening, while their wish for immortality remained unfulfilled. Lulan was already at risk due to deteriorating environmental conditions. The king summoned a portion of his citizens, including his daughter Sarah, to the underground plaza of the palace, placing them into a deep slumber and sealing them there. He then ventured forth with a group to make one last desperate attempt to save Lulan, entrusting the hope of revival to Sarah should they fail. This slumber lasted for centuries. 20 years ago, a figure known as 100 Legs stumbled upon the legend of Lulan and infiltrated the underground plaza, awakening the slumbering Sarah and the citizens of Lulan. He then impersonated a descendant of Lulan and even ascended to a position of power, beginning to orchestrate his ambitions. Sarah sensed the peculiarities of the situation, and Watergate led a team to apprehend 100 Legs. After Sarah assisted in defeating him, she intended to work with the remaining villagers to revive Lulan. However, the land had long since become inhospitable, and within a fortnight, a sandstorm engulfed the remnants of Lulan. Only Sarah, shielded by the valiant efforts of others, managed to return to the underground plaza, falling back into slumber. And thus, the present moment arrived. Nie Yun speculated that had he not appeared, the original narrative would have unfolded during the timeline of the theatrical version. Naruto would have pursued the rogue ninja 100 Legs to this location, leading to time travel and an adventure alongside his father, Watergate. This would likely have occurred after 100 Legs disrupted the so-called Dragon Vein, the seal of decay-infused chakra. Given Naruto's exposure to vast amounts of decay chakra, he would have been affected by its illusionary effects, resulting in a mere daydream. Nie Yun chuckled at his own naivety, attempting to rationalize the numerous inconsistencies of the theatrical version, recognizing the futility of such endeavor. Moreover, the Lulan of this reality was entirely different from the one depicted in the theatrical version, save for their shared name, allowing them to be viewed as two distinct locales. Additionally, it seemed that desert kingdoms had a penchant for pursuing the folly of immortality. As Sarah concluded her tale, tears streamed down her face, for a once mighty kingdom had dwindled to but a single soul. The loneliness of spanning millennia was a burden that ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. Watergate, observing Sarah's sorrow, offered comfort. Then you should accompany Mr. Nie Yun. He is genuinely kind. Nie Yun, at a loss for words, mused how adept Watergate was at charming others. Watergate, do you think I should summon Kushina to keep you company? He jested with a mischievous smile. Chapter 67. Then come with me. The warm sunlight illuminated Sarah's face as she squinted her eyes, adjusting to the long-absent rays. She inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air, having finally escaped the ruins and decay that had slumbered for a millennium. Thank you. You have awakened me. Otherwise, my deep slumber would have rendered me no different from the dead. Sarah expressed her heartfelt gratitude. It was merely a small effort. You should take a moment to admire the scenery of Lulan. Soon, these sights will only exist in your dreams, Nie Yun remarked, his back turned to the sun, casting shadows that seemed to envelop him in a sacred glow in Sarah's eyes. She smiled gently. It no longer matters. The Lulan in my heart perished 1,000 years ago, and even my fellow countrymen departed 2 decades past. The Lulan that appears in my dreams will only be the one with my father and kin from a millennium ago. Her nonchalance earned her Nie Yun's newfound respect. As Nie Yun's journey in Lulan reached its conclusion, so too did Sarah's long, dreamlike sojourn. What escape? Birth of the Tree Realm. Once more, Nie Yun unleashed the Tree Realm technique, this time on an unprecedented scale. From the depths of the earth to the heights of the sky, every structure of Lulan, down to the last brick and tile, was crushed by countless colossal vines. Moments later, no remnants of Lulan remained, only a vast expanse of lush forest oasis. Sarah gazed in awe at Nie Yun's seemingly miraculous ninjutsu, reflecting, had Lulan once possessed such formidable individuals, it would not have succumbed to destruction by the sands. Regrettably, everything could not be relived. It is over. Let us depart. Having completed his task, Nie Yun turned and left, his figure gracefully receding. Kushina followed closely behind Nie Yun, not intending to accompany him to Sunagakure to meet Naruto. Firstly, the sudden appearance of the deceased 4th Hokage couple in Sunagakure would undoubtedly stir unnecessary trouble. Secondly, they feared their presence might affect Naruto's participation in the Ch-Nin exams. Although Naruto had attained a level of strength equivalent to that of a Kage, to Kushina and Minato, he remained a child, and thus Nie Yun understood their caution. Once Minato and Kushina returned to the afterlife after dispelling the Edo Tensei, only Sarah remained, silently trailing behind Nie Yun. Oh, right. There is also that so-called gluttonous sage, still lost in thought, pondering where he has encountered such decayed chakra. Hey, if you can't remember, just let it go, Nie Yun kindly advised. Don't tell me what to do. I will remember. The proud gluttonous sage retorted, unwilling to heed Nie Yun's words. Fine, then you should return to the summoning realm and ponder slowly. No need for farewells. Nie Yun shrugged helplessly, wary of letting the distracted chi who would carry anyone in flight. There are countless paths, but safety is paramount. Flying while distracted could lead to tears. Che, I'm leaving. If I think of it, I'll notify you. Chi was simply greeted before releasing itself from the summoning technique. Such a powerful summoning beast could dismiss itself, especially when there was a considerable disparity in strength between it and the summoner. For instance, when Naruto first summoned Gamabunta, the toad left on its own once Naruto was exhausted. Naturally, with Nie Yun's strength, if he wished to restrain it, even the gluttonous sage could not return on its own. With Chiwa gone, only Nie Yun and Sarah remained. Under the setting sun, they walked through the boundless desert, their shadows stretching long. Ahem. Nie Yun cleared his throat. Sarah, as Minato suggested, why not accompany me? You can work at my tavern. It provides food, lodging, and a salary. Once you become familiar with the current ninja world, you may go wherever and do whatever you wish, and I will not hinder you. Nie Yun's decision to welcome Sarah stemmed not solely from Minato's request, but also from certain possessions he held, a book detailing the ancient Lulan puppet technique, the crystal cores of all the iron puppets in the underground plaza, and the massive crystal under which Sarah lay. Moreover, that colossal crystal contained the chakra of all dragon veins beneath the plaza, amounting to over 1/3 of the Nine-Tails chakra, surpassing even that of the One Tail. Of course, while Tailed Beast chakra could regenerate, this particular resource was a consumable. Once depleted, it was gone. Furthermore, the quantity of chakra did not necessarily correlate with strength, as demonstrated by the contrast between the Nine-Tails and Hashirama. The Nine-Tails possessed far more chakra than Hashirama, yet the latter was able to overpower the former. Ultimately, it depended on the user and their application of chakra. Very well, I will follow your lead, Nie Yun. Brother, Sarah replied, lacking the delicacy of a royal princess. Having frequently mingled with the common folk, she did not perceive working at a tavern as an insult. Through their interactions, her impression of Nie Yun had improved significantly. There was no better choice available. I can do many things. Please do not regard me as just an 18-year-old girl, Sarah asserted confidently, her brow raised. Though I have slumbered for centuries, I have not been entirely dormant. I have sometimes dreamt. You see, Dreaming for hundreds of years can lead to maturity and growth. Sarah wore a radiant smile as she recounted her past, which, albeit somber, was met with a commendable attitude. Nie Yun nodded in approval. Let us go. I will show you the current ninja world. As they walked, Nie Yun spoke, for Sarah was not a ninja, and their pace was slow, yet their conversation flowed freely. The current ninja world primarily consists of the 5 great nations and numerous smaller ones. The 5 great nations and various clans have collaborated to establish ninja villages, which maintain an egalitarian relationship with the great nations. Nie Yun also inquired about the ancient Lulon puppet technique. Although Sarah was not a ninja, she was an exceptional puppet designer, well-versed in the art and brimming with innovative ideas. The core crystal of the puppet should be modified in this manner to maximize chakra energy. I also wish to create a puppet that can assist the people of Lulon in cleaning, planting trees, and growing crops. Thus, they continued their journey, exchanging ideas. Under Sarah's guidance, Nie Yun mastered the ancient Lulon puppet technique in merely 2 days, beginning to conceptualize how to utilize the resources at hand to assemble a formidable puppet army. Naturally, Nie Yun's primary consideration remained whether to design them in the likeness of Transformers or as Ultraman. Meanwhile, Sarah gained a general understanding of the current ninja world, her curiosity piqued by the harmonious coexistence and verdant landscapes of Konoha Village. Chapter 68, Chiyo, Ebizo, and the Scorpion of the Red Sand outside the hidden sand village. In a picturesque locale, 2 elderly gentlemen sat leisurely by the lake, indulging in fishing. Little Hai, have you heard? Rasha has been defeated again, remarked the wrinkled old woman to her companion. Of course, sister, and the manner of his defeat was quite. The old man struggled for words, finally settling on one. Embarrassing. Rasha, a renowned figure among the elite, had the audacity to engage in combat with a group of Konoha's genin participating in the Chunin exam. Such behavior was unbecoming of a seasoned shinobi, and the news would certainly tarnish the reputation of the Sand Village, suggesting a propensity for bullying the less experienced. What was even more outrageous was that he had succumbed to this band of Konoha genin. The pride of the Sand Village had been thoroughly sullied by his actions. The old man, referred to as Little Hai, was evidently infuriated and spoke incessantly about the matter. The 2 elderly figures discussed the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, as though they were lamenting the shortcomings of their own unaccomplished offspring. In the Sand Village, such esteemed elders were few, the only ones being the 2 long-retired advisors, Chiyo and Ebizo. Rasha's performance was indeed far beneath what one would expect from a former Kazekage. Chiyo sighed deeply and continued with a grave expression. While Rasha's defeat is unfortunate for the Sand Village, it is the implications of this event that warrant our concern. Sister, are you suggesting that it concerns that Nie Yun? Ebizo contemplated, quickly grasping his sister's meaning. They had been partners for over 70 years, their understanding of one another almost telepathic. Precisely. This young man, Nie Yun, is quite remarkable. Last year, he captured Rasha alive, initially thought to be merely a prodigious youth. Reports claimed he was a tavern owner with elite strength, capable of summoning the dead for battle, yet not affiliated with Konoha, merely having good relations with some there. Unfortunately, when I ventured to Konoha to negotiate, I lacked the freedom to move about, thus I did not encounter him. A year later, he has ascended to the status of honorary elder of Konoha, leading the delegation for this Chunin exam. It is unlikely that Konoha would bestow such an honor upon an outsider without significant reason, even if he possesses elite strength. This exception likely arises from something of greater value he offers. Chiyo analyzed the situation thoughtfully. Sister, what could possibly make this young man so significant to warrant Konoha's attention? Ebizo, once the intelligence chief of the Sand Village, began to recognize the weight of Chiyo's observations. I've heard they departed a month ago. Yes. It is said that Nie Yun intends to conduct special training for Konoha's exceptionally talented genin. And then, those genin managed to defeat Rasha. While their individual talents played a part, I believe the more crucial factor lies in Nie Yun's guidance. Moreover, he is currently the mentor of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, entrusted his disciple to him, indicating Nie Yun possesses formidable pedagogical abilities. Education represents the future, thus elucidating why Konoha values him so highly. After absorbing his sister's insights, Ebizo nodded in agreement. Konoha's emphasis on legacy and bonds justified their choices for the future. It appears that young Gaara's decision was indeed wise, aligning himself with such a talented youth alongside an educator of Nie Yun's caliber. This ensures that the next era of the shinobi world remains under Konoha's influence. The Sand Village must cultivate good relations with Konoha to secure our own advancement. With that, Chiyo rose, stretching her stiff limbs. Come, little Hai. It seems our retreat will not be as peaceful as we hoped. Alas, our lives are but a series of toil. I envy those two advisors in Konoha, who do not have to endure our plight, Ebizo replied, rising in understanding of his sister's intent. Indeed. If only little Scorpion were still here, with his talent, we wouldn't have to. Ebizo halted abruptly, realizing he had touched upon a sensitive subject for Chiyo. It matters not. Those years are past. Let us be on our way. The Sand Village was now a melting pot of genin from Konoha. The Sand Village and some neighboring minor nations, reminiscent of the previous Chunin exam. However, this time, the Sound Village was absent, and the venue had shifted to the Sand Village. Brother Nie Yun, this place is so lively, Sarah exclaimed, gazing at the festively lit streets of the Sand Village at night, brimming with excitement. Indeed, it is quite bustling, contrary to my prior expectations of the Sand Village. Nie Yun responded, slightly surprised. The original narrative had depicted the Sand Village as desolate, leading him to subconsciously regard it as barren. Yet, upon reflection, the Sand Village, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, despite being slightly less powerful and economically disadvantaged compared to Konoha, still possessed the necessary entertainment and living facilities befitting a large village. Due to its geographical context, it had developed unique customs. Were it not for the unending conflicts within the shinobi world hindering tourism, the Sand Village could have easily prospered through it. Brother Nie Yun, did you not mention your disciples would be here? Indeed, look at those gathered around the barbecue stand. The blonde-haired one is Naruto, the chubby one is Choji, the one with a round bun is Shikamaru, and the one holding a puppy is Kiba. Nie Yun pointed towards the group, comprised of Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji. These 4 had caused quite the ruckus since their days at the Ninja Academy, forging a strong bond through their shared mischief. Thus, it was no surprise that they had ventured out to experience the Sand Village's charm shortly after their arrival. They are not even a fraction as good-looking as you. Brother Nie Yun, Sarah teased half-heartedly, yet she quickly approached them, eager to make new friends, for loneliness was her greatest dread. Haha, you speak the truth. Nie Yun laughed heartily, pleased with Sarah's remark. Just as he prepared to join them, he noticed a figure passing nearby. Black cloak with red clouds. Hunchbacked old man. Is that Scorpion from the Akatsuki? What brings him back to the Sand Village? Nie Yun pondered curiously, seizing Sarah's arm to share a few words before trailing behind Scorpion. Chapter 69. Do you know her? As Naruto savored his grilled meat, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by the radiant smile of a beautiful girl. Hello, Naruto. My name is Sarah. Stunned, Naruto dropped his meat onto the ground. Naruto, aren't you going to share that with me? It fell on the ground. Wow. Hello, Dingji. I'm Sarah. Dingji nearly dropped his meat too, but managed to catch it just in time, driven by his love for food. Hello, Shikamaru. I'm Sarah. Wow. Hello, Kiba. I'm Sarah. Wow. What's wrong with you all? Is my appearance frightening? Sarah's laughter was sweet, and her tone sincere, although she was somewhat awkward due to her infrequent interactions with others. This awkwardness only made her more endearing. The 4 young men quickly retreated to a corner, huddling together to whisper among themselves. Naruto, do you know her? Shikamaru, do you know her? Kiba, do you know her? Dingji, do you know her? They bombarded each other with questions, only to realize from their companions' bewildered expressions that none of them recognized this enchanting sister. Kiba exclaimed, so what is happening? Could it be that my charm attracted her? Dingji replied, I think she is more likely drawn by our grilled meat. She must want to eat it too. Naruto interjected, you two fools, how could that be? Didn't you hear her call our names? We've only just arrived in Sunagakure. He speculated, could she be sent by Temari? Shikamaru was clearly taken aback by Naruto's unexpected cleverness, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why are you staring at me like that? Oh, nothing. I just think you make a good point. Of course. So what is next? Next, we should definitely ask her, Naruto insisted, with a resigned sigh. Shikamaru realized Naruto would always take the most straightforward approach. You go ahead. They all chimed in unison, pushing Naruto towards Sarah. Naruto looked into Sarah's sparkling eyes, waiting for their response, and hesitated before asking you. You. Who are you? How do you know our names? I already told you. I'm Sarah, and I was sent by Brother Nie Yun to find you. Brother Nie Yun? Where is he? At the mention of Nie Yun's name, Naruto's eyes lit up as he scanned the surroundings. It wasn't that he particularly missed Nie Yun. Rather, he had gone days without tasting Nie Yun's cooking, and the food in Sunagakure was barely palatable to him. He was just here, but he had to leave for a bit. He asked me to find you and return with you to be with Sakura, Hinata, Ino, and the others. Ah, I see. Then you should come back with us. But Naruto was pulled back into a corner by Shikamaru and the others. Naruto, we can't just take her at her word. We're about to have the Chunin exams. We don't know what tricks the ninjas from other villages might employ. Shikamaru's concerns were valid, and Naruto quickly realized this, turning to Sarah. How can you prove it? Brother Nie Yun told me that once you all secretly drank his moonlight brew in his tavern, and you got so tipsy that you insisted on becoming brothers with Orochimaru. And then, stop, Sister Sarah. I believe you. Naruto interrupted. Dingy added, Sister Sarah, please stop talking and eat the grilled meat. It's delicious. Kiba pleaded. Sister Sarah, please don't say any more. I'll let you play with Orochimaru. Woof woof. Orochimaru barked in agreement. Shikamaru frowned. Brother Nie Yun. We agreed this would be our little secret. How could you tell someone else? Seeing the sudden shift in their demeanor towards her, Sarah felt a surge of joy. Brother Nie Yun was indeed correct. Simply mentioning the earlier events would earn their trust. She was also curious about what they had done to invoke such fear in them. Don't worry, this will be our little secret from now on. I promise I won't tell anyone. With that, Sarah was warmly surrounded by them as they made their way. In the night market of Sunagakure, Nie Yun meandered through the bustling crowd, trailing a certain hunched old man at a safe distance. He was eager to uncover the purpose of Sasori's sudden return to Sunagakure. Could it be that the Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beasts had been hastened? That seemed unlikely. It would be ill-advised to strike now. With the Chunin exams approaching, in the presence of formidable shinobi like Gaara and Kakashi. Moreover, the Akatsuki typically required 2 members to carry out such missions. Using his sensory technique, Nie Yun searched but found no trace of Deidara, Sasori's partner. Was it possible he simply returned out of boredom? The Akatsuki members were not restricted in their freedom during downtimes, so it was plausible for Sasori to return home for a visit. As Nie Yun pondered, he unwittingly followed Sasori outside Sunagakure. However, they hadn't passed through the main gate. It was conceivable that Sasori, having grown up in Sunagakure, could have taken a shortcut outside the village. Nie Yun had not made much effort to conceal himself, and it was clear that Sasori had sensed the pursuit. It would be odd if he hadn't. Sure enough, after feigning to follow for a bit longer, a cold glint shot toward him. Nie Yun sidestepped gracefully, avoiding it. It was Sasori's metallic tail. Emerging from the shadows, he slowly retracted his tail and chuckled. I intentionally walked by you. I knew you would follow. Nie Yun was taken aback to realize that Sasori recognized him, and it was evident that he had come with intentions directed at Nie Yun. There's no need for such surprise. My target this time is you. I find you quite intriguing, and I believe that if you were transformed into a puppet, you would make a fascinating addition to my collection. Nie Yun suddenly understood Sasori's intentions. He sought to turn him into a puppet. Feigning surprise, he inquired, how did you know I would follow you? You have fought with Itachi, haven't you? You must have a vivid impression of this outfit. Sasori, reminiscent of a villain from a television drama, elaborated on Nie Yun's confusion, but unbeknownst to him, while he was plotting against Nie Yun. Nie Yun had already set his sights on him as well. Chapter 70, The Performance. I must collaborate with you, the Red Sand Scorpion. Once the most gifted puppet designer of the Sand Ninja Village was the mastermind behind all the puppets commonly utilized in the village. Even the 3 premier puppets of the most talented puppet master, Kankuro, namely the Salamander, Crow, and Black Ant, were merely toys he crafted in his youth. Therefore, Nie Yun valued his puppet design abilities and contemplated how to win him over, while subduing him by force was the simplest approach. Truly gaining his unwavering dedication to constructing a puppet army required time and strategy. Rest assured, no one will disturb our delightful play here, he assured. Moreover, I have designed some unique gadgets specifically for you. The corpse bone technique, formidable wind release, and the ability to summon the deceased to battle. Akin to Orochimaru, these powers are exceptionally intriguing. I hope your subsequent performance does not disappoint me. The shell of the Red Sand Scorpion, the Scarlet Flow shell, advanced toward Nie Yun step by step, as if it had him firmly in its grasp. Since you believe you have me cornered, I am eager to see what surprises you have prepared for me. Nie Yun's curiosity was piqued regarding how a technical player like the Red Sand Scorpion would counter his abilities. Let us begin our performance together, he declared, feigning anger. You, Akatsuki, are you once again setting your sights on the tailed beasts? I have previously mentioned that my current interest lies with you. The time for the tailed beast has not yet arrived, the scorpion replied, confident in his preparations, explaining his plan to Nie Yun with a calm demeanor. Nie Yun withdrew a long bone dagger from his palm, readying himself for a fierce battle. The corpse bone technique was indeed a bloodline limit, and he pondered whether transforming it into a puppet would have any effect. Suddenly, the scarlet flow shell opened, launching countless hidden weapons toward Nie Yun. True to its nature, the scorpion executed the ambush with precision, unlike those villains who perish from excessive chatter. You must possess some skill, Nie Yun remarked, parrying the incoming tail strikes with his bone dagger, swiftly conjuring a bone shield with his left hand to fend off the projectiles. The clanging of metal resonated through the air, yet the bone shield remained unscathed, though its surface darkened, indicating the presence of poison on the hidden weapons. Poison was another hallmark of the Sand Ninja. Indeed, it seems the scarlet flow shell cannot subdue you. The scorpion's voice shifted from a decrepit tone to one of youthful fervor. But this is preferable. If the scarlet flow shell could capture you, I would be sorely disappointed. Now, let me unveil to you true artistry, eternal artistry. With the sound of mechanical gears whirring, the scarlet flow shell opened its maw, and a shadow erupted forth. Charging at Nie Yun, he recognized it clearly. The third Kage, renowned as the strongest wind shadow, had been slain and transformed into a human puppet by the scorpion. This human puppet was the scorpion's pride, a creation he deemed eternal art, capable of utilizing the jutsu it wielded in life while also being equipped with various hidden mechanisms. Though fully aware of the puppet's intricate details, Nie Yun feigned shock to deceive the scorpion. He dramatically blocked the puppet's attack with his dagger, retreating 3 vigorous steps, nearly losing his footing, inhaling sharply. How is it possible? The scorpion appeared pleased with Nie Yun's performance. Haha, it seems you have recognized him. Indeed, I was the one who killed the third Kage, and I not only ended his life, but transformed him into a puppet. Piece by piece, even while he still drew breath. Do not mistake my actions for cruelty. He dragged the village into the mire of war, resulting in countless deaths. This is merely a fraction of the punishment he deserves. Iron Sand, thrust, the scorpion commanded, maneuvering the third Kage to attack while zealously explaining his actions. Nie Yun found himself on the defensive, attempting to counterattack either the scarlet flow shell or the chakra threads controlling the Kage, feigning a sense of urgency. Of course, this was all an act. He was far from flustered. If anything, he felt a hint of amusement. The scorpion, however, remained undeterred. Do you see? This is my pride, a human puppet, an eternal art. You should feel honored to contribute to such artistry. Fear not, I shall not treat you like him. I will do my utmost to preserve your face. I might even enhance your arms for a more aesthetically pleasing combat style. Nie Yun found it curious that this loquacious scorpion bore little resemblance to the taciturn character from the anime. Perhaps this was merely the result of discussing his beloved art. Yet, it was equally plausible that the scorpion sought to distract Nie Yun with his incessant chatter. If that was indeed his intention, he had succeeded. Nie Yun found himself on the verge of dozing off, nearly stifling a yawn to avoid misinterpretation, in an effort to appear more convincing. Nie Yun couldn't merely endure the assault. He seized opportunities to counterattack with ninjutsu. Corpse bone technique, dance of the ferns. Countless bone spikes erupted from the ground toward the red sand scorpion. The somewhat sluggish scarlet flow shell failed to evade in time, shattering under the assault of the bone spikes. However, a shadow leaped forth, landing atop a floating mass of iron sand to evade the relentless onslaught of bone spikes. Iron sand allows me to soar. Your ground attacks are futile. Nie Yun leapt from a wildly ascending bone spike, aiming his bone dagger at the youthful visage of the scorpion. The scorpion shielded himself with iron sand. With a crack, Nie Yun's bone dagger unexpectedly shattered upon dispersing a clump of iron sand. He was slightly taken aback. Using the corpse bone technique, such a breakage was rare. Haha. Your bones are remarkably sturdy. Even the fourth Kazekage's gold dust struggles against them. The iron sand of the third Kazekage, while powerful, cannot withstand this, as I have infused it with a toxin that softens bones, specifically prepared for you. Ha 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 ha. Nie Yun inwardly acknowledged the scorpion's ingenuity in research and development. With Orochimaru focused on biochemical studies and the scorpion on mechanical innovations, if the Akatsuki were to leverage their talents wisely, unifying the ninja world could indeed become a reality. After all, technology is the foremost force of production. Chapter 71. Scorpion. My poison is potent, endure it though the bones may be sturdy. There is still flesh in this journey of life, forever flawed. Humanity is exceedingly fragile. Blades can slice, flames can scorch, and venomous creatures can take lives. Just as you now fear my poison. The scorpion's voice carried an air of madness, a reflection of his distorted values shaped by a tragic childhood. During the Second Shinobi World War, his parents perished on the battlefield against Konoha, slain by the White Fang. Fearing that the young Scorpion would be unable to cope with the loss, Chiyo deceived him into believing his parents were on a long-term mission. She began to teach him the art of puppetry, in which Scorpion exhibited remarkable talent, advancing swiftly beyond most of the Sand Ninja, even surpassing his grandmother, Chiyo. In his solitude, yearning for his parents' company, Scorpion crafted puppets resembling them, named Father and Mother, to keep him company day and night. Yet, puppets lack warmth, as does the cold truth. Eventually, Scorpion uncovered the reality of his parents' demise, and in his rage against the third Kazekage, who had embroiled the village in war, he assassinated him, transforming him into a puppet before fleeing from Sunagakure at the tender age of 15. On his path of escape, he encountered Konan. Initially, he intended to turn the beautiful, elegant, and powerful Konan into a puppet for his collection. However, she subdued him in battle, promising to assist him in creating the perfect human puppet and inviting him to join Akatsuki. Upon joining, Scorpion began to transform his own body into a puppet. Retaining only a heart that provided chakra and continued to beat, a visage forever frozen at the age of 15. He deemed humanity too fragile, too prone to demise. Even if the puppet body were to sustain damage, he could insert his heart into another puppet, achieving a unique form of immortality. In this transformation, Scorpion discarded not only his physical form but also much of his human emotion. His sole interest became the consummation of the art of human puppetry, seeking stronger beings to create the most flawless human puppet. If I were to acquire your body to craft a puppet, I would incorporate a metallic fusion organ. Infusing it with unique metals each time I utilize the corpse bone pulse, significantly enhancing the strength of the bones, Scorpion said, assaulting while describing how he would modify Nie Yun's body. Initially disinterested and on the verge of slumber, Nie Yun suddenly awoke upon hearing Scorpion's words. "Isn't that just Wolverine? You truly are a genius," Nie Yun praised. Scorpion, perplexed, misinterpreted Nie Yun's words as an outburst of anger, believing he was cursing. Scorpion dismissed such futile emotions, knowing they only hastened demise. Yet, a flicker of anger ignited within him, surprising himself with this human emotion he deemed unnecessary. Was it because he insulted his mother? This emergence of feeling unsettled Scorpion. Was he not yet perfect? But it mattered not. Once he obtained this fellow's body, his research would advance further, leading to greater perfection. As one of the few researchers in the shinobi world, Scorpion understood the importance of self-encouragement and swiftly adjusted his mindset. Realizing he had squandered too much time, he intensified his assault. Magnet release, Iron Sand World technique. Iron Sand swiftly formed a barrier in the air, launching countless iron sand spikes toward Nie Yun within. Each spike was laced with venom specifically tailored to counter the corpse bone pulse, ensuring Nie Yun could not utilize his bone shield for defense, leaving him to frantically evade. Yet, with such a dense barrage of iron sand spikes, escape was futile. Scorpion confidently proclaimed, "While I long to witness your wind release technique, you have no opportunity left. Once I transform you into a puppet, I shall experiment with your wind release firsthand, and I will certainly enhance it." Moments later, the iron sand engulfed the barrier, and Nie Yun, seemingly trapped, was pierced through the shoulder by an iron sand spike. Witnessing the inevitable, Scorpion erupted into laughter. "Haha, how does it feel to be pierced by iron sand? My poison stings, you must endure it." Suddenly, Nie Yun burst into laughter. "I'm sorry, I simply couldn't help it, ha ha ha." Scorpion was taken aback by Nie Yun's uncontrollable mirth, hastily regaining control of the third Kazekage puppet to deliver a few more strikes. With his heart and brain pierced, Nie Yun's laughter finally ceased. Scorpion sighed, puzzled by Nie Yun's final moments of laughter. Had he gone mad? Suddenly, a series of laughter echoed from the shadows of the rocks. "Scorpion, you truly are a genius. I adore you." "I'm sorry, I couldn't contain myself. I didn't want to interrupt your splendid performance." Another Nie Yun emerged from the shadows, his face feigning embarrassment, yet his clutching stomach revealed he had laughed too hard. Scorpion looked upon the Nie Yun he had slain, now reduced to a pile of wooden figures. A wooden clone? When did this happen? His mind swirled with confusion. Nie Yun had been right before his eyes. How had the clone been created amidst their struggle? Surely, a clone could not have been formed while he was engaged in combat for so long. Sensing Scorpion's bewilderment, Nie Yun kindly explained, "Just now, when I utilized the dance of the fern, your talk of puppet modifications made me so drowsy that I had to let a clone entertain you." Nie Yun's nonchalant tone irritated Scorpion, but he knew this was not the time for irritation. Everything had spiraled beyond his plans. Nie Yun was far stronger than anticipated. If a mere clone had taken him this long, the true body would surely possess even greater strength. Moreover, this clone was a wooden one. Thus, Scorpion promptly summoned the third Kazekage puppet to shield HK. What? Are you preparing to flee already? Nie Yun noted Scorpion's sudden tension, realizing he intended to escape. With no more words to waste, Scorpion unleashed a summoning scroll, releasing hundreds of puppets. Some surged toward Nie Yun, while others scattered in various directions. In an instant, Nie Yun understood Scorpion's intent. He was attempting to employ the same diversionary tactics as Orochimaru had. Yet, Nie Yun was no longer the same as before. Would release, Vine kill. Chapter 72. I understand you better than you understand yourself. Scorpion mistakenly believed that Nie Yun was unaware of the secret that his heart was his true essence, even going so far as to discard the Scarlet Flow Jade as bait. Although this decision would deplete nearly all of his puppets, he reasoned that as long as he could escape safely, he could recreate as many puppets of that caliber as he desired. In truth, Scorpion employed the 100 machine manipulation not due to a limitation of only having crafted just over 100 puppets, but rather because of his finite energy. Controlling too many at once would severely diminish precision, ultimately resulting in greater harm than benefit. As long as the puppets of the third generation Wind Shadow remained intact, he could accept the losses, including that of the Scarlet Flow Jade. Scorpion believed that sacrificing so many puppets would surely buy him some time against Nie Yun. However, when he turned back with confidence, he was met with the sight of 2 green vines lunging at him. Meanwhile, the other puppets had already fallen under the control of even more vines. The opportunity to shift his body had vanished. Scorpion realized that he had miscalculated. Blinded by his own overconfidence and the lack of clarity regarding his opponent's capabilities. Yet, he was unwilling to concede easily. The puppet's arm sprang forth with a steel blade, aimed at the encroaching vines. Snap! The blade shattered, and the stunned Scorpion was propelled backward by the force of the impact. How could something so hard be plant-based? Just as he prepared to turn and flee once more, additional vines, having dealt with the remaining puppets, enveloped him entirely. Soon, Scorpion found himself bound like a zongzi, unable to even wiggle a finger. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds of puppets, now under the vine's control, could only emit feeble creaking sounds, including Scorpion's original body, the one embedded with the heart shaped like a scorpion. With a flick of his hand, Nie Yun summoned the vines to bring Scorpion's original body before him. As the vines receded slightly, they revealed Scorpion's head and heart for Nie Yun to see. The idea of using the 100 machine manipulation as a cover for escape, sacrificing the vehicle to protect the commander, was quite clever. You actually know about the 100 machine manipulation and can utilize would release? Scorpion's mechanical mouth moved, but the words that came forth were his own, filled with astonishment. Witnessing such extensive would release made Scorpion's heart flicker with a fleeting desire to possess Nie Yun's body. After all, it was would release, the legendary bloodline of the first Hokage, the god of ninja. If only he could possess it. Yet, Scorpion quickly grasped the reality of his situation. Had he known that Nie Yun wielded such formidable would release, he would never have dared to orchestrate an assassination attempt against him. It was too late to lament now. He had fallen into Nie Yun's grasp and couldn't even resort to self-destruction. Meanwhile, Nie Yun was intrigued by how the sound-producing organs within Scorpion's puppets operated. Surely, it couldn't be the heart that was speaking? How curious, you are now left with only a heart. How is it that you managed to articulate human speech through your puppet body? Nie Yun remarked, poking at the casing of Scorpion's heart, which emitted a crisp sound upon impact. The heart, such a vital organ, exposed before Nie Yun and toyed with so casually, filled Scorpion with a profound sense of unease. What puzzled him even more was how Nie Yun could possibly know the secret that belonged solely to him. This secret, one that pertained to his life and existence, had never been disclosed to anyone. You, who exactly are you, to possess such knowledge? I know much more than this. Don't be anxious. I shall reveal it to you gradually. Nie Yun smiled, his expression sincere. He intended to begin the art of persuasion, not to deceive, but to recruit Scorpion. Yet Scorpion felt no sincerity in Nie Yun's smile. As a captive, he could only perceive malice in it. However, his trepidation was swiftly supplanted by shock. Scorpion of the Red Sand, grandson of Chiyo, the once genius puppet master of Sunagakure, you played with crows, black ants, and the salamander during your childhood. Humph. Scorpion did not quite comprehend the implications of Nie Yun's words, but assumed they could not possibly be compliments, so he snorted dismissively. Nie Yun remained unperturbed and continued. At the age of 15, you assassinated the third-generation Wind Shadow, transforming him into your first human puppet. On your way out of the village, you encountered Konan of the Akatsuki. Unable to defeat her, you were persuaded to join the organization. After joining, due to your childhood experiences, you recognized the fragility of human life, prompting you to transform yourself into a puppet, retaining only a heart to supply chakra. Scorpion fell silent. Nie Yun's revelations mirrored his own experiences, with many details aligning perfectly, as though he had been a spectator to his life. The realization sent a chill down his spine, though he had no hair to stand on end. In your organization, each member has a code name. Yours should be Jewel. It suits you quite well, as a jewel in chess commands from the rear, aligning with your battle style of manipulating hundreds of puppets. The Akatsuki operates in pairs, and your first partner was Orochimaru, though you two did not get along. Can you share why? Was it because you believed that biological evolution could not compare to your mechanical ascension? What a pity, had you two collaborated. The Akatsuki would not even need to collect tailed beasts. Within a few years, you might have developed nuclear weapons. Scorpion struggled to comprehend Nie Yun's discourse. Yet he was utterly astonished. Ahem, I seem to have digressed. You two are indeed fascinating. After Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki, you sought to pursue him, intending to use the puppets of the third-generation Wind Shadow to defeat him, only to discover that Orochimaru summoned a third-generation Wind Shadow of his own. Scorpion was now completely dazed. He felt that anything he heard from Nie Yun would no longer surprise him. Later, you encountered a prodigy, Deidara, who, like you, was an artist. Unfortunately, his pursuit of the fleeting beauty of explosions starkly contrasted with your quest for the eternal. Indeed, everything you say is correct. Scorpion mechanically nodded his head. At this point, it hardly mattered. He was trapped, so he might as well let things unfold as they would. It turned out the jester had always been himself, having been thoroughly studied by the opponent from the very beginning, all while believing he had the upper hand. What I have shared is merely to convey that I, Nie Yun, possess a profound understanding of you, and thus I comprehend your deepest desires. A peculiar emotion flickered within Scorpion's heart, anticipation. He yearned for Nie Yun to unveil the answer he had long buried deep within himself. Yet Nie Yun could not discern the changes in Scorpion's emotions through the mechanical eyes of the puppet. He could only continue speaking. Ahem. Should you choose to align yourself with me, I can reunite you with your deceased parents, even allowing them to accompany you for eternity. Chapter 73. The Scorpion of Red Sand's Submission to Father and Mother. Scorpion once believed he had cast aside human emotions, convinced that he would no longer feel anything upon hearing those two words. However, when Nie Yun uttered that phrase, an inner tempest stirred within him, betraying his resolve. You must be joking. I have long ceased to care. I can hardly even remember their faces. Scorpion's voice dwindled, lacking conviction, revealing the insincerity of his words. Ah, Scorpion, do you truly think that by discarding the puppets of your parents, you can extinguish the feelings you harbor for them? You are even aware of those puppets. With his head bowed, Scorpion could not bear to meet Nie Yun's gaze, fearing that the latter might penetrate his inner turmoil. Yet, some truths cannot be evaded. Nie Yun pressed on, intensifying his psychological assault. Do you believe you have forsaken all emotions inherent to humanity? Such self-deception is futile. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, digging deeper into Scorpion's heart, unearthing the emotions he had buried. As long as there remains a human heart within you, you can never truly escape human sentiment. All you can do is suppress them. In time, you may convince yourself that you have forgotten. Nie Yun could sense Scorpion's heartbeat quickening, growing erratic, a clear indication that he was losing composure. Impossible. You are deceiving me. They have been dead for decades, their bodies long turned to dust. Unable to refute his own authentic feelings, Scorpion sought refuge in denial. Surely, Nie Yun spoke these words to mislead him. Despite his ability to perform the reanimation jutsu, without corpses or cells, how could one possibly resurrect the deceased? Such feats were beyond even Orochimaru, who had spent years studying the technique. I wonder, when you witnessed Orochimaru resurrecting the third Kazekage, did the thought of reviving your parents not cross your mind? Nie Yun anticipated Scorpion's reaction and continued unperturbed. What was the name of the mole beside Orochimaru? Oh, Kabuto Yakushi, you must have gleaned information regarding Orochimaru's reanimation technique through him, which is why you say such things. But what if I told you my reanimation technique far surpasses Orochimaru's? It requires neither the deceased cells nor sacrifices to bring back the dead. Nie Yun leaned closer to Scorpion's heart, his voice dripping with temptation. I have said enough. The rest depends on whether you, the Scorpion of Red Sand, are willing to believe. The reunion of life and death lies within your grasp. Scorpion struggled to calm his racing heart, yet found it impossible. Decades of repressed emotions erupted, and they would not be easily quelled. Memories of his parents flooded his mind, the warm embrace before their departure, their gentle calls and smiles. The cold yet tight grip of their puppets. Scorpion had thought these long-forgotten images were but a blur, only to realize they were indelibly etched into his heart. He was still human. Perhaps, being human isn't so bad after all. I believe. With those 3 words, Scorpion felt as though he had expended all his strength. You have indeed not abandoned your true human heart. Nie Yun nodded in satisfaction at Scorpion's response. But in my current state, they would surely be saddened to see me. Scorpion's spirit sank, yet having rediscovered his humanity, he felt a sense of liberation. Do not worry. If you serve me well, I can help you become human again. What do you mean? Scorpion felt incredulous, instinctively believing Nie Yun was deceiving him. How could such a thing be possible? It is quite literal. I can help you reconstruct your physical form and restore your humanity. That is impossible. I do not believe it. Ha ha. Have you heard of the Sage of Six Paths? Have you heard of the Yin Yang release? Yin release can transform the formless into the tangible, while Yang release can infuse vitality into all things. Scorpion stiffly nodded. He was certainly familiar with these ancient techniques. Yet, how could Nie Yun, a mere mortal, possibly wield such powers? Perhaps he truly could. Scorpion felt a mix of uncertainty and anticipation. If Nie Yun could indeed employ Yin Yang release, then perhaps the resurrection of his parents was not just a dream, and they might not need to remain as mere reanimated corpses. As Scorpion pondered, a surge of potent life force suddenly coursed through his heart, striking at its very essence. This vitality seemed to heal the hidden wounds left by his transformation into a puppet. Scorpion observed as Nie Yun placed a hand over his heart. A green luminescence emanating from his palm. Is this medical ninjutsu? No, it was a power far more profound than any medical technique. Could this be Yang release? Scorpion realized that his astonishment was merely a flicker, as if Nie Yun's mastery of Yang release was entirely expected. Damn it. Nie Yun has overwhelmed me with too many shocks. I am numb. In an instant, the energy in Nie Yun's hand shifted from green to blue. Scorpion felt a revitalizing jolt, more exhilarating than a blissful slumber. With Yang release at play, could Yin release follow suit? Scorpion was left utterly stunned. All right then. What do you want me to do? Naturally, I wish for you to create puppets, something you excel at. Seeing that Scorpion had begun to trust him, Nie Yun could not help but smile. Puppets? Scorpion was taken aback. Given Nie Yun's displayed prowess in combat, he seemed to have no need for puppets. But these were not the conventional puppets operated by chakra strings. Rather, they were autonomous entities capable of combat and performing daily tasks without human control. Are there puppets that do not rely on chakra strings? As the most talented and powerful puppet master of his time, Scorpion had grown accustomed to the mainstream forms of puppetry, where even the mightiest of human puppets were controlled by chakra. He could not immediately grasp Nie Yun's concept of puppets devoid of strings. Nie Yun remained patient. Akin to convincing an ancient individual of the existence of future robots, initial disbelief was to be expected. Thus, Nie Yun produced a small creation he had crafted for practice, a hound-shaped puppet. As Scorpion beheld this puppet, capable of running and jumping without chakra strings, he was utterly dumbfounded. What astonished him further was that, upon inputting a burst of chakra, the puppet hound began to patrol with apparent autonomy, as if endowed with intelligence. Is this still considered puppetry? Chapter 74. The infuriating client. It turns out that the puppet technique from the ancient Lulan, which dates back 8 centuries, is indeed extraordinary. Nie Yun calmly accepted the explanation provided to him. For he was a person capable of wielding even the ancient Yin Yang escape technique of the Six Paths Sage from a millennium ago. It seems entirely plausible that he would also master the ancient puppetry of Lulan. Although the widely acknowledged founder of puppetry in the ninja world is the second Kazekage, Sabaka no Gara, this merely refers to the lineage of chakra-controlled puppetry from the shinobi era. The existence of a more wondrous form of wireless puppetry from 8 centuries ago is certainly credible. Do you wish for my assistance in crafting such puppets? The curiosity within Scorpion was thoroughly piqued by the ancient Lulan puppetry. Indeed, Nie Yun tossed a tome detailing the ancient Lulan puppetry technique to Scorpion. You so readily offer this to me? Scorpion was taken aback. Such a secret technique, akin to a national treasure, was casually bestowed upon someone who had only recently attempted to assassinate him. Of course, since I have chosen you to assist me in creating puppets, I shall extend my utmost trust to you. As Nie Yun spoke, he released Scorpion's puppets from their bindings using would-release techniques. Moreover, I believe you will not act foolishly again. Nie Yun half threatened, having already laid out the stakes. Scorpion was a genius, a clever one at that. He would undoubtedly make the most prudent choice, to remain and heed Nie Yun's directives. After all, serving the Akatsuki offered little compared to the myriad advantages of assisting Nie Yun. Not only was there the potential to resurrect his parents, but Scorpion could also reclaim his humanity while delving into the mysteries of the ancient Lulan puppetry. Besides, Scorpion harbored no particular attachment to the Akatsuki. His only regret was not turning those formidable individuals into his puppets. Now, gather your puppets and let us depart. With a wave of his hand, Nie Yun began to retrace his steps. Scorpion, not one to lag behind, sealed his puppets within a scroll and took his place within the hunchbacked old man's crimson-hued puppet, shedding the Akatsuki's black cloak in favor of a more ordinary robe before following Nie Yun's lead. The two returned to the bustling night market of Sunagakure, where Scorpion had meticulously dismantled Nie Yun's puppet hound for study. Coupled with the ancient Lulan puppetry records Nie Yun had provided, he had already arrived at some preliminary conclusions. The design of the puppet's exterior bore no particularly remarkable traits. In fact, some aspects were inferior to the prevalent techniques of the ninja world. The crux lay in the core crystal that powered its movements. This crystal was likely a unique gem, harmonizing seamlessly with chakra and mental energy. When infused with chakra, the crystal absorbed the accompanying mental energy, essentially the will of a human. This energy then facilitated the puppet's movements. However, the crystal's capacity for chakra storage and dissipation posed an issue. The chakra within could sustain operation for no more than 3 minutes. You seek my assistance to resolve this issue, do you not? Maximizing chakra storage and utilization to prolong the puppet's operational duration? Scorpion spoke, his composure and calmness returning as he delved into the intricacies of puppetry. Nie Yun mused, silently admiring Scorpion's expertise. This is not an urgent matter. We can take our time. If we can achieve results within 3 to 5 years, that would suffice. I will provide you with ample crystal samples in due course. However, what I wish for you to create now is a puppet with a distinctly unique design, as well as extraordinary capabilities. Very well. What specific requirements do you have in mind? Scorpion inquired, ready to engage earnestly now that he had decided to follow Nie Yun. First and foremost, it must be large. The initial demand from Nie Yun caused Scorpion's heart to sink. Such a request seemed rather unprofessional. Encountering a boss who was not well versed in their craft would undoubtedly prove to be a burdensome experience. Nie Yun produced a sheet of paper adorned with his sketches. This one represents a gorilla, this one a rhinoceros, this one a yellow leopard, and this one a Tyrannosaurus rex. And it is imperative that their sizes be at least twice that of a human. Scorpion stared blankly at the sketches, recognizing some of the creatures while others were entirely foreign to him. Dinosaurs? Tyrannosaurus rex? What manner of absurdity was this? Scorpion's hopes of earning a bonus seemed increasingly slim. The second requirement is that these creatures must possess the ability to transform into human forms. Nie Yun's statement plunged Scorpion into contemplation once more. Transforming from animal to humanoid puppet appeared to be an intriguing concept. The diverse forms of puppets would yield vastly different functionalities, and if they could shift forms during combat, it would undoubtedly yield unexpected advantages. It seemed Nie Yun was not merely an amateur. He possessed some insightful ideas. Very well, I shall give it a try. Scorpion conceded with a nod. Now, for the third request, they must be able to combine. Combine? Scorpion was perplexed by this term. Indeed. 5 puppets should be able to merge into a larger, more formidable puppet, preferably one capable of flight. Nie Yun elaborated with enthusiasm. Scorpion's burgeoning admiration for Nie Yun dissipated in an instant. This was not a request for combat puppets. It felt more akin to crafting toys. Are you certain you wish for me to create combat puppets? Such extravagant and colossal designs would likely be ineffective in battle, Scorpion gently cautioned. I have 100 superior designs that would conserve materials. Ah, Scorpion, you fail to understand. In the near future, we shall enter an era where everyone pilots their own mechs, thus our puppets must evolve accordingly. Size is absolutely essential. Nie Yun revealed a glimpse of his vision, intending to impress upon Scorpion that the times were changing. Trust me, material costs are of no concern. I plan to mass-produce these puppets. Each design should yield at least 1,000 units. This workload should not pose an issue for you, I trust. Chapter 75, The Ambition of Scorpion. So many. Scorpion was somewhat astonished. Each type required hundreds, totaling at least tens of thousands. What was Nie Yun intending by creating such a vast army of puppets? Surely, it could not merely be for amusement. Was it to conquer nations? To unify the ninja world? With Nie Yun's strength, perhaps he could indeed achieve that. If Nie Yun truly harbored such aspirations, even the Akatsuki organization would be powerless to stop him, as Scorpion himself claimed. However, if Nie Yun had such ambitions, then the puppets he created should reflect strength, not appear as mere toys. It was perplexing. Had he been away from humanity for so long that he no longer understood the current state of mankind? Is this excessive? Our future may very well involve formidable adversaries. If not for the lack of crystals, I would wish to create an army of 100,000 puppets. 10,000 is simply insufficient. Nie Yun revealed another critical piece of information. The future? Adversaries? Even you must tread carefully? Scorpion found it hard to believe that there were enemies in the ninja world that warranted Nie Yun's caution. Did such individuals or organizations truly exist? Even the combined might of the Akatsuki would not pose a threat to him. Perhaps only the legendary god of ninjas, Hashirama, could accomplish such feats. It was not that Scorpion sought to belittle his former organization. With Nie Yun's mastery of powerful techniques such as Yin-Yang release, impure world reincarnation, would release, and the corpse-bone path, he had indeed ascended to a different echelon. You mentioned Hashirama. A while ago, he might have been a concern. But now he cannot hinder me, Nie Yun remarked casually while enjoying street food. I won't buy you any. You can't eat it anyway. I don't need to eat. Scorpion replied, rendered speechless and no longer questioning Nie Yun's words. Very well, that is quite reasonable. You and Nie Yun are the authority. Whatever you say goes, he conceded. So, who are these adversaries you speak of? Nie Yun gestured with the bamboo skewer he had just finished, pointing at the sky. The enemies may come from the stars, extraterrestrials. From the stars? Scorpion momentarily paused, but being a man of science, he quickly embraced the concept of aliens. Extraterrestrials? Are they powerful? They dominate countless planets akin to the ninja world. Their strongest are on par with the Sage of Six Paths, while even the weakest could rival Hashirama. Cough, cough. Cough. Scorpion was utterly taken aback. These aliens were astonishingly formidable. He fell into silence, contemplating the meaning of life. In the vast cosmos, there existed innumerable races and powerful beings. What significance did the existence of humanity hold? Nie Yun did not disturb Scorpion. He shared this information because he recognized Scorpion's intellect and believed he could assist in strategizing for the puppet army. Understanding the enemy's strength would facilitate greater breakthroughs in puppet creation. Indeed, after a while, Scorpion spoke again, his voice imbued with determination. Is there any other information? For now, this is all I have. I will deal with the strong among them. The puppet army will serve as cannon fodder. I understand. I will ensure these cannon fodder fulfill their purpose to the fullest. Excellent. Your spirit is commendable. What has become clear to you? Nie Yun inquired curiously. Humanity is exceedingly insignificant. Even the ninjas we deem powerful are trivial in the grand scheme of the cosmos. However, perhaps I can utilize puppets to establish humanity's presence in this vast universe, allowing us to journey further and endure longer. I will employ my puppets so that the entire cosmos will forever remember the name of Scorpion. Nie Yun's discourse regarding planets and extraterrestrials not only expanded Scorpion's worldview, but also awakened his ambition as a scientist. Very good, very spirited. Nie Yun expressed his satisfaction with Scorpion's response, sensing that his words were not mere rhetoric. I will expedite the design of the puppets you requested, and we can modify them after experimentation. For now, let us head to Konoha's gathering point. There is a puppet designer from the ancient Lulan there. You two can exchange ideas, Nie Yun suggested. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's eyes brightened. The Konoha base in Sunagakure was a rather luxurious inn, entirely reserved for Konoha personnel. At that moment, the Konoha ninjas were gathered around Sarah, listening to her stories. Wow, Sister Sarah. You were actually the princess of Lulan 800 years ago and knew my father. By that calculation, should I call you my ancestress? Naruto, you fool. Sakura's love-infused iron fist promptly struck him, causing Naruto to duck in fright. A punch landed in empty space as Sakura huffed in annoyance, demonstrating her threat with a few gestures. Sister Sarah has been asleep. She is at most 18 years old. How can you call her such an old and ugly name? You're such a fool. Hinata, don't you agree? Yes. Hinata shyly nodded, stealing a quick glance at Naruto, relieved to see he remained oblivious. It's good that Naruto-kun isn't angry. Kakashi stepped forward, interrupting their idle chatter. Miss Sarah, has Mr. Nie Yun encountered any issues? I'm not sure. He just suddenly informed me that he had something to attend to, as if he stumbled upon something intriguing, Sarah replied. Kakashi nodded. Then it shouldn't be anything serious. Considering Nie Yun's carefree nature, which we are all familiar with. Moreover, with Nie Yun's unparalleled strength, he is unlikely to encounter any unforeseen events. Hey, Kakashi, You're all here. Nie Yun's figure appeared at the entrance. Teacher, Mr. Nie Yun, Brother Nie Yun. The room erupted with greetings. Then they noticed the presence of Scorpion following Nie Yun. Instantly, Kakashi sensed a formidable killing intent emanating from Scorpion. Mr. Nie Yun, who is this? Kakashi inquired cautiously. Only then did Nie Yun realize the history between Scorpion and Kakashi. Scorpion's parents had been slain by Kakashi's father, White Fang, during the Second Ninja World War. Although it occurred in the heat of battle, it was nonetheless the catalyst for Scorpion's tragic life. It was no wonder Scorpion harbored murderous thoughts. Yet it was merely a fleeting sentiment. First, Nie Yun was present, and Scorpion dared not act against him. Second, Scorpion had now set his sights on grander ambitions and the hope of reuniting with his parents. He would not allow the presence of Kakashi to jeopardize everything. Humph. Scorpion scoffed coldly, exiting the crowded hall to find a vacant room. Chapter 76, The Proctor of the Nie exams me? The Proctor of the Nie exams? Nie Yun gazed in astonishment at the venerable Chiyo, accompanied by Hai Laozong and Temari, who had come to personally extend the invitation. Indeed, this examination was a collaborative effort between Konoha and Sunagakure, necessitating a proctor from Konoha. Given his prowess and reputation, Nie Yun was deemed an ideal candidate for this role. Hai Laozong's eyes crinkled in delight, his face a tapestry of wrinkles that almost made Nie Yun's obsessive-compulsive tendencies flare up, compelling him to smooth them out. I refuse. It holds no appeal for me, Nie Yun stated bluntly. The role of a proctor would confine him to the examination chair, rendering him incapable of mingling, which he found rather tedious. He had intended to introduce some flair to the exams for Konoha's participants, as he felt the challenges might prove too simplistic otherwise. However, assuming the position of proctor would hinder such plans, Hai Laozong paused in surprise, as a venerable elder of the ninja world. He had waited 2 days for Nie Yun's return and immediately paid him a visit upon hearing of his arrival, showing him great respect. It was expected that a young man would appreciate such flattery, and Nie Yun should have eagerly accepted. Yet, he had outright declined. Hai Laozong glanced at Chiyo, who had suggested that Nie Yun take on the role of proctor. Their visit was not motivated by ulterior motives, but was instead a gesture of goodwill, aimed at mending any rifts that had arisen due to the previous encounter with Raza. Furthermore, they speculated that, as Sasuke and Naruto's teacher, Nie Yun would embrace the opportunity to mentor the Konoha Genin, making the proctor position an enticing prospect. Casting a pleading glance at Chiyo, Hai Laozong noticed her lost in thought. Chiyo, are you all right? He inquired, nudging her gently. I'm fine, Chiyo responded absently, her mind still lingering on a familiar presence she sensed upon entering. It was the essence of Scorpion, who had immersed himself in puppet-making within his workshop, always exuding a unique aura. Yet, how could Scorpion possibly be here? Chiyo understood well that he would not return. Yet she could not help but reminisce about the joyous memories of crafting puppets alongside him in his youth. What were you discussing? Nie Yun inquired. He is unwilling to assume the role of proctor, Chiyo replied. If he does not wish to be proctor, let us not disturb him. We shall take our leave. Chiyo turned to depart, wanting to distance herself from the memories that haunted her. Wait, Nie Yun suddenly interjected. What is it, Brother Nie Yun? Temari, who had been preparing to assist the two elders, looked back in confusion. I have reconsidered. I shall take on the role of proctor, Nie Yun announced, his expression peculiar. Chiyo, Hai Laozong, and Temari exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Nie Yun's sudden change of heart. Nie Yun himself felt helpless. The system had unexpectedly issued a special mission. Ding. Special mission activated. Assume the role of proctor for the Nie exam and successfully oversee its completion. Reward. Unlock sealing techniques. And receive 1 to 3 6 level ninja tool blind boxes. The more flawlessly the exam is conducted, the greater the rewards. Ordinary daily missions merely enhanced his chakra and physical attributes by a small margin, a negligible improvement for Nie Yun compared to his past. However, he had grown weary of such trivial gains, opting instead to await special mission opportunities. Thus, the special mission was one he could not afford to overlook, especially with such bountiful rewards. Unlocking sealing techniques was a significant boon. While Nie Yun possessed a basic understanding of some sealing arts, they were rudimentary at best. Gaining access to even the initial B-rank sealing techniques would elevate his skills to a commendable level within the ninja world. Upgrading to A rank could even enable him to seal away the detestable Kage as will, Black Zetsu. Although dreadfully weak in combat, Black Zetsu's high life force rendered it nearly immortal. Only Kage's demise could extinguish it. Thus, sealing it away was the most prudent choice. During their last encounter, Nie Yun had managed to temporarily restrain it within a tree using wood release techniques, yet he found himself unable to devise a more permanent solution, resorting to mere verbal sparring before allowing it to depart. Should his sealing techniques reach sufficient heights, he would not hesitate to seal Black Zetsu upon their next meeting, ensuring he could focus on the looming threat of the Otsutsuki clan. The other reward, the 6 level ninja tool blind boxes, was also appealing. While the title carried great prestige, the effectiveness of the tools depended on their wielder. The Sage of 6 Paths could wield them with unmatched prowess, while Nie Yun would only reach the pinnacle of the Super Shadow level, and Kakashi would merely attain the Quasi-Shadow level. It was akin to the two foolish brothers, Kinshiki and Momoshiki, who, despite possessing numerous 6 Paths artifacts, could only rely on cumbersome methods to exert their influence. Since I have decided to accept the role of proctor, please provide me with the examination list and procedures. I shall review them for any necessary modifications, Nie Yun stated with utmost seriousness. Chiyo and Hai Laozing exchanged knowing glances. They had prepared for this eventuality. Should Nie Yun agree to become the proctor, he might propose alterations to the schedule. But as long as they were not excessively biased towards Konoha, they would acquiesce. Tamari, as the Sunigakure proctor, you will liaise with Nie Yun regarding the examination details. Chiyo instructed. Understood, grandmother, Tamari replied, retrieving a stack of documents from a pre-prepared folder and handing them to Nie Yun. Brother Nie Yun, I shall escort grandmother and the others home now. You may review the materials in the meantime. Tamari graciously bid farewell and led the elders away. Once they departed, Nie Yun addressed the window. Come out, Scorpion. I am aware you are eavesdropping. True to his word, Scorpion leapt into the room, feigning nonchalance. I merely intended to discuss my research findings from yesterday, but it seems I chanced upon something else. Spare me your excuses. Consider this a one-time allowance. Should you spy on me again, you shall face the consequences, Nie Yun retorted. Chapter 77. Ready for the Ch-Nin exam? Well, I shall take my leave, Scorpion declared, turning to depart. Are we not supposed to discuss the research findings? Nie Yun teased. I suddenly remembered I have some issues to ponder, Scorpion retorted without looking back. Nie Yun chuckled and shook his head, amused by Scorpion's peculiar charm. He had previously arranged for Scorpion to meet Chiyo. As for Scorpion's defection, as long as he did not produce a puppet of the third Kazekage, no one would suspect him. They would merely assume he had left the village. Yet, he had outright refused and had just been eavesdropping outside the window. It appeared he was quite the contradiction. Disregarding Scorpion, Nie Yun began contemplating his role as the chief examiner for the upcoming Ch-Nin exam. Many held a misunderstanding regarding the exam, believing that only by winning could one ascend to the rank of Ch-Nin. In truth, while it was nominally an examination, it was not a selection process akin to a college entrance exam. One could advance to Ch-Nin simply by demonstrating sufficient capability, regardless of elimination during the process. It served as a stage for genin to showcase their comprehensive abilities, akin to various interviews on Earth, even if one were to be eliminated midway. An impressive performance could lead to a recommendation from the chief examiner, who would then leave the decision of promotion to the respective village leaders. Thus, the political implications behind the joint Ch-Nin exam far outweighed its practical significance. For instance, in the original storyline, Shikamaru was recognized as a Ch-Nin due to his outstanding performance during the collapse of Konoha, despite losing to Temari in the third round of the exam. Even later, when he and Temari served as examiners during the second Ch-Nin exam, there was no dissent. The other Konoha ninjas willingly accepted his leadership. Now, Nie Yun was determined to conduct the Ch-Nin exam splendidly, aiming for perfection that would satisfy the majority. He needed to contemplate the specific operations involved. Thus, he began reviewing the materials at hand, starting with the list of participants. This Ch-Nin exam was co-hosted by Sunigakure and Konoha, with invitations extended to Kirigakure, Awagakure, and Kumogakure, all of which declined. Only smaller nations such as Amigakure, Takigakure, and Kusagakure agreed to participate. Consequently, the main forces remained Konoha and Sunigakure. Aside from the 12 Konoha genin, no other participants were sent, with most being Sunigakure ninjas, similar to the previous exam in Konoha, albeit without the disruptive sound ninjas, who had disbanded following Orochimaru's disappearance. Of particular interest to Nie Yun were the notable genin from Sunigakure, akin in age to Konoha's genin, all about 15 or 16 years old, each possessing remarkable abilities. These included the likes of Jiraiya, Yatsum, Chiyo, Sanya, Sanai, Sandan, and others. An intriguing detail involved a 3-member team from Takigakure. The dark-skinned girl Fu was the Jinch Riki of the Seven Tails. accompanied by two teammates who were actually disguised elite ninjas from Kage-level. Originally, Kage-level had no intention of participating, but the playful Fu accepted an exam invitation on her own, prompting the village to send two elite ninjas disguised as genin for her protection, which was certainly justified for a Jinchuriki. This situation illustrated the nature of the Nie exam. If it were truly a selection exam, stringent identity checks would be enforced to prevent any unfair advantages. The rigor of selection exams, as seen in Earth's college entrance examinations, highlights this. While the presence of a shadow-level ninja like Orochimaru could be understood, it would be challenging for elite ninjas from smaller villages to infiltrate. Nie Yun resolved to keep an eye on this trio during the exam. He then reviewed the exam procedures and related questions. Similar to Konoha's previous exam, it was divided into three parts, the first being a written test assessing foundational theories, teamwork, psychological resilience, and sensory capabilities. The second, a survival challenge testing overall combat proficiency, and the final, one-on-one duels evaluating individual combat skills. However, the specific details diverged from Konoha's previous format. Upon examining the written test questions, Nie Yun felt puzzled. One question posited a scenario involving an elite ninja with a chakra capacity of 10,000, who utilized a fire release technique and subsequently engaged in a taijutsu battle, with a request to calculate his psychological trauma area. This made little sense to Nie Yun, who, lacking formal ninja school training, had been thrust into the role of a ninja by the system. His usage of jutsu was instinctual, akin to a natural talent. Such foundational theories would challenge even a properly educated ninja, and the assessment method differed significantly from his memories of the original storyline. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that Shikamaru had previously devised the exam format and questions. With Shikamaru now a participant rather than an examiner, the questions inevitably differed. Nie Yun concluded that Shikamaru's original questions and assessment methods were superior to those proposed by Sunagakure, prompting him to decide to adapt Shikamaru's approach with modifications. As for the survival challenge, he found no issues with Sunagakure's arrangements and resolved to incorporate some unexpected elements for the participants, originally intended for Konoha's genin. As the chief examiner, he aimed to ensure all candidates received their fair share. Before long, Temari returned to Nie Yun, who shared his modifications for the first exam. Temari's eyes lit up upon hearing his suggestions. "Brother Nie Yun, your approach is quite impressive and comprehensive." Feeling slightly bashful at her praise, Nie Yun scratched his head. Acknowledging that he had merely borrowed Shikamaru's ideas, he resolved to adequately compensate Shikamaru during the exam. After Temari documented Nie Yun's proposals, she departed to prepare. While Nie Yun's mind raced with thoughts of how to create opportunities for Shikamaru and Temari, pondering how they had fared on their journey thus far. Chapter 78. This problem is too difficult. 3 days later, the Nie exams officially commenced. The first examination took place in a location reminiscent of the Konoha Ninja Academy within the Sunagakure village. Nie Yun, accompanied by the spirited young ninjas of Konoha, arrived at the venue, while Sarah, Kinmaru, and Scorpion remained at the inn, diligently working on creating the puppet that Nie Yun envisioned. Sarah held great admiration for Nie Yun's boundless imagination, faithfully executing his ideas and tirelessly conducting experiments. Scorpion initially voiced some discontent due to the peculiar nature of Nie Yun's requests, yet as their research progressed, he gradually recognized that Nie Yun's concepts might pave a completely novel approach to puppet making. Consequently, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the craft, working harmoniously alongside Sarah, leading to rapid advancements in the development of the new puppet. The examination hall consisted of 3 interconnected independent classrooms, each occupied by one member of a genin squad. Each classroom was equipped with a large television screen, through which Nie Yun, acting as the chief examiner, monitored the candidates. The technological landscape of the Naruto world is peculiar. It boasts cameras, televisions, and surveillance devices, along with films and communication headsets. However, most of these innovations have yet to be employed for civilian purposes, instead finding application in the realm of ninja combat. It wasn't until the era of Naruto, when the likelihood of war diminished, that these technologies began to permeate the civilian market, revealing significant business opportunities. Perhaps due to the existence of ninjutsu, the Naruto world has not developed firearms. Otherwise, the imagery would be too splendid for Nie Yun to fathom. Returning to the Nie exams, Nie Yun, along with Temari, Gaara, Chiyo, and Kakashi, occupied another room. The camera focused on Nie Yun as he addressed the students within the 3 classrooms, announcing the examination rules. "Greetings, I am your chief examiner for the Nie exam. Nie Yun, Some of you may recognize me, while others may not, regardless of your familiarity with me. I assure you that you are about to experience an unforgettable Nie examination. The young ninjas from Konoha exchanged uneasy glances, sensing an ominous premonition. Fa tilted her head. Her large eyes fixated on the handsome figure of Nie Yun on the screen, thinking that if she could befriend him, this journey would not be in vain. She had already added Nie Yun to her list of potential friends. Now, please return to your seats, and the proctor will distribute the examination papers. The Sunagakure Jainin examiner swiftly handed out the papers to all candidates. However, upon receiving their papers, the candidates found themselves in a state of disbelief. The exam questions appeared exceedingly simple, and there were only 3. Had the wrong papers been distributed? Yet, when someone attempted to inquire, they discovered that the proctor had already vacated the classroom, locking all doors and windows from the outside. Now, do not be alarmed. The papers in your hands contain 3 questions, valued at 30, 40, and 50 points respectively. However, you are not required to answer them all. Each of you may only choose one question. Once the examination concludes, any squad with a total score exceeding 100 points will result in the disqualification of all its members. The remaining squads will have their scores averaged, and those who score below the average will also be disqualified. You may move freely within the classroom, but leaving is prohibited, and soundproof barriers have been established, preventing communication between the interconnected classrooms. Now, you may begin answering. Good luck, young ones. Having concluded his address, Nie Yun turned off the camera, while the observers monitored the reactions in the 3 classrooms. After hearing the examination questions, Shikamaru furrowed his brow. This examination is quite remarkable, truly befitting of brother Nie Yun. If I were to craft the questions myself, they would undoubtedly resemble this. Shikamaru summoned his fellow Konoha ninjas who were in the same classroom, Ino, Sakura, and Kiba. Aware of Shikamaru's sharp intellect, they awaited his analysis. Brother Nie Yun's questions are truly impressive. This introspective Shikamaru seldom offers such praise, yet he feels that Nie Yun's questions resonate deeply within him. How should we interpret this? Sakura also sensed the profound nature of Nie Yun's questions, but struggled to articulate the comprehensive understanding that Shikamaru possessed. Observe these 3 questions. They are deceptively simple. I believe most of you should be able to answer them. Thus, this is not merely a test of our problem-solving abilities. Although the initial written exams and past Nie examinations have never solely assessed that. However, brother Nie Yun's method this time is quite comprehensive. The first stipulation is that the total score of the 3 must not exceed 100, leading many to consider each member answering a 30-point question. Yet, the second stipulation, which states that scoring below the average will result in disqualification, raises the difficulty significantly. If your squad scores 90 points while others score 100, your squad will undoubtedly be eliminated. Therefore, the most prudent approach is for the total score of the 3 to equal 100. This tests the synergy among the 3 squad members and their ability to coordinate without overt communication. After elucidating this point, Shikamaru observed Ino and Kiba, only to find them deep in thought, while Sakura had already begun fervently writing her answers. Sakura, have you received some intelligence? Shikamaru inquired curiously, noting that Naruto and Sasuke seemingly lacked any perceptive skills for information exchange. No, Sakura shook her head, continuing to write. Then why have you already begun? Ino asked, intrigued. Because I'm certain Naruto will score 0 points, Sakura replied. Why? Kiba questioned, perplexed. Because he won't be able to answer any of these questions. But he's also a clever fool who won't copy anyone's answers. He knows that Sasuke and I will undoubtedly choose the 50-point questions. Well, I wish Lee were that clever. Then I wouldn't have to worry, Ino lamented, holding her head in despair, as their squad consisted entirely of taijutsu practitioners. Shikamaru remarked, your camaraderie is truly perplexing. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Hinata sat beside Naruto, blushing as she spoke. Naruto-kun, I can tell you the answer to this question. Huh. Hinata, no worries. I'm intentionally aiming for 0 points. Sakura and Sasuke will definitely choose the 50-point questions, Naruto replied cheerfully, perceiving the Nie exams as a trivial affair. In the previous Nie examination, he had submitted a blank paper and still managed to pass. Hinata, while I know you're strong now, please don't be overconfident. You need to do your best. When we become Nie, I want to tell you something. Hinata declared with newfound courage, her teeth clenched as she addressed Naruto. Chapter 79. Each displays their talents in light of Hinata's gentle yet timid disposition. Nie Yun had deliberately honed her character during the month of intensive training. Coupled with her constant companionship with Naruto over the past month, Hinata found the courage to express sentiments that bordered on a confession. blushing fiercely as she scurried back to her seat. Meanwhile, Naruto, oblivious to the subtext of her words, scratched his head in his usual endearing naivety. Had Nie Yun been by his side at that moment, he would have undoubtedly delivered a well-deserved slap accompanied by a scolding for his dense-headedness. As it happened, the clever yet foolish Naruto was present, while Sakura and Sasuke swiftly completed their tasks, achieving full marks. Other teams began to showcase their unique skills as well. In Hinata's team, Kiba and Hinata each had 3 insects crawling on their hands, which Shino had strategically placed on them in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Shino could remotely manipulate these insects to form characters on Kiba and Hinata's hands, facilitating the transmission of information. Upon seeing the 3 insects emerge, Kiba and Hinata understood that they only needed to answer questions worth 30 points. In Shikamaru's team, Ino employed the mind transfer technique of the Yamanaka clan, quickly connecting to the inner worlds of her 2 teammates. Similar to the technique used by Yamanaka and Inoichi during the 4th Shinobi War, this method, enhanced by external devices, allowed for the connection of all Ninja Alliance members' minds across various battlefields to issue commands and exchange intelligence. Although Ino's mind transfer technique lacked the potency of her father's and was devoid of external enhancements, she could still connect with her teammates through 2 walls. Shikamaru, you handle the 40-point questions while CHG and I tackle 30, Ino directed. Shikamaru and CHG had been eagerly awaiting Ino's cue, promptly beginning to write. Tintin, Lee. Niji wants me to inform you that he will take the 40-point questions, Ino relayed, not forgetting Niji's instruction, simultaneously connecting with Tintin and Lee to share information. The young ninjas of Konoha, through mutual assistance, had secured their advancement into the 2nd round of examinations. The Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails, Fu, also utilized the unique phosphorescent powder of the 7 Tails to notify her 2 Jonin teammates. Special characters began to materialize on the sandy windowsill as the Sand Ninja relayed messages to their comrades. Additionally, some sought to communicate with their neighboring teammates by knocking on walls. In the original narrative, this method had proven effective for passing this stage. 3 knocks indicated that the other 2 teammates should answer 30-point questions. 4 knocks meant the individual would answer 40 points. And 5 knocks signified that the other teammates were to tackle 50-point questions. This approach was straightforward, yet utterly lacking in finesse. However, in this scenario, such a tactic proved largely ineffective. Despite Nie Yun intentionally leaving an opening for wall knocking, the ninjas from differing villages and squads, devoid of sensing techniques, would naturally entertain such notions. Consequently, when everyone began to knock on the walls, the signals became chaotic and indecipherable, almost leading to conflicts. In the monitoring room, Nie Yun and his companions observed the unfolding chaos. Gaara remarked coldly, without understanding the essence of collaboration, one shall forever remain weak. After Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, Gaara had become a staunch believer in the power of bonds, even attempting to reconcile with the One-Tail, Shikaku, which had tormented him for years. He had already placed several unruly sand ninjas on his blacklist. The majority of these individuals hailed from various ninja villages and squads, having been seated in the same classroom for less than half an hour, making mutual trust a rarity. If only there were someone to take charge and stabilize the situation. Temari spoke, her gaze fixed intently on the surveillance feed from Shikamaru's classroom. It was evident she anticipated Shikamaru to assume control of the situation. Nie Yun caught this subtlety, a smile creeping onto his face. It appeared that romance was blossoming between the two, and his preparations for the 2nd round of examinations would soon come into play. Yet, if someone were to take charge, wouldn't that mean a significant number of candidates could pass the examination, potentially disrupting the subsequent rounds? What do you think, Chiyo? Ebizi questioned, deliberately seeking Chiyo's opinion. As she seemed lost in thought, her attention wandering towards Nie Yun. Ebizi found it peculiar that his sister had been distracted and daydreaming lately, especially in Nie Yun's presence. He had inquired about her well-being, but Chiyo merely waved him off, her demeanor somber and uncommunicative. It was the first time Ebizi had witnessed Chiyo in such a disheartened state. Had he not known her well, he might have suspected that she harbored feelings for Nie Yun, thwarted by the constraints of age. Chiyo furrowed her brow, snapping back to reality. She too felt she had been distracted lately, often sensing the familiar aura of Sasori. Perhaps after the CH-nin exams, she should seek clarity from Nie Yun regarding any connections he might have with Sasori. Regardless of how many individuals progressed to the 2nd round, it mattered not. More participants would only enhance the spectacle. As the chief examiner, Nie Yun had already contemplated this scenario. In the original plot, Shikamaru had introduced an additional question. During missions, One must leave a teammate as bait, with the understanding that the bait would inevitably perish. The 3 members of a team had to arrive at the same decision to pass the examination. The young ninjas of Konoha naturally opted to forego making a choice, unwilling to abandon a comrade. Conversely, many lower-ranking ninjas from other villages had been indoctrinated with the notion that missions always took precedence, leading them to sacrifice their teammates as bait. Teams that chose to abandon their companions, regardless of their answers, faced disqualification. However, Nie Yun had no intention of following this path, as he had prepared something far more intriguing for the second round of examinations, eagerly awaiting the candidates' experiences. The more, the merrier. Yet, the chaotic wall-knocking continued until the conclusion of the first examination. Without sensing abilities, they could only randomly select a 30 or 40-point question, hoping for a collective score of 100 with their teammates. Alas, the odds were slim. Fewer than 1 in 5 teams lacking such abilities achieved a perfect score. The rest either exceeded or fell short. Clearly, their chances were dwindling. These individuals were fortunate. Sometimes, luck is indeed a facet of skill. May they carry such fortune into the second examination. Nie Yun departed, leaving Tamari and the others in a state of bewilderment, as they remained unaware of what he had prepared for the second round. Chapter 80. The movements of the Akatsuki organization. The second stage of the Chunin exams will unfold in the desolate expanse of the Black Desert, a notorious death zone within the Land of Wind, spanning 3 arduous days in a quest for scrolls. This ominous region is devoid of any oases for hundreds of kilometers, and beneath the arid sands lurk various perilous creatures, such as sandworms and colossal desert scorpions. The examination is scheduled to take place 2 days after the first round, providing ample preparation time for the participants. Numerous candidates plan to conduct preliminary reconnaissance. However, the ninjas from the Rain Village vocally withdrew from the competition. The locale was parched beyond belief, rendering their water-style jutsu ineffective, allowing only a feeble drizzle at best. Frustrated, they collectively approached Temari to formally protest their withdrawal. Temari reported this to Niji, Gaara, and Chio, only to be met with surprisingly unanimous responses from the trio. Niji remarked, "Let them abandon the competition. If they cannot utilize their jutsu, they have only their own weakness to blame. If it were the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, even the Death Desert would transform into a boundless ocean." Gaara added, "A ninja's worth is not solely determined by their jutsu, illusion techniques, physical prowess, sensory skills, and trap-setting capabilities are equally vital. If they choose to forfeit due to an inability to use jutsu, then let them leave." Chio stated, "A true ninja must endure what others cannot. To surrender at the slightest setback disqualifies them from the title of ninja. Surely, their leader would not allow such subordinates to advance." Consequently, these Rain ninjas indeed withdrew, catching the remaining participants off guard. Although the reduction in competitors eased some tension, it also heightened their caution regarding the survival challenge in the Death Desert. Surprisingly, after their withdrawal, the Rain ninjas did not immediately depart from Sunagakure. Instead, they began to meander around the village. The villagers, although puzzled, refrained from expelling them out of diplomatic courtesy, as long as they departed before the conclusion of the Chunin exams. In a secluded corner of the Rain Ninja Enclave, 9 lower-ranked ninjas gathered, one of whom held a peculiar ceremonial paper with utmost reverence, while the others exhibited expressions of respect. The leader, cradling the paper, declared, "Although our withdrawal is a source of shame, it is the will of our Lord Angel. Do you harbor any objections?" The assembled Rain ninjas fervently responded, "How could we dare to object? What does our Lord Angel require of us?" Our Lord Angel requests that we discreetly seek out a puppet known as Sasori of the Red Sand within Sunagakure. This is his likeness. Remember, this task must not alarm the ninjas of Sunagakure," the leader reiterated. With resolute voices, the Rain ninjas affirmed, "Understood, for the sake of our Lord Angel. We shall risk our lives." Suddenly, a figure with a black and white head, adorned with 2 aloe leaves, emerged from a corner of the room. It was Black Zetsu, sent by Conan to gather information regarding the missing Sasori, who had been absent for several days. While the Akatsuki members were free to act independently when not on missions, Sasori's disappearance warranted concern. His partner, Deidara, reported the situation to their visible leader, Pein, after growing anxious over Sasori's absence. In response, Nagato promptly directed Pein to employ the body flicker technique to convene all members for a meeting. "Boss, do we have a new mission? It has been far too long since I've tasted blood, and my side yearns for action," FK exclaimed upon entering. "Silence, FK," Pein reprimanded sternly. This meeting is not due to a new mission. It concerns the disappearance of Sasori of the Red Sand. The members of the Akatsuki were taken aback. Sasori has vanished? Is he dead? Or has he defected? Deidara, as Sasori's partner, what do you know of this? Deidara shrugged, his two mouths expressing exasperation. After completing our mission, Sasori instructed me to wait for him at the border of the Wind Country. He intended to seek out a certain Niji, hoping to turn him into his puppet to fulfill his so-called eternal art. This old coot believes art should be fleeting brilliance, not some ridiculous notion of eternity. Deidara, stay on topic. Clearing his throat, he continued, Sasori despises waiting for others and does not enjoy being kept waiting himself. I assumed he would return within 2 days, especially since he was well prepared this time. Yet, 6 days have passed without a word. Deidara's concern for Sasori was evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, Zetsu fell silent, acutely aware that Sasori had likely met a grim fate. He was well aware of Niji's formidable strength, the sheer magnitude of his chakra instilling fear within him, particularly due to the terror of nearly being defeated by Niji himself. Itachi, too, remained silent, his thoughts consumed with concern for Niji. Sasori had joined the Akatsuki long before him, shrouded in mystery within his puppet, and Itachi was unaware of his full capabilities. Now, having prepared to confront Niji, Itachi hoped nothing untoward would befall him, particularly since Niji was Sasuke's mentor and the latter seemed to trust him implicitly. Enough. Whether Sasori is dead or has defected, we must ascertain the truth, Zetsu stated. Zetsu, take Konan's ceremonial paper and notify the lower-ranked ninjas in Sunagakure. Collaborate to locate Sasori. We must see him alive or confirm his demise. Black Zetsu inwardly recoiled at the notion of returning to Sunagakure, wishing to avoid a confrontation with Niji. Following the last encounter, he had chosen to remain an observer, convinced that Niji was not a native of the ninja world but rather a messenger from the Otsutsuki clan of the cosmos. However, he feared that if Niji learned of that history, his plans to resurrect Kaguya would be thwarted. Moreover, Sasori's reckless pursuit of Niji could deepen Niji's distrust of him. With these thoughts in mind, Black Zetsu was loath to confront Niji. He resolved to prioritize resurrecting Kaguya, hoping to have her eliminate Niji. Consequently, his plans to collect tailed beasts might need to be expedited. Thus, on the surface, Black Zetsu chose to comply with Pein's orders and head to Sunagakure, all while maintaining caution to avoid detection by Niji. Deidara, search for Sasori within the Wind Country, but keep your distance from Sunagakure for now. Chapter 81. The Chimpanzee Captain. Transformation. It has been proven that Heiju's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Over the past few days, Nie Yun had been oblivious to everything else, completely unaware of Heiju's activities in the Sand Ninja Village. He was entirely engrossed in collaborating with Scorpion and Sarah on the development of new puppets. Scorpion had previously worked in the secret puppet laboratory in the Sand Ninja Village, observing the initial forms of the Chimpanzee Captain and the Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Nie Yun felt immense satisfaction. Scorpion, while tinkering with his tools, remarked, according to the blueprints you provided, the exterior has been completed. The transformation ability is still being fine-tuned, but there are occasional glitches. In battle, how do they activate their transformation abilities? I have enhanced their speed in animal form and augmented their combat capabilities and weaponry in human form. When they encounter an enemy, the core crystal will select the appropriate form based on the situation. Upon finishing his explanation, Scorpion gestured towards Sarah, indicating that she would address the next questions. Sarah, can the core crystal really exhibit such intelligence? Absolutely. Brother Nie Yun, you should know that chakra is essentially a combination of mental and physical energy. Thus, we can incorporate human thoughts into the process of chakra generation. Consequently, this portion of chakra can possess a certain consciousness akin to that of the original body, much like shadow clones. Sarah seriously elucidated to Nie Yun. I am aware of that. Just like shadow clones return to the original body with sensations of pain and memories after being dispelled. Hence, I seldom utilize shadow clones. Nie Yun was well versed in this matter, having witnessed instances such as the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, which had lived for a millennium, and the chakra sealed within Naruto from Minato and Kushina, which manifested the will of the original to assist Naruto in controlling the Nine-Tails' power. Please, continue. Infusing chakra into the core crystal is akin to placing a shadow clone within the crystal to operate the puppet. What about the duration of the puppet's activity? At this point, Nie Yun had to commend Scorpion. Brother Nie Yun, the genius you found here, Scorpion, has made remarkable progress. Through his relentless efforts, he has integrated a throttle mechanism between the puppets and the core crystal, enabling the puppets to operate for up to 10 minutes. If only we had such technology in Lulan. Scorpion's movements momentarily paused. Though he was already 35 years old, his perpetually youthful appearance gave Sarah the impression that he was merely a little brother. Ahem. Well, Scorpion is actually over 30, Nie Yun clarified for Scorpion, as he would not voluntarily disclose his age. No way, Sarah exclaimed incredulously, unable to reconcile the youthful visage of her companion, who appeared to be merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy, with the notion that he was, in fact, a middle-aged man. Brother Nie Yun, although you are handsome, please do not deceive me. Why would I deceive you? Scorpion is indeed 35. He has merely undergone puppet modification, which has allowed his appearance to remain forever at 15. What? Sarah was taken aback, astonished that someone would choose to transform themselves into a puppet. In Lulan, puppets were typically servile entities. Why would anyone do such a thing? Sarah's eyes brimmed with disbelief and curiosity. Perhaps it is in pursuit of a so-called eternity. Eternity again, what significance does it hold? Sarah pondered the demise of ancient Lulan, which had sought eternity, feeling a tinge of sadness. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Nie Yun coughed lightly. Ahem, Scorpion, why not demonstrate a grand disassembly for Sarah? How boring. Scorpion turned away, feeling a newfound disdain for his puppet form. Little Scorpion, do not be disheartened. If you follow me, I assure you, you can become human again. Nie Yun patted Scorpion's shoulder, but Scorpion showed little reaction, while Sarah was filled with curiosity. Brother Nie Yun, is it really possible to revert from a puppet back to a human? Of course. Now, let us continue our research on the new puppets, for I intend to utilize them in the Nie exam. Nie Yun waved his hand, dismissing further discussion on the topic. Scorpion, show me a transformation. In silence, Scorpion infused chakra into the 4-meter-tall chimpanzee captain. The chakra filled the puppet in just a minute. They could autonomously transform based on circumstances or follow the commands of the chakra infuser. Transform. The enormous steel gorilla sprang into action, its surface armor disassembling and reconfiguring. Though it differed slightly from Nie Yun's initial imagination, it exuded a unique charm and elegance, fluid and seamless. Within 3 seconds, the transformation was complete. Nie Yun applauded enthusiastically. Not bad, but it still feels like something is missing. Missing what? Both researchers queried, puzzled. For they believed the puppet was already perfect and met Nie Yun's specifications. Lacking a certain presence? Presence. The two exchanged glances, amused. What sort of presence was required for a puppet's transformation? Yes, presence, Nie Yun mused, suddenly struck with inspiration. It seems one ought to shout something during the transformation, otherwise it feels soulless. Perhaps something like, Chimpanzee Captain, transform. What do you think? Scorpion and Sarah immediately shook their heads, not even contemplating the suggestion. Is this truly the best you could come up with after much deliberation? How utterly embarrassing. Fine, if you do not wish to shout, Scorpion. You have the ability to give the puppets a voice mechanism, so why not install one? An unnecessary device, Scorpion firmly rejected. Sarah? I also believe it is unnecessary. Brother Nie Yun. After much persuasion, Nie Yun finally convinced the two to add voice features to the chimpanzee captain and the Tyrannosaurus warrior. As for the voice, Nie Yun instructed them to choose from those he disliked the most, igniting their Nibu spirits throughout the ninja world. 2 days later, the second round of the Nie exam officially commenced. All the Genin teams that had passed the first round were escorted by Sand Ninja J-Nin or Nin to different entrances of the Death Desert. While the Sand Ninja Genin were more accustomed to this environment, the Konoha Genin quickly adapted due to prior reconnaissance of the harsh conditions. Ningxi's team, relying on their extraordinary stamina, headed straight towards the center of the Death Valley, intending to intercept other teams along the way to seize their scrolls. However, shortly after they set off, they were already being watched by another group. The trio from Sand Ninja Village, Ji Luo, Yimu, and Sha Nai, were observing Ning Si and his companions from a distance atop a sand dune. Chapter 82. Shaoli encounters a kindred spirit strangely. I cannot shake the feeling that we have been here before. As Shaoli gazed at the familiar surroundings, he continued to sprint forward while murmuring to Ningxi and Tian. Tian replied, Indeed, I sense something amiss. We have been running for half an hour, yet the scenery appears virtually unchanged. Upon hearing his teammates' concerns, Ningxi came to an abrupt halt. Byakugan, activate. The veins around his eyes protruded. With his Byakugan activated, Ningxi surveyed the area and subsequently shook his head. There are no anomalies within several miles. It seems the landscape of the Death Desert is rather uniform. With Ningxi's assertion, Xiao Li and Tian chose to remain silent. The trio decided to continue their run. for while they may not have been particularly remarkable in other aspects, their stamina was exceptional. In the distance, the Zilu team was observing. Yamu, have they noticed anything unusual? Zilu, with her purple hair and gray vest, inquired of a girl with prominent blush on her cheeks. The girl's eyes were almost entirely black, constantly shifting in size as if adjusting focus. Her name was Yamu, possessing the ability to see in the dark as if it were day, and her long-range vision surpassed even that of the Byakugan, although lacking its ability to perceive chakra. This allowed them to monitor Ningxi's team without detection. Zilu, they paused for a moment, but they haven't realized they fell into Sister Shauna's illusion. They believe they are advancing, while in truth, they are merely spinning in place. Remarkably, their stamina is impressive. They have been running for nearly an hour with no signs of fatigue. Yamu pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with the monotonous task. Ha ha ha, Yamu, why not take a break? But remain vigilant. They are the ones who have previously united to defeat the fourth Kazekage. So do not underestimate them. Zilu affectionately tousled Yamu's hair. There is no rush. Our objective is to delay the strong team from Konoha, thereby granting our lower-ranked ninjas from Sunagakure greater opportunities for advancement. Another purple-haired woman, appearing more mature, shook her head at Zilu's words. Zilu, you are truly Navi. Have you forgotten how they treated you? Why extend help to them? Zilu's expression darkened. Of course, I have not forgotten how they treated me. But this is the Chunin exam, which pertains to the honor of Sunagakure. I can overlook those past grievances to assist them. With that, Zilu fell silent, lost in the memories of his past. Due to his unique physique, he could not train in ninjutsu or genjutsu, and had been turned away from the ninja academy since childhood. Yet, this did not dissuade him from pursuing his dreams of becoming a ninja, even alone. He diligently practiced taijutsu, striving to prove himself through sheer physical prowess. Nevertheless, he faced ridicule and disdain from the so-called geniuses at the academy. But it mattered little. Those geniuses had ultimately fallen to him, and he had demonstrated through strength that he was a formidable taijutsu practitioner. The taunts of the past no longer held power over him. Shauna sighed, fully aware of Zilu's steadfast nature. Once he made a decision, he would not easily change his mind. She resolved to focus on aiding Zilu against the Konoha ninjas. Another hour passed. Suddenly, Yamu, who had been observing Ningxi and his companions, spoke up. Zilu, they seem to have grown weary and are stopping to rest. They are truly remarkable ninjas. After 2 continuous hours of running, they are only now taking a break. Zilu's eyes sparkled with determination. Let us approach them and see what allows them to defeat the fourth Kazekage. Do not let me down. Yamu and Shauna quickly followed Zilu's lead toward Ningxi's team. Meanwhile, on Ningxi's team, Xiaoli sat on the sand, quietly picking up the kunai he had previously discarded as a marker. Ningxi, are you certain that feigning exhaustion will draw them out? It seemed they had already sensed something was amiss. Although Ningxi's eyes were closed, he nodded earnestly. Despite the effects of the illusion, my Byakugan cannot detect their presence. However, I can sense 3 individuals with fighting spirit approaching. They likely believe we are fatigued and intend to seize the opportunity to overpower us. We merely need to await their arrival. Xiaoli, speak softly and maintain the act. Prepare yourselves, Tian cautioned. Indeed, it was not long before a peculiar wind swept through, stirring up the sand, and 3 figures appeared before them. Ningxi opened his eyes, and he, Xiaoli, and Tian stood in unison. You have indeed arrived. We have awaited you for quite some time. Zilu and his companions were taken aback, clearly caught off guard. Had they already realized they were ensnared in an illusion? Even if they had figured it out, the 2 hours of relentless running were no illusion. How could they appear so unaffected now? Though surprised, Zilu stepped forward, a flicker of fervor in his eyes. You are truly extraordinary. I underestimated you. I fancied I could ensnare you with such trivial tactics. Xiaoli regarded Zilu intently, feeling a sense of kinship upon witnessing the spark in his eyes. That must be the brilliance of youth. Zilu noticed Xiaoli's gaze and smiled. You must be Xiaoli. My Lord Gaara has spoken highly of you, saying you left a profound impression on him in Konoha. Xiaoli was taken aback. My Lord Gaara often mentions me? It is merely that my Lord Gaara took pity on my inability to perform ninjutsu or genjutsu, granting me an opportunity to become a ninja, Yamu eagerly explained. Zilu interrupted with a wry smile. I was merely training near the village's protective boulders when I accidentally shattered one. My Lord Gaara happened to be inspecting the village's defenses and discovered me. Upon learning of my circumstances, he invited me to be his taijutsu instructor, essentially aiding me in proving myself to the villagers. Xiaoli, intrigued by Zilu's similar yet less fortunate situation, exclaimed, How about we engage in a youthful duel? A youthful duel? Though I do not fully grasp your meaning, I accept your challenge. I happen to possess a unique taijutsu technique called the 7-day breathing technique. Please enlighten me. Chapter 83. Heartburn versus lung explosions. Nie and Tintin exchanged glances and chose to step aside. As teammates of Lee, none could comprehend the depth of his dedication to becoming a ninja better than they. 5,000 frog leaps followed by 10,000 push-ups. If he couldn't manage the push-ups, he would strike the wooden post 20,000 times. This relentless training regimen, repeated day after day, year after year, was what had propelled Lee to this moment. Now, he faced an individual whose fate was strikingly similar, if not more tragic. Nie and Tintin could easily envision the sweat and toil that had been poured into this endeavor. Thus, they willingly relinquished the duel stage to the two. Zyro's teammates also harmoniously withdrew, clearly unwilling to intervene. They could sense Zyro's unprecedented excitement. With one hand placed behind his back and the other extended before him, Lee assumed his most iconic battle stance. From the Hidden Leaf Village, the Jin and Lee. From the Sand Shadow Village, the Jin and Zyro. Zyro solemnly declared his name, a gesture of respect towards his opponent and himself. You must be exhausted after running for 2 hours. I can wait for you to recover. Zyro was a young man of great martial decorum. No need. Lee waved dismissively, having only exhausted a fraction of his energy, and after a brief respite, he felt revitalized. Seeing Lee's earnestness, Zyro abandoned his hesitations and immediately took up a combat stance. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Both were taijutsu ninjas, engaging in fundamental strikes to gauge each other's capabilities. Their punches and kicks clashed repeatedly, initially at a leisurely pace as they warmed up and adapted. Once warmed up, their speed accelerated, and soon, fleeting afterimages danced before the eyes. In a mere instant, they exchanged nearly 5 or 6 blows. Leaf Hurricane. Seizing an opportunity, Lee unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Zyro's lower body. Zyro, unfazed, laughed heartily, welcoming the attack. He did not evade but rather lowered his stance, meeting Lee's Leaf Hurricane with his shoulder. The impact felt like striking an iron plate. A resounding thud echoed, eliciting a visceral sense of pain. Yet, for these two taijutsu practitioners, such discomfort was trivial. They had long since acclimated to this level of pain through their rigorous training. Suddenly, they both halted, creating space between them. Remove your weights. I know you carry at least 200 kilograms. Nie and Tintin. Goodness, Lee has secretly added more weight. Yamato and Sanai. Zyro is terrifying, carrying such heavy weights with him. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as they shed their weights, sending plumes of sand into the air, akin to explosive tags detonation. In a flash, the two moved like lightning, leaving behind lingering afterimages on the ground while they engaged mid-air. At this point, only Nie, with his Byakugan, and Yamato could barely keep pace. Tintin and Sanai were utterly lost in their movements. Yet, this was not their limit. They had yet to employ their ultimate techniques. Lee, unleash your 8 gates. Zyro, let me witness your 7 days breathing technique. 8 gates. 5th gate. Opening of the door of death. Lee activated the 5th gate directly. Previously, during the 3rd preliminary round of the Chunin exam against Gaara, he had to exert himself to the utmost to open the 5th gate, and each had to be opened sequentially. Now, he could open the 5th gate without preparation, minimizing the physical toll. This remarkable advancement was entirely attributed to the intense training under Nie Yun over the past month, which, while leaving them battered, provided ample high-grade healing medicine forged from yang-release chakra. This healing not only mended their wounds, but also enhanced their physical constitution, significantly elevating Lee's prowess, allowing for a prolonged duration of the 8 gates activation. As the crimson chakra enveloped Lee, Zyro's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was the duel he had longed for, against a worthy opponent. Such a rival warranted the use of his special technique. 7 days breathing technique. Zyro had devised this method, capable of stimulating his entire body as potential through regulated breathing, awakening his cells. A torrent of yellow chakra flames erupted around Zyro, his aura rivaling that of Lee, who had opened the 5th gate. The two chakra energies clashed in the air, creating a fierce gust that radiated outward. Their fists collided, producing sonic booms that were ear-piercing. Even with Nie's Byakugan activated, he struggled to discern their movements, relying solely on the sound of their clashes to gauge the exchanges. Yamato covered his ears. Oh no, Sanai. I feel like I'm going deaf. Sanai, equally distressed, retreated further with Yamato. Having given up on spectating, Tintin glanced at Nie in this state. Do you have confidence in defeating Lee? I do not know. Everyone has made significant progress lately. Perhaps we should arrange a proper match soon. Nie smiled, pleased for his friend's growth, and eager to test himself against the now formidable Lee. The contest between the 7 days breathing technique and the 8 gates persisted, one igniting the heart, the other exploding the lungs. In the end, their momentum became a testament to their physical capabilities. Naturally, Lee, nurtured under Nie Yun's guidance, held the advantage. After about 10 minutes, Zyro's strikes began to falter, his exhaustion evident. Lee halted his fist just before Zyro's face. The crimson and yellow chakra dissipated simultaneously. Zyro, unwilling to concede, collapsed into the massive sand pit created by their sonic clashes. Ha ha ha, that was exhilarating. Zyro laughed heartily from the ground. Lee, it has been my greatest honor to duel with you during this Chunin exam. I am nearing my limits as well. Here, take this, it will help you recover your strength. Lee generously tossed half of the healing pill Nie Yun had given him to Zyro. Nie Yun, who had been observing through a telescope technique, was infuriated. Such a precious medicine, wasted so carelessly. Zyro, unreserved, accepted it graciously, then produced a scroll from his garments and tossed it to Lee. You have one. This is your reward. Zyro indeed proved to be a man of integrity. Chapter 84. The Nine-Tailed Hand, Valley of Death. In the desolate expanse of the Valley of Death, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura found themselves at the starting point. Remarkably, within just 3 hours of commencing the survival challenge, they had successfully gathered the heavenly and earthly scrolls and reached their destination. This was a deliberate request from Nie Yun. Naruto and Sasuke were to refrain from utilizing their tailed beast transformations and the Manjiki Sharingan, lest it discourage the other candidates. As Naruto surveyed the barren landscape devoid of even a single bird, he pondered aloud. Having arrived so early, what shall we occupy ourselves with for the next 3 days? With a spark of inspiration, he proposed, why don't we engage in the card game that brother Nie Yun taught us? Sakura discreetly produced a deck of cards from behind her. Naruto's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. He then curiously inquired, but Sakura, how did you come to carry such a thing? Sakura, slightly embarrassed, explained, well, it's because Lady Tsunade loves to play, so I keep it with me. She added, to be honest, I quite enjoy this card game myself. Witnessing the gleam in Sakura's eyes as she gazed at the cards, Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. He recalled Tsunade's frenzied demeanor at the gambling table. After all, Sakura had been learning under Tsunade's tutelage, mastering not only her medical ninjutsu but also her prodigious strength. He feared she might have inherited Tsunade's gambling addiction as well. If he were to be with Sakura in the future, he shuddered at the thought. He resolved to instill in her a sound set of values, much like his own. Despite having been taught by the lecherous sage, he was determined that he had not absorbed any of that behavior. Absolutely not. Thus, with a sudden surge of self-restraint, Naruto stammered, perhaps we should reconsider, Sakura. After all, we are still amidst the Chunin exams. As Brother Nie Yun said, we must exemplify the spirited demeanor of Konoha ninjas. Sakura, perplexed, replied, but you just said it was a good idea. Her expression turned to one of disappointment. Naruto continued, I believe it isn't the best course of action. Although we are currently strong, we must remain vigilant. As Nie Yun has said, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, and only the deceased enemy can be deemed a good enemy. Until we pass this exam, I cannot afford to be careless. Seeing Sasuke also dismiss the idea, Sakura's disappointment deepened, and her energy seemed to wane. Observing her despondence, Sasuke unexpectedly added, Sakura, once the exam concludes, Naruto and I will gladly play with you. In an instant, the forlorn Sakura erupted with joy, nearly leaping to embrace Sasuke in a whirlwind of excitement. Sasuke had never before uttered such words. Even though he cared for his teammates, he had never expressed it openly. This was the first time he had shared his true feelings, and he suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment for revealing his thoughts. His carefully crafted persona was crumbling. He had even borrowed a term from Nie Yun. However, he shrugged it off, realizing it had likely fallen apart long ago. He feigned interest in the scenery, casting his gaze about. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized the implications of Sasuke's words. He knew Sakura harbored feelings for Sasuke, yet until now, Sasuke had been an ice-cold figure towards her. Naruto felt that he still had a chance, but with Sasuke now showing concern for Sakura, he despaired. His opportunity seemed to evaporate. Of course, these thoughts were not his own. They had been imparted to him during rare reunions with Minato and Kushina. Naruto lamented internally, his expression morphing into one of anguish. Yet, amidst the awkwardness, neither Sasuke nor Sakura noticed his turmoil. Just as the trio's discomfort lingered, another team arrived at the Valley of Death, soaring through the air. It was Team Fu from Kage-level. The petite Fu, adorned with 2 pairs of translucent wings, gracefully glided above the valley. She effortlessly held onto her 2 robust teammates, who clung together in terror, fearing that Fu might release them. Wow, someone arrived even faster than I did, Fu exclaimed as she dove towards Naruto and his companions. Her teammates let out cries of astonishment, momentarily forgetting their status as J-ni. Their voices caught the attention of Naruto's trio. That's the girl from Kage-level. Kurama mentioned she is also a Jinchuriki. The host of the Seven Tails, Ch. Mei, Naruto explained, a tinge of envy in his tone. She seems to have a strong bond with Ch. Mei, allowing her to wield its powers effectively, unlike my own Nine Tails, who was rather obstinate before I met Nie Yun and Jiraiya. I was often mocked as the underdog, unable to access its chakra. After encountering the lecherous sage, Naruto learned to communicate with the Nine Tails, and subsequently, Nie Yun helped him reconnect with his parents, guiding him in the proper use of the Nine Tails' powers. It was truly a fox that knew which way the wind blew. Hey kid, I heard everything you thought. I'm not afraid of Nie Yun. I respect the strong. Kurama protested vehemently. Yes, I know you've repeated that countless times, but every time you see Nie Yun, you still retreat to a corner, Naruto retorted. I do not. Kurama fumed. With my power, why would I envy a mere Seven Tails host? I could send it flying with a single sneeze. But she can fly, Naruto countered. I can unleash tailed beast bombs, Kurama boasted. So can the Seven Tails. And she can fly. I can absorb resentment and hatred, possessing an inexhaustible supply of chakra. Ah, but you still can't fly. Kid, you. Kurama, infuriated, ceased engaging with Naruto, sulking in a corner with its paws crossed. Just you wait. One day I will soar. In the realm of thoughts, communication can often be instantaneous. Meanwhile, Fu had gracefully landed before Naruto. Hello, Naruto. I'm Fu from Kage-level. Naruto scratched his head with a goofy grin. How do you know my name? Fu being brighter than Naruto, you are quite the sensation of the Ch-nin exams. Lord Takayuki allowed me to come because he heard you would be here. Naruto replied with a proud smirk. Well, if I'm that impressive, how could I not know? Chapter 85. Enough is enough, your little fox seems rather displeased. Fu leaned her face close to Naruto. How fragrant. Naruto could even catch a whiff of Fu's delightful scent. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the strange thoughts. It seemed he had been infected by the lecherous sage. He chuckled. Just ignore it. Kiki, you two must share a wonderful bond, right? Humph. I have no relationship with this brat. Get him away. He envies your little bug. Kaibai remarked. Do all foxes hold grudges like this? Naruto chuckled, trying to soothe. I won't stoop to your level. You overrate yourself. Fu's smile grew brighter. Her lively and sociable nature thrived in this friendly atmosphere. She then turned to Sakura and Sasuke. Hello, Sakura. I'm Fu. You are truly beautiful. Hello, Fu. Sakura blushed at the compliment. Hello, Sasuke. I'm Fu. Although you are quite handsome, you should smile more. Sasuke's lips twitched slightly, struggling to suppress a smile. Fu then introduced her 2 companions to the trio. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, finding that Fu resembled a more spirited and silly version of Naruto. Indeed, Fu and Naruto quickly bonded, their laughter echoing throughout the Valley of Death. They felt as if they had known each other forever, almost immediately considering each other as siblings. With the vivacious Fu joining them, the tedious wait passed swiftly. Soon, more and more people arrived at the valley. The first to arrive were mostly other Konoha ninjas. By the following day, all had gathered in the Valley of Death, along with familiar sand ninjas who also arrived on the second day, collecting all the scrolls before entering the valley to rest and await further action. Those without complete scrolls set traps outside, preparing to seize other scrolls. As long as time remained, opportunities still existed. Consequently, fierce battles erupted outside the valley. The Purple Squad, having lost to Lee, relinquished their scroll to Niji's team. They arrived early at the Valley of Death with the intention of intercepting other ninja teams. Sorry. This time it was my insistence to intercept them, which cost us our scroll, Purple said to Yamu and Sanai. Don't worry, Purple brother, we don't blame you. As we wait here, we will surely manage to seize a pair of scrolls, Yamu reassured as she activated her ocular technique to search for approaching teams. Sanai, the elder sister, comforted him. Right, Purple, those 2 teammates with the watermelon skin are indeed much stronger than us. We wouldn't stand a chance against them in a direct confrontation, so it's not your fault. Deeply touched, Purple clenched his fist, vowing to help his teammates pass the exam and become Ch-nin, even if he could not achieve that himself. Purple brother, a team of ninjas is approaching. They happen to have a pair of scrolls. Yamu suddenly alerted, prompting Sanai to prepare her genjutsu. Which village are they from? Purple inquired, his spirits momentarily lifted. Yimu hesitated, unable to articulate. Sanai, however, had already guessed, halting her hand seals. Purple sighed. It must be the sand ninjas. Sanai, don't use genjutsu. Let them pass. Thank you, Sanai. No problem, there will be other ninja teams from different villages. Moments later, a sand ninja team sped past Purple and his friends. After covering some distance, they seemed to notice Purple and halted to look back. Hey, isn't that the infamous Purple? Why are you waiting here instead of entering the valley? You don't know? All those waiting here are teams without scrolls. Ah. So the famed Purple hasn't secured a scroll yet. You're mistaken. It's the notorious useless Purple, who might have even lost his own scroll. Haha. The three sand ninjas mocked Purple, who turned his head away, ignoring them. He had long grown accustomed to such ridicule from his fellow villagers. Yet, this time he was not alone. He had two friends. The adorable Yimu blushed fiercely. You few aren't even enough to be a match for Purple Brother. Sanai glared coldly at the trio. What does it matter if you've obtained scrolls? Lord Gaara will never allow people like you to become Nie. Yimu, Sanai. It's already this time. Why are you still defending him? You two should have already been Nie. Yet Lord Gaara made you accompany this waste to the Nie exam. Look, he is about to be eliminated in the second round. Why not abandon him and join us? You'll surely pass the exam. Yimu retorted, you villains don't even know how powerful Purple Brother is. He let you pass because he vowed to protect the village. Sanai added, Purple let you go, yet you're ungrateful. Well, Yimu and I won't hold back anymore. The three sand ninjas remained unfazed. Oh, we're so scared. You two may be formidable, but we three aren't pushovers either. Purple's fist trembled, his nails digging into his palms as he struggled. He had vowed to protect the village, yet the villagers always treated him this way. Meanwhile, Sanai and Yimu were fuming, ready to take action. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside them. Yimu was startled. When had this person approached? She hadn't noticed a thing. When they recognized the newcomer's face, they were even more astonished. It was Nie Yun, the proctor from Konoha for the Nie exam. Nie Yun raised his hands. Sorry. I was just about to head into the valley, but I didn't expect to witness such a spectacle. Mind if I watch for a bit? The three sand ninjas, seeing the proctor, felt intimidated but were unsure how to proceed, fearing they might leave a bad impression. Yimu whispered, this Nie Yun is handsome. But he isn't a good person. He just enjoys watching the commotion without intervening with those rascals. Nie Yun's keen ears caught Yimu's murmured words. He swiftly approached and playfully pinched her adorable cheeks. What a delightful sight. Yimu squealed, trying to escape, but Nie Yun continued, a ninja must endure what ordinary people cannot. However, sometimes, when enough is enough, one must not hesitate. To endure further would be to become a coward. Purple trembled all over, suddenly turning to glare at the three sand ninjas. Chapter 86. Additional tasks. The commanding Nie Yun Yimu ceased her struggles, her assessment of Nie Yun rising. You are not so bad after all. Perhaps I shall allow you to pet me a while longer. How obedient. Yimu delightedly accepted Nie Yun's gentle touch on her head. Ziluo spoke solemnly. I have grown up in the Sand Ninja village, and I hold a deep affection for this vast desert. Though I lack talent and cannot wield ninjutsu or genjutsu, and even struggle with puppet techniques, I have always aspired to become a ninja. My desire is to protect our village and its people. I do not comprehend why those of you who possess greater talent, who are more suited to be ninjas, treat your fellow villagers in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, Ziluo assumed a combat stance. Those who are unwilling to protect our village and their comrades do not deserve to be called ninjas. Thus, I will defeat you now. Both Sha-Nai and Yimu smiled, preparing to join Ziluo in battle. The trio of sand ninjas exchanged glances, surprised that the typically reticent Ziluo had finally erupted. Humph, a mere waste who only knows taijutsu. Even with that examiner from Konoha present, he cannot overtly assist him. Yimu, a sensory ninja, and Sha-Nai, skilled in illusion techniques, felt somewhat prepared. What do we have to fear from a waste who can only perform taijutsu? They agreed, steeling themselves for the confrontation. Ziluo, today you shall witness the chasm that lies between you, a mere waste, and true ninjas. They continued to taunt. Yet Ziluo responded confidently, you need not worry. Yimu and Sha-Nai will not intervene. I can defeat all of you by myself. Despite facing 3 opponents, the awakened Ziluo exuded an aura that rivaled that of 10 warriors. Yimu pouted, Brother Ziluo, I want to help you. Sha-Nai interjected, Yimu, let Ziluo handle this alone. His strength is sufficient to deal with these 3. However, Yimu merely wished to escape Nie Yun's grasp. Little Yimu, would you be interested in joining me in Konoha? My tavern is in need of a charming waitress such as yourself. Nie Yun thought to himself, feeling as though he were enticing a young girl. I do not wish to go to Konoha, Yimu exclaimed, crossing her arms in indignation. How dare he suggest she become a waitress? She was still just a child. As golden chakra flames erupted around Ziluo, he activated the 7-day call, determined to demonstrate that he was indeed a ninja capable of protecting his village. How could this guy possess such formidable chakra? They wondered. Calm yourselves. It is merely bluster. What good is chakra to a waste who cannot even perform the shadow clone technique? The trio felt a twinge of panic but pressed on regardless. Yet within 5 seconds, they found themselves incapacitated on the ground, each having taken at least 5 or 6 blows, leaving them severely injured. How could you be this strong? They gasped, sprawled on the ground, their eyes filled with awe as Ziluo loomed over them. It is my desire to protect the village and my comrades that drives me to grow stronger. If you share this same heart, you too can become stronger than I. Ziluo imparted his wisdom, foregoing the scrolls from the sand ninjas and instead sending them into the Valley of Death to prevent their injuries from allowing other teams to take advantage. He then resumed his post outside the valley with Yimu and Shanai. The two girls held no grievances. They genuinely admired Ziluo's unwavering conviction. Nie Yun shrugged. Individuals like Ziluo had their own paths to tread, and he saw no need to interfere excessively. He intended to venture into the Valley of Death to deliver a significant surprise to those teams who believed they had passed the examination. Before departing, he playfully pinched Yimu's adorable cheeks, earning a series of delightful eye rolls from her. Inside the Valley of Death, not only were there lower ninjas from the Sand and Leaf villages, but also a couple of teams from other ninja villages had advanced. Upon Nie Yun's arrival, all eyes turned toward him, expecting an announcement of his own advancement. Instead, they were met with an unwelcome revelation. Ahem, esteemed candidates. I must announce an additional task for this examination. I have placed some specially crafted puppet adversaries within the Death Desert. Over the next day, you may choose to venture out and defeat these puppets to obtain their core crystals. Alternatively, you may remain here and await the conclusion of the second round. The unexpected announcement of this additional task left many candidates bewildered. Surely, any fool would opt to stay put. Only the Konoha challengers understood that this would not be straightforward. Shikamaru raised his hand. That green-haired boy with the round head, what is your query? Shikamaru sighed, Lord Chief Examiner. I must ask what rewards await those who successfully acquire the course. An excellent question, Nie Yun replied. The number of candidates progressing to the second round was rather excessive. Initially, I intended for you to engage in one-on-one battles to determine who would advance to the third round. However, that seemed too mundane. Thus, I introduced this task. All who obtain a puppet core will be directly promoted to CH Nin. What? This cannot be true. Shock rippled through the valley. Even the Konoha challengers found it hard to believe. Obtaining a core leads to instant promotion to CH Nin? That sounds like a tall tale. One lower ninja voiced skepticism. While promotion to CH Nin typically relies on examiner recommendations, the ultimate decision rests with the Kage. How could you simply decree a promotion? Of course, I, Nie Yun, guarantee your promotion if you secure a core. If your Kage disagrees, I shall personally negotiate with him, Nie Yun declared with imposing confidence. As for those who do not acquire a core, they may continue with the subsequent matches, but I will not concern myself with their potential promotion to CH Nin. The unexpected announcement took everyone by surprise. A direct pathway to advancement was certainly unprecedented. Nie Yun was not acting recklessly. This was specifically designed for candidates of exceptional strength, such as the Konoha challengers and the Fu team, ensuring they did not overshadow the advancement of other ordinary candidates. For all participants, it was both an opportunity and a risk. With only 1 day remaining, leaving the valley could mean missing out on the cores and subsequent chances. Chapter 87. The grand battle commences. The more formidable teams began to waver, contemplating whether to take a bold leap from a bicycle to a motorcycle or to proceed methodically with the examination. In contrast, the less powerful teams exhibited remarkable resolve, choosing without hesitation to stay, acutely aware of their own capabilities. Remaining was indeed their wisest option. Naturally, some smaller teams decisively opted for nearby challenges. Surprisingly, it was not the renowned ninjas from Konoha, nor the formidable warriors from Sunagakure, but rather the spirited girl, Fu, who took the lead. Hooray, let's go find the puppets. This way we can instantly become CH Nin, Fu exclaimed, raising her hand in cheer towards the imposing figure of Examiner Nie Yun, perched upon a massive stone. Nie Yun, you must personally visit our Takigakure and persuade our leader. Nie Yun cast a look of approval towards her, responding with a smile, "Of course. If you can procure the core of a puppet, I will personally advocate for your promotion to Nie and Kage-level." Thu's enthusiasm and her understanding of the situation endeared her to Nie Yun, elevating his fondness for her. "Hooray! We are off!" Thu exclaimed, leaping joyfully into the air. Her transparent wings unfurling as she whisked away her two teammates, soaring towards the valley's exit, leaving behind only the echoes of her teammates' startled cries. Such fervor was contagious. With Fu leading the charge, others with similar ambitions soon followed suit. Next to emerge were the spirited ninjas of Konoha, who streamed out of the valley. When Lee encountered Team Shiro, he took the opportunity to inform them of this development. Nie Yun had not restricted the additional project to only those teams that had entered the valley, thus Team Shiro promptly decided to participate in the supplementary challenge. Other competent ninjas from Sunagakure also re-emerged from the valley, while some weaker teams sought to test their luck, remaining close enough to ensure a timely return. In no time, only two teams of inexperienced genin remained in the valley, devoid of confidence in their abilities. Nie Yun neither underestimated nor dismissed them. Instead, he took out a crystal ball and employed a telescopic technique to observe the battleground. Simultaneously, in the office of the Kazekage, Gaara, Temari, Kinkaro, and other key figures from Sunagakure, including Chiyo and Aiz, gathered around an oversized crystal ball, scrutinizing its contents. Nie Yun intends to present an additional challenge to these examinees using his specially crafted puppets. "I am surprised by the number of participants," Temari remarked. Kinkaro, with a hint of derision, replied, "Nie Yun is truly audacious. The matter of Nin promotion cannot be swayed by a mere word from him." He aimed this comment at Gaara, hoping to provoke discontent. Having suffered a significant blow to his prestige following his previous failed assault on Konoha, Gaara naturally harbored resentment towards Nie Yun, often opposing him regarding the Nin exam. "Kinkaro, I concur with Nie Yun's promise to the examinees." Gaara interjected. "What if the puppets he creates are easily defeated? Should we allow all the examinees to become Nin? Would that not render Sunagakure a laughingstock?" Kinkaro, the puppeteer, countered. "If they can indeed vanquish Nie Yun's puppets with ease, it would be a blessing for us." Chiyo added, "Indeed, while Nie Yun's puppets may appear peculiar, their strength is indisputable." She noted that Nie Yun's puppets clearly reflected the craftsmanship and techniques of her grandson, Sasori. Chiyo was now convinced that Nie Yun had ties to Sasori, affirming that her earlier suspicions were not mere figments of her imagination. Despite her inner turmoil, Chiyo maintained her composure, refraining from exposing Nie Yun's identity and capabilities. Her primary concern lay with Sasori's intentions, if he did not wish to see her. What would be the point of their encounter? Kinkaro was taken aback. If even Chiyo acknowledged Nie Yun's puppets, he felt somewhat cornered. With the endorsement of these two master puppeteers, Kinkaro sought to voice further objections but faltered. How can he control so many puppets from such a distance? He pondered, believing he had discovered a flaw in Nie Yun's approach. "This is precisely what commands my admiration. He employs a puppet technique from the ancient country of Lulan. These puppets operate without chakra threads, a revolutionary discovery that could upend the current paradigm of puppet mastery." Kankaro's voice trembled, his admiration for Nie Yun palpable. "Indeed, Lulan is regarded as the progenitor of puppet techniques. The methods we currently utilize may very well have evolved from there." "Wait, what?" Kinkaro stammered, bewildered by how Nie Yun's prowess seemed to grow more extraordinary with each passing moment, even invoking the ancient Lulan in association with him. Choosing silence, Kinkaro finally grasped the chasm that lay between himself and Nie Yun, opting to avoid further self-inflicted humiliation. This supplementary project was not merely a showcase of Nie Yun's puppets. It was also Sasori's suggestion to evaluate the puppets through practical testing. Conducting tests in isolation would yield a singular scenario and prove cumbersome in controlling the parameters. The Nin exam, featuring ninjas from various villages such as Konoha, Sunagakure, Takigakure, and Kusagakure, offered a rich tapestry of combat styles, illusionists, martial artists, ninjutsu users, bloodline practitioners, and even Jinchuriki, all contributing to a diverse battleground that would yield more valuable data. Consequently, Sasori recommended that Nie Yun conduct these tests under the guise of examination challenges. In alignment with his system's requirements, Nie Yun readily acquiesced. He merely informed the examinees that puppets could be found scattered throughout the Death Desert, withholding any additional information, thereby testing their wits. Nevertheless, these challenges posed little difficulty for the candidates, who promptly began to demonstrate their unique skills. Leading the charge, Fu unleashed the powers of her seven tails, soaring into the sky and dispersing a multitude of phosphorescent powder. This powder allowed her to sense any objects that came into contact with it. In no time, the phosphorescent powder blanketed the entirety of the Death Desert, enabling Fu to detect the locations of nearly half of the puppets that Nie Yun had deployed. Fu guided her teammates toward a particularly strong puppet she sensed nearby, encountering other ninja teams along the way. Regardless of their village, she offered her guidance. There is a puppet 2 kilometers to the southeast. Hee, no need for thanks. I am Fu, here to make friends. From his vantage point, Nie Yun observed this scene with a smile, choosing not to intervene, viewing it as a reward for Fu's enthusiasm. However, her delay allowed another team to engage the puppet first, specifically a sensory ninja team from Konoha, comprising Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. Chapter 88, The Battle of the Perception Class Akamaru. Splendid work, Kiba praised, affectionately ruffling Akamaru's fur. The little pup had begun to grow, no longer able to fit comfortably within Kiba's clothing. You truly are remarkable, Hinata chimed in, her gentle smile illuminating the moment. Indeed, Kiba, even Shino, usually so reserved, expressed his delight. They had not anticipated discovering a puppet so swiftly. Before them lay a colossal puppet, half buried in the sand, a testament to Kiba's ingenuity. Upon departing the valley, Kiba had instructed Akamaru to track Niji's scent, hoping to locate the place where Niji had concealed the puppet. Although the harsh conditions of the Death Desert severely hampered Akamaru's olfactory senses, he ultimately fulfilled their expectations by uncovering the puppet. Despite its bizarre appearance, the trio approached cautiously. Akamaru reported that aside from Niji's scent, there were no traces of others nearby. My insects have detected no one, Shino added, with no sign of a puppeteer present. Their confusion deepened. In the ninja world, it was common knowledge that a puppet without a puppeteer was merely a heap of scrap metal. Yet, having endured a grueling month of specialized training under Niji's rigorous regimen, they were now adept ninjas, acutely aware of Niji's cunning strategies. Be careful as we approach. Niji would not allow us to seize the core so easily, Shino cautioned, as he typically served as the core of their perception team. That resonates with me, Kiba remarked, shuddering at the unsettling thought. Yes, indeed, Hinata concurred, her Byakugan activated as she scrutinized the surroundings. Chakra flowed within the puppet, but there was only a single point of energy, suggesting no one was inside. Hinata relayed her findings to Shino. Do not approach. Leave this to me, Shino declared, extending his hands. Secret technique, insect jutsu. Countless tiny black insects surged forth from his sleeves, overwhelming the area. This was the Oil Girl clan's secret technique, insect manipulation. Rather than carrying swarms of insects at all times, one only needed to nurture a few breeding insects with chakra, allowing them to multiply rapidly in times of need. Moreover, Shino could cultivate insects tailored to specific situations, as he had done previously when confronting Raza with sandworms. This approach perfectly suited the desert environment and had proven pivotal during both that battle and the current Chunin exams. Now, he summoned insects capable of burrowing into the sand to lie in wait. The swarm swarmed the puppet, swiftly excavating it from the sand, revealing its full form. It was the first time the trio had encountered such an extraordinary puppet. Towering at 7 to 8 meters, its size was exceptional. Most puppets were designed to be human-sized for ease of transport and concealment, often catching opponents off guard. A puppet of such magnitude was unprecedented. The puppet's iron plating was meticulously arranged, resembling a magnificent suit of armor, presenting an imposing figure that exuded an aura of majesty even while lying quietly in the sand. What a striking design, Kiba marveled. Woof woof. Akamaru echoed in agreement. This was indeed peculiar. Typical puppets prioritized functionality, often adorned with an array of weapons to enhance lethality. Few artisans crafted puppets that were aesthetically pleasing or symmetrical. Niji admired his creation through the lens of his binoculars. Optimus Prime. Unlike the mass-produced Gorilla Captain or the Tyrannosaurus Warrior, Optimus Prime was a medium-sized puppet. Niji categorized puppets into 4 tiers: mass-produced, Chunin level; medium, elite Jonin level; large, ordinary Kage-level; and the yet-to-be-designed supreme tier, which would embody the power to subvert Kage-level strength. The elite Jonin level Optimus Prime was within the trio's capabilities to overcome, albeit requiring considerable effort and vigilance against potential interference from others. Meanwhile, Chiyo and her companions observed the first puppet's emergence. Maki, ever the critic, scoffed. It's all flash and no substance. Even if it operates without a puppeteer, how much combat effectiveness can it truly possess? However, Chiyo and Kenkaro remained silent, intently watching the puppet's performance. This puppet was slightly smaller than the one Niji had previously demonstrated, suggesting it might be weaker. What will its performance be like? Maki pondered, about to voice another thought when Chiyo silenced her. Be quiet and pay attention. It turned out Shino intended to use his insects to dismantle the puppet and retrieve its core, inadvertently activating it. Transform. Revive. A resounding voice echoed as the puppet sprang to life. Be cautious. Shino urgently warned. Hinata strained her Byakugan to no avail. She still could not detect the puppeteer. Yet, the chakra within the puppet was actively circulating throughout its form, which was indeed peculiar. This implied it was a self-operating puppet, independent of a puppeteer. Kiba and Akamaru positioned themselves, ready for battle. I recall Sister Sarah mentioning that their nation, Lulan, specializes in crafting puppets capable of independent action. Hinata recalled from a previous conversation with Sarah. Sarah had been reticent to divulge too much about her homeland, but a few exchanges had sparked Hinata's memory. In any case, we must proceed with caution. Kiba, I will provide cover. Shino commanded his insects to obstruct the puppet's movements. Understood. Beast clone. Akamaru transformed into Kiba's likeness. Fung over Fung. The two Kibas leapt high, spinning through the air like drill bits as they charged toward Optimus Prime. Niji had not equipped Optimus Prime with firearms. He neither possessed the skill nor saw the utility in such weaponry. Instead, the puppet drew a massive sword from its back, swinging it down at the approaching Kiba. Kiba, agile as ever, swiftly dodged alongside Akamaru, narrowly evading the blade as it crashed against the ground. Kiba assumed he could shatter the giant sword with his attack, or at the very least, disarm the adversary. However, to his astonishment, the sword merely bore a few superficial cracks, remaining intact. What kind of metal is this? My Fong over Fong couldn't even break it. Yet, he had no time to be astonished, as Optimus Prime's assault was relentless. Kiba swiftly retreated. While Shino utilized his insects to shield him, brute force would not suffice. They needed to devise a new strategy. Chapter 89. The Proof of Perceptive Ninjas. The Fu team was the second to discover the target puppet. Look, that puppet is so impressive, Fu exclaimed, pointing at a colossal shadow in the desert. It was a humanoid giant made of steel, adorned in a splendid array of red, blue, and white. With 4 pairs of massive wings on its back, it exuded an extraordinary charm. Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was utterly magnificent. And she yearned to possess such a puppet. She soared above the puppet, but instead of spotting a puppeteer, she noticed a few small words inscribed on its shoulder armor. Assault Freedom. Such a cool name. Fu could no longer contain her enthusiasm and swiftly darted towards the puppet, eager to examine this treasure closely. However, the moment she approached, the puppet sprang to life. A crimson light flickered in the eyes of Assault Freedom, and its shoulder armor opened to unleash a barrage of shuriken at an incredible speed, effectively sealing off all her escape routes. Startled by the sudden movement, Fu's transparent wings fluttered as she elegantly evaded every shuriken in midair. Phew! Fu exhaled deeply. Thank you, little Shoming. It was clear that her inner 7 tails had assisted her just now. Afu, be careful. Your recklessness could lead to trouble, a clear female voice echoed in her mind. I know, little Shoming, Fu replied, swiftly retreating to a safe distance as Assault Freedom ceased its actions. Now, Fu scrutinized the striking Assault Freedom. Afu, this puppet isn't controlled by a puppeteer. Its chakra suddenly surged from a single point within its body, activating its movements, Shoming analyzed for her. Moreover, the flowing chakra feels identical to the person who made me sense danger today. It must be his creation. Without a puppeteer, how does this behemoth move? Fu tilted her head, pondering with her not-so-bright mind. Forget it. I can't figure it out anyway. That brother Nie Yun, who can evoke a sense of danger in you and create such a magnificent and unique puppet, must be an extraordinary individual. I simply must befriend him. Afu, let's focus on dealing with this puppet first before discussing friendship. Shoming reminded her. I can sense that its chakra is limited, and its operational time is certainly finite. Do not engage directly. Instead, exhaust its chakra. Understood. While Fu may have been a bit naive, her combat intelligence was quite high. She utilized her flight capabilities to harass Assault Freedom, continually depleting its chakra. Assault Freedom's attack methods were not solely reliant on shuriken. It concealed various unexpected mechanisms and traps throughout its body. Additionally, it could unleash various ninjutsu, developed by Scorpion under Nie Yun's guidance, using chakra from the core crystal to activate ninjutsu. Currently, it could only release simpler C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu. However, Since it was powered by Nie Yun's chakra and triggered by mechanisms, it could simultaneously unleash 5 elemental nature transformations. Thus, even the simplest ninjutsu, when combined, wielded extraordinary power. In terms of endurance and intelligence, it surpassed that of an ordinary elite Jainin. Yet, even such elite prowess posed little challenge for Fu, who had the aid of the Seven-Tails Shoming. She approached the confrontation with a playful spirit, while her 2 Jainin teammates could only cheer her on, marveling at her skills. Meanwhile, the Perceptive team was also engaged in a challenging battle. Their output primarily relied on Ya. "Shino, are you not ready yet?" Ya gasped, his body covered in bruises. "Just a moment, Ya." Shino replied, furrowing his brow as he directed his insects to burrow into the joints of the towering puppet. This was their devised strategy, to immobilize the puppet by clogging its joints with insects, a unique tactic employed by the Oil Woman clan against puppeteers. A year prior, during the collapse of Konoha, Shino had used this method to render Kankuro's puppet ineffective, buying time for Naruto to persuade Gaara with the rebirth of the Earth technique. However, this puppet was colossal, and the force within its joints was immense. Shino was uncertain how many insects it would take to halt its movements. Nevertheless, the insect's assault proved effective, significantly slowing the puppet's actions. He could barely hold his ground. "The danger has decreased. Hinata, let's attack together now," he called out. Hinata nodded and charged forward, unleashing the twin lion fists, exuding a vigorous aura. However, the results were rather disappointing. It was akin to mere feathering the puppet's exterior. This was not due to Hinata's lack of effort, but rather because the Hyuga clan's taijutsu was designed for human targets, aiming at chakra points to disrupt chakra flow. Yet, the puppet, with its thick steel exterior, rendered Hinata's attacks largely ineffective, regardless of her vigor. The best she could do was use her Byakugan to assist Ya in fending off some attacks. Hinata reflected on her recent training over the past month, grateful that she had learned to utilize the Byakugan, which made her feel less ineffectual. Even though she sustained considerable injuries, she gritted her teeth and persevered, gradually revealing her tenacity. Shino's complexion grew increasingly pale, sweat beading on his forehead. The continuous activation of insect reproduction and cultivation of sturdier insects had nearly drained his chakra. "I cannot afford to fall," he constantly reminded himself. If he collapsed, both Hinata and Yu would be in peril. The puppet would show no mercy simply because they were Konoha ninjas or students of Brother Nie Yun. Despite facing such perilous circumstances, the trio did not regret their decision to leave the valley. They understood their capabilities. They were considered the weakest among Konoha's elite. Although they belonged to the perception-specialized class, they did not wish to remain sheltered under the protection of their comrades. They yearned to safeguard their friends. During the month of intensive training under Nie Yun, they often found themselves supporting their allies from the rear. Though their strength had grown, they were not content with merely that. They had surpassed the level of Jinin and even ordinary Chunin, thus the upcoming Chunin exams posed no pressure for them. The first round, being solely for perceptive ninjas, was a breeze. They had easily collected the 2 scrolls in the second round and smoothly arrived at the Valley of Death. Yet, they felt they had not yet proven their abilities. They sought an opportunity to truly demonstrate their strength. "We, perceptive ninjas, are strong as well." Chapter 90. The victory of perception class. "Do you remember that special training?" Yo inquired. "The 3 of us against that water being?" "Of course, I remember." "What was his name again?" "From the Suki clan." He responded while battling, feeling significantly less pressure with Hinata's support. Although he did not pay attention to the enemy's name, the experience of that fight remained vivid in his memory. It was, to date, the most arduous battle he had faced alongside Hinata and Shino, with a shadow-level powerhouse exerting their full strength. Enduring for 10 minutes, or seizing the bell from him, was no small feat. Yes, it was Zuki Mangetsu, the former leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shino reminisced about that confrontation. The Zuki clan's water transformation technique rendered their efforts futile, while the opponent's water-based jutsu inflicted tremendous damage upon them. Moreover, the enemy began the battle by swallowing the bell whole. Aware that they could not withstand 10 minutes, the trio fought with all their might, sustaining severe injuries to secure the bell. As Shino recounted the events, Hinata and Ya understood his intent. They intended to employ the tactics from that battle. "Hinata, remember to pull us back later," Ya chuckled, a bit ruefully, knowing they would have to rely on that maneuver again. "Understood." "Yeah," Hinata nodded vigorously, activating her Byakugan. The core of the puppet lay behind her left waist, its outer armor at least 50 centimeters thick, reinforced with chakra, showcasing formidable defense. "Yeah, can you manage that?" "Huh. Nothing is impossible before that move. I shall proceed." Ya declared, gritting his teeth as he evaded Optimus Prime's strike while Hinata drew attention. Ya swiftly formed seals. Shadow clone technique. The Crimson Dog was ready. Inuzuka clan's beast human fusion transformation. Three-headed wolf. As the smoke cleared, a colossal three-headed wolf emerged onto the battlefield. Measuring 5 to 6 meters long, each movement exuding immense power. This was one of the most potent techniques you had mastered during his special training with Nie Yun. However, it came at a great cost to Ya's own stamina, which surged dramatically. Under normal circumstances, with his abilities and physical condition, he would have been immobilized even if the fusion succeeded. Yet, after a month of training with Nie Yun, who had consistently healed them with yang-release chakra, their physical capabilities had significantly improved. The most notable change was their physical growth. In just a month, they achieved 2 years' worth of development, reaching the level of the Shippuden era, far surpassing their initial state. Otherwise, mastering such a secret technique would have taken at least 2 to 3 years. The immense three-headed wolf lunged at Optimus Prime, who, possessing rudimentary intelligence, sensed the threat and abandoned Hinata to confront the colossal wolf. The gigantic sword slashed downward but was caught in the wolf's jaws. Crack, crack, crack. The sword began to fracture. Nevertheless, Optimus Prime's assault was not yet finished. He amplified his chakra output and initiated a jutsu. Lightning crackled around him, coursing through the damaged blade and striking the three-headed wolf. MMPH. Ya grunted, his already weakened state nearly unable to sustain the wolf's form. He endured the lightning while engaging in close combat with Optimus Prime, waiting for Shino to prepare. Shino, hurry! Hinata cried, her eyes glistening with urgency. Just a bit more. Yeah, hold on. Shino, his eyes darkening, was drenched in sweat from exerting chakra to create a multitude of parasitic bugs. Ready, Shino shouted. Secret technique. Parasitic bug, great bug ball. A torrent of parasitic bugs surged forth, enveloping both the giant wolf and Optimus Prime, then expelling the wolf. Under the weight of the swarm, Optimus Prime was rendered immobile, pinned to the ground, exposing his back. Yeah, now? Hinata urged fervently. Wolf Fong. The three-headed wolf leaped high, spinning in the air and generating razor-sharp wind blades. Optimus Prime sensed the danger, activating his lightning release at maximum capacity, attempting to escape the grip of the parasitic bugs. Yet, Shino relentlessly directed the bugs from above, maintaining the pressure on Optimus Prime. In mere moments, the formidable wolf Fong took shape. Then, with a tremendous impact, it struck Optimus Prime's lower back, delivering a critical blow. The exposed area revealed the inner workings, and shards of metal flew. Ya spun with ferocity, his speed reaching its zenith. Yet, that alone would not suffice. He aimed to transcend his limits. Break for me. Ya roared internally, accelerating his rotation further, conjuring a swirling sandstorm around him. Having expended nearly all his strength to create the multitude of bugs, Shino finally collapsed, and Hinata rushed to support him. Pump Sage technique. Hinata began to heal Shino. Cough. Cough. It's all up to you now. If he fails, Hinata, you'll have to lead us to safety, Shino said with a bittersweet smile. Shino, don't speak. Hinata wept, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a moment, the sandstorm finally subsided. Shino and Hinata anxiously gazed at the battlefield's center, where a massive pit several meters deep had formed. Yeah, and the puppet lay motionless at the bottom. A 1-meter-wide hole appeared in Optimus Prime's back, revealing its internal structure and a crystal glowing with white light. Crack. Crack, crack. Optimus Prime began to wobble back to life, causing Shino to gasp, while Hinata prepared to rush to the pit's bottom to protect the injured, unconscious Ya. Ya had exerted every ounce of strength to breach Optimus Prime's exterior, yet he had narrowly failed to destroy the core crystal of its power system. Wait, Hinata. Shino called out urgently, retrieving a fist-sized bug from his sleeve and tossing it at the core. It was the mother bug. Hinata understood immediately and took the mother bug. 8 trigrams air palm. The mother bug was propelled with chakra into the gaping hole of Optimus Prime, landing precisely on the core crystal. As Optimus Prime prepared to crush Ya, it froze in its tracks. Countless parasitic bugs emerged from the breach, voraciously siphoning chakra from within the core. Boom. Deprived of power. Optimus Prime finally collapsed, fulfilling its purpose. Subsequently, the satiated mother bug returned to Shino's sleeve, transferring the chakra it had absorbed back to him, exemplifying the symbiotic relationship between the Aburame clan and bugs. What potent chakra! Shino nearly revived to full strength. Truly remarkable, Brother Nie Yun. Shino and Hinata rushed to the pit's bottom, rescuing the unconscious Ya. His face was so swollen that even his sister might not recognize him. Heh, we did it. Just as I predicted, Ya proclaimed, grinning as the three supported each other, exchanging smiles of triumph. Chapter 91. Gaara's lifelong affair. The sound of applause echoed. Well done, splendid. The trio looked up, and to their surprise, Nie Yun stood at the edge of the sandpit. I was almost ready to intervene. I didn't expect you to hold your ground. Nie Yun had been observing the match for quite some time, as the three from the perception class possessed the weakest combat abilities. Even with a month of rigorous training that had significantly strengthened them, he remained somewhat anxious. If the princess, or either Ya or Shino, were to falter here, he would have no face to return to Konoha. After all, it was his responsibility. The safety of his comrades must be ensured. Upon seeing Nie Yun, you felt an overwhelming impulse to cry. Woo-woo, brother Nie Yun. Oh, how I've missed you. Please give me a hug. Yo exclaimed pitifully, resembling a drenched puppy more than the stoic warrior he aspired to be. Who is this? Why do they look so familiar? Nie Yun teased. Well, brother Nie Yun, it's me, Ya. Inuzuka, the future Hokage. You broke down, wailing dramatically. All right. I was just joking. You're a grown man. Stop crying. Nie Yun chuckled, rubbing his nose. But we're still in the midst of an exam. I'm merely here to supervise. So don't let the Suna shinobi see you make a fool of yourself. You abruptly ceased his tears, realizing he was destined to become Hokage and couldn't afford any embarrassing incidents in front of political allies. He understood Nie Yun's point. Gaara and his team had been closely monitoring the battle. Gaara wore a warm smile. They have grown considerably. They truly did not disappoint me. Temari added, indeed. When we first encountered them in Konoha, they were easily overpowered. Now, it would be a challenge to secure victory. Kankuro remarked, in just a year. The foundation of Konoha is indeed impressive. Gaara's choice was wise. Chiyo chimed in, it's not solely due to Konoha's foundation. Nie Yun has played a crucial role. This past month has significantly impacted these Konoha genin. Elder, we are indeed getting older. The youth are becoming increasingly formidable, Aizo lamented. Only Maki remained silent, yet his internal thoughts were tumultuous. Oh my. Those puppets earlier, I could barely contend with even one. Those Konoha genin managed to defeat them. Just a year ago, they were mere novices. 2 were eliminated in the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams. The one with the dog was defeated by a mere fart. And the girl from the Hyuga clan fared even worse, almost falling victim to her own clan. Only the boy who manipulates insects progressed to the 3rd round. And now, just over a year later, how could they have grown so powerful? The timid girl from the Hyuga has become strong. The boy who uses insects has honed his technique further. If it weren't for the giant puppet's restraint, he could have showcased even greater prowess. And that final combined attack with the dog, its terrifying power could be felt even from the crystal ball. Is this the level of jutsu a genin can wield? This is utterly beyond comprehension. Why are all the geniuses in Konoha? Maki-senpai, why are you so quiet? Kankuro inquired, feigning innocence. Well, Maki cursed internally, his mind racing to think of something to alleviate the awkwardness. Then he blurted out a statement that left everyone stunned. The Jinchuriki from Takigakure also possesses considerable strength and a pleasant disposition. I believe we could forge a better relationship with Takigakure. Gaara and she are of similar age, and both Jinchuriki. Perhaps they could connect. Maki rambled without thought, only realizing the absurdity of his words when he observed the expressions of those around him. Gaara's face flushed crimson, while Temari stifled a laugh. Kankuro laughed unabashedly. And Chiyo and Aizo's eyes lit up, contemplating the feasibility of this notion. Ahem, Maki, that's quite an interesting idea, Aizo remarked, attempting to sound encouraging. Maki forced a smile, bewildered at how he could have uttered such a trivial statement. However, a Jinchuriki is a treasure for their village and wouldn't easily be betrothed to someone from another village. We still need to strategize. Perhaps we could have young Gaara perform a heroic rescue to win her heart? We could facilitate a romance freely. Aizo rambled on, making the atmosphere in the Kazekage's office quite awkward. Chiyo noticed Gaara's flushed face and swiftly intervened. Let us discuss this matter later. We should refocus on the Chunin exams. Gaara nearly choked. Chiyo was genuinely contemplating such an impractical idea. To divert his mind from this topic, he turned his gaze to the crystal ball, only to discover it was showcasing Fu's battle. Understanding her brother's discomfort, Temari quickly suggested, let us switch to another match. This one lacks suspense. Well, Kankuro, who controlled the crystal ball, replied helplessly, Mr. Nie Yun's puppets are indeed formidable. Many other battles have either yet to commence or have already concluded, with numerous teams being effortlessly crushed by the puppets. and fleeing in disarray. Some even lost their scrolls to other teams, causing a significant reshuffling of the situation. Then we can only watch this one. Temari glanced at Gaara helplessly, her expression one of exasperation. The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly peculiar as everyone engaged in awkward small talk. Kankuro sighed. These puppets are truly beautiful. As a puppeteer, he genuinely admired such elegant craftsmanship, though his previous puppets had prioritized combat prowess over aesthetics. However, Gaara perceived this differently. Indeed, these puppets are remarkably exquisite. He attempted to concentrate on the puppets but found his gaze inexplicably drawn to Fu's graceful flight. This is truly stunning. Gaara abruptly halted his wandering thoughts, striving to redirect his attention elsewhere. Yet, at times, one's thoughts are not easily controlled, not even by the Kazekage himself. Before long, he recalled the first exam, Fu's radiant smile, and her endearing camaraderie. She was the female counterpart to Naruto. Unconsciously, Gaara began to associate Fu with Naruto, who held significant importance in his heart. This was disastrous. Fu's image became increasingly indelible in his mind, making it ever more challenging to erase. Gaara shot a glare at Maki, who quickly lowered his head, refraining from speaking. Sometimes, the musings of youth can be ignited by just a few words, making it difficult to quell the ensuing emotions. Chapter 92. The conclusion of the second exam. Even though I, Gaara, had become a competent wind shadow, I was still merely a 16-year-old boy. Perhaps, in this manner, someone could unknowingly step into my heart. However, the Nie exams were still ongoing, and I forcibly redirected my attention back to the competition. My focus was not solely on the talented genin of the Sand Village. I was equally intrigued by the other formidable ninjas from Konoha. After witnessing the growth of Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, I was eager to learn of the progress made by others. At that moment, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had effortlessly dispatched a puppet and were now gathered around the fallen, disassembled marionette, engrossed in their analysis. Sakura pointed at 3 characters inscribed on the puppet's shoulder, exclaiming as if she had discovered a new world. Megatron, is this name bestowed by brother Nie Yun? How imposing, Naruto remarked, his admiration unclear whether it was for brother Nie Yun or the name itself. Although the name was indeed grand, the puppet's strength was rather lackluster. It had been dismantled before Sasuke, and I could truly engage. I wondered what brother Nie Yun had designed these for. Oblivious to Sakura's feelings, Naruto continued with his boastful remarks. Throughout the Nie exams, Sakura had merely played a supporting role, with Naruto and Sasuke resolving all challenges effortlessly. This left her with a profound sense of frustration. Despite being of similar age and effort, the disparity in ability felt insurmountable. Being teammates with such outstanding individuals was undeniably pressure-inducing. Sakura sighed, dismissing the foolish Naruto, and crouched beside Sasuke to study the puppet structure. Sasuke, are you interested in puppetry? She inquired. Not particularly. I merely wish to reverse engineer what our teacher intends to accomplish with these puppets, Sasuke replied without lifting his gaze. Sakura found herself at a loss for words. Ever since joining brother Nie Yun, both of them had become increasingly peculiar. Why not just ask him directly? That is not an option. Our teacher has instructed me not to rely on him too often. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, CHG, and Ino took some time and, as noon approached, finally discovered a puppet. At last, we found one. It's quite an unusual puppet, Shikamaru noted, observing the characters inscribed on its shoulder. Bumblebee. Well, the colors do match, he mused. After a brief discussion, Shikamaru suggested, let us not rush in recklessly. We should first gauge its characteristics. I estimate we can handle it easily and return to the valley in time for dinner. CHG, you first. However, upon turning, he realized CHG was already missing. No need for testing. I can be bigger than it. The sooner we finish this fight, the sooner we can eat. CHG declared, charging at the puppet with enthusiasm. Super expansion jutsu. Shikamaru facepalmed, exasperated, while Ino chuckled in resignation. If that were the case, would he still be CHG? Equipped with kunai and explosive tags, Ino also rushed forward. The enlarged CHG towered over the bumblebee puppet, dwarfing it significantly. Observing this, Shikamaru paused his technique, scratching his head. It seems we may not need to intervene. Minutes later, the bumblebee puppet lay in ruins, CHG appearing somewhat disheveled, his clothing singed. Though the Akimichi clan's attire was notoriously resilient, even it had been damaged by the puppet's assault. Niji, Lee, and Tintin encountered their own challenges. Facing a puppet reminiscent of the first generation, their prowess rivaled that of the strongest, aside from Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Each possessed remarkable destructive capabilities. Li unleashed the sixth gate, sending the puppet tumbling. Niji's exceptional defense rendered the puppet's attacks ineffective, while Tintin rained down an array of ninja tools, nearly burying it. Brother Nie Yun observed with admiration, realizing that Tintin's family could be a valuable ally for future puppet production. Each of them exhibited strength comparable to that of elite Jainin, and their teamwork could rival even that of a Kage. However, the ease with which the Konoha ninjas handled elite-level puppets was not shared by other ninja squads. Only Team Zyro managed to shatter the limbs of a steel-crafted puppet, obtaining the core crystal. The remaining candidates faced Brother Nie Yun's puppets and were ultimately defeated. While failure in the challenge was unfortunate, it still allowed for a return to participate in the third exam. However, those who suffered injuries faced an uncertain fate in the upcoming round. Some unfortunate teams lost their scrolls to others who lacked them, thus forfeiting their chances to continue. Additionally, there were those overconfident souls who perished at the hands of the puppets. Brother Nie Yun held no particular thoughts on this. The Nin exams were inherently perilous, especially the second round, which traditionally involved survival in extreme environments. It was a dangerous undertaking, and participants needed to be prepared for the risks involved. As the 3-day duration of the second exam concluded, I, Gaara, along with Temari, arrived at the Valley of Death. Observing the genin from Konoha successfully passing Brother Nie Yun's additional challenges, we felt a sense of resignation. What was initially promised as a joint exam had devolved into a solo performance by the Sand Ninjas and a few minor villages. Fortunately, Team Zyro had also passed the supplementary test, preventing further embarrassment. Feeling a sense of satisfaction and admiration for my martial arts teacher, I glanced at the crowd below, murmuring amongst themselves, and announced loudly, the second round of the Nin exams is officially over. I previously stated that teams passing the additional tests would be granted immediate promotion to Nin. Lord Windshadow, does your village not have a team that passed as well? Understanding Brother Nie Yun's intent, I retrieved the prepared appointment letter. Chapter 93. Nie Yun's acknowledgement. Gaara raised the Nin appointment certificate high above his head and proclaimed loudly to the candidates in the valley. According to the rules of the second phase of the Nin exams, any team that acquired a puppet core would be directly promoted to Nin. Now, in the name of the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, I hereby appoint the Sunagakure Genin team, Ji-Luo, Yimu, and Shanai as Nin of Sunagakure. Upon hearing Gaara's announcement, Ji-Luo and his companions were overwhelmed with excitement, particularly for Ji-Luo. This was his moment to prove to everyone that even without the ability to wield ninjutsu or genjutsu, one could still become an exceptional ninja and protect the village solely through taijutsu. Those who had previously looked down upon him were left speechless, having witnessed Ji-Luo relentlessly dismantle the fearsome mechanical puppet that had instilled terror in them. At the same time, resentment brewed among the onlookers towards Nie Yun, as they found it utterly outrageous to have a group of genin-face puppets of elite Jainin caliber during the Nin exams. After Gaara concluded the appointments, Temari, acting as the examiner for this phase of the Nin exams, continued, stating that the third phase would take place in 3 days and urged all candidates to prepare diligently. Nie Yun nodded appreciatively at Temari, acknowledging her commendable efforts, and then departed, leaving her to manage the responsibilities he found uninteresting. Temari harbored grievances about Nie Yun's apparent irresponsibility. You are the main examiner. After stirring up chaos in the first 2 phases, you just walk away? Yet, despite her complaints, she could only endure in silence. After all, he was Nie Yun. After leaving the Valley of Death, Nie Yun returned directly to the secret base of the Scorpion. Scorpion, Sarah, and Kankuro were present, diligently collecting and analyzing the test data of the puppets. How did it go? Nie Yun inquired as he entered. Scorpion shot a glance at Nie Yun. You, the one who shirks responsibility, dare to ask upon entering? Ignoring Scorpion's impatient glare, Nie Yun approached Kankuro and Sarah. Scorpion, though appearing somewhat endearing, was indeed quite irksome with his blunt remarks. Sarah and Kankuro, on the other hand, were not only charming but also receptive to his guidance. Sarah promptly retrieved a stack of documents. Big Brother Nie Yun, this time we utilized a total of 15 medium-sized puppets, of which 12 were activated and 6 were destroyed. The medium-sized puppets can reliably perform at the level of elite Jainin, maintaining an average operational duration of around 20 minutes under moderate power consumption. As for all the puppets and cores, Kankuro worked tirelessly and has already completed recovery without a moment's rest. Mr. Scorpion is also diligently optimizing the medium-sized puppets based on this data. Sarah didn't forget to praise Scorpion, who merely scoffed in indifference. After hearing this, Nie Yun first patted Kankuro on the shoulder, saying, "Kankuro, you've worked hard recovering so many puppets." Kankuro bashfully smiled. "I'm happy to help, big brother. I don't find it arduous at all. What a good child." Nie Yun felt a surge of warmth and satisfaction, realizing his efforts were not in vain. Then he turned towards the seemingly busy Scorpion. "Ahem, Comrade Scorpion, your work has garnered unanimous acclaim from your peers." Scorpion averted his gaze, unimpressed, prompting Nie Yun to continue. "The time you've devoted to crafting puppets has resulted in the birth of these 15 creations, each equivalent to an elite J-nin. Think about it. Who else apart from you, Scorpion of the Red Sand, could produce 15 elite J-nin in just 3 days?" Nie Yun's words struck a chord with Scorpion, who had initially resolved to astonish Nie Yun by utilizing the puppet jutsu to create a conveyor line of puppets. In just 3 days, he genuinely managed to produce 15 towering puppets. Upon witnessing these impressive creations, Nie Yun was indeed taken aback, and now his praise was heartfelt. "How about this? Once this testing concludes, I shall grant you a few days off." Scorpion replied coolly, "I don't need any rest." Though you, as a puppet, may not require rest, your parents would surely appreciate some time spent with them," Nie Yun retorted, unleashing his trump card, causing Scorpion to lose his composure. "What do you mean?" "It means your performance has earned the recognition of your employer, and I am pleased. Thus I intend to fulfill my promise." "Really?" Nie Yun. "Do not deceive my own. Although you may not be a traditional human at present." The sound of Scorpion's heartbeat reverberated through the room, as if it were about to leap from his puppet chest. "All right, let us return to work. Meet me at the inn tomorrow to prepare thoroughly," Nie Yun said, patting Scorpion's shoulder before refraining from further disturbance. "Big brother Nie Yun, Scorpion is quite pitiable. You shouldn't always bully him." Sarah expressed her sympathy for Scorpion's plight. Initially, she had struggled to understand Scorpion's decision to transform himself into a puppet, but upon learning of his past from Nie Yun, she began to empathize with him, albeit still merely in sympathy. However, when faced with Kankuro, who also had a tragic background, she transformed into a devoted supporter. Nie Yun often found himself envious of the way she treated Kankuro. "Ahem, Sarah, please compile a report on the crystal cores we currently possess." "Sure. There are over 18,000 small crystals, 50 medium crystals, 3 large crystals, and only the 1 giant crystal that you, big brother Nie Yun, hold." Sarah quickly checked the records and reported back. "Excellent. The establishment of the puppet army is a critical task ahead, and I shall rely on you all to manage it. Rest assured, big brother Nie Yun, the technology from Lulan can still assist this world, and I am delighted to contribute." Although Sarah was unaware of the specific purpose behind the puppet army, she could surmise it was intended to counter a certain threat. "Good child. You need not work overtime today. Come back to the inn with Kankuro, and I shall personally prepare a delicious meal for you." Kankuro's eyes lit up at the mention of Nie Yun's cooking, having not tasted it in quite some time. Sarah glanced at Scorpion and asked, "What about Mr. Scorpion?" Nie Yun casually inquired, "Scorpion, would you like to join us for a meal?" Scorpion. "Nie Yun, it seems he does not require food. Let us proceed." Chapter 94. The Peculiar Sage of 6 Paths. Upon returning to the inn, Nie Yun found himself blocked at the door by an old woman. "Granny Chio, what brings you here again?" he inquired, managing a resigned smile. After all, he was a young man who cherished the elderly and the young alike. Being confronted at his door could only be met with a friendly demeanor. "Mr. Nie Yun, please do not be angry. I have come to seek the answer to a single question, and I hope you can respond truthfully," Chio said, her aged eyes, which had been clouded by time, now glimmering with a piercing clarity as if she intended to see right through him. Nie Yun understood immediately that she was inquiring about Scorpion, and he realized that he could no longer conceal the truth from her. "Please, go ahead and ask," he replied. "Has Mr. Nie Yun been in contact with my grandson?" Scorpion. "Well, how should I put this?" Nie Yun hesitated, but Chio's face broke into a smile. "All right, Mr. Nie Yun, I already know the answer." Chio, having come to ask, was evidently quite certain. Nie Yun's hesitance only served to reinforce her suspicions. "So, the boy has indeed returned. Please tell him to find time to visit his old grandmother," Chio said before departing, her steps seemingly lighter than when she had arrived. For this elderly woman, half buried in the earth, knowing that her only grandson was still alive was the greatest comfort. Whether she would see Scorpion again was in his hands. A fact she did not press, as she felt a sense of guilt over his departure from Sunagakure. Nie Yun watched her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. Family matters were notoriously difficult to navigate, and he preferred to remain uninvolved. Nevertheless, he resolved to prepare a reward for Scorpion's return the following day. Truly, he was a commendable master. Impure world reincarnation. Nie Yun invoked the technique within his room. Since Scorpion's parents had died as valiant shinobi, they should reside in the pure land of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, Nie Yun's spiritual energy surged forth into the Pure Land. Upon entering this dim, hazy realm, he was greeted by the sight of the Sage of Six Paths, floating in the air, staff in hand, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of soft lights. It was a rather dazzling display, though his activities remained a mystery. Having previously encountered the sage during a soul-snatching battle, Nie Yun had returned several times, only to find the sage avoiding him. This time, however, they unexpectedly crossed paths. "Hey, Sage of Six Paths, what are you up to?" Nie Yun called out. The sage, startled by the sudden greeting, opened his eyes wide, his chakra-formed body flickering unpredictably. Recovering from his shock, he glared at Nie Yun and scolded, "You again, you little rascal. Who are you trying to take away this time? Choose quickly and be gone." Nie Yun, unwilling to be dismissed, replied defiantly, "Hey, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" He rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in another bout with the sage. After all, with the protection of the system, he feared no injury, and unlike last time, he was in good condition and would not suffer from excessive exhaustion. To his surprise, the Sage of Six Paths, who had previously been his equal, now seemed reluctant to fight. "You little brat, stop causing trouble and hurry along," he urged. Curiosity piqued, Nie Yun halted and pressed, "What is wrong with you today? You seem unusually timid." Connecting the sage's earlier meditative state to something secretive, Nie Yun inquired, "What were you doing with your eyes closed just now?" The sage's gaze flickered, avoiding Nie Yun's eyes, prompting him to continue his interrogation. After a lengthy pause, the sage finally sighed heavily. "Do you know why I've kept this portion of chakra in the world? Why I've gone to such lengths to create this pure land to preserve it for a millennium?" The sage appeared ready to confide in Nie Yun, which only heightened his suspicions. He stepped back cautiously. "Did you perhaps take the wrong medicine today? We've only met twice, and now you wish to bare your soul to me? Surely there is some ulterior motive." The sage, nearly incensed, retorted, "Do you think I wish to share such things with you? Ever since our last encounter, I have been consuming chakra to descend into the shinobi world and observe you. I discovered that you are not from this realm, and your methods of gaining strength are rather peculiar." Nie Yun's wariness intensified. The Sage of Six Paths had been covertly monitoring him all along, and he had been entirely unaware. Now, with this strange conversation, he could not help but question the sage's true intentions. "Do not be alarmed. The Pure Land has long since merged with the shinobi world. I utilized it to observe you without your knowledge, unless you reach my former level of power. But do not worry, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to assess your character. Is that all?" Nie Yun remained skeptical. The sage continued, "I have noticed that you seem to be privy to many secrets of the shinobi world. Yet you harbor no animosity and have forged deep bonds with the people of Konoha." "Ah, true enough," Nie Yun conceded, acknowledging the sage's insight. "So what does that imply? Your existence is a boon for the shinobi world, which is why I wish to entrust certain matters to you. I originally intended to observe a while longer, but your persistent inquiries leave me no choice but to speak." The sage's gaze was filled with hope as he looked at Nie Yun. However, Nie Yun interjected, "I'm not interested, goodbye." He was not one to accept every quest thrown his way. His own affairs were pressing. The sage felt as though a bucket of cold water had doused his fervor. "This concerns the future and fate of the shinobi world, as well as you and your companions." Only then did Nie Yun adjust his stance, realizing the gravity of the sage's words, which could only pertain to Kaguya. "You mean to discuss Kaguya Otsutsuki, your mother, don't you? You indeed know about her," the sage replied, slightly taken aback, urging Nie Yun to continue. "You need not worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure that Kaguya does not return through Black Zetsu." Chapter 95. Kishimoto has deceived me again. "You even know about Black Zetsu? I underestimated you," the Sage of Six Paths said, falling into deep contemplation. "If I had known of Black Zetsu's existence sooner, Ashura and Indra would not have slaughtered one another." Nie Yun refrained from disturbing the sage, who was lost in sorrow. After all, it was not only Ashura and Indra's generation. Their successive reincarnations were also ensnared by Black Zetsu, leading to mutual destruction. The sage's chakra could only await in the Pure Land, watching their souls return while he remained powerless to intervene. If he possessed his original strength, sealing Black Zetsu would be effortless. However, his current state precluded a reckless descent into the shinobi world, risking exposure of the contingency plan to prevent Kagaya's resurrection, or worse, allowing Black Zetsu to wreak havoc. Thus, he could only witness the eternal conflict between Ashura and Indra. The sage's mood was understandably bleak. However, the words that followed from the sage profoundly shocked Nie Yun. In truth, Black Zetsu is not the crux of Kagaya's resurrection. Regrettably, I only grasped this insight after many years. Kagaya is the progenitor of chakra in the shinobi world. As long as chakra exists, she cannot perish. The sealing technique that my brother, Hamura, and I employed to seal her, what do you think powered it? The sage countered. Without hesitation, Nie Yun replied. The sealing technique is activated by chakra. Yet, as he spoke, he sensed the unsettling implications. You've noticed, haven't you? The sealing technique we invoked with chakra-sealed Kagaya, who is the very essence of chakra. Does that make sense? Even if it is my and Hamura's chakra. We too are children of Kagaya. Everything originates from her. A bold thought began to take root in Nie Yun's mind. Indeed, our sealing of Kagaya can only be temporary. The sage sighed bitterly. The seal will weaken over time, and eventually, Kagaya will break free and re-enter the shinobi world. How long until that day arrives? Nie Yun inquired with a grave expression. Not long. As little as 3 years, and no more than 10. I was just sensing the strength of the seal. It has become quite fragile, the sage replied. Hearing this, Nie Yun nearly erupted in frustration. Damn it, Kishimoto has deceived me again. 3 years is roughly the time frame after the 4th Great Ninja War, which means that even if Black Zetsu is incapacitated, Kagaya will resurrect. Who can withstand that? Nie Yun felt an urge to confront Kishimoto, cursing himself for placing too much faith in the narrative he crafted. Kishimoto lamented his own predicament. Although he wrote that Black Zetsu would resurrect Kagaya, it did not imply that Kagaya could only emerge through Black Zetsu. Nie Yun composed himself, reassuring himself, at least I have 3 years to prepare. In that time, with the help of the system, I should be able to reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths. When that time comes, I won't fear Kagaya. However, Nie Yun had initially only needed to contend with the unpredictable Otsutsuki clan. Now, with the imminent threat of Kagaya's revival in 3 years, the situation had become more pressing. He had planned to gradually enhance his strength, aiming to reach the level of the sage during the Boruto era. Now, a sense of urgency was essential. Even if he could not attain that level, there were still ways to deal with Kagaya's resurrection. Worst case, he could have Naruto and Sasuke inherit the sage's yang and yin powers, and with his coordination, they could employ the Six Paths, planetary devastation to seal Kagaya for a time. This would grant him ample opportunity to elevate his strength. With this thought, Nie Yun felt the problem was not insurmountable. All right, Kagaya's revival is indeed troublesome, but isn't that why I have contingency plans? I can entrust the Six Paths, planetary devastation to Naruto and Sasuke, allowing them to seal Kagaya once more. Upon seeing Nie Yun's nonchalant demeanor return, the sage sighed. Indeed, I have left behind such a move, and it can seal Kagaya. However, the efficacy of the second sealing will be significantly diminished. It may last less than 100 years. Well, so this is merely a temporary solution, Nie Yun replied, feeling utterly speechless. Yet, the sage's tone shifted. But your arrival has revealed a different possibility in this matter. What do you mean? In the shinobi world, regardless of how one cultivates, chakra always originates from Kagaya. However, you are different. Your chakra does not stem from her. Therefore, it is conceivable that you could seal Kagaya or even kill her. Goodness, you truly are a filial child, Nie Yun exclaimed, eyes wide in surprise. The sage discerned the sarcasm in Nie Yun's words and chuckled helplessly. Once Kagaya is revived, the wrath of a millennium will surely drive her to retaliate against the shinobi world, even seizing all chakra. Thus, I understand. So your implication is? Nie Yun waved his hands to divert the topic. The sage, when in a somber mood, resembled a wilted old turtle, which was quite distressing to behold. Before you reach the level of the sage, I can teach you the sealing technique. When Kagaya revives, you can seal her. If you achieve the sage level before her resurrection, the choice to seal or otherwise will be yours. Furthermore, I implore you to cultivate Naruto and Sasuke diligently. Should the initial plans fail, or if you are unwilling, they will serve as a backup. The sage possessed a keen insight and did not impose how Nie Yun should act. All right, considering your perceptiveness, if Kagaya revives, I will assist you in resolving this predicament. Nie Yun assured, thumping his chest. Even if the sage had not revealed this information, Nie Yun would have exerted himself fully upon Kagaya's revival. Not only for his own safety, but also for his connections in the shinobi world. Sasuke, Kinshiki, Naruto, Sarada. Very well. I shall begin teaching you the sealing technique from today. The sage commenced, but Nie Yun interrupted him. The sealing technique is unnecessary for you to teach me. Why not? Your sealing technique is quite rudimentary, though your strength is formidable, the sage remarked, pointing out Nie Yun's shortcomings while also offering a compliment, which nearly made Nie Yun laugh. However, he genuinely did not require the sage's instruction, as the system would soon provide him with the necessary skills. Rudimentary? It is indeed quite basic now, but give it a few days, and you shall see. Shall we wager? Nie Yun proposed. The sage furrowed his brow, displeased. He had lowered himself to this extent, yet Nie Yun remained ungrateful, displaying arrogance. No matter how simple the sealing technique, could he truly master it in just a few days? What do you wish to wager? Chapter 96. The misguided bet of Shikamaru. Nie Yun never anticipated that the six-path sage would genuinely wager with him, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He began to scrutinize the sage, contemplating what valuable treasures he could possibly win from him. Observing Nie Yun's exuberance, the six-path sage felt an unexpected uncertainty. Could it be that he had misjudged this youth? Perhaps he was indeed a hidden genius capable of mastering sealing techniques in just a few days. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, he was the six-path sage, a being of chakra that had existed for a millennium. His vast experience led him to conclude that Nie Yun was merely a novice in sealing techniques. There was no possibility of error. The notion that one could become a master of sealing techniques in mere days was utterly implausible to the sage. Having lived for 1,000 years, he had encountered countless prodigies in the ninja world, yet he had never seen anyone master sealing techniques in such a short time. The depths of sealing techniques were profound. Young man, you cannot grasp their complexities. Even with my guidance, it would take you at least half a year to reach mastery. The sage's earnest counsel nearly moved Nie Yun. The depths of the craft could only be understood through personal experience, he thought with a smile, politely declining the sage's advice. In 5 days, if I have not achieved mastery in sealing techniques, I shall resolve all troubles in the ninja world for you. Conversely, should I succeed, you shall owe me. Well, there is nothing that piques my interest, so I shall defer my claim until I require it. How does that sound? The six-path sage was nearly apoplectic, feeling insulted by this youth's dismissive attitude towards him. With a sense of indignation, he replied, Very well, I accept your terms. Not only 5 days, but I shall grant you 10. If you achieve mastery in sealing techniques, I shall owe you a request. If not, you will obediently study under me until you attain proficiency. Agreed. Now, I shall take my leave. I look forward to seeing you in 5 days. As Nie Yun confidently insisted on his 5-day timeline, the sage felt a twinge of doubt. Yet he was the six-path sage and could not allow this youth to belittle him. Learning sealing techniques in 5 days was a fool's dream. The sage continually reminded himself of this to bolster his confidence. Upon returning to the ninja world from the Pure Land, Nie Yun did not forget the souls of Scorpion's parents. 2 figures of impure world reincarnations materialized before him. Initially bewildered by their resurrection, they quickly acclimated to their new physical forms, being elite ninjas. They understood that they were dead, yet could not fathom the reason for their revival. Scorpion's father immediately embraced his wife and, wary of Nie Yun, inquired, Who are you? I am the one who summoned and temporarily revived you, Nie Yun replied. Their expressions shifted as they sensed a connection between themselves and Nie Yun, rendering them unable to act against him. Why have you summoned us? Their vigilance did not wane. They feared Nie Yun might have called them for an assault on Sunagakure. It was evident that they were no ordinary ninjas. They were formidable assets of Sunagakure, tragically falling on the battlefield against the fierce Might Guy. It is for your son, Scorpion. Upon hearing his name, their demeanor changed dramatically. When they died, Scorpion was merely a small child, a lingering regret of their untimely demise. Scorpion's mother quickly asked, How is he now? How old is he? Tears welled in her eyes as she realized they had missed out on their child's growth, a profound sorrow weighing heavily on their hearts. He is well, and you shall see him tomorrow, Nie Yun said calmly, allowing Scorpion's mother to regain her composure. By the way, what are your names? The names of Scorpion's parents were not recorded by Kishimoto, nor had Nie Yun inquired about them before. Thus, he posed the question, Chisuna Ishi, Chio Tsukasa. At last, Scorpion and his parents met in his secret lair, yet the encounter was not as emotionally charged as one might envision. Both sides exhibited restraint, still adjusting to the reunion with their family. Nie Yun concluded that ninjas possessed remarkable patience in many matters, and he decided to give them some time together. Scorpion, you have 3 days off. Remember to return to your duties after that, he stated. Understood, the scorpion nodded, his gaze urging Nie Yun to leave and not disrupt their emotional moment. Nie Yun, not wanting to witness a tearful reunion, took his leave. Back at the inn, with nothing to occupy his time, Nie Yun contemplated gathering the young ninjas of Konoha for some amusement. However, he soon discovered that hardly anyone was present. Only the training-focused Kimimaro and the slumbering Shikamaru remained. Even Sarah was absent, since they were exempt from the third exam and could directly advance to Chunin. They were making the most of their rare leisure time. How dare you go out and have fun without me? Nie Yun's displeasure was palpable. Shikamaru replied lazily, Brother Nie Yun, going out is too much trouble. It's far better to just sleep in the inn. He yawned as he spoke. Nie Yun shot a glance at Shikamaru. What are you still doing here? Shikamaru, puzzled, responded, Shouldn't I be somewhere else? Seeing Shikamaru's lethargic demeanor only fueled Nie Yun's frustration. I've given you so many opportunities. Why are you so unambitious? What will you do when you're older if you only sleep at this age? Don't you see Temari, the proctor, is busy preparing for the third exam? Aren't you going to lend a hand? With that, he kicked Shikamaru lightly in the rear. Shikamaru rubbed his sore backside, confused by Nie Yun's sudden outburst. But, brother, I am also a candidate. What help could I possibly offer the proctor? Still making excuses? Can't you run errands? Surely you can serve tea or water. Disappear from my sight within 3 seconds, or prepare to run back to Konoha in one breath. Under the pressure of Nie Yun's wrath, Shikamaru didn't dare protest and swiftly fled. He was troubled, unsure of how to explain his sudden obligation to Temari. Would he admit that Nie Yun forced him to help? While the truth, it would only raise further misunderstandings with her. Brother Nie Yun is truly something, he grumbled. Kimimaro approached. Brother, are you trying to matchmake Shikamaru and Temari? Damn, even you noticed. Shikamaru must have truly maximized his intellect. Chapter 97. The trembling-tailed beast. The third round of the Chunin exam unfolded as scheduled in the plaza of Sunagakure. A multitude of villagers erupted in fervent cheers, for they witnessed that all the competitors advancing to this round were indeed ninjas from Sunagakure. The uninformed villagers naturally believed that their village had triumphed over Konohagakure and the other villages. Alas, the world has long suffered under the dominance of Konohagakure. As the hosts, Temari and Gaara did not make any deliberate attempts to clarify the situation, allowing the atmosphere of victory to permeate among the villagers. The people from Konohagakure, on the other hand, maintained a quiet demeanor, recognizing that it would be unwise to dampen the spirits of an entire village, given their status as outsiders. In this convivial ambience, the third round commenced. One-on-one battles ensued, and the entire event concluded within a single day, devoid of any suspense. After all, as fellow genin from the same village, most were well acquainted with each other's capabilities, rendering the outcomes almost predictable. As Gaara took to the stage to announce the official conclusion of the Chunin exam, Nie Yun received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on fulfilling the special sign-in condition. Evaluation. Interesting. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards, unlocking the sealing technique entry and acquiring 2 pieces of 6 pads level ninja tools. Nie Yun exhaled in relief, finally having obtained the sealing technique entry. Host, Nie Yun, strength, super shadow level, chakra amount, 600, 000, SS, fire release, A, earth release, S, lightning release, S, wind release, S, water release, S, yang release, A, yin release, B, illusion technique, S, sealing technique, A, bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku, acquired bloodline fusion, magnet release, wood release. Others, stealth technique, impure world reincarnation technique, divine sense technique. Weapon treasures, 6 pads ninja tool shuriken, 6 pads ninja tool wind fire fan. How splendid it is to have a system. The sealing technique has reached A rank, signifying a considerable level of mastery. Nie Yun could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of witnessing the old man of the 6 paths reaction. However, he understood the necessity of patience, waiting until the very last moment of the 5-day limit to make his appearance, allowing him some time to revel in his joy. The impact of a last-minute revelation is always the most potent. Thus, he resolved to seek a subject for testing his newfound sealing technique. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that there could be no better candidates than the Jinchuriki themselves. After all, Sunagakure was home to 3 Jinchuriki. Nie Yun's gaze swept over them Shikaku Chome and Kurama, all sensed a malevolent aura in an instant, particularly Kurama, who was all too familiar with such a feeling. Gaara, Fu, and Naruto as Jinchuriki also felt the disturbance. Shikaku, Why are you suddenly trembling? Gaara, who had been delivering a speech at the podium, found himself severely distracted, struggling to articulate his words. I don't know. I think it would be best if we left Sunagake here for a few days. Gaara frowned, puzzled by Shikaka's unusual behavior. What are you sensing? Do you feel danger? I don't know, but leaving seems like the best option. Gaara chose not to respond, suppressing Shikaku's influence as he continued his address. Meanwhile, Fu was shivering in the audience, causing her two accompanying Jonin to glance around nervously, bewildered by the midday sun. In Fu's ceiling space, she observed her companion, the erratic Chomei, in a frenzy for the first time. Little Chomei, what's wrong? Danger. Danger. It feels perilous. I sense something dangerous is about to happen. What should we do? Fu was also frightened. I think I'll hide for a bit. Hide? Where? Then, to Fu's astonishment, Chomei unleashed a flurry of white threads, swiftly cocooning itself into a massive chrysalis. Fu was left utterly dumbfounded. Kurama spoke up. Naruto, have you crossed paths with Nie Yun again recently? Naruto, bewildered, replied, No, I've been on my best behavior. Brother Nie Yun even praised me lately. What's going on with you, Kurama? You're all ruffled up. It's making me uneasy. Naruto, I genuinely believe Nie Yun is planning something against you. You need to apologize or make a run for it. Choose one. Kurama was in a state of agitation, and before Naruto could respond, he was unceremoniously kicked out of the ceiling space. The three-tailed beasts were in a state of trepidation, and so too were their human counterparts. Amidst this turmoil, both Fu and Gaara received an invitation from Nie Yun. Tonight, I will personally prepare a feast for you. Just let me know if you will attend. Gaara swallowed unconsciously. The Chunin exam has just concluded, and there are still many matters to address. Perhaps another time? Nie Yun pointed to Temari and Kankuro beside Gaara, but you have Temari and Kankuro to assist you. As the Kazekage, isn't it reasonable for you to take a break? Temari and Kankuro nodded in agreement. Indeed, Gaara, I believe Brother Nie Yun is quite right. You deserve to rest. I can handle tonight's tasks for you. Gaara sighed deeply, an unsettling premonition engulfing him. Fu's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment. Brother Nie Yun, I would love to join, but... Nie Yun waved dismissively. There are no buts, it's settled. Tonight at the hotel, the Konoha Base SN. You must come. All right. Fu reluctantly acquiesced, sensing her fate was sealed for the night. As for Naruto, upon hearing that Nie Yun would be cooking, he could hardly contain his eagerness for nightfall, oblivious to Kurama's lamentations within him. Kid Naruto, don't drag me into your demise. Nie Yun was pleased and returned to his preparations, confident that they would not dare to stand him up. As night fell, Gaara and Fu approached the inn where the Konoha villagers resided, their hearts heavy with trepidation. Nie Yun had already set a lavish spread, with Naruto and the other Konoha ninjas eagerly awaiting at the table. Had it not been for Nie Yun's presence, the feast would have been devoured long before their arrival. However, they were not alone. Gaara had brought along Granny Chiyo, and Fu had her two Jonin bodyguards in tow. Nie Yun, unfazed, remarked, Apologies, but I haven't prepared seats for you all. Granny Chiyo, unconcerned, approached and squeezed him beside Naruto. No worries. I don't mind a little squeeze. I've heard much about your culinary skills, Mr. Nie Yun. I'm eager to taste them. Fu's two guards lacked the same privilege and, feeling out of place, could only stand in the corner with their bowls, eating quietly. Chapter 98. The tailed beast shall never be slaves. Chiyo, the elder, arrived here not out of concern for whether Naru would pose a threat to Gaara, but rather to partake in the festivities and perhaps glean some information about Sasori. As the gathering filled, Naru rose and raised his cup, proclaiming, First and foremost, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you on successfully advancing to the rank of CH Nin. The others promptly stood, cups in hand. However, there were few who could partake in the revelry. Aside from Naru and Sarah, only Chiyo joined in. Even Gaara, the Kazekage, was content with a non-alcoholic beverage. Naru was known for his principles, and he strictly forbade minors from consuming alcohol in his establishment, though, of course, some exceptions applied. All right, everyone, please enjoy your meal, Naru said, permitting the gathering to begin eating, for one must be well fed before engaging in any experimentation. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Naru sensed the moment was ripe. Now, I must announce the second matter at hand. Recently, I have made significant progress in sealing techniques and require a few individuals as test subjects. Are there any volunteers among you youthful souls? The room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Naruto, Gaara, and Fu exchanged glances, realizing the potential treachery of the situation. Chiyo observed Naru with great interest, curious about what new antics he had devised. When no one responded, Naru sighed and shook his head in disappointment. Since nobody seems eager, I shall have to call upon you. All the young ones instinctively lowered their heads, reminiscent of students fearful of being called upon by a teacher. Naruto, Gaara, Fu, you three shall come forth, Naru declared. The trio stood up trembling, their tailed beasts within them quaking with trepidation. Naru approached Naruto first. The Nine-Tails, adorned with a mask of anguish, roared, "Do not approach me. Come now, do not scowl. It won't hurt," Naru reassured with a smile that, to the Nine-Tails, appeared rather sinister. He swiftly performed hand seals and placed his palm against Naruto's abdomen. A blinding white light emanated from his hand, penetrating Naruto's belly. This was a new sealing technique specifically designed for tailed beasts and their hosts. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from Naruto's abdomen. Everyone recognized it as the chakra of the Nine-Tails, while Naruto, in his navet, gazed curiously at his own belly, feeling nothing amiss. The red chakra flowed forth, but the white light restrained it from spilling uncontrollably, guiding it to coalesce in Naru's palm. Gradually, the intertwining red and white lights enveloped Naru's hand, obscuring the view of what lay within. The audience collectively held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Gaara and Fu, as the next subjects for experimentation, remained utterly silent, mentally preparing themselves. The Nine-Tails within Naruto was in a state of panic, sensing its chakra rapidly being siphoned away, along with its very consciousness. Moments later, as the red and white light reached their zenith, it began to dissipate. The Nine-Tails ceased its struggles, having lost the majority of its chakra and all awareness to Naru. As the brilliance faded completely, the onlookers peered curiously into Naru's palm, where a tiny, fiery red creature with 9 tails lay quietly. "Wow, how adorable!" Fu exclaimed, captivated, nearly leaping forward to snatch it. The girls from Konoha displayed expressions of delight, for who wouldn't want to cuddle such a charming Nine-Tails? Even Naruto was taken aback, realizing that this cute little fox was indeed his own Nine-Tails. He instinctively touched his now empty belly, acknowledging the absence of the Nine-Tails, yet feeling the lingering connection between them. The little fox opened its sleepy eyes, surveying its surroundings. To its perspective, everyone appeared as towering giants. Naruto, Naru, and all others loomed large, causing it great alarm. With its diminutive legs flailing on Naru's hand and tails thrashing about, it squeaked, "Naru, what have you done to me? You scoundrel." Fu expressed a hint of regret. "Oh. Its voice is so adorable, simply perfect. If only it didn't talk." The other girls nodded in agreement. "Naru, is there a method to render it mute?" Fu boldly suggested. Naru chuckled lightly. That could be considered. The little fox, realizing its newfound diminutive state and inability to wield chakra, felt despondent. Being unable to speak would be worse than death itself. "Let us speak amicably. Naru. Sir, may I inquire what has happened to me?" The display of the little fox's pleading demeanor elicited laughter from the crowd, yet they all looked to Naru with curiosity, hoping for an explanation. Naru, pleased with their reactions, nodded affirmatively. "I have dubbed this technique the tailed beast transformation sealing technique. Traditionally, the sealing of tailed beasts involves confining them within their hosts. I have reformed and innovated this sealing method, allowing the tailed beast's chakra to manifest as a physical entity outside of the host. The bond between host and tailed beast remains intact, permitting the continued use of the tailed beast chakra. This way, the tailed beast gains a degree of freedom. No longer confined within the host, although it cannot wield its powers unless a consensus is reached. Naturally, the host can choose to reabsorb the transformed tailed beast for convenience." As Naru concluded his explanation, the audience regarded him with expressions of admiration. Even Chiyo, seasoned and wise, was left speechless, genuinely impressed. "What an extraordinary idea," she exclaimed. Gaara and Fu also displayed joy, recognizing that this development could greatly enhance the relationship between hosts and tailed beasts, significantly altering their grim fates. Even the spirits of Shikaku and Karura stirred with interest, longing for liberation from their confines. Yet, the proud Nine-Tails bore an expression of displeasure, asserting, "I, the magnificent and formidable Nine-Tails, shall never accept such a fate." With that, the Nine-Tails leaped from Naru's palm onto the dining table, stumbling upon its descent and inadvertently biting into a piece of meat. "What is this? It is absolutely delectable." Chapter 99, The Bullying of the Nine-Tails subsequently. Nie Yun repeated the earlier process with Gaara, but Shikaku's chakra manifested as a brilliant yellow light, distinct from the red glow of the Nine-Tails. Once the white and yellow light dissipated, the small, chubby Shikaku materialized. To everyone's surprise, as soon as Shikaku appeared, it immediately targeted the Ninetales, who was indulging at the dining table. With a powerful leap, Shikaka pounced on the little Ninetales, pressing it down with its plump body. "How dare you ambush me?" the Ninetales exclaimed, reluctantly swallowing its food before unleashing a tirade of curses. Shikaku intended to chuckle mischievously, yet its juvenile form rendered the expression rather comical. "Hee hee. In the past, I was often bullied by you due to your vast chakra. Today, I finally have the chance to turn the tables. Let us see who is truly superior now." Shikaka relentlessly tapped the head of the Ninetales beneath its belly, venting centuries of humiliation. Grateful to Nie Yun, Shikaka felt elated, its admiration for him soaring to new heights. Meanwhile, the Ninetales covered its head with its front paws, filled with indignation and resentment. Although at a disadvantage, it refused to back down in its verbal retorts. "Humph, do not be arrogant. Just because I have shrunk does not mean I am easy to bully. Today, you shall learn that I am still the master." With that declaration, the Ninetales began to vigorously swat at Shikaku with its 9 fluffy tails, attempting to dislodge the chubby beast. Unfortunately, aside from appearing adorable and captivating the attention of the onlookers, it proved futile. Left with no other option, the Ninetales called out for Naruto's assistance. "Naruto, you little rascal, quickly remove that brute Shikaku from atop me." The Ninetales retained its haughty demeanor, addressing Naruto as if he were a subordinate. However, Naruto, ever the clever one, seized the opportunity to feign ignorance at the Ninetales' plight. "Naruto? Who is that?" "Sorry, I don't know any such person." The Ninetales, believing it could endure a little longer, turned its back on Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto continued his charade, knowing full well that the one being suppressed was not himself. Eventually, the Ninetales would realize who truly held the upper hand. Next came the appearance of the Seven Tails, Chome. Fu and Chome were both exhilarated, and the entire process unfolded smoothly. "I truly cannot comprehend how Brother Nie Yun managed to shrink such a large entity," Fu mused, carefully cradling Chome in her palms. "Now you are truly a little Chome," she giggled. "With this, I can stay by your side forever." Chome responded with equal excitement, its voice remaining as clear and ethereal as ever. The trio of tailed beasts had transformed into 3 adorable companions, leaving everyone present in awe of Nie Yun's prowess. Of course, the Konoha ninjas had long grown accustomed to the surprises that Nie Yun brought forth, but the shinobi from Sunagakure and Takigakure were profoundly impressed by his strength. The tailed beasts in his hands seemed no more than playthings. Such power could only be attributed to legendary figures, akin to the fabled god of ninjas. Chiyo observed with a contemplative gaze, reflecting on Konoha's remarkable fortune, blessed with a plethora of strong talents in every generation, which stirred envy within her heart. Moreover, she recognized that Scorpion, who was known to assist in crafting puppets, likely had a good rapport with Nie Yun. Based on her interactions with Nie Yun over time, she deemed his character to be of high merit. It was somewhat fortuitous that Scorpion was associated with him. The remainder of the banquet revolved around the adorable transformations of the 3-tailed beasts. The tussle between Shikaku and the Ninetales ultimately yielded no clear victor, with the Ninetales thoroughly outmatched. Had it not been for Gaara's impending departure, the Ninetales would still be under Shikaku's weight. Nie Yun noted with curiosity that Gaara seemed to gravitate towards Fu, while Chiyo appeared to be orchestrating opportunities for them to interact. This might actually be quite delightful. In the original storyline, Gaara lacked a designated love interest, which was notably illogical. If these two truly become a pair, that would indeed be splendid. After all, Fu embodies a female version of Naruto, and she seems well suited for the reserved Gaara. As Fu prepared to depart, she specifically urged Nie Yun not to forget to accompany her back to Takigakure to recommend her for the Chunin exams. Nie Yun smiled and agreed, recognizing that Fu, the precious gem of Takigakure, could easily become a Chunin. Participating in the exams was merely a means for her to make friends. Whether he personally visited Takigakure or not would yield the same outcome, but since he had promised Fu, he felt compelled to comply. A trip to Takigakure would not consume much time. He could consider it a leisurely excursion. Furthermore, Nie Yun recalled that in the original narrative, Fu was captured by the Akatsuki on her return from the Chunin exams, becoming the first Jinchuriki to be seized. Though the timeline had shifted, and this Chunin exam had been advanced by a year, it was unlikely that the Akatsuki had initiated their plans to capture tailed beasts at this juncture. Even so, ensuring Fu's safe return felt more reassuring. Fu's 2 bodyguards wore grim expressions, realizing that having such a formidable figure visit Takigakure necessitated notifying the village leader promptly. Nie Yun also noticed a flicker of envy in Gaara's eyes. As the Kazekage, he was also a Jinchuriki and could not easily leave the village. After the guests departed, Nie Yun turned to the Konoha ninjas and said, "All right, Kakashi, Kurenai, please take them back to Konoha in 3 days. I will make a trip to Takigakure first." Kakashi and Kurenai nodded in agreement. With Nie Yun's directive, they could not voice any objections. Meanwhile, beneath the sands of the desert outside Sunagakure, Scorpion's secret laboratory lay hidden. Scorpion was showcasing the fruits of his puppet research to his parents, the art of puppetry serving as a bond between them. Witnessing Scorpion's mastery in puppetry far surpassed their own, they felt a sense of pride. However, they grew concerned over Scorpion's current state, as he had transformed himself into a puppet, a departure from the path of a true puppeteer. Both parents simultaneously thought of Nie Yun, the powerful figure who had revived them. Perhaps he could assist Scorpion in some way. Unbeknownst to Scorpion, his parents were worried about his condition as he animatedly described the new type of puppet he had developed, inspired by ancient Lulan techniques under Nie Yun's guidance. It had been a long time since he felt such joy and relaxation. The warmth of his parents, even conveyed through the lifeless shell of their reanimated bodies, resonated deeply within Scorpion's heart. Even if, 3 days later, Nie Yun commanded him to perish, he would accept it without hesitation. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of explosions erupted outside the base. Instantly alert, Scorpion sensed an attack on their stronghold. Chapter 100, Scorpion and Deidara. What has happened? Scorpion? Chiyo swiftly positioned herself protectively behind him, while Sasori stood in front of his wife and child. Scorpion was momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since someone had stood before him in a protective manner, although he previously had a multitude of puppets shielding him. The presence of only 2 figures now instilled an unparalleled sense of security. "It's fine. I'll go take a look." Scorpion stepped out from behind his parents, striving to display a gentle smile. "I should go instead. Our bodies are special and won't be harmed," Sasori declared, taking the lead to step outside. "No, I will, however." Before the family could finish their debate, the base's entrance suddenly exploded. A youth with yellow hair clad in an Akatsuki cloak emerged from the smoke. It was Deidara, who had been searching for Scorpion for quite some time. Upon entering, Deidara was initially taken aback upon seeing Scorpion and the others. Since receiving Pein's orders to find Scorpion, he had scoured the Wind Country for nearly 10 days, turning up without a trace of him. He had hoped that the organization had sent Zetsu, skilled in reconnaissance, to provide him with clues, but to his dismay, Zetsu had been utterly unhelpful, seemingly wandering in a daze. The endless expanse of yellow sand in the Wind Country had frayed Deidara's nerves. As a fellow artist, Deidara held Scorpion in high regard. If Scorpion were to perish, he would seek vengeance. If he were to defect, Deidara would personally ensure his demise. One day, he recalled a piece of information Scorpion had casually mentioned about a secret base in Sunagakure. With a stroke of luck, he decided to investigate, never expecting to actually find Scorpion. Fury surged through Deidara as he confronted Scorpion. "Scorpion, you really are here. Why have you gone dark? Are you planning to betray the organization?" Scorpion was shocked that Deidara had discovered his whereabouts. Although their artistic philosophies diverged, Deidara was a rare peer with whom he could share thoughts. Scorpion was acutely aware of the organization's ruthless stance towards traitors. They were to be exterminated without mercy. He had previously received a mission to hunt down Orochimaru, only for the cunning rogue to escape. Thus, Scorpion understood Deidara's intentions. Yet he was reluctant to escalate matters into a confrontation with his younger comrade. "I have indeed defected from the Akatsuki, for there is nothing left there that piques my interest. You should leave. I do not wish to engage in combat with you." "Humph, is that so? Then I shall simply bring your corpse back," Deidara bellowed, filled with the twisted anguish of betrayal. "You know the rules." As he spoke, Deidara reached into the pouch at his waist. "I am eager to see whether your so-called eternal art prevails, or if my explosive art is superior." Having been partners for years, they were well aware of each other's abilities. Yet the Akatsuki's ban on internal conflicts had prevented them from ever fighting at full strength. With a sigh, Scorpion addressed his parents, who were prepared for battle. "Father, Mother, this is my affair. I shall handle it myself." Exchanging glances and hesitating briefly, Scorpion's parents ultimately nodded in agreement, having discerned the unique nature of their relationship through the earlier exchange. It would be best to allow the young men to settle their own matters. They stepped aside but remained ready to support their son at a moment's notice. "Deidara, let us take this outside. Do not damage this place," Scorpion suggested. "Humph, worry about yourself first. Ensure you have the strength to survive," Deidara retorted, hurling countless clay insect bombs toward the puppet manufacturing facilities surrounding them. With a sigh, Scorpion unleashed his chakra, directing it towards several medium-sized puppets still under construction. Instantly, the puppets sprang to life, and a surge of lightning erupted from them, neutralizing Deidara's clay bombs. Lightning release was the bane of Deidara's explosive release. Realizing his plan to destroy the base had been thwarted, Deidara was taken aback. Scorpion had never exhibited lightning release chakra before. After years of partnership, he had never witnessed Scorpion employing or even mentioning it, nor had chakra tests revealed any such affinity. Had he been deceiving himself all along? The sudden revelation of a secret, one that was aimed squarely against him, overwhelmed Deidara with a sense of betrayal, clouding his judgment. Yet, recognizing that he could not destroy the base and that the confined space played against him, he shouted, "I will wait for you above, you wretched traitor." With that, he turned and exited the base. Once outside, Deidara molded explosive clay into the form of a giant bird, leaping onto it to soar into the sky. He intended to maintain aerial superiority and avoid being targeted. Before long, Scorpion followed him outside. "Where is your Scorpion puppet? Do you underestimate me? Be prepared to lose if you do not go all out." Seeing Scorpion emerge in his true form, Deidara could not help but mock him. Scorpion had no intention of using the third Kazekage puppet, as he had withheld the truth of its creation from his parents to spare them worry, planning to reveal it to them later. "I require none of those, just a few will suffice." Scorpion produced a sealing scroll, extracting the puppets he intended to use. For medium-sized, wireless puppets, which he connected with chakra threads to grant them a semblance of control. Deidara's anger intensified upon seeing the four unfamiliar puppets. "Since you no longer regard me as a friend, I shall show you no mercy." C2 Dragon. Deidara unleashed a powerful ninjutsu. The clay bird morphed into the form of a dragon, which, despite not breathing fire, unleashed a barrage of explosive clay upon Scorpion below. Scorpion deftly maneuvered his puppets, evading and countering with lightning release, remaining composed amidst the chaos. In contrast, Deidara grew increasingly exhilarated and frantic, unleashing a series of reckless explosions. C4 Karura. Deidara crafted a clay replica of himself, which began to expand rapidly. This was one of Deidara's signature moves, originally developed to combat Itachi Uchiha. Once the clay figure expanded and dissipated, it would release minuscule explosive clay particles into the air. Should the enemy inhale them, Deidara could trigger an explosion at will. Scorpion was well aware of this technique but merely sighed. "Deidara, have you forgotten? I do not require breathing." Deidara. Chapter 101. Black Zetsu. I'm absolutely furious. Deidara was momentarily taken aback. He truly felt overwhelmed by anger. Yet, what of it? Even if he did not explode from within, the clay dispersed in the air would be sufficient to cause a significant detonation. Explode. Come forth. Lightning release, lightning flash. Simultaneously, Sasori unleashed his own lightning release, rendering Deidara's explosive clay ineffective once more. Little Deidara, your explosive clay exhibits glaring flaws. When battling someone unfamiliar with your techniques, you can catch them off guard. But against someone who knows you well, it becomes all too easy to counter. Deidara despised being lectured by others. "Oh, Sasori, must you lecture me with that childish face of yours? It's utterly vexing." In a fit of rage, Deidara began hurling explosive clay indiscriminately, bombarding his surroundings, yet failing to inflict any harm upon Sasori. Although the uproar was considerable, it attracted the attention of many. First and foremost was Black Zetsu, who, while idling, was startled by Deidara's combat and immediately dove underground, hastening to the battlefield. He would never miss a significant battle. As the most renowned battlefield reporter of the Hokage, he always covered great conflicts. For millennia, Black Zetsu had adhered to this routine, primarily to document the outcomes of battles and their implications, ensuring no interference with his plans to resurrect his mother, Kaguya. This habit allowed him to locate numerous deceased ninja corpses during the Fourth Great Ninja War, enabling Orochimaru to become a master of the art, thereby prolonging the protagonist's journey by 30 to 40 episodes. Who was Deidara fighting? Was it Sasori? Regardless, it certainly could not be Nie Yun. If it were Nie Yun, Deidara wouldn't have a chance to even stick out his tongue. This speculation emboldened Black Zetsu to approach the battlefield with audacity, albeit from a safe distance, ensuring he remained out of harm's way. Observing Deidara's struggle, Black Zetsu shook his head repeatedly. Deidara's chances of victory were dwindling. Indeed, little Deidara is still too young, he chuckled. Although at a disadvantage, if he remained composed, there might still be a chance. But alas, Black Zetsu appeared to be talking to himself, In reality, he was conversing with his counterpart, White Zetsu. Despite Black Zetsu's lackluster combat prowess, easily dispatched by Jur with a single strike, he had engaged in combat for over a millennium, earning the title of a theoretical combat master. Meanwhile, a group of formidable Suna ninjas, including Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and Chiyo, were en route to the battlefield. Nie Yun, through the connection of Edo Tensei, became aware of the ongoing situation. Thus, he decided to bring Sasuke along, heading to the scene to witness the four-mouthed rock ninja. However, just as Nie Yun neared the battlefield, he sensed a familiar malice. It could only be Black Zetsu. Oh, I didn't expect the Nin exam to turn out so lively, Nie Yun thought, a smile creeping upon his face. Just days prior, he had been contemplating how to seal Black Zetsu, and now, he found himself face to face with him. The system had conveniently unlocked sealing techniques for him. And with a mastery of sealing arts, Black Zetsu was essentially delivering himself to him. It was serendipitous. Consequently, Nie Yun instructed Sasuke to observe the battle while he diverted towards the source of his sensing, racing towards Black Zetsu's location. While Black Zetsu was lost in a self-conversation, he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. A foreboding sensation enveloped him. This was Nie Yun. In an instant, he recalled the source of that feeling. The White Zetsu, once merged with him, abruptly detached from Black Zetsu's control, flinging him aside and leaving him sprawled on the ground. Before he could marvel at the fact that White Zetsu was uncontrollable, he noticed White Zetsu sprinting away, evidently intent on fleeing. "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel?" he shouted. White Zetsu, now separated from Black Zetsu, shrieked, "Something dangerous is coming for you. I must run." Black Zetsu thought to himself, "What the hell?" Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps allowing White Zetsu to flee would divert Nie Yun's attention. Thus, he attempted to burrow into the ground like mud to escape. Without White Zetsu's support, he no longer possessed the ability to meld with the trees. Resorting to this clumsy method, however, halfway through his escape, he felt a powerful pull from behind. Damn it! No matter how fervently Black Zetsu tried to flee, it was futile. He was forcefully extracted. There, he found himself face to face with Nie Yun, who wore a benevolent smile. "Why do you run upon seeing me?" Nie Yun asked. "Lord Nie Yun, you've wronged me. I was fleeing. It was just that half of my body, White Zetsu, suddenly went berserk and ran off uncontrollably." Understanding he could not escape, Black Zetsu hastily explained, shifting the blame entirely onto White Zetsu. "As long as you didn't run." "It's fine," Nie Yun replied, and upon hearing this, Black Zetsu was immediately alarmed. The visitor seemed less than friendly. Had he discovered Black Zetsu's deception? Thus, Black Zetsu tentatively probed. "Upon seeing Lord Nie Yun, how could I possibly flee? I was hoping Lord Nie Yun would assist me in rescuing my mother, Kagaya, from her seal." Nie Yun smirked inwardly. This exchange was merely a prelude to preparing the sealing technique he needed to employ. With his sealing arts reaching maturity, Nie Yun could perceive that Black Zetsu possessed a significantly high life essence, being a product of Kagaya's will. Even the current A-rank sealing techniques would prove troublesome to employ. The technique required innovation. He could not utilize existing sealing methods from the ninja world, as Black Zetsu, a living relic, would undoubtedly know how to counter them. As Nie Yun analyzed Black Zetsu, he simultaneously prepared an appropriate sealing method, engaging in further conversation to extract information. "If you still wish to rescue Kagaya, why has there been no word from you for 6 months? Do I need to seek you out myself?" Nie Yun glared at Black Zetsu, who shivered in fear but secretly rejoiced, as it seemed Nie Yun had not uncovered his deception. Thus, Black Zetsu offered a more humble explanation. "I dare not. I was indeed preparing to seek you out, which is why I came to Sunagakure." Black Zetsu's mind raced. "Very well, what business do you have to report? If it lacks merit, humph." Nie Yun threatened with a sardonic smile. "I wouldn't dare disturb Lord Nie Yun without valuable information." Black Zetsu quickly mentally prepared himself to say something soothing to Nie Yun. "We have located all the tailed beasts and devised a corresponding capture plan, allowing us to summon the God Tree in a short time." Nie Yun wore an expression of unimpressed curiosity, and then. Chapter 102. Sealing Black Zetsu. "I implore you to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, the master of the God Tree, to shatter the seal of the moon and rescue my mother, Kagaya. All I desire is to save her. Everything else can belong to you." Black Zetsu once again showcased his acting prowess, pledging unwavering loyalty to Nie Yun with an earnestness that could have easily deceived anyone unfamiliar with the narrative. The method Black Zetsu proposed for rescuing Kagaya was more akin to resurrection than mere salvation, and the process of revival was exceedingly complex. First, One must gather Kagaya's sage eyes and Rinnegan. The Rinnegan can only be awakened by the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. A fusion of the powers of Ashura and Indra, namely the Uchiha and Senju clans. During his battle with Hashirama, Madara had bitten off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Sacrificing a Sharingan to employ as an Aji, rewriting his fate of death to survive, and after decades, he successfully awakened the Rinnegan by transplanting the flesh into his chest. Although he lost one eye, the formidable yang power of Hashirama's cells enabled him to awaken a pair of Rinnegan. The sage body requires the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, and Madara, who had Uchiha lineage in Hashirama's cells, perfectly met the criteria. Next, one must collect Kagaya's chakra, a daunting task indeed. After Kagaya was sealed, her chakra was distributed among all ninja in the realm by the Sage of Six Paths, and even the god tree was forcibly divided into tailed beasts, leaving only a shell, or the outer path golem. To gather Kagaya's chakra, one must summon the 10 tails and merge its chakra to awaken the Rinne Sharingan, subsequently using infinite Tsukuyomi to ensnare all in a dream state, absorbing their chakra. Lastly, one must obtain Kagaya's soul and will, which is the simplest part, for Black Zetsu is, in essence, a manifestation of Kagaya's will. Thus, for Black Zetsu to resurrect Kagaya, he must compel Uchiha Madara to merge with the 10 tails and invoke infinite Tsukuyomi, followed by a heartfelt declaration. Proposing that Nie Yun become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails was sheer folly. Naturally, Nie Yun harbored no trust in such claims. He even felt a twinge of pity for Black Zetsu, who remained oblivious to the fact that Kagaya would eventually break free on her own. Nie Yun scoffed. The 10 tails is the god tree. I am not of the Tsutsuki clan. How could I dare to covet it? While the 10 tails held great power, lacking the Rinnegan would make it exceedingly difficult to control. Hence Nie Yun had no intentions of gathering the 10 tails for the time being. He regarded Black Zetsu's proposal with disdain. Black Zetsu hastily continued to flatter Nie Yun, "My lord, your journey to the ninja realm to rescue the Tsutsuki and restore the god tree's fruit is a monumental contribution to our clan. You shall be hailed as a hero, destined to succeed my mother, Kagaya, as the steward of the god tree." Nie Yun was not well versed in the intricacies of the Tsutsuki clan, so he could not discern the veracity of Black Zetsu's words. However, he was certain that the Tsutsuki clan indeed possessed the foreign powers Black Zetsu spoke of, or else he would not consider himself their emissary. It was plausible that the Tsutsuki had the ability to transform outsiders into their kin. Of course, these were merely Nie Yun's speculations. Currently, the most knowledgeable about the Tsutsuki clan were Black Zetsu, the sealed Kagaya, and the still sleeping Tsutsuki Urashiki from the Boruto series. Nie Yun found himself unable to extract genuine information from any of them. At least for now. His priority was to seal Black Zetsu first. He had prepared a special sealing technique for Black Zetsu, a fresh concept that would undoubtedly provide a favorable sealing experience. Nie Yun smiled at the pool of Black Zetsu, who sensed an ominous shift. Before he could react, Nie Yun's hand pressed down upon him. The surrounding space suddenly became constricted, the air compressing towards the center, rendering him immobile. Black Zetsu hadn't anticipated such a sudden attack from Nie Yun, pondering what he had said wrong. "Why, my lord?" Black Zetsu desperately clung to the ground, resisting the pull of Nie Yun's palm and the surrounding pressure. "I find your eloquence quite captivating. So I thought to keep you by my side to indulge in your monologues," Nie Yun remarked with a smirk. "What monologues? If you wish for me to stay, I shall comply without hesitation." Black Zetsu stammered, attempting to feign innocence in hopes of escaping once more. However, Nie Yun coldly interrupted him. "Black Zetsu, let me be frank. I am not any emissary of the Tsutsuki." "What? You cannot be serious. You admitted to it last time." Black Zetsu protested. Incredulity etched across his visage as the ground beneath him began to lift. "I never claimed such a title. I merely refrained from denying it. You are the one who has concocted this narrative in your own mind. But your chakra lacks the essence of my mother. You are certainly not a native of the ninja realm." "Haha, so that is why you deduced I am not a native. Then, who exactly are you?" Black Zetsu continued to question amidst the oppressive atmosphere and chakra assaulting him, realizing he had been deceiving others for centuries, only to find himself ensnared in his own delusions. Nie Yun shrugged. "I suggest you ponder that question in the ceiling space." He maintained a relaxed expression, though he was gritting his teeth, fully concentrated. As Black Zetsu's resistance to the sealing technique was formidable, any lapse in vigilance could allow it to escape. "No, I cannot be sealed. I have yet to rescue my mother." "No, Nie Yun, you wretched liar." Black Zetsu's form was already half-dragged into the black void of Nie Yun's palm, almost completing the seal. However, at that moment, Nie Yun sensed an overwhelming sense of impending danger approaching from afar, not for himself, but for those dear to him. That direction? Could it be Sasuke, who had gone to observe? But how could that be? At present, Sasuke was virtually untouchable. How could anyone pose a threat to his life? Was it Deidara's technique? Art is an explosion. Chapter 103. Art is Patrick Star moments ago. The battle between Deidara and Sasori of the Red Sand had escalated to a fever pitch, with the surrounding forest bearing the brunt of their conflict. Trees toppled and the ground pockmarked. Chiyo and Gaara, along with Temari and Kankuro, were the first to arrive. Their attention was immediately drawn to Deidara soaring through the sky. The cacophony of his explosive creations caught Gaara's eye, and he silently rejoiced that such a fierce battle had not erupted within Sunagakure. Under normal circumstances, Gaara was confident he could vanquish this explosive ninja. Although his opponent rode a massive bird, Gaara could manipulate sand to fly just as swiftly, with even greater agility. The explosions, while seemingly powerful, lacked speed and could not breach his sand defenses, especially with his ultimate defense technique at his disposal. Concealed within his absolute defense, he could maneuver his sand to counter the enemy, leaving Deidara at a disadvantage. However, if the battle were to take place within the village, the continuous, high-powered explosions would pose an immense threat. A single stray clay bomb could wreak untold havoc, a scenario Gaara would never permit. Thus, during the battle, he would have to expend considerable energy safeguarding the village, inevitably allowing the opponent to dictate the terms of engagement, rendering the outcome uncertain. Gaara's concerns were validated. In the original narrative, Deidara exploited Gaara's identity as the Kazekage, knowing he could not neglect the village, continuously restraining him until he complied. But who was this person fighting alongside Deidara? Gaara glanced down to see a red-haired figure with a striking yet somewhat mechanical visage, coupled with hollow eyes, an unmistakable puppet master. Controlling puppets reminiscent of those crafted by Master S. Seiki. Could he be one of S. Seiki's disciples? Gaara glanced at Chiyo, whose expression was animated, her eyes gleaming as she fixated on the red-haired puppet master. Do you know him, Grandma? Gaara inquired. Chiyo inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her emotions. Indeed, I know him. He is my grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand, who left our home 20 years ago. Sasori's name was well known among the Sand Shinobi, and Gaara was certainly aware of it. A prodigious puppet designer, he had surpassed the then-revered Chiyo at the tender age of 12. Sadly, he had vanished from Sunagakure at 15, leaving no trace behind. Kankuro was nearly beside himself with excitement, for Sasori was his idol. A figure revered by all puppet masters in the village. The three puppets he excelled in, Crow, Salamander, and Black Ant, were all masterpieces of Sasori. To encounter such a figure was a dream come true for Kankuro, who rushed forward, eager to fight alongside his idol, believing that since Sasori was using S. Seiki's puppets, he must not be an enemy. Kankuro controlled his three puppets, ready to shield Sasori from the impending explosions. However, after the blast, the puppets were reduced to mere fragments. Kankuro, attempting to reassemble them with chakra threads, found the task insurmountable. This revelation left him astounded. After all, these were Sasori's creations. How could they be so easily destroyed? Sasori turned to him, his expression stoic. This is not a battle for you to partake in. Do not embarrass me with the toys I made in my youth. Toys. The term struck Kankuro like a thunderbolt, leaving him reeling. Had his idol's masterpieces been reduced to mere childhood playthings? As he stood there, dazed, a clay bomb soared towards him. Gaara attempted to intervene, but time was against him. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, Sasori animated the shattered Crow, Black Ant, and Salamander puppets, which rapidly shielded Kankuro from the explosion, ultimately disintegrating in the process. Young one, do not let your focus waver on the battlefield, lest you wish to meet your end. Once this conflict concludes, I shall create better ones for you. Sasori seemed to realize the impact of his earlier words, attempting to console Kankuro with an emotionless reassurance. Receiving such concern from a figure he idolized, Kankuro regained his composure and retreated behind Gaara's protective sand. Sasori, you have truly changed. You are capable of offering comfort now. Chiyo and Deidara both thought simultaneously, albeit with differing sentiments, Chiyo with pride and Deidara with frustration. This was clearly not the Sasori Deidara once knew, and he found it increasingly difficult to accept that Sasori, even upon rejoining the Akatsuki, was no longer the individual with whom he had debated the essence of art, who despised waiting for him. Since I cannot possess it, I shall destroy it all. Deidara's madness unfurled. He tore open his clothing, revealing a large mass of explosive clay, which he placed in the mouth at his chest. As he chewed maniacally, countless black lines spread across his body, rendering him increasingly transparent. An eerie sensation enveloped the onlookers. This was Deidara's ultimate technique, intended for mutual destruction. Sasori, our debates on art will conclude today. You have forsaken the puppets you once took pride in. It seems you have relinquished your concept of eternal art. In the end, my explosions are the true art, for that moment is the most beautiful. Sasori smiled wryly, wishing to utilize the third Kazekage's puppets to quickly end the battle. But with his parents and now the fifth Kazekage and Shio present, he could never bring forth such destructive power to shatter the hard-won peace. Observing Deidara's unstable state, he remained silent, having never witnessed this particular technique before. Noticing Sasori's reticence, Deidara turned his gaze to Gaara. Oh, the Jinchuriki of One Tail. You were my original target. Killing you would be no injustice, haha. Deidara boasted, confident that his technique could annihilate Gaara in one fell swoop. After all, he was prepared to perish, unconcerned about jeopardizing the Akatsuki's plans. Nevertheless, in a few years, the One Tail would be revived. Gaara frowned, and at that moment, the One Tail suddenly leapt onto his shoulder. Chapter 104, Deidara's betrayal of Nie Yun. Get out quickly, brat. If you wish to live, flee now. The chakra was rapidly coalescing at his heart. This technique was undoubtedly formidable. I could already sense the impending threat. Run, run. Temporarily release my restraints, and I shall carry you to safety. Gaara hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately unsealed Nie Yun's bindings, allowing the One Tail to expand dramatically to 100 meters in size. With a swift motion, its tail coiled around Gaara, Chiyo, Temari, and Kankuro, lifting them onto its back before turning to escape. Deidara, now reduced to a mere head, cackled maniacally. It's too late to run now. At that moment, he also spotted Sasuke, who had just arrived. Sasuke had already sensed something amiss and immediately activated his Susanoo, protecting himself as he turned to dash toward Nie Yun. Deidara recognized the Susanoo at once. It was reminiscent of Itachi Uchiha, the man who had once defeated him and recruited him into the Akatsuki, elegant, aloof, self-assured, even arrogant. In Deidara's mind, Itachi was another target he wished to surpass, alongside Sasori. Many of his techniques were developed with Itachi in mind, including this grand move. Deidara vaguely recalled that the figure within the Susanoo bore a striking resemblance to Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. The two brothers certainly shared some similarities. Since Itachi cannot experience this technique, let your brother feel it instead. You possess the Sharingan, don't you? You are Itachi's brother. Itachi once used his Sharingan to defeat me. Arrogance is a common flaw in your clan. Today, I shall put an end to your hubris. It is too late to run now, ha ha ha. Taste the essence of this technique on behalf of Itachi. Hearing Deidara mention Itachi's name, Sasuke's brow furrowed, and he felt an urge to stop and inquire further. Yet, his instincts warned him that halting would mean death. This sensation of impending doom was far more terrifying than when he first encountered Zabuza. Sasuke's only desire now was to reach his mentor, Nie Yun, and warn him to be cautious. Sasori was taken aback by Deidara's audacity, realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately summoned all his puppets. With the 100 puppets technique and numerous medium-sized, remote-controlled puppets, he formed a steel shield encasing himself and his parents for protection. Nevertheless, even with these precautions, Sasori felt an overwhelming sense of death looming over him. Suddenly, Chiyo embraced Sasori's shoulders, saying, "Do not fear, Sasori. This time, your mother and I will protect you." Chiyo and her brother, Chiyo-chan, also summoned their puppets, joining the steel shield. Sasori abruptly felt the deathly threat dissipate outside. This was reassuring. I cannot die, nor can my family suffer even the slightest harm, Sasori declared fiercely. He then summoned the third Kazekage puppet, using iron sand to shield the core and reinforce the barrier. There was no longer any room for concealment. His parents understood the peril they faced. Upon seeing the third Kazekage's arrival, they were not overly surprised. Their sole focus was on safeguarding Sasori, holding him tightly. They would serve as his last line of defense. And that was sufficient. In an instant, Nie Yun, through the reincarnation of Chiyo, grasped the battlefield's circumstances. Deidara was indeed employing the technique that transformed him into a colossal starfish. Nie Yun understood the devastating power of this move, within a radius of several kilometers. Not a single living being would survive. It was likely that even he would be affected, let alone Sasuke, who was closer to the epicenter of the battle. If he were to take this hit directly, even a tailed beast would be gravely injured or even obliterated. In the original storyline, upon encountering Deidara's technique, Sasuke summoned Manda, entering the snake's belly to evade the attack, while Manda was annihilated. Although Sasuke was now stronger, he had yet to form a contract with the summoning beast. It remained uncertain whether relying solely on Susanoo would suffice. Damn it, this has to happen just as I am sealing Kurizetsu. Nie Yun glanced at Kurizetsu, who was already mostly sealed, gritting his teeth as he intensified the sealing strength. Kurizetsu visibly shrank back, leaving only half a head exposed. Then, Nie Yun abruptly halted the sealing technique. He was unaware of the consequences of this action, but he could not delay any longer. Sasuke was not only his disciple but akin to family. When a disciple was in peril, a teacher must intervene. He could only deal with Kurizetsu later. Deidara, you fool. You've led us into a dire situation. I wish to slap you twice. With the sealing technique interrupted, Nie Yun pressed his hands to the ground. Would release, sealing version of the tree world birth. A tremendous amount of chakra surged underground, coursing through the intertwined roots of the trees, swiftly reaching beneath the battlefield. At that moment, Deidara's vision began to fade. The explosion would occur in an instant. Suddenly, a colossal tree erupted from the ground, engulfing Deidara's mouth, which was about to detonate within its trunk, while layers of wood grew to envelop and ensnare the massive tree. The tree, along with the entire forest, emanated a verdant glow. Shikaku and Sasuke's Susanoo halted their flight, sensing an unparalleled sense of security. Teacher, you truly are magnificent. I thought that with enough effort, I could soon catch up to you, but it seems we remain worlds apart, Sasuke murmured, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Shikaku trembled. Acutely aware of the immense energy collisions occurring within the tree, this energy was potent enough to obliterate it multiple times over. Yet, the surface of the tree remained tranquil, indicating that Nie Yun had suppressed it all. What terrifying power that was. Shikaku resolved to be exceedingly obedient to Nie Yun in the future. Being his adorable pet would be splendid. Chiyo's eyes widened in astonishment. This wood release was on par with the legendary Hashirama Senju, if not surpassing it. This young man named Nie Yun was extraordinarily powerful, frighteningly so. Gaara remained silent, having gleaned everything from Shikaku's thoughts. The Sand Village must maintain an everlasting friendship with Nie Yun. In the distance, Nie Yun gritted his teeth. The previous sealing had already consumed a substantial amount of chakra, and now he was tasked with sealing Deidara's explosion, making it somewhat strenuous. Nevertheless, he managed to seal Deidara's self-detonation at the last moment, preventing any collateral damage to those nearby. The extreme heat and pressure transformed the center of the colossal tree into a molten-like substance. Chapter 105. Nie Blackhand Yun, to Nie Yun's astonishment. The self-destructing Deidara was still alive, albeit in a state of semi-consciousness, resembling an immobile statue enveloped in a layer of rock. Perhaps his intervention had prevented Deidara from fully releasing his energy, and Nie Yun sensed that he was absorbing the life energy from the wood release, enabling his survival. It was only right to give him a few hard slaps. Such an explosive act nearly jeopardized his own sealing technique. Suddenly, Nie Yun recalled that he had yet to complete the sealing of Kagaya's Black Zetsu and hurriedly checked on it. If Black Zetsu managed to escape, it would be vigilant next time, making it impossible to capture again. He might have to lie low for another millennium, and the vastness of the shinobi world would make it difficult for Nie Yun to locate him. Moreover, the time to break Kagaya's seal was drawing near. Even if he managed to suppress and seal Black Zetsu again, this troublemaker would undoubtedly cause further chaos. Nie Yun had no desire to engage in a contest of longevity. After a moment of careful consideration, Nie Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Black Zetsu had indeed been successfully sealed. However, the sealing technique had altered due to his intervention with Deidara. To his surprise, his entire left hand and forearm had turned a pitch-black hue, with Black Zetsu's 2 eyes visible in the palm. This was unexpected. Nie Yun had intended to seal Black Zetsu within himself permanently, ensuring it would never see the light of day, even after his own demise. Yet, such a deviation had occurred. Fortunately, as he attempted to channel chakra, he discovered that his left hand, despite its altered appearance, could still function normally, allowing him to use chakra techniques. This realization brought him a sense of relief. Losing the use of that hand would have been a significant loss. Adjustments could be made later. Black Zetsu, trapped within Nie Yun's palm, glared at him with fury emanating from its large eyes. This was a profound humiliation. Not only had this human deceived him, but he had also imprisoned him within his hand. How infuriating. In this moment, Black Zetsu could only seethe in impotent rage, able to do nothing but blink. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I might just poke your eyes out. Nie Yun teased, gesturing with 2 fingers, prompting Black Zetsu to instinctively shut its eyes. Suddenly, Nie Yun realized that toying with Black Zetsu was quite entertaining. The humiliated entity glared back in anger, its mental energy mounting a fierce rebellion as it attempted to break free from Nie Yun's sealing technique. All efforts proved futile, resulting only in a slight tremor in Nie Yun's hand. Nie Yun chuckled derisively, watching Black Zetsu exhaust itself. He even encouraged it, saying, "Yes, keep trying. You're almost there. Don't stop. Take a deep breath and push harder." Finally, after Black Zetsu had spent all its energy, Nie Yun feigned disappointment, saying, I know you tried your best. Don't be disheartened. There's always next time." The mockery was palpable, and Black Zetsu felt on the verge of tears, never having encountered such shamelessness in its long existence. Observing the now subdued Black Zetsu, Nie Yun nodded in satisfaction. Although the black hand was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, many shinobi, like Rock Lee, often wrapped their hands in bandages. Thus, Nie Yun did not dwell on it for too long, planning to find some bandages upon returning home. Perhaps it would even enhance his shinobi appearance. With Black Zetsu's matter temporarily resolved, it was time to confront that rascal Deidara. Just as he made up his mind to head towards the center of the explosion, a massive Susanoo descended from the sky. Sasuke had arrived. Upon spotting Nie Yun, Sasuke immediately disengaged from his Susanoo and rushed over, his concern evident as he examined Nie Yun for injuries. When he noticed Nie Yun's pitch-black left hand, his eyes widened in alarm. His teacher must have sacrificed himself to protect him from the terrifying explosion of Deidara. Even someone as powerful as Nie Yun would surely have suffered backlash from such a distance. "Teacher, your hand. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not being strong enough, forcing you to protect me in that situation. I promise to." Nie Yun, bemused, looked at Sasuke, who was on the verge of tears. He understood the misunderstanding but felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His efforts in mentoring this disciple had been worthwhile. Clearing his throat, Nie Yun prepared to explain. However, Sasuke, consumed by guilt and concern, misinterpreted Nie Yun's cough as a sign of internal injury, growing even more frantic. "Teacher, please sit down and rest. Let me take you back to Konoha for recovery." No, I must return to Konoha to summon Lady Tsunade." "Absolutely not. Someone must stay with you." Sasuke was in a state of panic, and Nie Yun felt both touched and amused. Who would have thought that this once aloof genius had transformed so dramatically? Gently patting Sasuke's shoulder, Nie Yun spoke softly. "Sasuke, rest assured, I am perfectly fine." Nie Yun's deep voice inexplicably calmed Sasuke. Sniffling, he asked, "Teacher, are you really okay?" "Of course. A mere Deidara poses no threat to my life," Nie Yun said, gently wiping away Sasuke's tears. "Quickly now, dry your eyes. You look far from handsome when you cry." Sasuke's face flushed a deep crimson. It had been ages since he last cried, and now, here he was, breaking down. "Do not feel embarrassed about it. After all, you are still just a child. And you have borne far too much. You have missed out on the joys that a normal child should experience." Nie Yun sighed deeply, resolving that as Sasuke's teacher, he would strive to make up for the lost moments of happiness in Sasuke's life. Once Sasuke had regained his composure, he awkwardly changed the subject. "Teacher, what about your hand?" Nie Yun chuckled lightly, beginning to explain while concealing Black Zetsu's true identity, merely stating that it was a villain intent on causing destruction in the world. Given the intricate relationships among Kaguya, Black Zetsu, and Uchiha Madara, the explanations were far too complex for Sasuke, who had yet to reach that level of understanding. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing that his teacher had effortlessly sealed a formidable boss while dealing with Deidara's immense explosion. What remarkable power his teacher possessed. It seemed there was still a long way to go on his journey alongside Nie Yun. "All right, let us go check on that rascal Deidara." Nie Yun patted Sasuke's shoulder and stood, leading him to the explosion's epicenter to assess Deidara's condition. As long as he was alive, they could keep him around. A future visit to the rock village might yield some valuable exchanges, considering he was the genius grandson of Inoki, who surely wouldn't be stingy. Chapter 106. Deidara becomes a sculpture. A towering tree stood at the epicenter of the recently fought battle, with the Scorpion family closest to the explosion. Examining the handiwork of Nie Yun, Scorpion had retrieved the puppet of the third Kazekage. Fortunately, his parents did not delve deeply into the matter, which relieved him significantly. However, it was not that they were disinterested in understanding the situation. After all, the third Kazekage, to whom they had once pledged allegiance, had suddenly transformed into a puppet in their son's hands. Anyone would be utterly astonished. Typically, one would be unable to suppress their curiosity and would inquire immediately. But Scorpion's parents restrained themselves for the time being. On one hand, the family had just endured a tumultuous brush with death, and on the other, they were at a loss as to how to address the absence of Scorpion's growth. Imu, having circled around to the other side of the giant tree with his wife, quietly asked, "Liu, did you clearly see the puppet our son summoned?" Liu hesitated before nodding. "It indeed resembles Lord Third Kazekage. But could it merely be an ordinary puppet crafted in imitation of him?" Liu still sought to provide an excuse for their son. "That's impossible. The iron sand is a unique technique of Lord Third Kazekage." Imu shook his head, dismissing his wife's explanation. Liu's complexion turned pale. Their son had slain the former leader of the village and turned him into a puppet. This was tantamount to slapping the face of the Sand Village. What would happen if others found out? At that moment, Imu gently patted Liu's shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry. Our son is quite intelligent and would never flaunt that puppet in public. Although we do not understand why he chose to kill Lord Third Kazekage. Those are matters of the past. What we can do is help him keep this secret. Moreover, even if Scorpion's actions were to be uncovered, he is currently aiding this esteemed individual." Imu gestured towards the towering tree before them, and his meaning was clear. Liu nodded in agreement. "You are right. The past is irrelevant now. What we must do is cherish the limited time we have to accompany Scorpion. The power of his current master is indeed impressive. Not only can he summon the deceased to fight, but he can also wield such formidable wood-release techniques. He is reminiscent of the legendary god of ninja, Hashirama Senju. Regardless of who he is, we simply need to remain loyal to him. It is a stroke of fortune for Scorpion to follow such a figure." Imu and Liu held a favorable impression of Nie Yun. After all, not every leader would consider the well-being of their subordinates so thoroughly. Summoning deceased parents for companionship and stepping in to rescue them during a crisis. He was truly a model employer, and they felt reassured. Imu, Liu, Scorpion. At that moment, 3 excited shouts, almost distorted with emotion, reached their ears. The trio turned towards the source of the voices to see an elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, standing not far away. The bonds of blood surged forth in an instant. Even from a distance, they knew instinctively that she was their kin. Mother. Chiyo felt as though today's events were surreal, having first encountered her grandson Scorpion engaged in battle with a mysterious figure, nearly being caught in an explosion that threatened her life, and then narrowly escaping. After the threat of death had lifted, out of concern for the village and Scorpion's safety, she had taken the initiative to confirm the situation on site. Gaara had wished to accompany her, but Chiyo had declined, citing the safety of the Kazekage. Thus, she had ventured alone to investigate. To her astonishment, amidst the greatest danger, she encountered her long-lost son and daughter-in-law. In that moment, she even questioned whether she had perished in the explosion and was now meeting her deceased son and daughter-in-law. The series of shocks left Chiyo, a seasoned ninja who had traversed the ninja world for years, feeling dazed, nearly unable to stand. Only when her son and daughter-in-law rushed to her and embraced her did she believe that this was neither a dream nor a reunion after death. Though her son and daughter-in-law carried an aura that suggested they were not quite alive, Chiyo quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Was it not mentioned in the intelligence regarding Nie Yun that he possessed the ability to summon the deceased to fight? And was Scorpion not serving him? After more than 20 years, the family reunited, gazing at one another in silence, words unspoken yet abundant. Scorpion, witnessing this scene, approached quietly. Although his expression remained proud and cold, the warmth of such a tender moment filled him with a sense of comfort. In his heart, he had grown increasingly weary of his current puppet body, this cold vessel that could not embrace his family or convey warmth. "Lord Nie Yun, I hope your words are true and that you can help me restore my human form." Moments later, Nie Yun arrived at the scene with Sasuke. "Ahem. I hope I am not interrupting your family reunion," Nie Yun remarked with elegance, reminding Scorpion's family of his presence. "Lord Nie Yun, Mr. Nie Yun," Chiyo exclaimed, feeling no need for formality. "Please, continue. I shall check on Deidara." Scorpion followed Nie Yun's lead, commenting that fellow should have blown himself to ashes by now. His words carried a tinge of melancholy, for he shared a passion for art with his partner, now lost to reckless folly. He did not question how Nie Yun knew Deidara's name, as he had completely assumed the role of a subordinate, refraining from further inquiries. "That guy is still alive. He truly has remarkable luck," Nie Yun explained as he walked, gesturing with his hand. The towering tree slowly cracked open, revealing magma formed from high temperatures and pressure, which had cooled into black basalt. Only then did Scorpion notice that Nie Yun's left hand had turned black, yet he did not inquire further. How could one possibly survive such an explosion? Scorpion pondered, unconvinced. I find it curious as well, but he is embedded within this basalt. Let us excavate him and see, Nie Yun suggested. Scorpion and Sasuke immediately set to work, employing various techniques for the better part of the day until they finally unearthed a basalt sculpture resembling Deidara. Were it not for the faint trace of life energy that could sense within, Nie Yun might have thought this was merely a stone sculpture crafted by Scorpion. In this state, Deidara appeared as if petrified by the gaze of Medusa. There were indeed signs of life, albeit faint. Scorpion eagerly began his examination, intent on rescuing his impulsive and temperamental partner. Chapter 107. The responsibility of a disciple. His condition was rather peculiar, entirely enveloped in a layer of basalt, appearing as a form of self-preservation. Although his vitality was faint, it was gradually burgeoning. At this rate, it would take approximately 6 months to return to a normal state. From the puppet arm of Scorpion emerged a probe-like appendage, which he manipulated on Deidara's statue before proclaiming, "Indeed, this lad possesses remarkable tenacity. It seems he has absorbed a portion of life force from your would-release jutsu, resulting in this state akin to self-protection." Scorpion articulated with a hint of excitement. "If Deidara, in a condition with merely a heart remaining, can be restored, perhaps I too have a chance to regain my human form." "Yes. It is likely the yang-release chakra within me is at play," Nie Yun nodded, clarifying Scorpion's hypothesis further. "You may study this in detail. I believe it will aid you in your recovery. Once your research reaches fruition, inform me, and I shall assist." Understanding Scorpion's intent, Nie Yun generously offered his promise. Scorpion, elated, managed to squeeze out an oddly grotesque smile even from his nearly expressionless puppet visage. Scorpion's parents, having overheard the conversation, were filled with emotion. Any parent witnessing their child transformed into a half-human, half-puppet would feel a sense of unease. They had not anticipated that their son might still have the opportunity to return to normalcy. Therefore, they hastily knelt before Nie Yun, pledging their devotion. "Lord Nie Yun, our family shall be eternally loyal to you. Indeed, my lord, we would traverse fire and water for you, merely hoping you would assist Scorpion in regaining his humanity." Seeing his parents kneel, Scorpion too lowered himself, humbling his proud head in allegiance to Nie Yun. Chiyo, the elderly matriarch, felt a twinge of embarrassment as she observed her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson pledge loyalty to this powerful figure from Konoha. How perplexing it was that a genius ninja from Sunagakure would suddenly swear fealty to an outsider. The world changes swiftly, and she found it difficult to comprehend. After a prolonged period of contemplation, she resolved her thoughts. It was acceptable. Her son and daughter-in-law had already sacrificed their lives for Sunagakure. With their resurrection, they owed nothing to the village and deserved to make their own choices. As for her grandson Scorpion, he had long departed from Sunagakure, entangled in complexities related to the third Kazekage's demise. Allowing him to pursue his own path felt appropriate. As long as the family could reunite, the elderly matriarch, nearing her final days, would find solace. Chiyo sighed silently, tears streaming down her aged cheeks. Meanwhile, Sasuke, watching from the sidelines, felt an even greater admiration for Nie Yun. He had excelled in the Ninja Academy, and the records documented the accomplishments of the renowned puppet master, Scorpion, and his parents. Yet here they were, kneeling in loyalty before their teacher. Such reverence was typically reserved for the leaders of their village. However, Sasuke was not surprised. This was his teacher, Nie Yun, the man who repeatedly wrought miracles. He maintained his composure, as expressing too much astonishment might diminish Nie Yun's stature. Nie Yun sensed the sincerity in their actions and words. Gaining the allegiance of a prodigious talent like Scorpion filled him with immense satisfaction. "Ahem, rise. I do not require such formalities. Having made a promise, I shall surely fulfill it." "Yes, we trust you, my lord." Nie Yun waved his hand, leading the way back. "Scorpion, take Deidara with you. It is time for us to depart." "Understood." With a grand gesture, Nie Yun returned first, followed gracefully by Sasuke. Scorpion and his parents maneuvered the puppets to encase Deidara's statue. Chiyo silently trailed behind her family, casting a glance at the magnificent forest left by Nie Yun. Her heart felt a touch of comfort. While Nie Yun had taken Scorpion and the 2 other talented puppet masters, he had also bestowed upon Sunagakure a precious expanse of forest. It could be considered a fair trade, perhaps. The journey in Sunagakure had reached its conclusion, and Nie Yun had reaped great rewards. Firstly, the crystals and puppet techniques acquired from the Lulan ruins enabled him to forge a puppet army rivaling any village. He had also recruited the Lulan princess, Sarah, to work at his tavern. Furthermore, he successfully enlisted Scorpion, the scientific genius of the ninja world, along with a half-conscious Deidara. Nie Yun's strength had not drastically changed since leaving Konoha, aside from activating a sealing technique, which had reached mastery. He had also created 3 adorable miniature-tailed beasts and, unexpectedly, successfully sealed Kage. He evolved into Nie Black Nie Yun. Additionally, he acquired crucial information regarding Kage. Even without Black Zetz's interference, Kage would inevitably break free. This realization intensified the pressure on Nie Yun. Time was of the essence, and he needed to accelerate his efforts. Fortunately, the chakra from the Sage of Six Paths provided significant assistance, making tasks considerably easier. Nie Yun had not forgotten the wager with the Sage of Six Paths. He needed to secure substantial benefits. After all, the sage had entrusted him with the critical responsibility of sealing Kage, placing him in a position of power. Another day passed, and Nie Yun left behind Sasuke, Naruto, Kanshiki, and Sarah, heading to Takigakure with the dark-skinned beauty, Fu. Naruto attempted to follow, but Nie Yun kicked him away. Return to Konoha and train diligently. Within a month, you must control an additional tail. Otherwise, I shall deal with you upon my return. Sasuke, your Susanoo must also reach its complete form swiftly, Nie Yun instructed earnestly. Naruto, pouting, exclaimed, "Why, teacher?" Although the Nine Tails was currently cooperative, controlling an additional tail would still place a tremendous strain on his body. Yet Sasuke sensed a hint of purpose in Nie Yun's words. Realizing that the teacher likely had a task for them, he swiftly covered Naruto's mouth to prevent further protests and replied, "Understood, teacher. Naruto and I will supervise each other, striving to fulfill the task you assign." Nie Yun nodded in approval. He had faith in Sasuke. Although Naruto could be verbose, he had never slacked in his training, especially with a steadfast companion like Sasuke to challenge and support him. The reason for Nie Yun's stringent expectations was that they were the dual protagonists of the Naruto world. Should Kage resurrect while their strength remained insufficient, the narrative would dictate that the Sage of Six Paths would help them awaken the powers of Ashura and Indra. Nie Yun would then assist from the sidelines, sealing Kage to buy time. It was only reasonable for a disciple to help alleviate their teacher's burden. Chapter 108. Tekinen Village beneath the pristine azure sky, unmarred by industrial pollution, Nie Yun and Fu soared leisurely towards Tekinen Village. Indeed, they flew not upon the back of a crimson fire, but rather through the extraordinary abilities of the Seven Tails, Chome, which manifested 2 pairs of translucent, luminescent wings behind them. These wings were intricately connected to Nie Yun's own chakra, enabling him to maneuver them with effortless grace, as if he had sprouted wings of his own. The sensation of flying in this manner was enchanting, making him feel as though he had seamlessly merged with the wind and clouds. A stark contrast to the experience of riding on a beast. Nie Yun relished this newfound freedom. As he and Fu traversed from the land of wind to the land of fire, then to the mist-shrouded land of water, witnessing both sunset and sunrise in a single journey, before finally heading towards Tekinen Village. As for the 2 Tekinen Jonin, Fu had swiftly sent them back. A gesture that elicited a sense of relief from them, for not everyone is enamored with the thrill of flight, especially when accompanied by someone as exuberant as Fu. Nie Yun, we're almost at our village. Let us race to see who arrives first, Fu declared, her excitement palpable as she sped ahead without waiting for a response. Ha ha ha, sounds great. The loser will be a puppy. Nie Yun, having grown accustomed to Fu's carefree demeanor over the past few days, eagerly embraced the playful challenge. It is often said that a man dies young at heart. Fu's spirited personality was reminiscent of Naruto's, yet while it could be irritating when embodied by Naruto, it was utterly charming when displayed by Fu, a beautiful girl with dark skin. Nie Yun could not be faulted for his double standards. Any person of sound mind would feel the same. The two had formed a deep friendship, with Nie Yun's tolerance towards Fu bordering on indulgence. As he channeled his chakra, the wings behind him flapped with astounding speed, creating mere afterimages as he effortlessly overtook Fu. Come on, Chome. Let us catch up to Nie Yun, Fu urged, her voice sweetly coaxing the creature perched on her shoulder. Chome sighed in resignation, recognizing Nie Yun as a veritable anomaly, possessing far more chakra than himself, and of a superior quality. Was this truly human? Yet, Chome harbored no resentment towards Nie Yun. Rather, he felt immense gratitude. Nie Yun had granted them the long-desired taste of freedom. Though it was not absolute, it was a significant improvement over their previous confinement within a dark ceiling space, where interaction was limited to the Jinchuriki. Now, in this diminutive form, their existence in the world was infinitely better. While Chome could only speculate about the thoughts of Kurama and Shikaku, he found himself quite content with their current state. He and Fu shared a close bond. their interactions filled with joy. If all went well, the steadily maturing Fu would evolve into a perfect Jinchuriki. Regrettably, in the original narrative, Fu had yet to mature when she was captured by Haiden and Kakuzu, her role limited to merely bestowing Naruto with the power of the tailed beast, offering nothing memorable. However, with Nie Yun's arrival, Fu would likely avoid such a fate, blossoming into a Jinchuriki of both beauty and strength. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves hovering above Takinen village. The vibrancy of the place was so striking that Nie Yun momentarily thought he had returned to Konohagakure. The village sprawled across a significant area, rivaling that of half of the Leaf Village. In comparison, Sunagakure seemed but a remote backwater. It was no surprise that this village was the only one, aside from the 5 great shinobi villages, wealthy enough to purchase tailed beasts. To Nie Yun's astonishment, Takinen village boasted an air defense warning system. As they breached the airspace, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the village, and within moments, numerous umbu were positioned on rooftops, fixating their gaze upon Nie Yun. Such a feat was no small accomplishment. To cover an entire village required both technological prowess and financial resources. Curiosity piqued, Nie Yun decided to delve deeper into the strength of Takinen village, and he playfully seized Fu, who was about to explain the situation. Fu, do not speak. I wish to assess the capabilities of your village. The astute Fu instantly grasped Nie Yun's intentions, and, embracing the spirit of mischief, feigned overwhelming terror. Casting her gaze downward towards her village's umbu for assistance. An enemy has taken our Jinchuriki hostage. Alert Lord Hokage immediately, one of the umbu shouted, recognizing the captive as a member of their own village. Contrary to expectations, chaos did not ensue. Though the umbu were clearly alarmed, they maintained an orderly response, forming a perimeter with their anti-air weaponry while requesting reinforcements. A tactical team prepared, careful not to fire upon their Jinchuriki. Where's the barrier team? Prepare to set up a barrier and await Lord Hokage's support. The logistics team worked swiftly to evacuate civilians, anticipating that battle could erupt at any moment. Nie Yun observed with approval. Indeed, there was a reason for Takinen village's resilience. Fu discreetly winked at Nie Yun and whispered proudly, "What do you think? Our Takinen ninjas are quite impressive, aren't they?" After tightening her grip around Nie Yun's neck, she leaned back against him, enhancing the realism of the charade. Nie Yun, fully aware of Fu's playful intentions, could only smile inwardly at her antics. As time passed, the village was now teeming with ninjas, and the civilians had been nearly evacuated. Meanwhile, the Takakage raced toward the scene, flanked by numerous umbu. Utilizing his formidable spiritual perception, Nie Yun scanned the entirety of Takinen village, comprehensively assessing its defensive arrangements and the strength of its ninjas. Confidently, Nie Yun concluded that given time, once Fu matured into a perfect Jinchuriki, Takinen village would undoubtedly ascend to the status of the 6th great shinobi village. Although nestled between Konohagakure and Iwagakure, its unique geographical positioning, surrounded by majestic waterfalls, had shielded it from the ravages of previous shinobi wars. Moreover, with its proximity to the ocean and robust maritime trade, it engaged profitably with both the land of earth and the land of lightning, fostering a commendable economic development. Decades of accumulation had endowed them with the potential to emerge as the 6th great nation. Their formidable strength was evidenced by their ability to dispatch 2 jonin to protect Fu during the Chunin exams. Their ambitions were equally evident. From their willingness to deplete their resources to acquire tailed beasts during the first 5 Kage summit to their attempt to eliminate Hashirama Senju through the assassination efforts of Kakuzu, they were clearly unwilling to remain a mere minor shinobi village. What they lacked was a high-level combat force capable of contending with the 5 great shinobi villages. Thus, Fu, with her potential to become a perfect Jinchuriki, was undeniably a pivotal figure, and Nie Yun, having taken her hostage, now stood as their most formidable adversary. Chapter 109. The secrets of Takigakure. The young Takakage, Shomu, was hastening toward the scene of the incident. Upon hearing that the Jinchuriki had been taken hostage, he felt a wave of panic wash over him, especially since he had recently assumed the role of Takakage. As he walked, his mind raced with thoughts. Fu, as the Jinchuriki, held immeasurable significance for the village, and more importantly, Shomu had always treated her as a beloved younger sister. This was why he had disregarded the majority's objections and allowed her to participate in the Chunin exams. He had not wanted such a lively and cheerful girl to lose her joy and freedom due to the burdens of being a Jinchuriki. However, now faced with this crisis, he couldn't help but regret his earlier decision. Moreover, he was filled with confusion. Although Fu had not yet fully matured, She possessed strength rivaling that of a Jounin. How could she have been so easily captured? To make matters worse, he had dispatched 2 Jounin to protect her, and their failure to return for help suggested they were likely dead. Such formidable strength could only belong to someone of at least a quasi-Kage level. Unfortunately, the only entities in the world with such power were the 5 great nations, if they were involved in this matter. As Shoma contemplated these thoughts, he caught sight of 2 figures in the sky, and his heart sank. At that moment, a figure caught up to him from behind. "Shomu, what on earth is happening? Why has Fu been taken hostage?" A sharp voice questioned him. "I warned you not to let her participate in those Chunin exams. They are merely political games of the great nations, yet you refuse to listen. Look at the mess you've gotten into. What kind of Takakage are you?" In the face of this barrage of inquiries, Shomu, the Takakage, felt no anger. Instead, he bowed his head in shame. "Teacher Suin, I am truly sorry. This is all my fault. I will apologize to the village later, but right now, we must find a way to rescue Fu. She must not come to any harm. Please assist me." The newcomer was, in fact, Shomu's teacher. I am well aware of that," Suin replied. "I possess quasi-Kage level strength, and the enemy likely does as well. I will draw their attention above, creating an opportunity for you to stealthily rescue Fu." Shoma quickly regained his composure and devised a plan, willingly taking on the most perilous task of luring the enemy away. It was evident that Suin's arrival had provided him with considerable comfort. Suin's gaze inadvertently swept over Shomu, revealing a hint of intrigue. "Understood." With that, Suin vanished into the streets below, evidently to carry out Shomu's plan. Shomu arrived at the site of confrontation, standing atop the tallest building in the vicinity. He gazed upward and, indeed, saw Fu being held by a young man of similar stature, his hand gripping her throat. At the moment he laid eyes on the young man, Shomu felt an unexpected wave of inadequacy wash over him. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an unforgettable aura. Shomu was taken aback, as he had always prided himself on being the most attractive Takakage, yet here was someone who eclipsed him entirely. No. He quickly shook his head, dismissing such absurd thoughts. Is this really the time for such distractions? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he summoned his chakra and called out to the person in the sky, "I am the 5th Takakage, Shomu. Whatever demands you have, state them, but first, release my sister Fu." Shomu astutely refrained from mentioning Fu's identity as the Jinchuriki, simply referring to her as his sister, thereby leaving room for negotiation should the adversary be unaware of her true significance. If that were the case, resolving the situation would become considerably easier. In the sky, Nie Yun squinted against the glaring sun, feeling somewhat drowsy. His consciousness swept over the crowd below, and he noted that the young Takakage Shomu possessed quasi-Kage level strength. Additionally, another individual with similar power was lurking in the streets below. Nie Yun sensed a palpable malevolence emanating from this hidden figure, which was intriguingly directed not only at him but also at Shomu. Furthermore, he could sense another quasi-Kage presence hidden somewhere in Takigakure. Though he couldn't ascertain whether it was 1 or 5 entities, they felt simultaneously lifeless and alive, piquing his curiosity. It appeared that this small Takigakure was quite complex indeed. When Nie Yun remained unresponsive, Shoma spoke again. "As you can see, you are now surrounded. Release Fu, and we of Takigakure welcome you as a guest. Otherwise, we shall not hold back." Upon hearing Shomu's words, Fu pouted and quietly complained to Nie Yun, "Shomu is such a fool. He can't even gauge the strength of his opponents, and yet threatens them. Clearly, it is we who have surrounded them." Nie Yun shot her a sidelong glance. "We? You mean just the 2 of us?" Fu giggled. Hee, primarily it's you, big brother Nie Yun. I'm merely your accessory." Her demeanor was almost absurdly charming. "How many quasi-Kage are there in Takigakure?" Nie Yun inquired. 2.5. "Shoma counts as 1, the old man Suin as another, and I count as half," Fu replied. Nie Yun understood. Fu would not deceive him, nor would she have any reason to do so, as she was acutely aware that no matter how many quasi-Kage were present, it wouldn't matter in his presence. Moreover, as the village's Jinchuriki, her status was nearly equal to that of the Takakage, meaning she would be privy to nearly all secrets. Thus, the extra hidden quasi-Kage, which even Nie Yun could not perceive, was undoubtedly significant. How intriguing. Let's continue this charade together. Of course, I promise I won't blow my cover," Fu exclaimed, nearly squealing with delight. Playing with Nie Yun was simply too much fun. As Shoma realized that Nie Yun was still ignoring him, annoyance crept into his heart. Yet he felt powerless given that the enemy held a hostage. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. The manner in which they floated in the air seemed reminiscent of Fu's own flying technique. Though there was some distance, Shomu's keen sight discerned the faint outline of translucent, glowing wings behind the two figures. Shomu was very familiar with Fu's combat style and abilities, while the village's Umbu might misidentify her. He would never make such a mistake. Furthermore, recalling that Fu, despite being taken hostage, showed no signs of resistance or struggle was entirely inconsistent with her boisterous nature. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Fu was engaged in whispered conversation with her captor. Realizing Fu's mischievous nature, Shomu felt a sudden epiphany. She was undoubtedly orchestrating a playful ruse with her newfound friend. Enraged at being outsmarted, Shomu felt that the commotion had escalated far beyond reasonable limits. Fu had taken the joke too far, putting the entire village at risk. Chapter 110. Oh no, the Jinchuriki might be lost. Angered, Shomu was about to reprimand Fu, only to see her, suspended in midair, detach from his control and gracefully descend while holding Nie Yun's hand. As expected, Shomu sighed in relief, though his fury quickly reignited. The surrounding Dakinen and Umbu were bewildered. Moments ago they had been poised for battle, and now the hostage was flying away with the bandit, heading towards their fifth Hokage. They refrained from acting rashly, remaining in place to await Takaki's orders. Although the situation eluded their comprehension, the duo's descent was undeniably elegant, leaving them momentarily stunned. Observing Fu's playful demeanor as she landed, Shomu's frustration grew. He realized the magnitude of the trouble she had caused. He resolved to teach her a lesson, hoping to instill a sense of responsibility for the village's protection. With a stern expression, he awaited her arrival. However, Fu did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Upon landing, she exclaimed, "Shomu, look. I've made a friend even more handsome than you." Shomu was momentarily speechless, his lips twitching in disbelief. This girl had only been away for a few days, and she had already gone completely mad. She offered no regard for his dignity in front of outsiders. The senior members of Dakinen and the Umbu pretended to be oblivious, knowing better than to engage in the playful banter between the Jinchuriki and the fifth Hokage. Nie Yun, as an outsider and the one being praised, chose silence to avoid provoking Shomu further. Shomu's previously serious demeanor collapsed entirely, and any attempt to regain his composure was futile. He sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of frustration, and decided not to continue dwelling on this disheartening matter. What on earth had transpired? He couldn't believe Fu had created such a spectacle simply out of boredom. Fu, with a light-hearted leap to stand before Shomu, blinked her big eyes earnestly and replied, "I wanted to test our village's emergency response capabilities." Her earnestness seemed almost convincing, and indeed, the results appeared commendable, worthy of praise. Of course. These were words Nie Yun had instructed her to say. Shomu's lips twitched again. Did she think he was a child to be easily deceived? He understood her carefree nature too well to believe she possessed such delicate thoughts. Nevertheless, it served as a convenient excuse to deflect the situation. Thus, he conceded. Addressing the nearby Umbu, what just transpired was actually a drill I orchestrated to assess our village's response in a crisis. You all performed admirably. Inform all Umbu and ninjas to return to their posts. The Umbu leader, grasping the underlying implications, recognized that the truth was far more complex than what their fifth Hokage had conveyed. Yet, he complied with the orders and departed to relay the message. With the Umbu leader gone, Fu beamed, "You are so wonderful, Shomu." Faced with such an angelic smile and melodious laughter, Shomu's anger dissipated entirely. He could only rub his forehead and sigh. "Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. Now, let us properly introduce your new friend." He emphasized the word friend, clearly harboring some reservations about Nie Yun. Nie Yun feigned ignorance, silently scanning the peculiar presence of formidable power they had just encountered. Allow me to introduce you. Shomu, this is Brother Nie Yun, a distinguished guest from Konoha, and he is quite a formidable jonin, Fu declared under Nie Yun's guidance. Omitting the title of honorary elder due to its weighty implications, which did not align with Nie Yun's youthful appearance. Only a select few from Konoha and Suno were aware of his true identity, and it was not common knowledge. Brother Nie Yun, this is our fifth Hokage Shomu, the youngest in the history of Dakinen, and he possesses the strength of a quasi-Kage, Fu continued, but Shomu swiftly coughed to interrupt her. It was one thing for Fu to introduce Nie Yun succinctly, but he feared she might divulge something inappropriate about herself. At this point, Fu had inadvertently revealed her own strength, something Shomu had never showcased externally. The village had long sought to diminish its presence, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Unbeknownst to him, Fu had already divulged Dakinen's secrets along the way, including Shomu's youthful crushes on several girls. However, This was not due to Fu's indiscretion, but rather because, in the face of Nie Yun's overwhelming strength, such details could not remain hidden. They might as well serve to enhance Nie Yun's favor. This ninja from Konoha is most welcome to visit our Takinan village. Fu can be a bit eccentric. I imagine she has caused you quite a bit of trouble during your journey. Shemu spoke with a low demeanor, foregoing any airs of authority and conversing as a friend, which garnered Nie Yun's respect. Fu blushed at Nie Yun's compliment, standing shyly to the side, lost in thought. Observing this, Shemu felt a pang of concern. It seemed Fu, the Jinchuriki, was at risk of being swept away. He needed to act swiftly. Fu, where are Kong and Mu? He inquired urgently. Oh, right. After a moment's reflection, Fu responded, they both have a fear of heights, so I let them walk. That's good. Since our guest from Konoha has arrived, we cannot leave them standing outside. That would not be our Takinan way of hospitality. With a wave of his hand, Shemu instructed a subordinate. Please escort our guest below to rest. Tonight, we shall host a banquet at my residence. Nie Yun, not opposed to this plan, saw it as an opportunity to explore the area and followed the Takinan ninja. Fu, eager to accompany them, was halted by Shemu. After such a long absence, shouldn't you return home to see your parents? He said through clenched teeth. With a pout, Fu relented. Just as Nie Yun departed the rooftop, he brushed past a middle-aged man with a sinister expression, the very figure who had lain in ambush below. This time, Nie Yun distinctly sensed a hint of that peculiar quasi-Kage-level power emanating from him. How intriguing. Chapter 111, The Grievance of the Earth within the Office of the Mizukage. The restrained fury of Shui Yin finally erupted as she confronted Shemu. Shemu, to what extent will you continue to indulge her? Teacher Shui Yin. Fu is still just a child. She is merely playful. As she matures, she will learn to settle down, Shemu replied with a wry smile, attempting to placate his mentor. I must tell you, as the leader of a village, your indecisiveness is appalling. The purpose of a Jinchuriki is to serve as the village's weapon. I suggest we adopt coercive measures. This would grant Takakage village a formidable strength, enabling us to engage with the 5 great nations on equal footing. Shui Yin spared no consideration for Shemu's feelings, her words causing him to pale slightly. Teacher, Fu is not a weapon. She has a harmonious relationship with the tailed beast. We can afford to wait until she gradually masters its power. She is a member of Takinan village and a ninja dedicated to protecting her home. Such Navet. The relationship with tailed beasts is synonymous with calamity. Their appearances are always accompanied by devastation. The example of Konoha from over a decade ago is testament to that. If it weren't for enough, teacher. I am well aware of my responsibilities as the Mizukage, Shemu interjected, abruptly halting Shui Yin's discourse. Seeing Shemu invoke the authority of the Mizukage against her, Shui Yin's expression shifted, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now. As for that guest from Konoha, he cannot remain in the village. One cannot know his true intentions. Relieved that Shui Yin had ceased her entanglement over Fu, Shemu exhaled softly. Teacher, after all, he is a guest. We must extend our hospitality before bidding him farewell. As Shemu's continual rejections ignited Shui Yin's ire, her fists clenched involuntarily, then relaxed. Humph. You will have to deal with the consequences. With that, she stormed out of the Mizukage's office. Not far from the Mizukage's office was the accommodation Shemu arranged for Nie Yun. The environment was exquisite, featuring an independent courtyard with a picturesque setting. Behind the courtyard was even a small waterfall, over 10 meters high, a hallmark of Takinan village, known for its numerous waterfalls and significant elevation changes. The water cascaded into a pool before disappearing into an underground river, only to emerge again, creating yet another small waterfall. The sound of the water was gentle, providing a serene ambience that aided in relaxation. Nie Yun had been sitting with his eyes closed, listening to the soothing sound of the water while using his spiritual sense to monitor Shui Yin. He heard their conversation with perfect clarity. Only after Shui Yin departed did Nie Yun finally open his eyes. With a thought, a wooden clone, resembling him perfectly but at the level of a special jonin, appeared before him. The two Nie Yuns exchanged knowing smiles. The clone then sat down to meditate. Meanwhile, Nie Yun transformed his appearance using a transformation technique, silently slipping out of the courtyard, undetected by the umbu guarding the area. He stealthily followed Shui Yin at a distance, navigating the streets without fear of losing her, as he maintained a connection through his spiritual sense. Despite this, Shui Yin remained exceptionally cautious, wandering aimlessly around the village for over an hour, repeatedly confirming that no one was tailing her before finally heading towards a specific destination. Observing her wariness only reaffirmed Nie Yun's suspicions of her ulterior motives. It was highly likely that they were linked to that peculiar quasi-Kage-level power. Nie Yun felt a thrill of excitement. Although he could easily capture Shui Yin and extract information through force, such an approach would lack the thrill he sought. Having decided to engage in a ruse, he resolved to pursue a more intriguing method. Shui Yin's pace was not hurried, yet she maintained a heightened alertness, eventually arriving at a nondescript little waterfall. She then stepped behind it. Moments later, Nie Yun arrived outside the waterfall and could clearly sense that behind it lay a concealed passageway, leading to a sizable secret base housing that quasi-Kage-level strength. Additionally, there were numerous Jonin and Chunin-level ninjas present. The combat capabilities of this secret base were comparable to half of Tekinen village. These forces could not possibly be mere reserve ninjas cultivated by Shui Yin for Tekinen village. Her intentions were undoubtedly nefarious, likely plotting rebellion. Such a military presence, concealed within the village, posed a lethal threat, especially under the guidance of one he had once trusted so deeply. Placing himself in Shimu's shoes, Nie Yun couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Subsequently, he plunged into the hidden passage. The security was formidable, with intense patrols, and Nie Yun had to exert significant effort to evade detection and locate Shui Yin. There he found her standing outside a chamber resembling a prison, where a grotesque creature covered in black tentacles awaited, adorned with 5 distinct masks. Was that not Kakuzu? Why was he imprisoned? Nie Yun's mouth fell open in disbelief, pondering whether a significant shift in the narrative had transpired unbeknownst to him. Upon closer inspection, he relaxed. This creature was certainly not Kakuzu, but rather someone who had trained in the Earth Grievance technique. After all, the Earth Grievance was originally a secret technique of Tekinen village. Although it had been seized by Kakuzu during his betrayal, that did not preclude others from mastering it. If it were indeed Kakuzu, he would not possess only quasi-Kage-level power. Considering the Akatsuki's high recruitment standards, even a rising star like Deidara was at the Kage level, let alone Kakuzu, an ancient being nearing a century old. Moreover, this Earth Grievance creature was entirely ensconced by tentacles, with 5 exposed heart-like organs, seemingly unable to merge back into human form. From Nie Yun's perspective, this was a rather pathetic sight. However, viewed through the lens of Tekinen village's standards, this entity would undoubtedly be considered a weapon of mass destruction, nearly equivalent to 5 quasi-Kage-level warriors. This explained why the quasi-Kage-level strength he had sensed initially felt like one being yet resembled 5. Yet what transpired next left Nie Yun utterly astounded. He witnessed Shui Yin, with a gaze full of affection, stepping into the chamber and embracing the 5 tentacled creatures. A vivid display unfolded before Nie Yun's eyes, a surreal scene of tentacle play. Do not misconstrue, there was nothing inappropriate in the imagery. The tentacles caressed Shui Yin with an intimacy that spoke volumes, creating a scene of indescribable impact. Chapter 112. The path narrowed. Nie Yun forcefully suppressed the urge to rush out and eliminate these repugnant beings, finally enduring until he had witnessed their affectionate interactions. Through Shui Yin's soliloquies to these Dainyu tentacle monsters, he gleaned some behind-the-scenes insights. It was astonishing to learn that these Dainyu hearts were formed from Shui Yin's family, 2 brothers, a wife, and children. No wonder they exhibited such intimate behavior. Those Dainyu tentacle monsters retained human wisdom, but were rendered incapable of speech. Nie Yun felt a profound curiosity about how his family had transformed into such grotesque forms. Had he misjudged Shui Yin? Perhaps the construction of this secret base was merely an attempt to restore his family to normalcy. However, it soon became apparent to Nie Yun that he was overthinking. He overheard Shui Yin, laden with resentment, addressing the tentacle monsters. Family, I am prepared to take action. Considering my abilities and contributions to the village, the position of Taking should rightfully be mine. That deceitful 4th Hokage promised to hand over the Taking position to me after I performed countless dirty jobs for him. Ultimately, he bestowed the position upon that brat, Shimu, who has yet to mature and even expects me to assist him. If Shimu were capable of being an aide, I could endure it. However, he is increasingly irresponsible, showing none of the accountability a shinobi should possess. If this continues, the village will inevitably perish under his leadership. Therefore, I have decided to act. You will assist me. 1Tu? We are family after all. The tentacle monsters seemed to comprehend Shui Yin's words, their appendages thrashing wildly, eager to join in. Do not rush. We shall strike at midnight tonight. Shimu is hosting a feast for a blonde boy from Konoha, and it shall be the perfect moment to catch him off guard. We must also capture that boy, Nie Yun. If he complies, we may spare his life, allowing him to serve as an envoy between Taking and Konoha. Otherwise, He must perish, for he is merely a guest from Konoha. Once our plan succeeds, I will immediately employ forbidden techniques to control the Seven Tails, granting us leverage equal to the 5 great nations. Tekin village will flourish under my leadership, and I shall ensure that all recognize me as the most deserving candidate for the role of Hokage. As Shui Yin spoke, his eyes glimmered with unquenchable desire. Clearly impatient for the position of taking, Nie Yun inwardly clicked his tongue, recognizing yet another power-hungry figure, intoxicated by ambition. The audacity to include himself and Fu in his schemes was intolerable. Why must he narrow his path? Nie Yun had lost interest in Shui Yan's incessant chatter about his aspirations after assuming the role of taking. Realizing that such glorious days would belong solely to Shui Yin and could never be shared with the Dainyu tentacle monsters, who had already lost their humanity. After noting all of Shui Yan's hidden cards within the secret base, Nie Yun quietly departed, preparing to enjoy the grand spectacle that Shui Yin had meticulously orchestrated for the evening. Upon returning to the resting inn, Nie Yun found Fu engaged in a conversation with his wooden clone. Fu's cheeks flushed as she asked, "Brother Nie Yun, was everything you said earlier true? Do you truly think I am the most beautiful girl you have ever seen?" Nie Yun's clone replied softly, "Indeed, it is true. A girl as beautiful and kind-hearted as you is like a little sun in the heavens or a gentle breeze in summer, an unparalleled treasure." Suddenly, he noticed, "You have returned, my original self. I should take my leave now. No need to thank me." With a puff of white smoke, the wooden clone transformed back into a pile of wood, merging seamlessly with the floor. Fu, who had been intently observing the clone, was startled. Brother Nie Yun, what happened?" Cough, cough. "I am right here. That was merely my wooden clone." Fu turned around to discover the original Nie Yun standing behind her, his expression one of exasperation. The astute Fu quickly realized she had been playfully teased by a clone, and now the real Nie Yun had witnessed it. The embarrassment was overwhelming. She felt as if her ability to think had evaporated, wishing to vanish into the ground. "Brother Nie Yun, I must take my leave." Nie Yun watched as she stumbled out in a flurry, sitting down in resignation. While the high-level wooden clone technique was indeed useful, it often led to unexpected complications. As the memories from the clone returned, Nie Yun comprehended the entire situation, allowing a knowing smile to form. He could guess Fu's feelings, yet he could not reciprocate them. Though Fu was indeed beautiful and possessed a delightful character, she was not his type. Furthermore, there was a 6-year age difference between them. Although children in the ninja world matured quickly, Nie Yun found it impossible to harbor any other thoughts. Outside the inn, Fu huffed in frustration, "Shao-Ming. Did you realize that was not the real brother Nie Yun?" "Absolutely not. There is no way I could see through Mr. Nie Yun's incredible clone technique." Many Chou-Ming quickly appeared behind Fu, adamantly denying any knowledge of the deception. As night fell, at the residence of Taking Shimu, an extravagant banquet was underway, attended by most of the village's elite and dignitaries, demonstrating their goodwill towards Nie Yun. Upon Nie Yun's arrival at the entrance, Shimu personally stepped out to greet him. With Fu following behind, her cheeks still flushed and silent. "Nie Yun, there is no need to be overly formal or restrained. You are Fu's friend, and thus you are my friend as well. Being of a similar age, you must thoroughly experience the customs and delicacies of Taking village," Shimu expressed with great enthusiasm. Nie Yun responded with a smile, sharing a favorable impression of Shimu. Once inside the hall, others welcomed Nie Yun warmly, except for Shui Yin, who remained seated, immovable as a mountain. Shimu awkwardly introduced, "This is my mentor, Shui Yin, a great benefactor of Taking village." Shui Yin maintained an air of arrogance, as if he had already attained the position of Taking. Nie Yun smiled knowingly at Shui Yin and remarked, "So it is Mr. Shui Yin, a name that resonates widely. Are there any siblings in your family named Han Yin, Wan Yin, or perhaps Ha Demon?" Shui Yin was momentarily taken aback, his guard instinctively rising. Puzzled by the sudden inquiry regarding his siblings, feeling a twinge of guilt, Shimu, attempting to mediate the situation, asked, "Nie Yun, why do you inquire about this?" It is regrettable that teacher Shui Yin grew up in the orphanage of Taking village and dedicated his life to its service, never marrying or having children. However, as his disciple, I am like a son to him, Shima replied sincerely. Yet, Nie Yun could not help but notice a flicker of disdain in Shui Yan's eyes. Chapter 113. You strong ones truly know how to play fear not. I merely jest with a local idiom from my hometown. It is not to be taken seriously. Mr. Shui Yin, a figure of considerable merit, has indeed cultivated an exceptional disciple in Shimu, embodying a paragon of master and apprentice that inspires envy. Nie Yun chuckled. his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Shimu, oblivious to the underlying sarcasm, and Shuiyin feigned ignorance, rendering the scene deceptively harmonious. With a furrowed brow, Shuiyin replied, I take great pride in teaching a disciple as remarkable as Shimu. This statement, to Nie Yun, was a blatant falsehood, yet Shimu, unaware of the truth, was moved to the point of tears. Nie Yun silently shook his head, mourning for Shimu, knowing that the more he felt, the more he would eventually crumble. Nie Yun and Shuiyin engaged in casual banter, while the Na'vi Shimu believed they were partaking in a delightful gathering. His spirits buoyed. Unbeknownst to them, even Fu, who stood nearby, sensed Nie Yun's veiled sarcasm and Shuiyin's perfunctory remarks. Eventually, Fu could no longer endure the facade of polite conversation, which felt like a torturous charade, and she seized Nie Yun, pulling him away. Shimu, I'm taking brother Nie Yun for a stroll, she declared. Nie Yun offered no resistance, allowing her to lead him from Shimu's residence. The moment they exited, he sensed someone tracking them from the shadows. Meanwhile, Shuyin's associates had covertly surrounded Shimu's abode, with nearly all the upper echelons of Tekinan village within, effectively ensnaring them. As they ran, Fu remarked, You people are exceedingly dull. How can anyone stand there and prattle on endlessly? To be honest, I find it boring. Nie Yun yawned in agreement. Hiki, you ought to thank me. I'm about to take you somewhere intriguing, a place I have loved since childhood. You dragged me out, so how could I refuse? Fu beamed at his words, her pace quickening, her chatter about the architecture of Tekinan village filling the air. By the way, brother Nie Yun, you haven't mentioned why you need to hide. As they traversed a narrow alley, Nie Yun suddenly grasped Fu's arm and covered her mouth, pulling them into the shadows.